Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Saiyan Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Sassy Deku Became Vigilante. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. I'm sorry ma'am, the doctor was saying. But based on these results, your son is quirkless. Quirkless? No, that can't be. I'm sure Izuku is just a late bloomer, Inko replied. Izuku sat in the doctor's office, reading the posters on the walls. There were all sorts of posters about the advent of quirks and the different ways that having quirks affected the human body. Izuku saw different posters about emitter quirks, transformation quirks, heteromorphic quirks, and passive quirks. Despite being only 4 years old, Izuku had no trouble reading everything on the posters. Izuku had always been a bright kid, speaking well before his first birthday, and knowing how to read by the age of 3. Kaken and Izuku had gotten along very well as kids, both very gifted intellectually. However, when Kaken's quirk came in, he began to change. Like his quirk, his personality began to become much more explosive. It's rare, but it can happen, Izuku heard as he tuned back into the conversation. This test is 98% accurate, so there is a small chance that he will manifest a quirk. The fact that he hasn't yet indicates that it might have specific activating conditions. It doesn't matter, Izuku thought to himself. I'll become a hero without one. Izuku noticed the tears his mother was trying to hide but decided not to let that bother him. He'd show that the doctor was wrong. He would make his mother proud, with or without a quirk. 2 months later, Izuku flinched when he heard the door slam. Recently, Izuku had noticed that he was becoming much more sensitive to sudden loud noises. He burrowed himself deeper into his book, writing idly in his notebook. He hoped that maybe today would be different. It wasn't. Izuku took a deep breath as he heard the door to his room open. He could smell the alcohol on his breath from across the room. So, brat, his father sneered. Did you get your quirk yet? No, Izuku mumbled, averting his eyes from the fire he knew he would see in his father's. What? Speak up, damn it, and look at me when I am talking to you. Hizashi snarled. Izuku looked up slowly. No, father, my quirk did not come in today. Just like it didn't come in the last time you asked. Don't sass me, boy, Hizashi growled. Damn it, he said as he unbuckled his belt. I can't believe you're making me do this again. Izuku held his breath. He knew what was coming. He also knew that staying meek would minimize the damage. His father would rage and swing, and he would take the blows, making the sounds his father expected of him. Then eventually Hizashi would get bored and go back to drinking on the couch until he passed out. 20 minutes later, Izuku picked himself up off the floor of his room. Fortunately, his father had avoided drawing blood today so he wouldn't end up making a mess on the carpet. Izuku limped his way to the bathroom to patch himself up. Once he'd applied the bruise and burn cream, he made his way to the kitchen to grab ice for the rest of his bruises. He tiptoed down the hallway past the living room. If he was careful, his father wouldn't notice him and decide to go for round 2. Sneaking into the kitchen, he saw his mother at the stove. She looked down at him with the usual tears in her eyes. Oh, Izuku. I'm fine, Mom. Izuku cut her off. I just need my ice pack. Izuku. Inko knelt in front of him. He avoided looking in her eyes, so she put her finger under his chin and tilted his head up. I know your father seems harsh, but he just wants for you to get your quirk so that you can live a normal life. Whatever, Izuku answered as he grabbed his ice pack and snuck back to his room. Closing the door to his room, he leaned back against it and took some deep breaths to keep the tears from falling. He knew his mother was trying. She wasn't a monster. In fact, the very first time Hizashi had tried to force Izuku's quirk to manifest, she had tried to stop him. That night, Hizashi had almost put her in the hospital. Ever since then, Inko turned a blind eye to Hisashi's actions and didn't speak up. No, his mother wasn't a monster. She was just a coward. 3 years later, Izuku, I'm so sorry. I just can't keep living like this. I can't live every day in fear and in pain. I know you will be okay. You're stronger than I am. I love you, my sweet boy. Mom. Izuku crumpled up the letter, disappointed but not surprised. With every day that Izuku failed to manifest his quirk, his father brutally beat him. As he got bigger, his father beat him harder, figuring he could take more pain. Ever since that first night, his mother had stood by as her son was brutalized day after day. If he was honest with himself, part of Izuku felt a sense of relief reading that letter. His mother's pity and inaction always somehow hurt more than the beatings themselves. After 3 years, Izuku's pain tolerance had gotten pretty high, but his emotions were still as vulnerable as they had been when he was 4. Oh well, Izuku thought to himself. I've always been on my own anyway. What does it matter that now it's official? Izuku flinched when he heard the door slam. Brat, Hizashi yelled, where the fuck are you? The door to Izuku's room flew open. His father stood in the doorway fuming. Literally fuming, smoke rolling off his shoulders. He held a paper aloft. The fuck is this? Did you drive your mother away with your damn quirklessness? No, father, Izuku answered clearly. He had long since learned that mumbling and sassing only made things worse. Sometimes, if he groveled enough, he would manage to escape the burns in favor of a good old-fashioned beating. Good thing too, since beatings tended to leave fewer scars. God damn it, Hizashi yelled. Well, since that useless speech is gone, you're going to have to start picking up her slack. Get started on dinner, now. Yes, father, Izuku answered as he walked out of his room. 4 years later, Izuku stared at the TV in disbelief. Izuku's eyes and ears were good, better than anyone he had ever met, but right now he was starting to doubt if they were working. Either that or he had finally lost his mind. After a 3-month investigation into the actions of the arsonist and villain Midoriya Hizashi, also known as the Dragon, the commentator was saying, "We can confirm that thanks to the diligent work of the Musutafu Police Department in concert with the underground hero Eraserhead, he has finally been apprehended. The Dragon has been active for the last 8 months, setting a grand total of..." Izuku tuned out the rest of the broadcast as he walked away from the electronics store. I'm free, Izuku thought to himself. I'm free. No, that's not possible. Wait, what does this mean for me? After 4 years of cooking for Hizashi, Izuku was confident he'd be able to feed himself. On the money side of things, Inko still sent the occasional check from wherever she was. She'd always attached a letter to each of them, but Izuku had stopped reading them 3 years ago. If he sold Hisashi's belongings and found a smaller apartment, he was reasonably certain he'd be able to keep himself steady until he graduated high school. If all things went well, once he graduated, he would be on track to be a pro hero and would be able to fend for himself. Holy shit, Izuku thought to himself. I can't believe it's over. Whoever this Eraserhead guy is, he deserves a damn medal. Izuku walked into his apartment and looked around. It had been 3 weeks since Hizashi had been arrested, and it still almost didn't feel real to him. There would be a lot of things that needed to change. There were a lot of bad memories in this place, and he would need to get rid of the reminders. Step 1 was probably to sell all the excess furniture. The TV had always been Hisashi's thing anyway. Izuku had never been allowed to watch it, and he didn't exactly plan on starting now. The only possessions he really cared about were his books and hero analysis notebooks. If wanted to keep working on those, he'd definitively want to keep his desk. He obviously needed a bed. Or do I? Izuku thought to himself. I could sell the frame and just keep the mattress on the floor. He didn't know just how much extra money that would get him, but it would definitely help when the time came to move to a smaller place. Crap, Izuku thought. Those things need a parent or a guardian to sign off. Izuku knew the statistics about the quirkless in orphanages and foster homes, so there was no way that he was going to put himself through that. Mitsuki might take him, but that would mean having to live with Kaken for years, and there was no way Izuku was going to do that to himself. Well, I guess it's time to disappear. Izuku had a computer, and he had spent enough time in the darker corners of the internet trying to research the underground hero Eraserhead. He'd skipped past some of the darker stuff, but he remembered tutorial videos teaching basic coding skills. He would need those. Hopefully he could make Midoriya Izuku nothing but a distant memory before social services tried to come looking for him. Izuku walked into Ultra Middle School stifling a yawn. Homework had been as easy as always and had taken no time, but learning to code was another beast of its own. This wasn't like when Izuku had taught himself English or sign language. It wasn't enough to just learn one language. He needed to know a whole bunch before he could be effective. JavaScript, Python, Ruby, Swift, C++, the list went on. He realized that the videos that were teaching him were probably made by criminals, but technically hacking into national records and deleting his identity would be a criminal act, so he needed to learn from the best. Izuku sat down at his desk and pulled out his notebook of quirk analyses. He'd witnessed another hero fight on his walk to school. Since his goal was to become a hero and he didn't have a quirk to help him, Izuku figured that a thorough understanding of how different quirks worked and what universal truths applied to all quirks would help level the playing field. Recently, he'd read a paper by Dr. Shigaraki about the quirk singularity theory. He wasn't sure if all of the conclusions the doctor reached were true, but they definitely suggested that as different as individual quirks were, there were still some universalities among them. After reading about Eraserhead and his quirk that cancelled other quirks, Izuku began to read more on neurology and quirk activation factors. Since he couldn't remove heteromorphic quirks, but could only cancel emitter and transformation quirks, that implied that there was a specific mental trigger that activated certain quirks. Could that be replicated chemically? Izuku had heard rumors on the dark web about quirk suppressants, but they had nasty side effects. Izuku was so caught up in his reading that he almost didn't even notice Bakugo standing over his desk. He pulled back just as Bakugo slammed his hand down onto the table, adding to the plethora of scorch marks that had already been made there. Damn nerd, Bakugo yelled. Shut your damn mumbling, useless Deku. Behind Bakugo stood his usual posse of bullies, encouraging him on and jeering at Izuku. One of them reached over and yanked the book from his hands. He tried his best to hold on, but he had always been small for his age and didn't have the strength to stop him. The others laughed. Bakugo, look at this shit, the bully said as he handed it over. He's still on his stupid hero worship fetish. Bakugo took the notebook and looked at it. The fuck, Deku? Have you gotten so stupid that you've forgotten how to write? What is this shit? Izuku knew better than to talk back. It wouldn't do him any good to tell Bakugo that he had started all his journals in code so that only he could read it. He also figured it was a good way to practice his different coding languages, since his cipher was a combination of all of them. Please Kaken, Izuku mumbled. He'd learned long ago that meekness was the way to get bullies like this to give him what he wanted. Stroke his ego, Izuku thought to himself. Please give that back. You still trying to get into UA, idiot? Bakugo snapped, to which Izuku shook his head. Good, because I am the only one from this school that's going to, you hear? Yes, Kaken, Izuku mumbled. Bakugo handed him his notebook back. Well, handed was a generous word. More like he smacked him over the head with it before throwing him down on the floor. 2 years later, warning, mentions of underage sex. Izuku sighed as he leaned back away from his desk. Another corrupt politician exposed, he thought to himself. Izuku had managed to learn coding faster than he thought. Once he had hacked into official documents and removed all trace of himself, his curiosity got the better of him and he decided to snoop around on their servers. He was horrified when he found out that the mayor had been involved with the daughter of his secretary and had paid the family to keep it quiet. Well, that won't do, he thought as he compiled all the supposedly deleted emails and camera footage and sent it to the police. That night, Daylight, the digital vigilante, had been born. End warning. The last 2 years had been much better, all things considered. His grades were doing well. He managed to avoid Kaken most days, and he was still well on his way to becoming the hero he wanted to be. Schoolwork had somehow gotten easier over the last few years, meaning he needed to spend even less time working on it. His new routine when he got home was to finish his homework, make dinner, analyze any major fights that were on the news that day, and then he would return to the dark web. For the first time in forever, Izuku had friends. Well, he thought of them as his friends. He joined an underground hacking community that saw his work with the mayor and invited him to join them. They would hack into various servers to expose corruption. Whether it be government, school districts, pro-hero agencies, it didn't matter. They all respected his skills and didn't know about his quirklessness. That wasn't to say everything was perfect. There had been a major divide in the group when one of the members, Computer Prince, had wanted to do a major expose on underground heroes, including revealing their identities to the public. There had been serious debate among the group over whether they should or not, but Izuku had shut that down by hacking into Computer Prince's system and taking him offline. Izuku held a great deal of respect for underground heroes and told the group that under no circumstances were they to go after them. Despite being one of the newest members of the group, they respected his skills and decided to back off. Izuku slowly got up from his desk as the final bell rang, groaning as he stretched. Maybe he should reevaluate his sleep schedule. Even though most of the collective were practically nocturnal, he was still a middle schooler and he needed to go to bed earlier. Izuku made his way to the bathroom. Normally he avoided the bathrooms at Aldera, since it was an enclosed space with no cameras that was prime for bullying, but he just couldn't hold it. If he was quick, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Izuku shuddered as he walked back to his apartment. He didn't understand it. Every textbook he had read on neurology and psychology said that repressed memories existed to protect the individual from traumatic experiences. So why could he remember every detail of every horrible thing that had ever happened to him? He opened the door to his apartment and went straight to his computer. Enough is enough, Izuku thought to himself. I haven't been taught anything I couldn't have learned by myself for years now. Izuku drafted an email to send to the school that would look like it had been sent by his mother, withdrawing him from Aldera Middle School and stating that Izuku would be homeschooled from that point on. As Izuku pressed send, he leaned back in his chair again and stared at the ceiling. Now what? He thought to himself. He suddenly had all of this free time that he didn't really know what to do with. He supposed he could do more analyses and social justice hacks, but that would only do so much in terms of preparing him to go to UA. Then it dawned on him. He'd seen multiple videos of underground heroes and vigilantes, and Daylight was a digital vigilante. What better way to prepare himself physically for a life of fighting criminals than to actually fight criminals? Izuku quickly ran a search through various vigilantism laws. It looked like this might be the one instance where people ignoring the quirkless would work in his favor. All of the vigilantism laws centered around illegal quirk usage for the purposes of causing harm. Gotta love loopholes, Izuku thought to himself as he pulled out a notebook and started making designs for his vigilante costume. 6 months later, Izuku groaned as he got knocked on his ass once again. Sloppy little owl, his mentor growled at him. How many times do I need to tell you? Never let your guard down, even when you're sure you've landed a hit. Izuku got up slowly, but then quickly ducked again as a rock flew at his head. And always keep your eyes and ears open. Villains won't wait for you to get up. Villains don't fight fair. Izuku brushed himself off and pulled out his batons. bracing himself for round 5. All right, I'm ready. His mentor looked at him as his arms shook, and with a single swing, knocked them both out of his hands. That's enough fighting for today. He sighed. Working yourself to the bone won't help you in the long run. Let's take a short break, and then we'll work on something else. The two of them sat down on a fire escape, sharing some simple food and water as they caught their breath. Now, while you're recovering, have you thought about my question? Izuku nodded. Well, what did you come up with? Izuku swallowed his food. Vigilantes really aren't that different from underground heroes. We don't aim for the spotlight, choosing instead to focus on the day-to-day problems ordinary people face, rather than the big flashy villains that daylight heroes fight. And what about the corruption among the daylight heroes? His mentor pressed. It's there, but there's corruption everywhere. Over the last 2 years I've exposed a lot of corrupt individuals, and what I've realized is that change won't just come from taking down corruption, it needs to be replaced with something better. It's not just about getting rid of the bad heroes, we need to be better ones ourselves. Still dead set on joining UA then? His mentor asked. Izuku nodded. Well then, his mentor said as he stood up, you're going to need a lot more training if you want to make that dream a reality. Your homework for next time is to find 3 different underground heroes whose fighting styles you want to emulate. You're getting pretty good at matching mine, but mine only works because of my quirk. As a quirkless hero, you're going to need more tricks up your sleeve. Yes, sensei, Izuku said as he stood up. Good, his mentor replied. Now, let's work on some parkour and free running. I expect you to meet me at the UA front gates in under 10 minutes. And with that, he jumped and caught the lip of the building across the alley, pulling himself up and disappearing. Izuku sighed as he stood up. He'd thought he'd been doing well until he met sensei. But through his brutal training, Izuku had learned more than he thought possible. The UA entrance exam was in 18 months. At this pace, Izuku was confident he'd get there. Izuku smiled as the wind rushed through his hair, jumping from rooftop to rooftop. The day had finally come. He was finally going to take the entrance exam for UA High School. The last 18 months of training had been brutal. Between learning different fighting styles, strength and agility training, staying on top of his hacking skills, Izuku was glad it was finally all going to pay off. As he landed on the roof closest to UA, he sighed. He wished his sensei could have been here for this occasion. But they had had a falling out 8 months ago about Izuku's insistence on going to UA. Sensei thought that the work he was currently doing as daylight and his street-level vigilante work was more important. But this had been Izuku's dream since he was 4. It was what got him through all his father's abuse, the bullies at school, living on his own. He wasn't just going to abandon that now. Izuku made his way down the fire escape, exiting the alley onto the street. Before him stood the massive gates of UA. With a deep, calming breath, he stepped forward. As he mixed in with the crowd, he noticed a girl with a brown bob was about to trip on a loose brick. Right as she began to fall, he reached out and pulled her back by the strap of her bag. Oh, she exclaimed. Sorry, Izuku said. I shouldn't have grabbed you without permission, but you were about to eat it. That's no problem, she smiled at him. Thank you. Well, we should probably get inside, Izuku said as he walked off. Strange, he thought to himself. I've been doing all of this prep work for getting in, but I also haven't spoken to a normal person in 2 years. That'll be something I'm going to have to work on so that I don't stand out. Oi, DAKU. The last voice Izuku wanted to hear shouted from behind him. Izuku turned around slowly to see the snarling face of Katsuki Bakugo. Oh, he replied slowly, hi Bakugo. Calling him Kaken didn't really feel like it made sense anymore. What the hell are you doing here, you bastard? Bakugo snarled. I thought I told you that I was the only one who was getting into UA. Well, Izuku drawled. You technically said that you'd be the only one from Aldera that would get in. Since I left, that should still be the case. The hell? Bakugo yelled. You're getting smart with me, you useless piece of shit. Oh, of course not. Izuku's voice dripped in sarcasm. I wouldn't dare. Deku, you. Izuku could see the sparks starting to go off in his palms. We've got a test to take. Izuku cut him off. I'd suggest calming down before you end up burning your exam paper. With that, Izuku turned around and walked away, ignoring the incomprehensible yelling and muffled explosions behind him. The written test was way easier than Izuku could have imagined. He was honestly a little disappointed. Oh well, Izuku thought. I guess they really do prioritize combat and practical skills over intelligence at a place like this. Having finished the written exam in way less than the allotted time, Izuku decided to spend some time thinking about the different potential practical examinations. It would almost certainly be combat-oriented in some way. He'd snuck onto the grounds for last year's test and spied on the practical, and it had been about rescue and relief. Izuku highly doubted that they would repeat exams, and combat was the other major part of the hero job description. But what kind of combat would they try to throw at us? They could technically have alumni come in and help administer the test, but they were working heroes that wouldn't be able to spare the time. There weren't enough teachers to do it themselves. Robots, Izuku thought. That made the most sense. They would have programmed bots that would act like villains, and people would get scored based on how many they managed to take out. Okay, Izuku thought to himself. Let's come up with a plan for how to take them out. They weren't informed of a dress code, so clearly he could wear whatever he needed for the practical portion. He wouldn't wear his full vigilante gear because it would give him away, but he could wear parts of it to have a bit more reinforcement. Outside weapons probably wouldn't be allowed, but it wouldn't be difficult for him to find some pieces of rebar to double his batons. But that still might not be enough, Izuku realized. I'd definitely be able to take out some bots, but it would take me a long time. Izuku started thinking about other solutions. Robots. How to overcome robots. What is a robot anyway? Just a mess of wires and metal. Wires in metal. No way. There's no way it could be that simple. If he pulled this off, he wouldn't just pass. He might very well set a record high score. Good, it's not enough to just pass. I need to prove that the quirkless can be just as great if not greater than everyone else. With that realization, Izuku spent the rest of the exam time scribbling out plans on one of the spare pieces of paper they had been provided. Izuku lined up with the others in front of the exam field. As he'd predicted, it would be a fight against robots. That meant that his plan would definitely work. As soon as the buzzer sounded, Izuku raced into the field, looking for some rebar that he could work with to start taking down robots. Overview room. We've got some strong contenders this year, Nemuri was saying. That explosive kid has taken out an unbelievable amount already. Definitely got some anger issues though, Shouta grumbled. We'll need to temper that if he wants to be truly successful. What about this one? Hizashi pulled up the footage of a green-haired kid pummeling a robot with 2 pieces of rebar. What's his quirk? Nezu pulled up the file on the kid. Nakamura Izuku. It says here that he's quirkless. Quirkless? The room erupted. Is he insane? Cementos cried. He's going to get himself killed, Hound Dog growled. Now, Nezu calmed the room. We have always accepted the quirkless to our institution, and from what I can see, he seems to be holding his own right now. Not good enough though, Shouta replied. He's going to run out of time before he's taken enough of them out. I wouldn't be so sure of that, Nezu smiled. Wait, what's that he's doing now? Cementos asked, looking confused at the footage. It seemed like the strange green-haired boy was pulling apart the robots he'd already destroyed. Unless I'm mistaken, which I rarely am, Nezu's grin grew. I think he is currently making an EMP out of our destroyed robots. Ingenious. And with that, all of the cameras went dark. Yup, Nezu smirked, definitely an EMP. Oh, this child is going to be problematic, Shouta grumbled. Exam field. Izuku smiled as he tried to catch his breath. It was over. With that move he had taken out every remaining robot left on the playing field. That had to be enough points to pass, right? He could hear the confused grumbles of the other examinees as the robots they had been fighting had suddenly collapsed. Then Izuku tensed up as he felt the ground rumble, and he heard the confused grumbles turn into panicked screams. He looked up over the skyline to see a massive robot, taller than all the buildings around it. This is the zero-pointer. As he made it onto the street where it was, he noticed the girl from before was stuck under rubble in the path of the machine. She was going to die. This is probably stupid and probably won't work, Izuku thought to himself as he picked up a rock from the ground. He threw it up and batted it with his rebar as hard as he could, aiming straight for the robot's eye. To his surprise, it hit. Great, I've got its attention. Now to find a way to take it down. He turned and ran towards the robot, passing underneath it and making it turn away from the trapped girl. Even though his back was turned, he could hear it winding up for a hit. He jumped, right as the robot's arm slammed down into the road under him. Without hesitating, he turned around and began to run up the robot's arm. Its plating was probably too thick. That had probably been the reason it hadn't gotten hit by the EMP. Either that, or it had been powered off intentionally until the end, making it immune. None of that mattered now. As he reached the top of its arm, he noticed a panel on the center of its chest plate. Thanks for the Parker lessons, Sensei. He thought as he leapt off the robot's arm and found purchase just above the panel. He held on with one hand while the other jammed the rebar into the small seam, ripping the panel open. Not bothering to figure out which wire did what, Izuku simply reached in and ripped out all of them. He felt the robot shudder and begin to collapse. Please fall backwards, Izuku said as a pseudo-prayer. But unfortunately, Izuku's luck had never been great, as the robot slowly began to pitch forward. Izuku's mind went on overdrive. He needed to move. Even if he would survive the fall, he would still end up crushed by the giant robot as it fell on top of him. He looked around. If he timed his jump right, he could land on the arm he'd run up and then hopefully leap off and catch the side of the closest building. Please work. Izuku leapt, twisted his ankle slightly on the arm, but managed to maintain his velocity and jumped out towards the building. He caught the side of a fire escape, but when the robot crashed into the ground, the shockwave jostled him enough that he lost his grip and began to fall. Izuku looked down as he fell. Well, this'll suck, but at least I'll survive. Izuku braced himself to roll once he hit the ground to mitigate the damage. But before he landed, he felt a hand slap him on the shoulder, and suddenly he found himself floating 3 feet off the ground. He looked around, and next to him was the girl from the entrance. Apparently, she'd managed to get out from under the rubble while he'd been distracting the robot. And clearly she had some type of gravity alteration quirk. Next thing he knew, she touched her fingertips together and gravity reasserted its hold on him. He caught himself and stood up to look at her. Thank you, she stuttered. You saved me. Izuku shrugged. No big deal, you just saved me too. So, I guess that makes us even. She held out her hand. Uraraka Ochako. He shook her hand. Nakamura Izuku. Overview room. Well, Nezu sighed. That was probably one of our more eventful entrance exams. Definitely some interesting candidates for this year's class. He pulled up Izuku's file on his tablet. Just who are you, Izuku? They had managed to get the cameras back up shortly before they had activated the 0-pointer, so they were all still digesting what they had seen just now. Well, I'll say one thing, Nimuri answered. I've definitely been underestimating the quirkless. Well, Vlad answered. That one seems special. I don't necessarily know if he is representative of all of them. Either way, he's definitely one to keep an eye on, Shouter replied. Agreed, Nezu said. If he gets in, which seems likely given his performance, I'll definitely be putting him in your class. Damn it, Shouter grumbled. Izuku took a deep breath as he stared up at the door with the huge 1A written on it. This was it. He'd finally made it. Now all he could hope was that he wouldn't have to see. The door opened, and the one face he'd hoped he wouldn't see locked eyes with him from across the room. Bakugo was leaning back in his chair with his feet on the table, scoffing as a tall blue-haired boy berated him for his behavior. But the moment Bakugo's eyes met Izuku's, they sharpened and hardened, before he could formulate any form of verbal response. That same blue-haired boy was standing right in front of him. Good morning, the boy said a bit too energetically. I'm Ada Tenya. Izuku did a quick scan of the room. Most of the seats were already filled, and fortunately no one was giving him any strange looks, except Bakugo, who was currently staring daggers at him. Nakamura Izuku, he answered. Pleasure to meet you. Oh, it's you. A voice called from behind him. He turned around to see Uraraka, the girl he'd saved from the 0-pointer in the entrance exam. I'm so glad we get to be in the same class together. Her smile seemed genuine and didn't have any hint of duplicity. You two know each other? Ida asked. Oh, Izuku here saved me from that massive 0-pointer at the end of the entrance exam. Izuku. Ida paused. Wait, you were the one that set the record score for the practical exam. You did, Uraraka said. Izuku rubbed the back of his head nervously. Dang, spending the last 4 years with only his sensei and his hacking collective as company had seriously stunted his social skills. Yeah, funny story. If you all want to play at being friends, go somewhere else. A tired voice drawled from behind them. Turning to find the source, Izuku saw a pale, somewhat familiar, scruffy face peeking out of an old yellow sleeping bag. Suddenly the bag unzipped, and the figure stood up. It took you 8 seconds to quiet down. That's too long. Time is limited here. The figure stepped into the room and stood in front of the class. I'm Aizawa Shouta, your homeroom teacher. With that name the pieces finally came together. Why this man looked so familiar. Oh, lie. Shit, Izuku thought. Eraserhead is my homeroom teacher. Eraserhead. The man who had practically single-handedly saved him from hell. The underground hero whose fighting style Izuku had spent the last year emulating. Like I said, time is short, Aizawa continued. He pulled out what looked to be a gym uniform. Put these on and get to the field. The class gathered on the field. All right, Aizawa said once everyone had convened. Today we're doing a quirk assessment test. The class was stunned. What about the entrance ceremony? Orientation? Uraraka asked. Like I said at the beginning, time is limited, Aizawa answered, not even bothering to turn around. You've all done these in middle school before. Bakugo, you scored top of your group in the practical exam, right? What was your best softball throw? 67 meters, Bakugo answered. All right, Aizawa said as he tossed the ball to Bakugo. Try using your quirk this time. Bakugo stepped into the ring and prepared to throw. Sensei, Ida said, as the highest score overall, shouldn't Nakamura be the example? Aizawa didn't even turn to look as he answered. Not for the purposes of this demonstration. Izuku gulped. Right, because he was quirkless. As a teacher, Aizawa would have had access to the entire file on Nakamura Izuku. Why was he choosing to keep that from the class? Granted, Izuku hadn't exactly volunteered that information himself. Bakugo wound up and blasted the ball forward, scoring 705 meters. The class gazed in astonishment at Bakugo's score. Then there was a bunch of excited muttering among different individuals about how much fun this would be. Fun, huh? Aizawa stopped all conversation. I've got 3 years to try and turn you all into somewhat decent heroes. I wonder, will you all have such a carefree attitude the whole time? He smiled. All right, how about this? Whoever comes in last place overall gets expelled. With that, shock rippled through the class. Well, fuck, Izuku thought. I guess their policy of being accepting of the quirkless is a bunch of bullshit. The class gathered, out of breath, to wait for the final scores to be tallied. Izuku didn't need to wait. He knew that he had come in last. He was going to be expelled. He was going to be expelled on his first day, and everything that people thought about the quirkless would just be confirmed. Izuku looked over, and from the smug look on Bakugo's face, Izuku could tell that he knew what Izuku's score was too. But seeing that smug look brought back too many bad memories. No, Izuku thought, fuck this. If they're going to kick me out, they're going to have to find a better reason than prejudice. He quickly pulled out his phone and punched a number of commands into it. The results finished tallying. 1. Momo Urazu. 2. Shoto Todoroki. 3. Tenya Ida. 4. Fumikage Takoyami. 5. Katsuki Bakugo. 6. Mizo Shoji. 7. Meshurao Ajiro. 8. Ajiro Kirishima. 9. Mina Ashido. 10. Achako Uraraka. 11. Koji Koda. 12. Rikido Sato. 13. Suiwa Sui. 14. Yuga Aoyama. 15. Hanta Siro. 16. Denki Kaminari. 17. Kyoka Jiro. 18. Toru Hagakure. 19. Izuku Nakamura. 20. Minoru Maita. Izuku schooled his expression when Maita fell to his knees crying NOOO, but couldn't help but flinch when he heard explosions and looked up to see Bakugo approaching with murder in his eyes. DIKU. What the hell did you? He was cut off when Aizawa's capture weapon wrapped around him and the sparks died out in his palms. Bakugo, calm down before I have to formally reprimand you. Aizawa's tone did not match the look of his glowing red eyes at all. Nakamura, come here. As Izuku approached, Aizawa held out his hand. Phone, was all he said. Izuku handed it over. Aizawa took it and looked at the commands that Izuku had inputted. While I respect the creative thinking, I wasn't actually going to expel the person in last. That was just a motivator for the class. The class sparked out in a mix of shock and relief. However, Aizawa's focus turned back to Izuku. Hacking is a much more serious matter. I'm sending to you to go talk to Nezu. Izuku took a deep breath as he stood in front of the doors to Nezu's office. Alright, what's the best strategy here? Years of previous interactions with bullies, his father, various authority figures flashed through his mind. Meekness and contrition. That should mitigate the fallout. With another breath, Izuku knocked on the door. Come in, a soft voice called. Izuku opened the door and walked into a luxurious office. Sitting at a large desk was the same figure from the acceptance letter he'd received. Please, have a seat, young Nakamura. Yes, sir, Izuku mumbled as he sat down. Am I in trouble? Oh, not at all, Nezu answered. While we don't condone hacking here, there was little harm done in this instance. No, that's not why Aizawa sent you to me. I actually wanted to ask you about the hack itself. Rather impressive to hack into my servers from a phone in so little time. Would you mind if I took a look at your phone? Oh, Izuku jumped a little. Not at all, Nezu-sensei. Here. Nezu took his phone and began to look through his commands. Impressive. Who taught you to code, young man? Oh, I'm self-taught. Izuku answered. I found some online tutorials that taught basic coding skills. Nezu hummed as he continued to go through Izuku's code. These tutorials, they wouldn't happen to have been made by the digital vigilante known as Daylight, would they? Oh, yes, that wasn't technically a lie. I've always kind of admired his desire for transparency and justice. A fair point, Nezu hummed as he reached over to hand the phone back. I think you might surprise us all, young Midoriya. Izuku froze. What did you just say? Before Nezu had a chance to answer, he snatched his phone back and activated the signal scrambler he'd built into it. He hated using it because the sound it made always reminded him of nails on a chalkboard. Judging from the way that Nezu's ears twitched, he didn't particularly care for the sound either. But that was a small price to pay for privacy, dropping his facade entirely. Izuku looked at Nezu with a cold stare. Where did you hear that name? Nezu's expression didn't change. I can answer that for you, but would you mind turning that off? There are no cameras or microphones in this room. This conversation doesn't need to be unpleasant. Not until you tell me how you know that name and what you plan to do with that information, Izuku growled. If you're worried that I am going to report this to the government, you can relax. I have no desire to lose such a bright young mind because you decided to drop off the grid again. Izuku took a breath and turned off the scrambler. Nezu's ears returned to their resting position. I'll admit, Nezu continued, your digital paper trail was practically flawless. I could find no holes in it. If young Bakugo had never been in your class, I doubt I'd have been able to find you. I simply requisitioned student records from young Bakugo's middle school and found that a young green-haired boy named Midoriya Izuku had dropped out 2 years ago. Izuku sighed. He knew that would come back to bite him. Erasing his files from government servers was simple. But erasing himself from school records was much trickier. Teachers and administrators would get suspicious as a former student of theirs suddenly disappeared. I don't blame you for your suspicion, Nezu said, and I truly understand your desire to distance yourself from that man. Now, I promise that I will not share this information outside of UA, but I am afraid I must share this information with the rest of the staff. We don't believe in keeping these kinds of secrets amongst staff here. As to the rest of your classmates, when and even if you choose to share that truth with them, that is up to you. I will not force that upon you. Izuku breathed a deep sigh of relief. Thank you. Now, Nezu said, I'm also assuming that you chose to disappear because you currently have no legal guardian and wanted to avoid the foster care system. Izuku shrugged. Orphanages and foster homes aren't exactly kind to quirkless kids. Unfortunately, that's too true. Nezu rubbed his neck. Well, you don't look malnourished. And you did extremely well in your practical examination, so is it safe to say that you are not struggling for food and other basic needs? Izuku nodded. Good, Nezu continued. Should that ever change, please don't hesitate to come speak with either me or Aizawa. UA owns a number of small apartments in the area that we usually use for students whose parents don't live nearby. UA also has a fund to help those students who might be struggling in those areas. That's very kind, Izuku answered, struggling to keep the genuine shock from his face. No adult had ever offered this kind of assistance before. I might take you up on the offer of more convenient housing, but in all other regards, I'm getting by just fine. Understood, Nezu answered. Now, you should rejoin the rest of your class. Wouldn't want you to fall behind on your first day. Yes, sir, Izuku said as he stood up. Oh, and Midoriya, Nezu said as Izuku reached the door. I do strongly suggest that you refrain from hacking into my servers in the future. Just because no harm came of it this time does not mean that will always be the case. Understood? Izuku nodded. Good, now run along. Once the office was empty, Nezu leaned back in his chair. What an interesting and impressive young man. Definitely someone to keep a closer eye on. Nezu would definitely need to meet with Aizawa after school today to discuss this fascinating puzzle of a student. I don't understand. You're saying that Midoriya does have a quirk. Aizawa groaned at the look of glee on Nezu's face. It was too late in the day for this. The rest of classes had been pretty straightforward, but he was going to have to reevaluate if he wanted to have Bakugo and Midoriya sitting so close to each other. He just wanted to go home and have a drink with Hizashi. I think I got the final piece of the puzzle during my conversation with him today. Nezu gleefully sipped his tea. But I would like for you and cement us to take him to Gym Gamma after school tomorrow and run him through Assessment E. You think he's got a mental enhancement quirk? Aizawa asked, and not just any apparently. I honestly can't believe I didn't see this sooner. He got a perfect score on the written exam. He's the first one to do that since Night Eye. And not only that, but look at this. Nezu pulled up security camera footage of Midoriya doodling on a piece of paper during the exam. He finished the written exam in half the time, and spent the rest of the time not only perfectly predicting what the practical exam would entail, but apparently drawing up plans for an EMP from memory. Well, you said you thought he was daylight, Aizawa countered. Someone like that would have to be pretty dang smart and tech-savvy. Besides, robots is not a huge leap if anyone has looked into our recent history. I thought so too, until my meeting with him. Aizawa's scowl deepened as Nezu's grin grew. He activated a digital scrambler to block all cameras and microphones, and judging by his body language, he could hear it too. A scrambler like that operates on a frequency outside the normal range of human hearing. But Aizawa tried to say, and look at this. Nezu bulldozed over him. When he took down the zero-pointer, the reaction time when its hand came down, the sense of balance as he ran up its arm. Even if all of that is true, Aizawa finally got a word in. It could just be at peak human capacity. And if he did have a quirk, why would he have been diagnosed quirkless? Think about it, Shouta, Nezu answered. My high-specs quirk is obvious because I'm not human. The same type of quirk in a human child. He would just appear to be a bright kid, and if he was a quiet one, no one would know the kind of brilliance that was just churning away in his mind. Aizawa sighed. Look, I'll take him to Gym Gamma after school tomorrow, and I'll do the damn assessment. But you have to realize just how careful we need to be about this. If he really did grow up with the dragon as his father, that kid's childhood was hell. Add on top of that the way that quirkless people are treated. That hell would not have been limited to his home. He's lived through that with a set way of seeing the world. Telling him he's had a quirk this whole time would turn his entire world on its head. And I don't know how the kid would handle that. Izuku's second day of classes hadn't been going too poorly so far. After not being in conventional school for 2 years, the classroom routine was slightly unfamiliar, but not in an uncomfortable way. Having been quirkless at other schools, it was a pleasant surprise when Izuku raised his hand in class and his teachers actually called on him and praised him for his insightful questions rather than chastising or silencing him. Izuku was happy that the teachers were accepting of him, but he was nervous of what would happen when the rest of the class found out. Bakugo hadn't said anything yet, which was rather surprising, and Izuku had been able to expertly redirect conversations about quirks to be about his classmate. Izuku was starting to think that maybe Bakugo wasn't an anomaly but was rather an exaggeration. As far as he could tell, all of the hero candidates loved to talk about themselves and their quirks. The people Izuku felt like he could converse with the best were definitely Ida and Yaoyorozu, as the three of them were generally on the same page academically. Izuku had had a fascinating conversation at lunch about the limits of Yaoyorozu's quirk and had shown her certain chemical formulas and given ideas of potential new uses. Uraraka liked to hang around with Ada, so Izuku spent some time with her, though he did find her a bit too bubbly for his taste. The biggest question mark was Todoroki. As far as Izuku could tell, he only ever spoke when directly engaged in conversation, and never initiated conversation himself. He was one of the only ones who did not talk about his quirk, and yet, Izuku always got this weird sense in class that Todoroki's eyes were on him. But any time Izuku turned to look, Todoroki was always doing something else. Izuku's relatively normal school experience was completely shattered when All Might himself burst through the door of their classroom to announce hero training. While Izuku was no longer the same fanatic kid with an All Might obsession, he was still taken aback at the presence of the number one hero. A determined grin grew on Izuku's face when All Might announced that they would be having battle training that afternoon. Izuku walked out onto the training field pulling at his hand wraps. He was happy that the design department had taken so well to his ideas. He'd made enough changes to his vigilante costume that no one would really recognize him. And it was nice to have the costume made by an official support company rather than through his dark web connections. As he waited for the rest of the class to finish arriving, he stretched and flexed in various ways to make sure everything was right. The dark gray jumpsuit was a bit thicker than he was used to, but the black padded sections would really help protect him from serious injuries against quirk users. He unwrapped a bit of his capture weapon to make sure that he would be able to use it as he was used to. He then double-checked all the various compartments of his utility belt were correctly fastened and that his batons were easily accessible. By the time he was done with all of his pre-combat checks, the other 18 members of the class had arrived at the field. While Aizawa had said he wasn't going to eliminate the last-place individual, by lunchtime of the second day, there had been so many complaints against Maita by all of the girls in class, he'd been given the boot in the end. Looking good, everyone, All Might said in his strange yell speech. Now, we are going to have indoor combat training, teams of 2. Heroes versus villains. Before you say anything, we do have an odd number, so the last individual will automatically be assigned as a villain and will be given an additional 10 minutes of preparation time to level the playing field. Now, the hero's objective will be 2. And that was how Izuku found himself inside the building by himself, laying various traps and strategizing for when Bakugo and Ida showed up. Knowing Bakugo, he would come straight for Izuku and leave Ida responsible for securing the bomb. Bakugo had been quieter since his explosion during the quirk assessment but had still been giving Izuku the stink eye at every possible moment. After beating Bakugo in the entrance exam, Izuku knew that he would be coming at him hard trying to prove his superiority. Then the buzzer sounded, and the match began. Izuku immediately pulled on his mask and cowl and loosened his batons in their holsters. With the stealth that only a seasoned hero or vigilante could boast, Izuku snuck down one of the hallways, listening for the approaching hero team. Neither Bakugo nor Ada were particularly built for stealth, so Izuku was able to identify where they were in the building relatively quickly. Izuku figured it would probably be best for go after Ada first. Bakugo would actively be looking for him, so he had a bit of time, but Ada finding the bomb would lose him the match. Not only that, but if he could get the drop on Ada and capture him without a fight, the elimination would only make Bakugo angrier and more desperate, giving Izuku an upper hand in the only fight that was truly unavoidable. Poor Ada. He came into this game thinking it would be a straightforward fight, but with a full 10 minutes of preparation, Izuku had been able to lay out an extensive enough array of traps that Ada wouldn't dare use his speed in the building. He would also really need to rethink clunky, heavy armor if was intending on doing any type of infiltration work. It took Izuku a total of maybe 3 minutes to sneak up on and capture him. Young Ada has been captured. All Might's voice rang through the intercom. Please exit the building as quickly as possible and return to the overview room. As soon as the announcement was made, Izuku heard the explosions below him as Bakugo promptly lost his temper. Knowing a fight was inevitable, Izuku abandoned stealth and went to meet Bakugo head-on. "Deku, you bastard," Bakugo yelled when Izuku entered the long hallway. "What did you do, you quirkless loser?" "I used my brain kaken," Izuku sneered, hoping to nickname would goad him on. "Do you remember what it's like to have one of those?" "Why you?" Bakugo blasted down the hallway towards him. Knowing that he would open with a big right swing as usual, Izuku stepped under and landed a brutal kick into Bakugo's left flank. While he was winded, Izuku grabbed his extended right arm and swung Bakugo into the wall. Izuku managed to land a second kick into Bakugo before an explosion forced him to fall back lest his eardrums be blown out. And with that, there was no more talking. They went back and forth for a while, Bakugo giving nearly as good as he got, clearly used to picking on weaker opponents and having only a singular combat style. One blast did catch Izuku in the stomach, blasting him back several feet and severely winding him. "You, worthless, quirkless, loser," Bakugo seethed. "How dare you look down on me, you little shit. You think a couple fancy fighting moves can make up for having a quirk?" Bakugo held up his right gauntlet and grabbed a pin with his left hand. "Let me show you the difference in our power." "Young Bakugo, what are you doing?" All Might's voice crackled. "Intentional maiming is prohibited. I'll kill him." "I don't care," Bakugo screeched. Without waiting, Izuku bolted down the hallway, making for the window. Hearing an explosion rocking the building behind him, Izuku threw one of his batons through the window, shattering it. Then he jumped up to grab the top ledge. "Please fucking work," Izuku thought to himself. Bakugo stood in the opening his blast had created, looking down on the street below. He smiled grimly, clearly pleased with himself. That smile promptly disappeared when Izuku's capture weapon wrapped around his ankle and he was quickly pulled out into the open sky. Not giving him a chance to recover, Izuku leapt from the scaffolding above the opening and tackled Bakugo midair, aiming for the ground. From this height, Bakugo wouldn't break anything, but a fall like this would definitely knock him out. Bakugo tried to fire explosions to direct his fall, but Izuku's capture weapon held his hands together behind his back. Izuku rolled off of Bakugo as the two of them hit the floor. "Villains win." All Might's voice rang through the open air of the field. Izuku returned to the overview room to a surprising applause. Uraraka and Ida wholeheartedly clapped him on the back while Ashido, Kaminari and Kirishima crowded around him talking excitedly about how he fought like a ninja. "Well done All Might said. "Now class, who can tell me what the two teams did right and wrong?" Ida raised his hand. "Well sir, Bakugo and I failed by not being a unified, cohesive team. While the idea of separating to achieve the two objectives of neutralizing the bomb and capturing the villain could have worked in theory, in an instance like this where only one objective was needed to win, we should have stuck together and used our numerical advantage to try to overpower Nakamura." "Well-reasoned, young Ida," All Might responded. "It is always good to be able to think critically about oneself. Now, does anyone have any feedback about young Nakamura's performance?" He thoroughly understood his opponents. The quiet voice of Todoroki spoke up, to everyone's surprise. He took maximum advantage of the preparation time to set up the area in such a way that Ida was unable to use his quirk to its fullest potential, and correctly anticipated Bakugo's personal vendetta would cause him to break off from Ida to try and fight him one-on-one. "Very astute observation, young Todoroki," All Might said. "Now, on to the next battle." While the next two teams were getting ready to begin, All Might came up to him and handed him a piece of paper instructing him to report to Gym Gamma after class rather than returning to the locker rooms with everyone else. Shouta sat in the observation room of Gym Gamma with Cementos as Midoriya ran through assessment looking over to make sure that Cementos was watching the feed closely. Shouta pulled up his email to look at the report from this afternoon's hero training that All Might had sent him. He immediately pulled up the footage of Midoriya. He sat back and drank his coffee as he watched this quirkless kid make short work of two of the strongest new candidates in this school. He scowled when he saw Midoriya hook Bakugo with his arm wraps and pull him out the window. That move, it wasn't unlike Aizawa thought. Midoriya had been the only one who wasn't surprised when he had restrained Bakugo yesterday. But how had Midoriya possibly seen him fight? He hadn't been there during the dragon takedown. Nezu's theory about daylight explained it in a way. One of the corners of the dark web was where underground heroes operated, so footage of him fighting would be there. But that wouldn't explain how or why Midoriya would have put in the time to learn it. It had taken 6 years for Shouta to figure out how to use his capture weapon, and somehow from just watching footage, Midoriya had done it in under 4. "Knock knock," Hizashi said as he walked into the room. Shouta sighed. "You know you don't have to say that. You can just actually knock, right?" Hizashi chuckled as he gave Shouta a kiss on his temple and slipped into the empty chair next to him. "You know I'm not going to change. Anyway, how's the little listener doing?" "Pretty good," Cementos rumbled. He picked the lock in the first room right off the bat. "He's in the main part of the maze now. He's got 2 of the essential computer parts he needs, but I'm really curious to see what he's going to do about tools, especially for the soldering." "You think he's going to do the computer route?" Hizashi asked. "Almost no one tries that. Hardly anyone even thinks to." "True, but the first thing he did when we started was go to the computer. When it didn't start, he immediately opened it up and saw the missing parts. Supports Nezu's daylight theory, I suppose." Hizashi tusked. "What are you working on, show? Didn't Nezu ask you both to observe?" "I can look back on the footage later. I need to get my reviews in for tomorrow." Shouta took a sip from his coffee. "Hizashi, take a look at this. Dang, the kid's got moves. I mean, we all saw it during the entrance exam. But that was a primo takedown on Ida there. Right, Shouta took another sip of his coffee. But that's what troubles me. These are 15-year-old kids. They shouldn't have combat awareness like this already. That's what they're here to learn. Even self-defense courses don't explain stuff like this away. What are you thinking, Sho? Hizashi leaned in. I don't know, that's exactly what scares me. Izuku let out a low groan of frustration when he opened up the panel of the robot to find that it didn't have any of the parts he needed to fix the computer in the first room. This assessment had been interesting to engage in, but now that he was failing to finish his chosen solution, he was starting to lose his cool a bit. Aizawa had shown him into the gym and had told him that he needed to find a way out in the allotted time. He had heard of escape rooms before, but this was absolutely massive. He'd been told that there were multiple correct answers that would get him out, and he'd been given only one yes or no question that he could ask the proctors. They hadn't taken any of his equipment, so he was doing well on resources overall. The single question was an interesting dynamic. He'd been told that any question he asked would fall into one of three categories: accepted, denied, and new. Apparently, the proctors had lists of different questions. If he asked a question from the accepted list, they would answer. If the question was on the denied list, not only would they not answer, but he would also lose half of his remaining time. If he managed to ask a question that no one had asked before, he would get an answer in 5 additional minutes on the timer. The rules around his question created a fascinating dynamic. Asking the correct question early on would give a significant boost, but asking incorrectly would screw him overall. Waiting towards later reduced the time removed, but also did so at a time when time was more precious. So far, he had a few different questions percolating but was holding off to ask until absolutely necessary. Then there were the different possible solutions. The computer in the front room had missing parts that prevented it from starting up, but if he could get that up and running, he was confident he could hack his way out of the building. However, there were fascinating strategic consequences of locking in one possible solution right at the beginning. Yes, he knew what he needed to do so didn't have to spend any extra time trying to find alternative solutions. But he was also closing himself off to other solutions that were potentially faster. He'd been doing his best to keep his eyes peeled for other possible solutions while navigating the mess of rooms looking for missing parts. The robot's energy and weapon system could potentially generate enough heat to work as an improvised solder iron. He'd already found soldering wire so that part was handled. Now, how to get the robot back to the front room? He wasn't particularly anxious to drag it all the way there. Looking over its circuitry, he realized he could probably rewire the thing and command it to go to the front. The only thing he was missing was an imaging chip. He would love to be able to take apart one of the cameras for it, but he'd been instructed that the proctors needed to maintain visual sight of him at all times. Unless, Proctor, I am ready to use my question. Izuku looked up. The speaker system crackled to life. Go ahead, Aizawa's voice grumbled. Can I take apart a security camera if there is another one left intact in the room? That is a new question. One moment. Aizawa must have needed to reach out to Nezu for an answer. While waiting, Izuku noted that his timer had gone up by 5 minutes, rewarding him for his novel question. Izuku started to make his way back in the direction of the front room. He got there just after his reprogrammed bot. He also got back just as the speakers crackled back to life and Aizawa's voice said, "You may disassemble a camera but cannot create any blind spots. Doing so will cause a penalty in your evaluation." Ah, very clever Nezu. Very clever, giving Izuku permission but forcing him to consider all camera angles and feeds to slow him down. Fortunately, his life as a hacker and vigilante made considering camera angles second nature. As a vigilante, Izuku had always prioritized any hate crimes against quirkless individuals that the police might not be particularly motivated to solve. So, he had often functioned as something of an investigator. There was one time when he and his sensei had investigated a series of quirkless kidnappings that had turned out to be an underground ring providing unwilling participants to a corrupt doctor trying to experiment with quirks. They hadn't managed to take down the doctor, but they had taken down the ring. Needless to say, Izuku knew full well that there was a room 3 rooms over which was mostly barren but had 2 cameras in it. Izuku remembered it because he'd found it odd that a seemingly empty room had additional cameras in it. Then he realized that the new question rules specified a question no one had asked before, not a question that Nezu hadn't anticipated. Clever mouse, Izuku thought to himself. It was short work after that. He took apart the camera, salvaged the parts, used the weapons system from the robot as an improvised heat gun so he could solder the various parts he'd scavenged onto the motherboard of the computer. He'd need to send a thank you to his collective when all this was over. When he had first started hacking, he hadn't cared about mechanics. But they had insisted that the best hackers always knew everything in their computers and how it worked, both hardware and software. And it was just a matter of booting up the computer and hacking the door open. All in all, he managed to escape the building with 25 minutes still left on the clock. Well done, kid, Aizawa said as he approached. All right, I'll meet with Nezu and give my report. I imagine he'll probably want to meet with you after school tomorrow. Oh, could you ask if I could meet with him before school the day after instead? Izuku asked. I was planning on moving my stuff into the apartment that Nezu offered tomorrow. Sure, kid, Aizawa answered. With you taking that apartment, you'll be close enough that it should be no problem to make a morning meeting happen. Remarkable, Nezu said as he read through Cementos and Aizawa's reports. This kid is incredibly clever. Can you believe that of all the times we've administered this assessment, no one has ever thought to salvage a security camera to fix the computer? This kid has a knack for understanding just where the boundaries of the rules are. Aizawa sighed. Look, Nezu, I get that you're excited, but nothing in this test proves that he has a quirk. He's just an incredibly smart kid. Nezu swiveled in his chair and looked out his window. I know, there really is only one way we can know for sure. Oh no, Aizawa stood up suddenly. You are not bringing Recovery Girl into this. And why not? Because the kid will know something is up. A kid like that would never just blindly let a nurse draw blood without wondering what it is going to be used for. And if he asks, Recovery Girl will be legally required to answer. What would you have me do, Aizawa? Nezu turned back around. Nothing. Aizawa struggled to keep his cool. I get that you are excited about teaching someone with an intelligence to match your own, but has your intellect eradicated your empathy? Do you not realize how much harm we could do to this kid's psyche by telling him he has a quirk? Something, again, that we do not know definitively. We would be destroying this kid's reality on a hunch. All right, Aizawa, Nezu answered. We'll do it your way for now. Thank you. One day, Nezu managed to keep his damn mouth shut for one damn day. Aizawa looked at the barely contained rage on Midoriya's face as he called roll for class. It didn't take a genius to realize where that came from. Nezu had obviously had his morning appointment with Midoriya and hadn't been able to resist spilling the beans. Aizawa could already feel the headache beginning. It was only Thursday of the first week of classes, and he already felt like this one class had aged him by 10 years. That look on Midoriya's face was making him seriously reconsider his afternoon class idea. But maybe it'd also do the kid some good. Izuku decided that he was feeling too many emotions, so he would just let anger burn everything else away. How dare they? How dare they have the audacity to look at his life of pain and suffering and say, guess what? It was all pointless. If he had a quirk, then everything he went through was for nothing. His father tortured him for nothing. His mother abandoned him for nothing. Everything he had to get into UA and prove that quirkless people were no different didn't matter anymore. Not only that, but he had no true goal anymore. He couldn't be an advocate for the quirkless in their society if he had a quirk. No, he didn't accept their interpretation. Nezu didn't have any proof. He just had theories, and they were entirely based on those same low expectations that Izuku was here to overturn. Nezu was just another quirk supremacist. He couldn't accept that Izuku was smart and skilled by his own merits, couldn't accept the hard work that Izuku had done to get here, so he tried to slap Izuku with a mental enhancement quirk to reinforce his opinion of the quirkless. But Izuku would prove them all wrong. And as if fate itself had decided to help him on his crusade, today's hero training was in quirkless combat. Lots of people in the class had grumbled when the announcement had been made, but Aizawa had told them that there were certain universals about combat that everyone needed to learn, and that understanding basic quirkless combat would actually provide an important foundation that would make them better at quirk combat too. Izuku's anger spiked somewhat as they approached Gym Gamma, being reminded of the stupid assessment he'd done there 2 days prior. He took a deep breath and focused his mind on the upcoming training. The inside of the gym had lost its fancy labyrinth from earlier and instead was an open space lined with a bunch of mats. The instructions were fairly simple. Fights would go until either one person tapped out or was knocked out of the arena. Since they had an odd number, Aizawa would also be participating in the training. With a sweep of the leg and a solid over-the-shoulder throw, Izuku threw Ada out of bounds once again. Dang it, Ada exclaimed. I haven't managed to notch a single win against you. How do you keep getting me so consistently? Experience, Izuku replied, not even winded. And battlefield awareness. I read the moves you're going to throw out and plan my moves in response. It's also very important that you are constantly be aware of everything around you and not just what you can see. Use all of your senses, especially hearing. Izuku helped Ada back onto his feet. Ada seemed nice enough, so Izuku figured it wouldn't hurt to give him a few pointers. For example, you will never see me looking around the arena, but don't think for a second that I don't know where I am in relation to the boundary. That sounds impossible, Ada said as he got back into position. It only is at first. It's just another skill to learn. You learn a little and then once it becomes easy, you add another aspect. Izuku moved to position. I think that's why Aizawa decided to teach this. Things like battlefield awareness or reading your opponent are not specific to quirk combat. By doing quirkless combat training, he's stripping away other layers and focusing on the fundamentals. Now, again, Ada did a bit better that round, but he was clearly paying too much attention to his place within the arena that he stopped looking at Izuku for a split second, found himself pinned. Ada-kun, Nakamura-kun, Uraraka said as she approached. Aizawa-sensei said that we were doing a rotation of partners. Ida, I'm supposed to be with you now. Nakamura, you're up against Todoroki. This should be a much more satisfying challenge, Izuku thought as he moved to partner up with Todoroki. In the moments between bouts, Izuku had watched other fights. He saw some good contenders, but Todoroki surprised him as someone very talented with hand-to-hand combat yet not having a close-quarters quirk. By the end of their second round, Izuku realized that talented wasn't the right word. Experienced was. This wasn't raw skill. This was something akin to Izuku, someone who had put in the time to develop hardened battle skills. Todoroki and Izuku fought with the same awareness and patience, and Todoroki understood the truth of combat just as Izuku did. The second round had gone very long because neither Todoroki nor Izuku tapped out when pinned. There was no tapping out from a real fight. They were now on round 5, each having taken 2 rounds. After that second round, they had given up on trying to pin each other and were instead going for forcing each other out of bounds. It was close, but Izuku had eventually managed to trip Todoroki and push him while he was off balance. Helping Todoroki up, Izuku realized that the room was quiet. He looked around to see that most of the pairs nearby had stopped fighting to watch the two of them. The fact that Izuku hadn't noticed until now spoke to how hard Todoroki had pushed him. Well, Aizawa's voice rung out. If you're all going to stand around and watch a fight, maybe we should have an exemplar for the class so you can learn by watching. I need a volunteer. Nobody spoke up. Izuku understood why. They didn't want to bruise their precious pride by getting the floor wiped by their teacher. No one. Aizawa waited. All right, Nakamura, get up here. Well, Izuku wasn't going to say no to practicing his style against Eraserhead of all people. Videos only did so much for learning purposes, and Izuku had to do a lot of scouring to find those limited videos he could. The two readied themselves. Aren't you going to drop the capture weapon? Hardly fair for you to have your support equipment and not us. Villains won't fight fair, Aizawa replied neutrally. That's just a harsh truth. It's your job as heroes to overcome them anyway. Izuku's anger flared. Really, life isn't fair was his big pitch. Izuku knew that better than anyone, the truth of that. Oh well, if that was how he was going to play it, Izuku would make him regret it. Maybe it was time Izuku showed Aizawa why he chose to use his capture weapon around his arms instead of his neck. Aizawa's capture weapon flew right at him, so Izuku flipped over it and caught the end of it with his left hand. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he started wrapping the weapon around his left hand and elbow. When Aizawa stepped forward to throw a punch, Izuku tugged on the bit of the capture weapon he had in his hand and forced Aizawa off balance and punched him straight in the face. After the day he'd had, getting an excuse to punch a teacher in the face was almost a dream come true for him. Aizawa had proctored the stupid assessment that got Nezu on his whole mental quirk bullshit. Maybe a beatdown would teach Aizawa to stop underestimating quirkless kids. The other end of Aizawa's capture weapon came at him, and Izuku caught it in his other hand. Now that he had both ends, Aizawa had nothing left to keep throwing at him, and Izuku could lead Aizawa around the arena like a dog on a leash. It would have been easier if he weighed a similar amount to Aizawa. This was something he and his sensei had worked out when Izuku had started trying to use a capture weapon. By having it around his neck, Aizawa made it much too easy to grab and manipulate. Rather than being a tool, Aizawa's capture weapon was now a hindrance that gave Izuku an advantage. In the end, Izuku's smaller stature and exhaustion outweighed his advantage. Aizawa was able to throw him out of bounds regardless. But Izuku hadn't made it easy for him, so he could feel good about that. All right, Aizawa said as Izuku sat back down. I hope that served as a good lesson for everyone. This is why we do this training. I've been watching this afternoon, and we're definitely going to be doing this more often. But why? Bakugo answered. This isn't how we're going to fight as heroes. Not all of us are as useless as Deku there. Some of us have powerful quirks that we can blow people away with. And what about people like me? Aizawa answered. My quirk forces me and my opponent to fight quirkless. Would you like to step into the ring so that I can show you how much you're relying on your quirk as a crutch? I don't need a quirk to win, Bakugo angrily stood up. I can do anything shitty Deku can. He couldn't. Whereas Izuku lost primarily because of a power and physique issue. Bakugo got tossed out of the ring in under 30 seconds. All right, Nezu announced. I know it's been a long first week and you're all ready to go home, so let's get this meeting underway. All right, Higari, do you want to kick us off? Not much to write home about, Power Loader answered. Just a reminder to all the hero departments that we do require paperwork to be submitted at least 1 week in advance for any specific changes. And do tell your students that they are more than welcome to come meet with me if they need to brainstorm specific changes to their costumes or support gear. Wonderful, Nezu said. Any students you want us to keep an eye on? Yes, Hatsume is my newest eccentric. Completely brilliant, but I worry about potential insomnia and obsessive tendencies. I'll keep an eye on her, Hound Dog replied. Good, Nezu replied. Now moving on to the hero department. Vlad, you got any potential students you want Hound Dog to check in with? Yes, Vlad answered. Monoma. He's got a proud streak to him. He mocks his fellow classmates and operates under the impression that he is better than those around him. Things being calm now, it's not a big deal, but I worry about him as we are approaching the festival. All right, Nezu answered. Well, Hound Dog, keep an eye on that one. Moving on to 1A, Aizawa, you got anyone? Yes, Aizawa said with a bit of bite. He appreciated the fact that staff had weekly meetings to discuss potential problem students, but having Nezu ask him that after the week they'd had stung a bit. Quite a few actually. Bakugo is very similar to Vlad's description of Monoma, except he's also got some serious anger issues. Then we've got Todoroki, Endeavor's son. All Might asked. That's the one, Aizawa replied. We all read Daylight's expose on the Endeavor agency 18 months ago. And we've also heard the rumors about his Quirk marriage. Based on Todoroki's attitude and behavior in class, I'd say that saying Endeavor is a strict instructor is a bit of an understatement. Trauma, Hound Dog asked. I'm not an expert, but it seems so. He doesn't talk to anyone, is incredibly closed off, but he drives himself to the breaking point in every training. I'll try and find a way to check in with him that feels natural. Don't want to spook the poor kid. Thanks, Hound Dog. And then we've got the biggest one of all, Midoriya. That quirkless kid, Nimori asked. I like him. He's got a brilliant mind. His comments are always so insightful, though I did notice he was a bit quieter today. That's because of our dear principal's genius decision to tell the kid that he might not be quirkless without any actual evidence. What? Huh? Excuse me. Reactions rippled through the room at that. Yes, Nezu answered. I admit my excitement may have gotten the better of me and I may have failed to break the news to him the right way. Understatement of the century, Aizawa grumbled. You've all read the kid's file. Or at least the file that we've been able to scavenge. Midoriya grew up with a villain for a father, was abandoned by his mother, and then dropped off the grid at the age of 13. He was already going to be a problem. But Nezu's stunt this week completely destroyed any of the kid's faith in UA being different from other institutions. He doesn't trust authority figures and is completely independent and isolated. Hound Dog, I'd say he would be someone to check in with, but he'll see through any attempted treatment. For now, this kid is going to have to be a slow roll. As his homeroom teacher, I think I might have the best shot, but we need to win that kid's trust back. You're such a dad, Nimori whispered. Anyone else? Nezu asked. All right, dismissed. Shouta was definitely going to have gray hair by the end of the school year. After the staff meeting the week prior, he had been doing his best to try to re-establish trust with Midoriya, but the kid seemed determined to isolate himself from any potential support systems. Shouta had started keeping a closer eye on the kid and noticed that while he engaged with his classmates and potentially friends, he never shared anything of himself. He was an expert at deflection and would easily change conversation topics to avoid having to share personal details. The kid might be surrounded by people now, but he was definitely still alone. And then there was Midoriya's new attitude. His anger at Shouta and Nezu had definitely cooled somewhat. But the kid made it his mission to always find a way to not have to listen to instructions. He would always look for potential loopholes so that he could do what he wanted while skirting the line to avoid getting in trouble. And so it was on Friday of the second week of school that Shouta was taking his class to USJ to do rescue training. And he was determined to keep a close eye on his problem child. Izuku had been having a pretty normal week, all things considered. Classes were going well. He was doing well in hero training. He was even getting to know his classmates. But everything changed on the bus to whatever training they were going to do. Asui definitely didn't mean any harm. She was just blunt. Nakamura-kun, Asui said. Yes, I tend to say whatever is on my mind. Yes, I've noticed. Where was she going with this? We've been classmates for 2 weeks now. We've been doing hero training together, and you've never shown your quirk. What is it? Oh shit. Yeah, Kirishima said from across the bus. I noticed that too. You're a badass in a fight without it, but it's a little weird that you haven't used it in class. Is it super deadly? Is that why you haven't used it yet? Oh, no. Nothing for it now. It was going to get out eventually anyway. I don't have one. Silence. You don't have one? Kirishima asked. Everyone else that was sitting nearby perked up and were slowly starting to join the conversation. That's correct. Izuku was waiting for the backlash. I'm quirkless. Wait, but I mean how? Kirishima was apparently so shocked that he was unable to speak in complete sentences. There was a semi-recent law passed that required all hero schools to accept quirkless students. Izuku paid a lot of attention to laws around quirkless people. Actual changes in school policies weren't widely publicized, but UA was actually one of the first schools to change their admittance policy. Now, I think most people were assuming it would just apply to support and general education. But nothing prohibits students from applying to the hero program under the new guidelines. So, wait, you got the top score in the entrance exam without using a quirk. Kirishima's brain was apparently still struggling to catch up. I mean, the robots. How? By using my brain. Izuku's patience was starting to wear a little thin the longer this conversation went on. I used scrap metal as weapons to take some of them down. And then I opened up the broken robots and used their parts to build an EMP. What's an EMP? Kaminari pitched into the conversation. Electromagnetic pulse. Izuku was really hoping this conversation would end soon. It's a piece of technology that sends out a wave of electromagnetic energy that shuts down all electronics within its radius. Most EMPs are pretty localized, but fortunately the parts I salvaged from the robots let me build an EMP strong enough to disable all the robots in my arena. Oh, so that's why the robots I was fighting suddenly shut down. Ida chimed in. That's ingenious, Nakamura-kun. But wait, Uraraka said. How come it didn't take out the zero-pointer? And how did you take down the zero-pointer? It didn't look like you used a device. Simple, Izuku answered. EMPs only take down electronics that are active. If something is shut down, an EMP can't shut it down. The teachers only activated the zero-pointer at the end. As to how I took it down, I climbed up it, pulled open the panel, and ripped out all the wires. I knew you only got in by fucking cheating. Bakugo had apparently been listening in this whole time. Bakugo-kun, Ida admonished. Do not accuse one of our classmates of cheating. Nakamura just used a different means to achieve the same goals. The teachers would not have admitted him if they considered it to be cheating. Shut it, glasses, Bakugo sneered. The point of the entrance exam is to assess our quirks and our combat ability. In real combat, Deku doesn't fucking stand a chance. Izuku sighed. Bakugo hadn't changed. Bakugo was honestly the perfect example of the attitude Izuku was here to change. The conversation kept going around him, but he just tuned it out. And then eventually they arrived at their destination, a massive building called the Unforeseen Simulation Joint. As they got off the bus, Aizawa approached him. Listen, problem child, I know you're angry right now, but you need to get a grip on that anger, especially today and in a place like this. So, stick close, I don't want you running off today. Fine, Izuku grumbled. At least by being near Aizawa, it would forestall any more conversations about his quirklessness. His classmates had continued having a debate about what it meant for a quirkless person to become a pro-hero for the rest of the bus ride. But he'd mostly tuned them out. As they entered the USJ, they were greeted by a teacher he hadn't met but easily recognized. This was the Pro Hero 13. That could only mean that today's lesson was going to be focused on rescue training. Izuku was both excited and nervous at the prospect. Nervous because this was one area where he was just as much of an amateur as the rest of the class, but also excited because he enjoyed learning new things and pushing himself. 13 was in the middle of explaining how the USJ worked and what the lesson would entail when the power in the building flickered and a wormhole opened up below. Through the massive wormhole, a group of people began to emerge, led by a creepy-looking guy covered in hands. Some of his classmates were still looking around in confusion and hadn't caught up yet. But Izuku saw Aizawa put on his goggles and prepare for a fight. Izuku was only partially listening to the guy with the hands start talking about his disappointment that All Might wasn't there. Izuku had already suspected that the break-in earlier in the week had been something larger than just the media. While he was only half listening, Izuku began to scan the group of villains and get a sense for their quirks and combat abilities. 13 and the rest of the class were talking about how to contact the rest of the school as well as evacuate, but Izuku wasn't paying them any mind. He knew what was about to happen. He knew 13 would try to stop him, but he also knew what he had to do. As Eraserhead rushed down the stairs to meet the villains, Izuku followed immediately behind. Shouta managed to take out a lot of the long-ranged fighters when suddenly one of the villains with a heteromorphic quirk rushed at him. As he was preparing to strike, the villain was suddenly wrapped up in a capture weapon and slammed into the ground. But it wasn't his capture weapon. Shouta turned around immediately to see his problem child watching his back and fighting villains. Kid, what the hell are you doing here? Shouta ducked under a swing and knocked the offender out. I told everyone to stay put. And in a shocking turn of events, I ignored you. Izuku took down another villain. Look, you can yell at me later. I know your fighting style, and I know combat. You can't take on a group this size without backup. Shouta dodged another attack and kicked the guy back. You're going to have detention for a month if we get out of this. Whatever, Izuku grunted as one of the villains managed to get a hit in. And so, they fought, back to back, covering each other's blind spots. As angry as Shouta was at his problem child disobeying his orders, and as worried as he was for his safety, another part of him was grateful that he had someone watching his back. And then shit hit the fan when the leader rushed at him. Prolonged fighting was doing a number on his eyes. And this guy was clearly dangerous. He was forced to blink right as the leader put his hands on him. Or would have, rather, if one reckless, impulsive little problem child hadn't decided that he needed to get involved. Midoriya tripped Shouta so that he fell out of the guy's reach, and then pulled out one of his batons and batted him across the face, knocking the hand sticking to his face away. Needing a kid to save your ass, Eraser. The hand guy chuckled. You've really lost your touch, haven't you? Kid, why'd you do that? Shouta didn't understand. That's Shigaraki Tamura. Izuku was a bit out of breath from that stunt. leader of the League of Villains. He's got a decay quirk that starts to destroy anything he gets his entire hand around. How? I see my reputation precedes me, Shigaraki bowed condescendingly. But I have to wonder just how you've heard of it. The League has been popping up here and there on the dark web over the last year, Izuku replied. This is a bit bigger than your usual mo though. Killing All Might. Just how do you plan to do that? We leveled up, little man. Why was this dude using gamer lingo? As to how we're gonna kill All Might, it's probably worth mentioning that I'm not the final boss. Shigaraki pointed behind them. That is. And suddenly a massive hand grabbed Izuku around his torso and slammed him bodily into the ground, knocking the wind out of him. Then the hand started to squeeze and Izuku realized he wasn't getting his breath back. Kid, Aizawa shouted. He tried to rush at the monster, but a wormhole opened up and he popped up in the middle of the remaining grunts. Now, Eraser, Shigaraki tisked. I think this is more of a private conversation. I'll deal with you later. Aizawa tried to get back to Izuku, but he was surrounded by the remaining villains, who now seemed more intent on stalling him than beating him. Shigaraki knelt down in front of Izuku. So, what makes you so special, I wonder? Shigaraki tilted his head to the side like a confused puppy. You don't fight like a student. You fight like someone who has seen the truth of this world. But you clearly have an unhealthy belief in hero society. Otherwise you wouldn't be here. Izuku tried to retort, but he just gasped out. Nomu, let up. I need the kid to talk. The hand that was crushing him loosened. Not enough for him to be able to slip out, but enough that he could breathe. His left arm was still pinned to his side. But now that he had a bit of wiggle room, he might be able to reach his belt. This was a stupid plan. Would definitely severely injure him, and almost certainly wouldn't work, but any other alternative he saw was just going to get him killed. He just needed to buy a bit of time. So, little troublemaker, Shigaraki continued. What's your story then? Why are you here? To change things, Izuku grunted through clenched teeth. Violence won't solve anything. The only way to create lasting change is from within, not by killing the symbol of peace. But that's where you are wrong, Shigaraki chuckled. As long as the symbol of peace persists, nothing will change. He is the pillar of our broken system. But you, with your conviction, you might just be the perfect bait. We hoped All Might would be here, but I think if we keep you, we might be able to drag him out from wherever he's hiding. Good luck with that, Izuku breathed out. He squeezed his eyes shut and braced himself for what came next. And with that he pulled the pin. Normally one would throw a flashbang, but Izuku was pinned down. So instead the grenade exploded from his belt, blinding and stunning Shigaraki and the Nomu, but also severely burning his arm and thigh. But the hand loosened, and Izuku was able to tuck and roll out from under the Nomu. He stood up slowly, shaky on his feet, but not going to go down without a fight. Izuku's brain was going a mile a minute. He looked at the Nomu and saw that clearly it was an experiment of some kind. He'd taken down a doctor that was experimenting with quirks, so he knew it was something that happened, based on the newly grown skin on its left side. It had gotten burned by the flashbang too, but had some kind of regeneration quirk. It had also only reacted to the light and sound of the flashbang, so it clearly had a shock absorption quirk too. As to its strength, looking at it, Izuku didn't think it was quirk enhanced. That strength looked to just be raw power. Long story short, Izuku was fucked. He only had one good leg and arm, he had no quirk, and he was hopelessly outmatched. Even if Aizawa managed to take down the remaining grunts and get to him, he couldn't erase the creature's brute strength. Before he could fall into a panic, the door to the USJ was suddenly blown open. Standing in the dust left behind was a scowling All Might. The angry expression on the usually smiling hero was a striking look. If Izuku had been a villain, he would be running right now. But Shigaraki had planned on All Might being here. He was the target. Izuku looked at the Nomu again. This thing was their weapon. It wasn't just engineered to be strong. It was designed to kill All Might specifically. Izuku was almost blown off his feet when All Might and the Nomu started fighting. All the critics who called All Might a muscly idiot were clearly wrong. He very obviously figured out that the Nomu was absorbing the force, not nullifying it. He pushed himself and was able to overpower it in the end. It wouldn't be until after the fighting was over and reinforcements arrived that Izuku would actually be blown away. All Might started letting off steam, and all of a sudden he shrunk into a scarily thin, gaunt man. This was what Shigaraki had somehow figured out. They knew that All Might wasn't at his peak strength. But how? This was clearly a well-kept secret judging by the massive wall Cementos threw up to cover All Might's transformation. The only reason Izuku saw it was because he was on the opposite side of All Might from the rest of his classmates, and Cementos could only throw one wall up in time before he could process the ramifications of what he had just witnessed. The pain in his leg flared and he promptly passed out. Izuku woke up to the sounds of Recovery Girl and All Might speaking in hushed tones. Izuku feigned sleep a bit longer to listen in and get his bearings. Apparently by pushing himself, All Might had shortened his time or whatever that meant, making some noise to let them know that he was awake. Izuku slowly opened his eyes and sat up. All Might was in his gaunt form, not bothering to maintain appearances. "Young Midoriya, how are you doing?" Izuku groaned as he propped himself up. "A bit tired, but it's nothing I haven't dealt with before." "That's right," Recovery Girl said. "You've never needed to be healed by me before. I should explain, I can stimulate a person's natural healing capabilities, but it comes at the cost of their stamina. That's why your leg is still tender. I prioritized healing your bruised ribs and your arm. You'll feel tired for a few days, but I should be able to heal you the rest of the way once your energy gets back up." Izuku looked out the window. The sun was starting to set. "How long was I out?" "A couple of hours." Izuku turned towards the voice and saw Aizawa standing in the doorway. He had his arm in a sling but otherwise seemed fine. "Glad to see you up, kid. Now, we need to talk about the stunt you pulled." "Before you start yelling," Izuku quickly said, "you should keep in mind that my stunt, as you call it, probably saved your life." "Which is appreciated." However, Aizawa sat down in the chair by his bed and looked him in the eye. "You are a student. As a teacher, it is my responsibility to keep you all safe, not the other way around. What you did was impulsive and reckless and went directly against my orders." "Well, you did say that you wanted me to stay close, so which orders was I supposed to follow?" Aizawa sighed. "You knew exactly what you were doing. Don't make this conversation harder than it needs to be." "And what exactly was I supposed to do?" Izuku's temper began to flare. "Think about this logically here. At the time, there was no hope for reinforcements, and you were not going to be able to beat all of those villains on your own. And if you had died or been incapacitated, they would have moved on to the rest of the class. By jumping into the fray, not only did I save your ass, but I also protected the other students who were not ready for that level of combat." "You're not ready for that level of combat either, kid," Aizawa snapped. "I get that you're skilled at fighting, but taking on villains is something you are here to learn. You're not there yet. Not to mention that what you did was illegal. Students need permission from staff or other pro heroes to engage in combat." "No, we don't," Izuku shot back. "We need permission from a pro hero to use quirks offensively. There are no laws against quirkless combat." "That's a technicality," Aizawa answered. "You're playing with fire, and you know it." "Whatever, punish me for saving your life. Wouldn't be the first time I got screwed over by a teacher." Aizawa let out a long sigh. "Midoriya, I don't want to punish you. I just need you to understand where the line is. You can't keep toying with technicalities like this. Sooner or later, you're going to run into a rule that isn't as flexible as you think, and you're going to be in serious trouble." Izuku looked at him critically. He seemed sincere. He really wasn't trying to punish him. He was genuinely worried about his safety. No, that didn't make sense. He was just trying to control him like every other teacher and administrator. Aizawa took a long breath. He winced a little bit as his arm twinged. "Now, there's more we need to talk about. All Might, you want to take it from here?" All Might stood up and walked closer to the bed. As he stood in front of Izuku, he lifted up his shirt to reveal a nasty scar. 6 years ago, I was seriously injured in a fight against a villain. Ever since then, I have been limited in what I can do. I can only operate at my usual power for about 3 hours per day. After pushing myself today, that will probably go down." Izuku nodded mutely. "Now, as you probably guessed, this is not widespread news. All the staff here know, as do a few trusted confidants. However, you are the only student to know this secret. I hope you understand the importance of keeping this secret, and I hope I can trust you to do so." "I understand." Izuku's voice was small. This was the #1 hero showing real vulnerability and honesty. Especially after a day like today, people need to have faith in their symbol of peace. Knowing that you are limited and injured would destroy that faith. However, I feel the need to mention that the information has already left your circle of trust. Shigaraki knew you were limited. He knew you weren't at full strength. And whoever he is working with bioengineered a weapon specifically to kill you. That's the last part we need to talk about. Aizawa spoke up. "You knew that villain. We need to know what you know and how you know it." Izuku clamped his mouth shut and looked away. This was dangerous territory. Nezu had forgiven his hack on the first day of classes, but divulging his information would probably reveal his identity as Daylight. Nezu had promised not to reveal his real identity as Midoriya Izuku, but somehow Izuku doubted he would keep Izuku's hacktivism to himself. A voice interrupted his musings. "Kid, we know you're Daylight." "Impossible. He was just guessing. There's no way he had proof of that." "Kid, look at me." He met Aizawa's eyes, whose expression softened slightly. "We're not going to get you arrested. We're not going to report your actions prior to coming here. And since you've been here, you have broken no laws. You and I are going to need to have a conversation with Nezu if Daylight starts acting up again. But for now, you're safe." Izuku let out a breath he didn't even realize he had been holding. However, Izuku tensed up again. "We need to know what you know about this so-called League of Villains. That part is non-negotiable, is it?" Izuku tried to claw back some semblance of control over this crazy situation. "What exactly are you going to do to me if I don't tell you?" Kid, do not make this worse. You are already in a lot of trouble for your stunt today. Don't dig yourself in deeper. Counteroffer, Izuku shot back. Punishing me more won't make me reveal what I know. If this is a battle of wills, rest assured that I will win. However, strike whatever detention you were going to throw at me, and I'll tell you what you want to know. The grin that grew on Aizawa's face told Izuku that he had been anticipating Izuku to counter with that. Damn it, he'd been outplayed. You've got a deal, kid. What do you have? Izuku sighed. Nothing for it now. Okay, so about a year ago, there was some coordination between the hacking collective that Daylight was a part of, which I am not confirming to be me or not. The collective was working with some street-level vigilantes in Tokyo looking into a number of quirkless disappearances. It turned out that there was a doctor named Yujiko Daruma that was experimenting with trying to give people quirks that were not native to their own bodies. All Might tensed slightly when he said that. Odd. Anyway, the doctor was exposed but managed to slip away before the authorities could arrest him. Okay, so what does that have to do with the League? Aizawa asked. There was some chatter on the dark web after the expose that the conspirators that actually did the kidnappings for him called themselves the League of Villains. It was mostly dismissed by people as a group of low-level criminals trying to make themselves seem important by giving themselves a big name. But Daylight decided to look into it anyway. They found that while they were low-level, they had some serious power behind them. Chatter said that Shigaraki Tamura was their leader, and Daylight managed to track down some security camera footage of him that showed what his quirk was. Makes sense, I suppose. Aizawa seemed deep in thought. It explains the Nomu that was there today. Izuku continued. The doctor went underground after the expose, but clearly he kept working on his project. That creature had multiple quirks. It seemed pretty brain dead though. Not sure if that was an intentional part of the bioengineering to create a living weapon or if it was a side effect of cramming multiple quirks into a body that wasn't equipped to handle them. Izuku hadn't spent much time with All Might, but his instincts tended to be pretty spot on when reading people. All Might seemed more shaken than Aizawa at the news. Wait, all heads turned to him. 6 years ago was when you were injured, in a fight that wasn't made known to the public. Holy shit, you fought against All for One, didn't you? All Might's facade crumbled. The mask dropped and his shock was evident. How? I always suspected he was real. Izuku continued rambling. Most people think of him as a myth or a legend, the so-called demon lord who tried to conquer the world when quirks became prominent. He could give and take quirks. You think he's still alive, don't you? You think he's backing the League and working with the doctor. He would know about your injury, and he would understand how to design a weapon to beat you. Shigaraki doesn't have the maturity or intellect to run a group the size that he brought today, and he didn't seem like a man in charge. That means that, Midoriya, All Might interrupted him. I understand your desire to know as much as possible, but you need to stop. You are a student. It is not your responsibility to deal with the League of Villains. That is for your teachers and other pro-heroes to deal with. Your responsibility is to learn and grow so that you can be a great hero in the future. You already learned one massive secret today, which I am trusting you to keep. Stop digging for more. He's right, Aizawa chimed in. As promised, I'm going to forego detention because you provided valuable intel, but let me reiterate what I said at the beginning. You are a student. As your teacher, it is my responsibility to teach you and keep you out of harm's way. I appreciate your actions to save me and your fellow classmates today. But digging into the League of Villains is far on the other side of those lines we talked about. That's not reacting to a situation. That's actively seeking out trouble. You are going to leave the League to the professionals, got it? Izuku was about to retort when he saw the deadly serious looks on Aizawa and All Might's faces. Suddenly the fire in his belly gave out and he laid back down in the bed. Fine, great, Recovery Girl piped up. Izuku had almost forgotten she was there. Now that we've sorted that out, Aizawa, All Might, get out. This boy needs to rest to regain his strength. He still has some serious injuries that need addressing. As for you, young man, I know where your bruised ribs came from based on Aizawa and All Might's recounting of events. But I need to know all that I'm dealing with. How did you get those burns on your leg and arm? Oh, I set off a flashbang that was on my belt. My arm was pinned so I couldn't throw it, so it ended up burning me. You did what? Aizawa suddenly stood up. This is what I'm talking about, kid. That was incredibly reckless. If All Might hadn't shown up when he did, you would have died. You were in no shape to fight. And if I had done nothing, I would have been kidnapped by Shigaraki to use as bait for All Might. Izuku snapped back. I did what I needed to do. But that's you. Enough. Recovery Girl's voice was stern and shut them both up. Point made, both of you. Now, I meant what I said. Teachers, out, you, rest up. End of discussion. But, end of discussion. Understand. Izuku nodded and lay back down. He ended up staying until late evening before he got discharged. Recovery Girl was able to heal him one more time so that he wasn't limping out of there. But she did tell him to take it easy over the weekend so as to not aggravate any lasting injuries. She said to report back Monday morning for any final healing. which is how Izuku found himself on Saturday evening in his home gym hitting his punching bag. With the restrictions on his leg, he wasn't able to do his usual set run and parkour exercises. Not wanting to miss out on his workout, he added some extra weight training and was not getting his reps in on the punching bag. He also needed to hit something after the day he'd had yesterday. He wasn't sure what to make of Aizawa after their conversation yesterday. He seemed to genuinely care about Izuku's safety, a noticeable change from previous teachers, but he also clearly didn't trust Izuku to handle himself. He hated it. His whole life he had been treated with indifference and contempt, and he had gotten used to it. But this overprotectiveness, treating him like some weak, helpless child, this just showed that Aizawa also held the same low opinion of quirkless people that he had always dealt with. Only his sensei had actually accepted what he was capable of without a quirk and helped him develop his skills without babying him. Izuku was jolted out of his musings by an unexpected knock on the door. Odd. He wasn't expecting anyone, and he hadn't told any of his classmates where he lived. He opened the door to see the gaunt form of All Might Small Might, standing in the hallway. "Ah, young Midoriya, may I come in?" Izuku shook his head. "No, but we can go up to the roof if you wanted to speak with me." All Might shrugged. "That works for me." Izuku led him down the hallway to the stairwell. All Might quirked an eyebrow when Izuku picked the lock on the door to the roof, but otherwise said nothing. Izuku went to sit on the edge of the flat roof. All Might hesitated slightly before sighing and joining him. They sat there in silence for a bit, Izuku not knowing the purpose of this conversation, so he was content to sit in silence. Eventually All Might broke the silence. "I wanted to apologize for my harsh words yesterday. I've had some time to think about what was said during our conversation, and I realized that it wasn't fair of me to ask you to keep my secret and then not trust you enough to answer your questions." Izuku held back his excitement at the prospect of finally getting the answers he desperately wanted. He had been tempted to hack into Nezu's computer to access the reports All Might and Aizawa had definitely filed after the incident. "You were spot on in your estimation," All Might continued. "My injury was a result of my fight with All for One. He is real, not a myth. And yes, he does have the ability to give and take quirks at will. I thought I had managed to kill him in that fight, but evidently I failed. This brings me to the other reason why I chose to come here today. I have something I want to entrust to you." "What's that?" Izuku said. "My quirk." "I'm sorry, what?" Izuku was stunned. "My quirk. Like you, I was born quirkless. Quirkless people were more common when I was your age, so I didn't have to deal with the same prejudice and mistreatment that I'm sure you've dealt with, but I understand the struggle you have gone through." All Might sighed. "But on to the subject of my quirk. It is called One for All. As you can tell by the name, it is the opposite of All for One's power. Long ago, when All for One began his reign of terror, his younger brother rose up to stand against him. He developed a quirk that allowed him to consolidate power and pass it on. This power has been passed on and cultivated for generations, until my master passed it on to me." Izuku took all of this in. The implications of a quirk like that were massive. A generational power that resulted in the stockpiling of each wielder's power explained why All Might was as strong as he was. "And what does this have to do with me? As you know, I am seriously injured. I can no longer fight the way that I used to. As such, I believe that the time has come for me to pass on One for All." All Might looked down at him. "I originally came to UA to look for my successor. And after hearing about how you leapt into action to save your classmates and teacher, I began to think that you might be the one. Seeing your determination in the infirmary yesterday, along with the unparalleled intellect you possess to be able to figure out my secret, I am surer than ever, you are the one to succeed me. My power combined with your mind and heart, you will be a greater hero than I ever was." Izuku looked up at him incredulously. A quirk. After 11 years of discrimination and hatred, he could have a quirk. But how? How could he possibly explain that to people? No one would believe he was just a late bloomer. Everyone would assume that he had been lying his whole life. He wouldn't be able to represent the capacity of quirkless people and overturn society's perception of them. But then it clicked. Just because he would have this quirk didn't mean he would have to use it. He could develop the power in secret. To the outside world, Nakamura Izuku would remain quirkless. But in the shadows, he would rise to be a true hero. Izuku had spent years operating in the shadows. What was one more secret for him to keep? "I accept," he answered with finality. Izuku walked into class on Monday feeling different, more solid somehow. He wasn't sure if he was physically different or if there was some kind of placebo effect happening now that he knew he had a quirk. All Might had told him that due to his prior training, his body was already ready to receive the power. He did advise that Izuku did some more strength training so that he could access its full power. But Izuku had his doubts about that. He hadn't been able to access the power, but he could feel it within him. He had spent most of the Sunday brainstorming what his training should look like and what he wanted to do with this new power. If he could figure out how to access only a small piece of it, he should be able to increase his power to a level slightly above what peak physicality would be, but not so high as to seem inhuman. It would be a lot of work, but Izuku had always prided himself on his self-control, so he was sure he could figure out how to control his new power. As he walked in, he suddenly found Kirishima and Kaminari standing right in front of him. "Dude, I'm so glad you're okay," Kaminari said rather loudly. "Yeah," Kirishima echoed. "That was so badass the way you jumped into the fight at USJ, but you also got clocked pretty hard. And then there was a massive explosion and they wheeled you out on a stretcher. But we're so glad to see that you are okay," Kaminari said. "Where did you learn to fight like that?" Kirishima was practically vibrating with energy. "You fought just like Aizawa-sensei. And more than that, how did you manage to find the courage to jump in like that? Everyone else was just frozen." Izuku shrugged. "It was what needed to happen. I didn't really think, I just did." "Damn dude," Kirishima replied. "That's so manly." "All right, settle down," Aizawa said as he walked into class. "I know you all had an eventful week last week, but unfortunately, we do not have time to unpack all of that. You still have a fight ahead of you. In 2 weeks, we will be holding our annual sports festival. This will be your opportunity to show off what you can do, which will in turn affect potential future internships and work-study programs. While the festival has no impact on your grades, it does impact your future as a hero. Any questions?" Izuku tuned out the questions that his classmates started asking. 2 weeks. That wasn't a ton of time for him to figure out how to use One for All. But he also needed to give himself the best chance at winning to do what he had come here to do. After the students were done asking their questions, Aizawa informed them about the class schedule for the next 2 weeks. Morning classes would remain unchanged, but hero training would be put on hold until after the festival. Instead, students were given a free block of time to train for the festival however they saw fit. Different heroes would be available for certain training and coaching sessions. But according to Aizawa, how a student chose to prepare for the festival was just as important as their performance itself. For Izuku, this meant that he had 2 free weeks to workshop how to use his power. He was confident in his combat abilities as well as his maneuverability from his Parker. He would maintain the same training schedule. Only now he would find a way to integrate One for All into his repertoire. He asked Cementos for a mock-up Parker course in Gym Gamma. Part of the area had to be reserved for people who wanted to practice sparring. But other than that, no one was using the gym, so Izuku ended up with half the gym between him and any other students. He didn't really need that much space for practice. He'd been managing pretty well on the roof and in the alleys around his apartment building, but they were required to do their training on campus since they were still in school hours. Though, the thing he really needed was isolation so that he could begin exploring how to use his power. Izuku closed his eyes and focused. There, he could feel a well of power within him. He knew it wasn't a physical thing, but he could have sworn he felt it right below his sternum. He visualized touching the well of power and his eyes flew open at the surge of power that he felt flying through his body. He looked down and could have sworn that his skin was glowing slightly. Good thing he had elected to do his training away from other people. Too many questions he would need to answer. Knowing now what to expect, he more gently reached out towards the power. This time, he could feel it, but he didn't jerk back at the contact. He pictured the power as a big pool of water and visualized a small canal leading from it. He opened the mental sluice gate and allowed the power to gently trickle out. He then let the power flow through his veins until it permeated his entire body. He looked at his hands and noticed that they weren't glowing this time. He maintained the power at its current level and ran through the Parker course again. The effect was profound. He felt lighter, faster, stronger. But it was not without its problems. His new speed and power caused him to miss certain targets because he jumped further than before. Instead of catching the lip of a wall, he slammed headfirst into it. Strangely enough, the impact didn't hurt as much as he would have expected. Shouta walked into Nezu's office with a surprisingly sheepish All Might in tow. "Ah, Aizawa," Nezu said cheerily. "I wasn't aware we had a meeting today. Is something wrong?" "You tell me," Shouta growled. "All Might and I were overseeing our students' individual training when I noticed the strangest thing. My quirkless student suddenly started glowing. And let's just say that All Might here needs to work on his poker face. So cut the crap. What the hell just happened?" The conversation that followed gave Shouta the biggest migraine he had ever had. The implications of a transferable quirk were one thing, but the fact that his student now had a truly godlike power at his fingertips. How had they not realized what this would do to the kid? "Are you sure you lost a lung in the fight against All for One and not part of your brain? In what world was this a good idea? You took a traumatized 15-year-old that is already struggling with his identity after Nezu's stunt in the first week and decided to burden him not just with unfathomable power, but also force him to keep possibly the biggest secret in existence." He was having a serious hard time keeping his anger in check, very glad that Nezu had soundproofed his office long ago. Meetings with Hizashi made that a necessity. "Now that's a bit harsh, Aizawa." Nezu sipped his tea. "All Might had good reason for doing what he did. The time is coming to place our trust in the next generation. Besides," All Might spoke up, "I didn't force anything on Midoriya. He chose to accept the power. Of course he chose to accept. Shouta stood up. He's a 15-year-old kid and you are the #1 hero. In no universe was he going to say no to you. Not only should you not have even brought it up with him, but even if that was inevitable, don't fucking let him give you an answer immediately without thinking about it. As brilliant as he is, he's still a goddamn child. You might be a good hero, but you are a shit teacher. That's uncalled for, Nezu refuted. All Might has Midoriya's best intentions at heart. He would never do anything to harm the boy. Correction. Shouta sat back down and looked Nezu straight in the eye. He would never do anything he thought would harm the boy. Just like you didn't think you were harming him when you decided to share your theory about his birth quirk. Clearly, neither of you understand child psychology, especially when it pertains to the kind of trauma that Midoriya has gone through. So here is what's going to happen. I am now responsible for that kid. Any of these types of decisions that you or any other staff want to make regarding his future need to run through me. Not negotiable. Someone has to protect him from your good intentions. With that, he stood up and walked out of the room, not giving either a chance to respond. He knew that Nezu would capitulate in the end. No matter how harsh Shouta might seem, the staff knew that he cared deeply about his students and did not compromise when it came to their safety and well-being. 1 week later, Izuku walked to the development studio to try and make some changes to his costume to accommodate his new ability. As he approached the door, he suddenly ducked to the side as a large explosion rocked the hallway and the door flew off of its hinges and a frazzled-looking girl with pink hair flew out into the hallway. He managed to catch her before she slammed into the wall opposite the door. Power Loader stood in the doorway, coughing from the smoke. You know, you don't have to try and make everything that your mind thinks up. At least draw up proper plans before you start a project. But that's so much innovation time lost doing meaningless paperwork, the girl replied. Besides, we learn the best through failure. Trial and error, remember. And that's fine as long as your errors don't blow up the stinking lab. Excuse me, Izuku said. Can I speak to someone about design changes? The two of them paused their conversation and looked at him, almost as if seeing him for the first time. Power Loader said. A hero student. It's surprisingly early in the year for one of you to stop by. What's your name, boy? Nakamura Izuku, sir. Oh, you're the quirkless kid that everyone's talking about. The pink-haired girl perked up. I'm the one that worked on your suit. You know, you gave the most amount of instruction and feedback of all the hero students. Most people just have general design drawings and leave the rest to us, but you had detailed drawings and specification. You ever thought about transferring to the design department? Hatsum, slow down. Power Loader answered. Why don't the two of you go inside and sit and talk about what Nakamura came here for? Maybe one of the stations that hasn't blown up recently. He gave the girl a look and walked away. The two of them went into the studio and sat at a semi-messy table with some draft paper in front of them. So, Hatsum said, what are you thinking about changing? Oh yes, I had this thought recently after seeing one of my classmates' powers. Izuku lied with a straight face. I would like to implement some kind of insulation to dampen electrical attacks, maybe include some rubberized polymer as a part of the Kevlar underweave. Clever. Hatsum started making some notes. The tricky thing will be needing to balance how effective it will be as an insulator versus how much it restricts your movement. She jotted down a few more notes. Oh, what if instead of just insulating you, we actually provided you with a means of grounding yourself to instead divert the energy? Oh, that might be much better. What are you thinking? She pulled out the schematics for his costume. Well, right now you have a Kevlar under armor that is acting as a last line of defense. How often has that been necessary? Izuku thought about it. He had initially gotten it when his sensei warned him about guns and knives. But in the last year he had run into relatively few people that actually used them. Not very, I suppose. I thought so, she continued. What I am proposing is that we replace the under armor with a rubberized polymer that has a copper mesh woven into it. It'll reduce any electricity that you get hit with and then the remaining electricity would be diverted into the ground. You have steel-toed boots, right? Yes, he really enjoyed talking to this woman. But that gives me a different idea. What if we had the wire mesh direct the excess not into the ground but into a battery on my person? That way the conversation went back and forth like that for quite some time, each of them finding comfort in sharing ideas with an intellectual equal. Izuku found himself back in Gym Gamma the next day. Hatsum wouldn't have his costume ready by the festival, nor would he be able to use it anyway, so he needed to find a different workaround. He had lied to her about why he wanted to modify his costume. He was worried about dampening electricity, but it wasn't from an outside source. He found that if he let out too much power, electric sparks began to appear across his body. Hopefully, if he used an insulated outfit, he would be able to use his power at that level without any visual indicators. In lieu of that workaround, Izuku would need to focus on using his power at an even lower level. Speed Stage 1, Izuku thought to himself. He began to feel the power disperse through his body, but when he looked at the mirror he brought with him, he didn't look any different. Power Stage 1, he added. His hair started to move around a bit like Aizawa's, but his hair was so unruly that he doubted it would be noticeable, especially when he was moving around. Durability Stage 1 was the third edition. He had figured out that he could be more specific than just distributing the power willy-nilly throughout his body. After a week of practice, he found that he could direct the power to empower a specific aspect of his physicality. With 3 stages active, his eyes seemed to glow like neon lights. Another physical indicator would hardly be noticeable in the midst of combat. Finally, he bumped durability to Stage 2 and noticed that his skin began to glow. This would be harder to hide. During a bright day, he might be able to get away with it, but he didn't think he should push it that far during the festival. If any eagle-eyed viewer decided to rewatch footage of the festival, there was a decent chance that they would notice. And now the one that he had struggled with controlling, Power Stage 2. Once he had a cumulative 5 stages of one for all active, sparks began to appear all over his body. Without his costume, he would never be able to get away with hiding his abilities at this level. He let the power go, and felt a fatigue come over him as it suddenly vanished. All Might had been wrong. He didn't need to do strength training, he needed to improve his endurance. Using one for all to enhance his body was akin to flexing every muscle in his body simultaneously. Now for the final prep work he needed to do. He needed to figure out what stages he could keep speed and power at so that he would perform at his best, but not so much that people would think his abilities were inhuman. He figured he could probably get away with Stage 2 for either. Durability he could theoretically maintain all the way up to level 5 if the sparks weren't an issue. He maintained all 3 fields at Stage 1. Now to run through the course one more time. He needed to become accustomed to what his new power was so that he didn't miss punches or jumps because he moved faster than his mind thought. 5 more days, he thought to himself. He would give himself Saturday to practice, but Sunday would be his rest day before the tournament started next week. 5 days. He could do this. He'd always been able to do anything he set his mind to. This was no different. The waiting room was full of his classmates nervously shifting in silence when suddenly Todoroki's voice cut through the silence. Nakamura, Todoroki, can I help you? You are the top student in our class. Yes. Where was he going with this? You are the one that All Might has had his eye on. Damn, had he noticed that? Izuku had noticed All Might keeping an eye on his training sessions, but Izuku had been careful to avoid too many interactions. Apparently not well enough. I guess. I won't pry into that, but I am going to beat you. Oh, Kaminari leaned back in his chair. A declaration of war against the top of the class. Hey, Kirishima stood up and put his hand on Todoroki's shoulder. Why are you picking a fight all of a sudden? Don't do that now, we're about to start. I'm not here to make friends. Todoroki shrugged his hand off his shoulder. So what do I care? He turned to walk away. Todoroki, Izuku said to the retreating figure. I understand the desire to do well. Your goals and intent are your own, but you're not the only one with something to prove. Come at me with everything you have, because I won't hold back either. Todoroki walked off, and Izuku ignored the glare that Bakugo was directing towards him. They walked out onto the field to the sound of a roaring crowd. Izuku took a deep breath to settle his nerves. This was it, the first defining moment of his time at UA, and he would lay the groundwork with his speech. He took another steadying breath. He was going to piss off a lot of people, but no systemic change was ever brought about without some social upheaval. Everyone settled down as midnight called to attention. Representing the students as Nakamura Izuku from Class 1A. Izuku knew this was coming. As the top-scoring student in the entrance exam, he was expected to give an opening address. He saw a few of the support and general education students roll their eyes at the hero course, but he caught Hatsume's eye, and she gave him a reassuring smile. Izuku let the silence stand for a moment before he leaned into the mic. All Might is the symbol of peace, the #1 hero, the pillar upon which our society rests. He let the silence linger a bit before turning the speech on its head. However, a house built on a single pillar will not stand the test of time. Society only flourishes when we are willing to accept change, transformation, and growth. The time for that change is upon us. The time has come for the next generation. Today is the first step for all of us. So, my classmates, show what you are capable of. Today, what class you're in doesn't matter. What quirk you have or don't have doesn't matter. He might be the only formerly quirkless student in the hero course, but he knew for a fact that there were others in the other courses. Today, you are all future heroes. Show the world what you can do. And with that he turned and walked away. He heard some outcry from the stands. He had heard that some of the reporters that still hung around the school gates had been inquiring about the quirkless student in the hero program. He had just called for an overturning of society's expectations and publicly stated that he didn't think quirks matter. He took some comfort in looking at the other courses. He saw some looks of shock, but also looks of appreciation. He had intentionally included in his speech that he didn't think the hero course stood above the other courses. Midnight took the mic back and began to announce the first round. Izuku readied himself for the start of the race. He preemptively charged his speed to Stage 2. He was going to need as much of a burst as possible to avoid getting caught in the tunnel. Looking ahead, he knew that there was about to be a massive traffic jam as hundreds of students tried to get through such an enclosed space. Start! President Mike's voice rang out, and everyone surged forward. With one for all boosting his speed, Izuku was able to run as fast as an Olympic sprinter. He managed to get ahead of the crowd going into the tunnel when suddenly the hairs on the back of his neck stood up and he felt a chill in the air. He jumped on instinct, and just barely managed to avoid getting his feet stuck to the floor by the wave of ice that Todoroki blasted out. Todoroki clearly wasn't playing around. He was intent on taking Izuku down. He also heard the explosions and expletives that indicated Bakugo was keeping pace with both of them. He reduced his speed to stage 1, giving both of them the opportunity to catch up to him. Izuku had learned a long time ago that letting your opponents underestimate you was the key to success. If he slowed his pace, they would overtake him, and without anyone in front of them, Izuku was confident they would not be able to pace themselves effectively, letting him crank his speed back up to stage 2 towards the end and overtake them when it mattered. His strategy turned out to work perfectly when Todoroki got in front of him and froze the massive robots that were attempting to block their path. He cleverly froze them while they were off balance so that they would fall on the people behind. But Izuku had stuck close enough to him that he was able to get past them before they fell. A few smaller bots were in the way, but Izuku was able to take the ones in front of him out with some careful punches at power 2. He grabbed a sharp scrap of metal from one of the destroyed bots and kept moving. His sensei had taught him that it was always a good idea to carry a weapon. He wasn't like Todoroki and Bakugo, who had combative quirks constantly at the ready. The rules had a glaring hole in them. They had in no way prohibited sabotage in combat between contestants. No one was bothering to now, because all they thought about was a race. But Izuku knew that if he couldn't outrun Todoroki at the end, he could take him out from behind to secure his victory. The sharp, blade-like piece of metal ended up being useful far earlier than he anticipated. As they turned the corner of the track, they came across a wide canyon with a series of pillars connected by various ropes. Bakugo was able to take the lead on him by blasting over the open space. But Izuku had trained relentlessly in parkour. This would not slow him down for long. Taking the sharp blade, Izuku cut the end of one of the longer ropes and swung across to the other end of the canyon. Once he was flat against the canyon wall, it was a simple matter to crank power and speed to stage 1 and quickly climb the rope. He ended up making up the gap between him and Bakugo so that he was only a few feet behind him. Todoroki was still easily within sight. The final nail in Todoroki and Bakugo's coffin came from the final obstacle, a huge minefield. Todoroki couldn't freeze the field without either setting off the mines or creating a clear path for others to follow, so he was forced to slowly make his way between the mines. Bakugo attempted to blast his way across, but quirk fatigue was catching up to him from the continuous blasts, and he too was forced to carefully make his way across. Izuku, on the other hand, had always been one step faster at processing information than his classmates. This, combined with his incredible reflexes and coordination, allowed him to cross the minefield without slowing down. He maintained power and speed at stage 1 so that he could run when he needed to as well as jump over any mines that couldn't easily be avoided otherwise. Todoroki and Bakugo were neck and neck, both having slowed down in an attempt to delay each other. Izuku quickly caught up behind them and overtook them. Neither had time to process what was happening as Izuku tossed his piece of metal over his shoulder and triggered the mine both of them were currently in the process of trying to avoid. The resulting explosion blasted both of them backwards, and the subsequent fall triggered an additional set of mines. His two main opponents sufficiently delayed. Izuku was able to focus on maintaining his speed as he crossed the rest of the minefield. Once he was on the other side, he dropped his power and increased his speed to stage 2. He made it to the finish line a full 20 seconds ahead of both Todoroki and Bakugo. He was greeted with only about half of the stadium cheering. He had done well, but some of the fans were clearly still unhappy about his words spoken earlier. Oh well, he thought to himself, those are the people I'm here to prove wrong. I never expected it to be easy. Decades of cultural inertia were not something that could be overturned with a single speech in one race. No, his battle was only just beginning. 1,000,000 points. That was so unnecessary. He'd already made a target of himself. This level of focus was bordering on dangerous. With that many points, everyone was going to come after him, and there was a very good chance he was going to get hurt. Unless, he immediately made his way to Todoroki, who was in the process of discussing teams with the people around him. Todoroki, I have a proposal. No, he replied. You and I are not going to be on a team together. You're my rival in this battle. Not what I was going to suggest. Though he understood why Todoroki thought that. I have a plan that guarantees that both of us make it to the final round. Oh, do tell. As soon as the cavalry battle starts, I am going to surrender my bandana to you. The others from Class 1 within earshot startled at that. This is a trick, Todoroki said blankly. Not in the slightest, Izuku responded. I have a plan, but that plan will not work if I am being targeted by every other team. Besides, you have a powerful quirk that will easily allow you to fend off everyone gunning for the 1,000,000 points. And why on earth would I agree to this? As I said, you are my rival, because you don't want me to be eliminated in this round. You want to be the one to take me down yourself. The only way that you can do that and make a show of it is one-on-one. My plan guarantees that both of our teams make it into the final round, where you and I can settle things definitively. None of that happens if another team takes my points. Todoroki squinted at him. I would be a fool not to take points guaranteed to get me into the next round, but you had better succeed at meeting me there. With that settled, Izuku went to form his team. He waved down Hatsum as he made his way to the two individuals he was looking for. Shoji Takoyami, he said quickly. He had taken too much of the prep time talking to Todoroki. I have a plan that guarantees us a spot in the final round. You win. The two of them exchanged a look and then looked at him. Your plans do tend to be highly effective, Nakamura, Shoji said. What did you have in mind? There is a glaring omission in the rules for this round. Izuku was excited that they were on board. There is no rule forbidding us from unseating other riders. It also specifies that if a rider falls, that team will be eliminated. There is no need for us to concern ourselves with points. If all but 4 teams get eliminated, the remaining teams are guaranteed to make it into the round of 60. Interesting, Takoyami stated. A devious plan. But how do you intend to achieve it when everyone will be targeting you? They won't be, he replied. I made a deal with Todoroki's team. As soon as the round begins, I will give him my headband. He will be the one targeted. His quirk is well suited for defensive maneuvers. Once the attention is off of us, we will take out the other teams surreptitiously. Devious, Takoyami replied. Agreed, Shoji said. But why us? Shoji, you are one of the physically strongest individuals here. With you as the base of our formation, we can operate with security. Takoyami, Dark Shadow has incredible range and immense power. You should be able to unseat other teams with ease. And who will be our 4th member? Takoyami asked. Hatsume from the support department. Izuku smirked. Here she comes now. Hi, a green bean, Hatsume said as she approached the team. I'm assuming you have a plan given your signal. Yes, did you end up finishing the grappling hook that we were working on in the workshop? Got it right here. Fantastic. With your support items, our team will be well-rounded and able to pull off my plan with ease. That is, if you're all in. Definitely. Yup, I trust you. Great, Izuku smiled. This should be easy. Warning, lots of violence. Match 1, Nakamura Izuku vs Shinso Hitoshi. Match 2, Monoma Nito vs Kaminari Denki. Match 3, Todoroki Shoto vs Hantasiro. Match 4, Shoji Mezu vs Kendo Itsuka. Match 5, Heisume vs Tenya Ida. Match 6, Takoyami Fumikage vs Yaoyorozu Momo. Match 7, Kirishima Ijiro vs Ashido Mina. Match 8, Bakugo Katsuki vs Uraraka Ochako. Izuku took a steadying breath as he looked at the match list for the 3rd event. He'd made it. His strategy had proven brutally effective. Though his team had had no points by the end of the cavalry battle, they were one of the last 4 teams still standing, so they made it by default. Though the grumbles and boos from the audience towards him had not waned as a result of his team's performance and comportment, many had argued his team should be eliminated for poor sportsmanship, saying that they hadn't acted like heroes or whatever. Izuku had been grateful for Aizawa's intervention over the mic. Most of the announcing was done by President Mike. But Aizawa would weigh in when something important needed to be said, and people tended to listen. He had argued that heroes did what it took to get the job done, a sentiment that Izuku appreciated. As they broke for lunch, Todoroki approached him requesting to talk privately, which is how he found himself standing in an empty hallway, leaning against the wall across from Todoroki. The silence began to grow uncomfortable. Well, he finally broke it. You asked to speak alone. I'm assuming you have something you want to say. Your plan worked, his face expressionless. It did, just as I said it would. But I still don't understand why. Logic would dictate that you should have ensured I did not make it out of the group stage. I have a powerful quirk and have made it clear that I am intending to beat you. Why would you help me make it into the final event? My plan wouldn't have worked without getting another team on board. Izuku shrugged. Bakugo would never have agreed to my plan. He is too determined to prove his superiority all on his own. But your passion is controlled. I knew you would be amenable to my logical argument. Todoroki looked at him with a blank expression. Izuku continued, besides, I have my own goals to achieve. A match between us is not just an opportunity for you to show what you can do. I believe I am beginning to understand why All Might has taken an interest in you. But I sense that there is more to it than that. Izuku didn't know what to say to that. Any answer he gave would give away more than he would like. He was worried Todoroki's scrutiny would reveal his secret. Are you All Might's secret son or something? Izuku almost burst out laughing but managed to cover it with a cough. Maybe he didn't need to be that worried after all. He was about to reply when he saw movement out of the corner of his eye. As entertaining as this conversation proves to be, it's probably best to talk when we are less likely to be overheard. Without another word, he walked away. Ladies and gentlemen, President Mike's voice rang out through the stadium. Who's ready for our final event? The cheering of the crowd was thunderous, even down the hall from the field itself. All right, for our first match, first up is the dark horse from the General Education Department, Shinso Hitoshi. Shinso had done pretty well in the cavalry battle, so he was met with a respectable level of applause and cheering. And on the other side of the field, first place finisher in the race and current top student in the Hero Courses Class 1A, Nakamura Izuku. As he walked onto the field, he noticed that he got much less applause than Shinso had. He suspected that the people clapping were only doing so out of politeness and a discomfort with silence. No one cheered. Oh well, he'd expected as much. But no matter, his results would speak for themselves. People would grumble and complain. But over the coming weeks, as footage from the festival would be talked about, some people would come around. The two faced each other in the middle of the arena. Izuku knew very little about the student in front of him. He hadn't seen him use his quirk at all in the cavalry battle. He would need to play an evasive game at first to give himself time to analyze what he was up against. As Midnight got ready to start the fight, the boy spoke up. I appreciated your speech, it was well said. Thanks, Izuku replied. And as soon as he did, his body froze. His senses dulled. He heard the muffled noise of Mike starting the match. He tried to move, but his body wasn't listening to him. Paralysis, Izuku thought to himself. Somehow, this kid had managed to paralyze Izuku. But how? He hadn't touched him, so it wasn't a paralytic excretion. He didn't smell anything, so it wasn't like Midnight's pheromones. Sound. His body had frozen as soon as he had heard him speak. Somehow, he had deactivated Izuku's motor processing in his brain through his auditory system. I'm sorry about this, Shinso said. I really do appreciate what you are trying to do here, but I have goals of my own. Now turn around and walk out of the arena. His body remained frozen. He felt the urge to move, but it somehow felt alien to him. I said, turn around and walk out of the arena. He felt the urge again, but his body still didn't move. Okay, so maybe it wasn't paralysis. His muscles hadn't locked up, they just weren't responding to his commands. But this alien urge wasn't moving his body either. Mind control, he realized. Shinso had shut down his cognitive control over his body, while simultaneously giving himself the ability to verbally command Izuku to move. But based on his shocked expression, something was different. Shinso had succeeded in shutting Izuku's movements down. But somehow Izuku was able to resist his commands. But why? Was this a result of one for all? Was it just a battle of wills? Damn it, Shinso exclaimed. He walked forward and began to push Izuku out of the arena himself. Why? Why won't you listen? Izuku fought with all his might to get his body to move, but it just wouldn't. Then he heard a voice in the back of his mind. Not yet, but soon. What was that? That wasn't him. The voice was distinctly female. The time is coming. It won't be long now. The singularity is coming. The singularity. What on earth did that mean? He was shaken out of his thoughts as he felt himself approaching the edge of the arena. Get out, Shinso grunted, and he shoved him hard. As soon as he did, the fog lifted, and he could move again. Only his reflexes and balance saved him. He twisted to the side and just barely managed to keep himself in bounds. He fell to the ground and kicked Shinso away. Unprecedented. President Mike's voice seemed so loud now that his senses weren't dulled anymore. Nakamura has managed to shake off Shinso's control. There were no cheers, just stunned silence. How? Shinso seemed genuinely furious. Not this time, Izuku thought to himself. As long as he kept his mouth shut, Shinso wouldn't be able to control him again. That meant that this was just a straight, quirkless sparring match. Shinso fought like a man possessed, rage fueling his fight. But in the end, Izuku's training was too much for him to overcome. He didn't even need one for all in the end. All Might ended up catching him after he'd checked in with Recovery Girl. He and Shinso had roughed each other pretty good. But they'd talked and there were no hard feelings between them. Izuku had even offered to help teach him some hand-to-hand combat and help him get into the hero course, especially given that Class 1 had an open spot. Well done, my boy, All Might said. Izuku looked around the hallway to make sure they were alone. Thanks, you seem to have a pretty good handle on one for all Might said. I could only tell you were using because I'm familiar with it. Very clever to continue the pretense of being quirkless, making your opponents underestimate you. Izuku grit his teeth at that. The whole point of this was that quirkless people shouldn't be underestimated. Izuku didn't need to use one for all to win. He only did because he wanted to guarantee his success. He wasn't doing anything a physically fit human wouldn't be capable of doing. He wasn't, he told himself. Izuku thought back to his fight with Shinso. All Might, when Shinso used his quirk on me, I heard a voice talking to me. She told me the singularity is coming. Was that a previous user of one for all? Does One for All maintain the consciousness of its users? Also, what's the singularity? All Might looked thoughtful. It is possible. I myself have seen my predecessors once before. There is still much that we do not know about One for All, but I am encouraged to see how well you are using. Izuku faintly heard Present Mike's voice announcing the end of Bakugo's fight. That meant that he was up next. He bid All Might goodbye and made his way down to the prep area. Ladies and gentlemen, who's ready for round 2? The crowd cheered boisterously as Izuku took some calming breaths. This round made him much more nervous than any other. In his fight against Shinso, he didn't know what he was up against. This time, he did. Monoma could copy the quirk of anybody he touched. If he got even a single finger on Izuku, his secret would be out. It would be out in the most public way. Everyone would think he was a fraud or a liar. Everything he had done to try and change public perception of quirkless people would be undone in an instant. He would have to win this fight without his opponent touching him once. That was something he had never done before. Worse, he wasn't even sure he could actually hit Monoma without him copying his abilities. That limited him to only landing hits where Monoma was clothed. God, he really was screwed, wasn't he? He walked out when Mike called his name and was greeted with slightly more applause than round 1. Apparently, his performance in round 1 had won some people over. He wondered if it was his fighting or his ability to shake off mind control. He made his way to the center of the arena. So, you're the quirkless bastard who thinks he's better than the rest of the hero course. Izuku didn't bother to give him an answer. Not only was his comment not worth justifying with a response, but there was always a chance that he had somehow managed to copy Shinso's quirk. Start, Midnight shouted. Monoma raised his hand and an explosion burst out from it. He must have managed to get a hand on Bakugo after his fight had ended. Unfortunately for Monoma, Izuku was pretty familiar with that one. Izuku pulled back and spent some time ducking and dodging. He didn't know much about Monoma's quirk, but there was no way that he could copy a quirk indefinitely. If he drew out the match, he'd eventually run out of stored quirks. A strategy like that wasn't going to win anyone over, but he needed to play this one smart if he was going to win without Monoma touching him. Unfortunately, as he was trying to dodge the explosions Monoma blasted out, his foot got stuck in the cement. He had seen the guy from 1B do something similar during the Cavalry battle. Monoma gave him that self-satisfied smile. He was so confident that he had won already that he walked forward slowly. They had changed the rules from previous years so that just being immobilized was not enough to disqualify someone. The only way to be eliminated was to forfeit, be knocked out of bounds, or be knocked out. If Monoma had been paying attention, he would have noticed that he only managed to pin one of Izuku's feet. Izuku took a deep breath, cranked durability to 1 to reduce the pain he was anticipating, and dislocated his ankle so that he would be able to slip it out of his shoe. He had hated his sensei's training on escaping captivity by dislocating his joints, but it sure was paying off now. Monoma walked forward, and Izuku waited, continuing to act as if he was stuck. Monoma towered over him, sparks flying from his hand. Surrender. Izuku punched him hard in the stomach, winding him. As Monoma reeled back, Izuku slipped his foot out of his shoe, advancing on Monoma. He delivered another punch to Monoma's stomach, followed by a swift knee, but then he overextended himself. He left an opening, and Monoma reached out to grab him. Please, no. Like when he had fought against Shinso, he poured all of his willpower into his body. Only this time, instead of commanding his body to move, he poured everything he had into suppressing the power of One for All. Monoma caught his wrist. Izuku's skin crawled at the contact, and he pushed him back. Fascinating, Monoma said. You know, that's the first time I've touched someone without feeling a quirk. Disgusting feeling, if I'm being honest. I don't know how you live with yourself. Hearing that, Izuku saw red. He advanced, and for once, Monoma seemed wary. He must have seen the look on Izuku's face. He didn't even need to push him out of bounds. Under Izuku's relentless fighting, Monoma eventually surrendered, bruised and bloody. As soon as the fight was called, Izuku walked away, ignoring the sounds of the audience and President Mike. He came back into himself and felt shame at his violent outburst. But then Monoma's words rang in his head, and he shook himself. Jerks like that needed to be taught a lesson. They, more than anyone else, were the people he was here to prove wrong. He left Recovery Girl's office a bit tired, but definitely still within manageable levels. He would need to avoid serious injuries in his next fight if he was going to have enough energy for the finals. He had a plan for going against Todoroki, whose fight he had watched from Recovery Girl's office. He had eliminated Shaoji incredibly quickly, though he seemed to be determined to win using only his eyes, which meant that Izuku's plan would work. As he made his way towards the viewing area, he was surprised to see Endeavor waiting for him. He knew a lot about him from his expose on his agency 18 months ago. He'd discovered a lot of things that he hadn't shared with the world, some of which he suspected were what Todoroki had wanted to talk to him about. So, the rumors were true. UA really decided to let a quirkless kid into their hero course. How far they've fallen since my day. Izuku gave him a flat look. You have anything original to say? 'Cause I've heard that one before, a lot. You've fought surprisingly well against your betters, boy. It's my Shoto's duty to surpass All Might. I hope you'll give him an actual challenge and don't embarrass yourself. Izuku walked past him, not giving him a second glance. Yet another comment he wouldn't grace with a response. He didn't bother to go back to the viewing area. His emotions were running a little too high to be around his classmates right now. Instead, he made his way to the waiting area and watched the next fight from the tunnel leading to the arena. Ida did his best but couldn't manage to beat the power that was Dark Shadow. Bakugo was up next, but Izuku knew his quirk and fighting style well, so didn't feel the need to stick around and watch. Instead, he made his way to one of the prep rooms. He tested his ankle experimentally and did a couple stretches. He would need to keep himself limber if he was going to pull off his plan against Todoroki. Ladies and gentlemen, Izuku wondered how President Mike still had a voice after all of this announcing. Who's ready for our semifinals? The crowd cheered. On this side of the field, the Ice Prince himself, decisively taking on his competition with fierce determination, Todoroki Shoto. Todoroki was met with thunderous applause. People were impressed with his quirk and fighting style. And over here, showing the world that you don't need a quirk to be a hero, Nakamura Izuku. He was actually starting to be met with a respectable amount of applause. He smiled to himself at President Mike's announcement. He'd already won one person over. He took his place across from Todoroki. He saw the look on his face and knew what he needed to do. He knew that determination well. Nothing else would work. And start. Midnight called. Just after the match started, a huge wall of ice spikes shot towards him. Power 2. And he jumped, landing precariously on top of the ice spike as it grew from the ground. Todoroki and the crowd seemed equally surprised by his move. Todoroki recovered quickly and shot out an even taller series of spikes around him. He jumped on top of the next tallest one. On and on it continued, Todoroki making taller and taller spikes, and Izuku jumping higher and higher. Eventually, Todoroki was forced to create a pillar of ice to raise himself up so that he could keep an eye on him. The pillar and spikes grew ever taller, until eventually, Izuku sat down. What are you doing? Todoroki actually paused his assault due to his confusion. I figure we're high enough now, Izuku shrugged, and we've probably got about 3 minutes before they're able to get any drone cameras up here. Thought we'd finish our conversation from earlier now that no one can eavesdrop on us. Here, Todoroki was incredulous. You want to have that talk here, during the semifinals? Why not? Izuku asked nonchalantly. It seemed important to you, and I'd rather not have anyone be able to eavesdrop on a potentially sensitive conversation. He vaguely heard the crowd below. Todoroki huffed but sat down on his pillar. An odd place to have a talk, but oh well, I'll humor you. I expect you to actually fight back afterwards though. Izuku grinned. Promise. So, you thought All Might was my dad. I'm assuming it was because the number one hero has no reason to bother with a quirkless loser otherwise, right? I don't think that. What? I don't think you're a loser. Todoroki's face was blank. I wouldn't openly challenge someone I thought was beneath me. Your results speak for themselves. You are the top of our class and made it to the semifinals all on your own. Oh, this was a first for him. Only his sensei hadn't treated him differently for his lack of quirk before. I don't care if you have a quirk or not. In fact, I hate half of my quirk. You're fire because of endeavor. What do you know about it? He talked to me before our match. He said it was your duty to surpass All Might or something. He always says that. Izuku thought he could see a crack in his mask. What do you know about quirk marriages? An archaic tradition stretching back to the advent of quirks, and I know you're the product of one. How? Was it just him? Or was Todoroki actually starting to express some emotion? Daylight's expose on Endeavor 2 years ago. It's also not hard to figure out. You have an ice quirk, the opposite of his fire. I'm assuming it's to allow you to regulate your body temperature so you don't suffer the same overheating problem he does. That's exactly correct. He was a brutal instructor. As soon as my quirk developed, I was cut off from my siblings, trained relentlessly. I figured. I saw the way you sparred in class. There was only one way you would learn to fight like that. The expose left a lot out about him. Daylight didn't reveal who he really is. Everyone sees the great hero. No one knows about the brutal father he is underneath it. He made my home a living hell, turned my mother into a shell of herself, and I could never tell anyone. No one would believe me. No one could understand. Izuku gave a dry chuckle. Something funny. Todoroki snapped. Abusive fathers with fire quirks? I know more than you think. He lifted his shirt, revealing the massive burn mark on his left side. Todoroki's eyes shot up in surprise at the sight. My father hated having a quirkless son. When he found out that there was a slight chance I had a dormant quirk, he made it his mission to force it to manifest itself. He ended up driving my mom away too. She left when I was 7, said she couldn't deal with it anymore. He pulled his shirt back down. So yeah, I understand, more than you could imagine. So, you see why I can't use his fire. Why I have to win with just my mother's ice. I do, but if I can be frank, That's bullshit. He caught the look of confusion and betrayal on Todoroki's face. Funny how in a short conversation, he was beginning to be able to read the stoic boy. It's not his fire, it's yours. It's not your mother's ice either. Your quirk is your own. Your story is your own. You are not your father, and I'm not mine. You're not defined by your quirk, and I'm not defined by my quirklessness. I take pride in who I am, you should too. I've never thought about it like that. Maybe you're right. But it's not that simple. It never is. It isn't for me either. The past isn't something you can just let go of that easily. But if you want, we can work through it together. You don't have to do this alone. Todoroki looked pensive. But it won't happen overnight. And it won't happen today. And the crowd down there is still expecting a show. We should probably give them one. I won't use my fire. Not in front of him. Not what I was going to suggest. If you want to give them a show and piss off your dad, why not abandon both sides? What do you mean? Fight me without your quirk. Fight me on even ground. Let's settle our fight from class. Todoroki gave him a half smile. That would definitely piss him off. What the hell? Let's do it. With that, Izuku stood up and began to slide down the spike of ice while Todoroki began to melt the rest. Before long they stood on the ground, in an empty arena. The crowd waited with bated breath, and then the real fight started. This time, they understood each other. There was no holding back, no punches pulled. There would be no forfeiting from either of them. This would be a bitter fight to the end, and what an end it was. They fought on even ground. Out of respect, Izuku didn't use one for all. If Todoroki agreed to fight without his quirk, it was only fair that Izuku did the same. Without his capture weapons, the fight was incredibly close. What finally did Todoroki in was his lack of spatial awareness. Whereas Izuku was always aware of where he was, Todoroki hadn't realized how close he was to the edge. His last move was reckless. In a real fight, it would cost him his life. But as long as Todoroki landed outside the arena, it would be a win for him. He charged him, dropping his guard entirely. He took a huge blow, but his momentum was enough, and Todoroki went flying. Todoroki is out of bounds. Midnight called. Nakamura wins the fight. What a performance! Mike screamed. A phenomenal fight, to the bitter end. The crowd actually cheered at their fight. Though it wasn't the fight anyone expected, it was definitely an entertaining fight to watch. For the first time in the tournament, Izuku was able to stand tall and smile at the crowd. In this moment, he didn't resent them. And then his eyes landed on Endeavor and his smile grew. The man was furious, his fire threatening to burn out of control. He held his smirk back, helped Todoroki up, and made his way out of the arena. What an idiot, Bakugo told him as he passed him in the tunnel. Not using his quirk. I won't show the same mercy, Deku. I'll show you the difference between us. You don't belong at this school, and I intend to prove it. I'd expect nothing less, Kaken, Izuku replied derisively. And maybe, when I beat your ass into the ground, you'll finally stop underestimating me. Maybe for once, you'll learn to watch your goddamn mouth. He walked away, standing on the field before his childhood bully. Izuku for once didn't feel fear, he felt determined. And a bubbling anger. As President Mike made the announcement and Midnight reiterated the rules, Izuku used Power 1 to tear his gym shirt in half, leaving him in just a black tank top. He took each half and wrapped them around each of his forearms. He wouldn't be able to avoid taking hits, but he could try and use his wrapped arms to mitigate the damage as much as possible. Bakugo was a serious threat. He had an incredibly versatile quirk that made him highly mobile and incredibly destructive. Based on his earlier comments and the look on his face, Bakugo wasn't planning on holding back at all. Start, Midnight called. As soon as it did, an explosion blasted from behind Bakugo, rocketing him forward right at Izuku. He learned from their last fight and avoided a big right swing, choosing instead to send a blast at him when he was still outside of Izuku's reach. The blast sent him tumbling back, having only barely been able to get his forearm in front of his face to avoid serious damage. But the explosion rattled him. This was the first time he'd gotten hit by one since. Flashback. Warning, physical abuse, hence implications of sexual abuse. Izuku was 4 years old, a few months after his quirkless diagnosis. Bakugo had started changing when his quirk had come in, becoming as explosive as his quirk. But things had gotten worse when Izuku was found to be quirkless. His superiority complex got worse. He belittled Izuku every chance he had, made him the butt of every joke. But then one day Izuku was late coming to the playground and saw Bakugo standing over another kid, sparks flaring in his palms. Izuku was used to being pushed around, both on the playground and at home, but for some reason, seeing another kid like that awoke something in Izuku, and he rushed forward. He jumped between the two with his arms out. Kaken, stop. Get out of the way, Deku, Bakugo snarled. This doesn't have anything to do with you. I won't let you hurt him. Izuku held back the trembles. Fine, guess you'll just have to get it in his place. Before he could do anything, Bakugo's two followers grabbed his arms and held him down. Bakugo knelt on his stomach, firing blast after blast into his face and chest. Only when Izuku was wheezing and battered did they let him up. Next time, remember your place, Deku. You're a quirkless loser, you'll never be able to do anything. You're nothing. Laughing, his friends followed him out of the park. Izuku limped home, knowing his day of pain wasn't over yet. 6 years later, Izuku laid on the ground behind the school, Bakugo and his friends standing over him. He'd long since given up on trying to run. Bakugo's friends held him down as he began to pepper him with explosions. In the last several years, his quirk had grown significantly, so the blasts that he was hitting with him left pretty significant burns. The only thing that kept Izuku strong was that he also had 6 years of pain tolerance in his favor. Long after the three of them left, he stayed on the floor, catching his breath. He still had a couple hours before he needed to go home, so he could do this all over again with his dad. He had to go home eventually. He had tried to hide or run, but his dad always somehow managed to find him. And being late just resulted in getting hurt even worse. He clenched his side at the memory of the first time he'd avoided going home. Suddenly a shadow was cast over him. "Kaken, please, enough. I learned my lesson, okay?" "Kaken," a new voice asked. "Is that what you call Bakugo? Strange to give a nickname to the guy who's constantly hitting you." Izuku opened his eyes, looking up at the kid standing over him. He'd seen him before, he was a class above him. He had some kind of energy absorption quirk. "Look man," Izuku groaned as he pushed himself up onto his hands. "I'm tired, okay. If you want to do something, can we please just do this tomorrow?" "Oh," the kid laughed. "I'm not going to hit you, dude. I saw him hitting you and wanted to make sure you were okay. You know, my friends and I could keep you safe from him." Izuku perked up. "You can." "Yeah, man," he smiled eagerly. "Your problem is that you're dealing with him on your own. What you need is some people to back you up. And you would do that. Why?" "Well," his smile grew predatory. "I didn't say I would be doing it for free. I would be expecting something in return, so would my friends." A chill ran down his spine. "What do you want?" "I don't have anything." "Oh, that's where you're wrong, cutie." He knelt down in front of him. "You're going to be safe from Bakugo, but you're going to take care of me and my friends in exchange." "Take care of you?" "Oh, I think you know where I'm going with this." In flashback. No, he wouldn't think about that. That day had ended up being one of the worst days of his life. He'd traded one form of hell for another. Bakugo had done that. He'd never done any of that stuff to him, but he was the one who made him vulnerable to the others. If it hadn't been for him, Izuku would never have had to deal with them. He pushed himself up, crouched and ready. Bakugo stood tall above him. "Stay down, Deku." "Yield." "Cocky." "Too cocky." He stood over Izuku as if he had already won. Power 1, Speed 2. Izuku moved faster than Bakugo could react, burying deep into his stomach. As he doubled over, Izuku switched to Power 2 Speed 1 and uppercut him in the face. He heard a satisfying crack as he broke Bakugo's nose. Bakugo flew back from the force of Izuku's punch, landing hard on his back. He looked up Izuku, blood spraying from his broken nose, gaze absolutely murderous. Good, Izuku thought to himself. He wanted him angry. Bakugo's anger was like his quirk, explosive and brash. Explosive anger was exploitable. It made people impulsive and short-sighted. Izuku's anger had been like that once, until he met his sensei and learned to harness it. Now, Izuku's anger was like a knife, tempered, hardened, forged, and above all, honed to a razor-sharp point. Where Bakugo's anger made him lose control, Izuku only gained precision when his anger flared. Izuku's anger was controlled, silent, like a knife sliding between someone's ribs. Now to fan the flames, Bakugo began to get up, but Izuku used his heightened speed to dash towards him and deliver a powerful kick to Bakugo's side, further winding him. "Yield," he growled. Bakugo's blast made Izuku back off to avoid getting hit. As Bakugo stood up, Izuku saw the fire burning in his eyes. Bakugo wasn't thinking clearly anymore. He swung at Izuku, but he went back to his old patterns and swung wide with his right arm. Izuku ducked, caught him by the shoulder, and used his momentum to flip him over his shoulder and slam him hard into the concrete. He kept his grip and put a foot on his chest, pulling his arm tight, immobilizing it. "Yield," Izuku snarled. "Never," Bakugo yelled. The hand Izuku had immobilized began to spark, so Izuku twisted. Bakugo's screams of rage became screams of pain as his wrist snapped, keeping his hold on Bakugo's arm. Izuku landed a strong kick into his right side, bruising, if not breaking, some of his ribs. Bakugo, to his credit, managed to recover. He pushed through the pain and launched an explosion at Izuku with his left hand, forcing Izuku to let go and back off. Izuku vaguely heard the crowd and President Mike in the background, but with the blood rushing in his ears, it was just noise. In this moment, they didn't exist. Right now, only two people existed in the world, Izuku and Bakugo. Today was the day that Bakugo learned how Izuku had felt. Today Izuku repaid the favor. 9 years, Izuku panted as Bakugo stood up slowly. 9 years of making my life hell. For what? Your stupid superiority complex. Because your stupid, sycophantic followers boosted your ego at every turn. Did I offend you, Kaken? Did beating me up make you feel strong? Well, guess what? I'm not that same kid anymore. I'm not your punching bag anymore. This time, you're the one who's going to get his ass beaten into the ground. Now, yield." He didn't. Instead, he managed to use his one good arm to blast himself forward at Izuku. Stupid. He hadn't learned a thing. He had a ranged quirk. He should have been using it like one. But in his anger, Bakugo couldn't see strategy anymore. Instead, he needed to get up close and personal. So, Izuku used it against him. With his impeccable reflexes, Izuku dodged every attack and turned Bakugo's momentum against him, throwing him around the arena. He didn't try to throw him out of bounds this time. No, Bakugo wasn't getting out that easy. This would end in one of two ways. Either Bakugo admitted defeat and yielded, or more likely, got knocked out. Izuku gave him many chances, telling him over and over to yield. But this only enraged Bakugo more. In the end, it was a powerful kick from Izuku under Bakugo's chin that cleanly knocked him out and gave Izuku the victory. As soon as it was announced, Izuku walked away, ignoring the crowd and the announcers. He couldn't tell if they were cheering or booing. And in this moment, he truly didn't care. All of his resentment, his spite, his anger, he had used it all up on Bakugo. Now, he just felt hollow. He'd won, but it didn't feel like it. Shouta took a deep breath to steel himself as he walked into the grimy building that was Aldera Middle School. This needed to happen. Shouta needed to know. That didn't mean he was looking forward to the answers he suspected he would find here. He pushed open the doors, nodded at the secretary, and made his way directly to the principal's office. "Ah, Aizawa-san, it is a pleasure to have you here." The principal was a beady, timid man. He didn't hide his nervousness from Aizawa at all. "Forgive me. This is the first time the prestigious UA High School has reached out to our humble school. I'm assuming this is about young Bakugo. We are all very proud of him for being the first student from Aldera to make it into the hero course." No, Aizawa gave the man an intense stare that he shifted nervously under. "I may ask about him later, but that is not the primary reason I am here today. I need to see the files you have on Midoriya Izuku, as well as all security camera footage you have from the years that he was at this school." "Midoriya." The man looked confused. "I haven't heard that name in almost 2 years, not since his mother withdrew him from our school. If I may ask, what exactly is this about?" "You may not," Shouta replied. He pulled out his hero license. "But I can tell you that I am here on official hero business. Some information has recently come to light regarding Midoriya's family and childhood. Now, the files." Of course, the man escorted him to a file room. "Such a shame. That boy," he blathered on as he looked through the files. "So bright, so much potential. A shame he never ended up getting a quirk." "Does that matter?" Shouta asked. Interesting how quickly his attitude towards the quirkless population had changed. Shouta had never thought of them as lesser, but he was ashamed to admit that that was likely only because he hadn't thought about them much at all. That had changed when Midoriya came into his class. It wasn't that Shouta played favorites. It wasn't because Izuku blew people away without a quirk, even though he kind of did. No, it was mostly the fierce pride that Midoriya had in his quirklessness and the determination with which he defended his people. When teaching a class with Midoriya in it, not thinking about the quirkless population was impossible. He didn't let you ignore them. He was constantly calling people out on their prejudices, both overt statements as well as subconscious biases and microaggressions. "Oh," the principal startled. "No, of course it doesn't. I didn't mean anything. Just show me the files." Shouta cut him off. Of course, Shouta was startled at the size of the file he was handed, namely, how small it was. Given his hunch, he would have thought it would be 3 times the size the file before him. "This is everything?" "Yes, of course." He leafed through the file. "There isn't a single report by the school nurse in here." "That boy," the principal sighed. "So clumsy. He was constantly getting hurt, but always refused to go to the nurse's office." "Clumsy, huh?" Shouta had heard that excuse many times before. Though, a competent teacher or administrator usually asked follow-up questions. "How many accidents did Midoriya have?" "Too many to count," this infuriating man replied nonchalantly. It seemed like every other day that he was running into things or tripping over himself. "I see." Shouta had to take a deep breath to calm himself. "Okay, the security footage, please." "Oh, you do have the footage, don't you? Because I noticed the security cameras on my way in. And the Quirk Safety Department of the Child Guidance Center requires that all institutions responsible for the care of children with developing quirks keep a minimum of 5 years' worth of records on file. I would hate to have to send a report that you failed to meet government standards, or that you were willfully withholding information requested by a pro-hero regarding the safety of children." Shouta's eyes briefly flashed red to send the message across. The man knew when to give in. "Of course, I will take you to our server room immediately," Eraserhead-san. Shouta damn near broke the computer when he found the footage he was looking for. How had his teachers not noticed? The kid was constantly trying to cover a limp, or he was always tugging his sleeves down to cover what were clearly bruises. The way he flinched back from the slightest touch. The way his smile never reached his eyes. No, there was no way the teachers didn't notice. It was worse, they just didn't care. And then there were the parts that tested his composure entirely. The overt aggression he saw displayed by Bakugo towards Midoriya, seeing him push Midoriya into a camera blind spot, only for Midoriya to limp back into frame substantially after Bakugo left him. He'd thought something was wrong from the aggression he'd seen Midoriya display in the finals of the tournament. But this was so much worse than he thought. He would need to make changes to his classroom. If nothing else, there was no way that the two of them were sitting that close to each other. Beyond that, he was limited in what he could do. None of these incidents had happened at UA. Officially, they had happened to someone else entirely. Midoriya Izuku didn't even exist anymore. Unless Izuku chose to come forward and report what happened, there was nothing Shouta could do. Officially, that is, he was still going to mandate that Bakugo see Hound Dog for therapy and anger management. If possible, he would try and get Midoriya in for some counseling as well. And then he saw something that made him see red. A group of older students laughing among themselves as they walked out of the bathroom. Several minutes later, Midoriya limped out of the bathroom, stains covering his school uniform. Those stains, they weren't just blood. They were also... No, Shouta closed the laptop. He couldn't look anymore. He didn't want to know. He knew enough. He wouldn't peer into the kid's life any more than he needed to. His hunch had been confirmed. That would have to be enough for now. The rest would need to come from Midoriya himself. Dear God, no wonder Izuku was so confrontational with Shouta at school. No wonder he fought so hard after the USJ incident. He'd been betrayed by the very people who were supposed to keep him safe. Time after time, they had turned a blind eye to his obvious suffering. No wonder he didn't trust Shouta. To him, Shouta was just another callous, apathetic teacher. But how to fix it? How to rebuild a trust that had been so fundamentally shattered? Shouta sighed as he stood up. He had a long road ahead of him. A lot of work to do. First thing along that road, he had a principal to give a piece of his mind. Izuku and Todoroki were sitting at a table eating their lunches and going over their internships offers. I still can't believe you didn't get more offers, Todoroki was saying. I can, Izuku replied. It makes sense if you think about other factors besides my performance and ability. I made a very politically charged speech. That, combined with my quirklessness, drastically reduced the amount of offers I got. Besides, I'm really not that worried about it. Here, look at this one. He turned his paper around and pointed to a name on the list. Fair point. You don't really need a long list of offers when one of the ones you have is from a hero that's in the top 10 of the ranking. Quality over quantity, I suppose. I also think it's a pretty good fit. Izuku turned the paper back towards himself. He's known to be an incredibly strategic combatant. So, being able to train with him and learn from his experience will be valuable. But enough about me, what about you? You've got over 3,000 offers to sort through there. Yeah, Todoroki took a bite of his lunch. I almost envy your smaller selection. I don't want to go through all of these, and he scowled at his paper. You might want to consider going there. Izuku took a bite of his lunch too. How did you? Learning to read upside down is a pretty elementary information gathering skill. You might want to consider learning it. Besides, it's not hard to guess who put that frown on your face. Why on earth would he think I would want to go work with him? Todoroki studied Izuku. And why would you encourage me to? You know what he did. You know who he is. Would you go intern under your father? Izuku chuckled dryly. Well, he's in Tartarus on a life sentence, so that would definitely be a memorable internship. Izuku replied sarcastically. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean. But that's actually kind of my point. Your father was an awful father, no denying it, but he's still a hero. Many people look up to him and respect him. Maybe working with him would let you get to see that other side too. What better way to make your peace with the past than to get to see your father as an actual human instead of as a monster? Plus, you said you were open to trying to figure out how to use both halves of your quirk. He would definitely be a resource for figuring out your fire. You don't think it would get awkward? Oh, it's definitely going to be that. But that's not a good enough reason not to do something. I firmly believe that no resource is worth ignoring. Think about it this way. What name on that list could you learn more from? It's just 1 week. 1 week to try and learn as much as possible. Wouldn't you rather push through the discomfort if it helps you be a better hero? You make a good point, as always, but I just don't know if he stopped talking as Shinso approached the table. Hey Nakamura, can I join you? Of course, please. Izuku removed his bag from the chair next to him. Thanks, Shinso slid into the seat. I'm not interrupting anything, am I? You two seem to be pretty focused on your papers. What are those anyway? Internship offers, Izuku replied as he slid the paper over for him to see. Hero agencies make offers to students based on their performances in the festival. Holy shit. Shinso looked up from Izuku's paper. How do you only have 50 offers? You got first place in the damn thing. Politics, prejudice, Izuku and Todoroki said at the same time. Shinso nodded thoughtfully. Makes sense. This was a very different festival from past years, much more brutal. You, especially. Izuku shrugged. Hey, I got some good ones in this mix, so I'm not worried about it. It sucks that Gen Ed doesn't shift schedules around to accommodate internships. I'm sure you must have gotten some offers too. It was Shinso's turn to shrug. Guess I'll need to hurry and get in, I guess. Izuku laughed. Yeah, by the way, with the internship, I won't be around for a week. Do you want to start training after I get back? I don't really think it'd be a good idea to train for only a few days and then have to take a break. Yeah, that's fine. Training. Todoroki looked between the two. Yeah, Nakamura agreed to help me with combat training so that I can try and take the open spot in your class. You're welcome to join us if you want, Todoroki. Why would I do that? I'm fine with hand-to-hand. Izuku gave him a look. What? I mean, you did lose. That trick would never have worked in a real fight, and you know it. But that's the point. Situational awareness. I adapted my strategy to the circumstance. Not only that, but my trick worked because you failed to keep track of your position in the arena. That's something that can only be fixed from practical training, and it's not something that they're going to teach here. Besides, it's a skill that applies broadly in combat situations, whether or not you have a quirk. I'll think about it. Izuku took a deep breath to calm himself before pushing over the imposing double doors of this massive skyscraper. This was big. He was about to intern with one of the top pro heroes in the country. He made his way to the front desk. Hello, Nakamura Izuku reporting from my internship. The secretary replied. Yes, I recognize you from the festival. Hawks is out on patrol right now, so I'll call for one of the sidekicks to show you to the living quarters. Why don't you go ahead and have a seat over there and one will be by to pick you up shortly. Izuku didn't have to wait long. A sidekick came by shortly and showed Izuku where he would be staying for the week. He hadn't brought much with him, so he eventually made his way to the common area with his laptop and did a bit of snooping for live reports of Hawks so that he could get a sense of when he would be back. Before long, Hawks swooped onto the balcony, not bothering with the main entrance to the building. Our bold champion of the sports festival. All settled in. My guys show you everything you need. Yes, sir. Izuku stood as he replied. Oh, no need for that, Hawks said as he took a casual seat on the couch next to him. I'm barely 6 years older than you. None of that formality is necessary. Hawks is fine. Understood. Izuku tentatively sat down. Hawks, I just wanted to say thank you considering me. I know how much of a risk you took by taking on an outspoken quirkless student. Hawks waved his comment aside. Hey, critics will find something to complain about no matter what. Besides, I have my own personal reasons for taking you on. Izuku had suspected something like that. I figured. What can I help you with? Well, Hawks grinned at him. I understand you were pretty closely involved with the League of Villains during the USJ incident. I've been doing some investigating of my own, but UA has been pretty tight-lipped about what happened. I'm hoping you can tell me more about what happened. Beyond that, I also wanted you because we're birds of a feather, isn't that right, Night Owl? Izuku froze. What? He tried to recover. My hero name is Eclipse, not Night Owl. Cut the crap, Junior. Hawks dropped his grin. I know who you are. I pride myself on not just keeping an eye in the sky, but also having my ears on the ground too. You and your sensei were operating here in Fukuoka about 16 months ago. When I saw you fight in the festival, I put 2 and 2 together. Izuku looked around the room. They were alone. Hawks must have caught his apprehension. Breathe. I'm not going to rat you out. Unlike most pro heroes, I actually don't have an issue with vigilantes. While they all wax poetic about training and legality, most of the outspoken people that oppose vigilantes are just heroes with fragile egos that are scared their precious reputations are going to take a hit. I'm not that insecure. Besides, this is important information for me to have. Now I can make sure that I'm not training you redundantly. Izuku sighed as he leaned back into the couch. Everything was fine. He'd probably need to hack into Hawk's servers tonight to make sure there was no recording of their conversation. But for now his secret was safe. Alright, so where do we start then? Did you want to ask about USJ? Hawks waved a hand. We've got all week for that. No, the first thing I want to do is assess your current skill level so that we can figure out what we need to work on. Here, he pulled out a map of Fukuoka on his own laptop. This is a current map of the main metropolitan area of Fukuoka. I want you to come up with a proposed patrol route for me and my sidekicks. Provide a reasoning behind specific locations that you want us to keep an eye on. I'll give you 20 minutes. We'll eat lunch then and you can walk me through your proposal. He got up and walked out of the room. Izuku cracked his knuckles and started typing. This was right up his alley. It was really just a practical application of basic hero analysis and an understanding of crime statistics. Izuku started by looking at major bank buildings and assessing them for potential robbery. He then quickly pulled up recent crime reports to see where thefts and assaults were happening. Alright kid, what do you have for me? Hawks asked as he sat down to eat lunch. Well, I figured that with your mobility, you don't need to be with your sidekicks. It makes the most sense to have all of them focus their patrol on the interior of the city. It's where all the major banks and businesses are, which are often prime targets. If something major happens, they can buy time for you to get there to support them. It makes sense for you to do your patrol more on the outskirts of the city. There have been a lot of petty crimes in those areas which you can quickly stop with your quirk. Then, if something major happens downtown, you will always be roughly equidistant from it because you're circling the center of town. He looked up when he heard the clatter of someone dropping their chopsticks. He looked up to see one of the sidekicks staring at him with wide eyes. He had been so wrapped up in his analysis that he hadn't even noticed they were there. Damn, the sidekick said. This kid is good. Nice pick, boss. Hawks smiled. Indeed. Good work, Nakamura. He handed him a flash drive. Now, I need you to do it again. Only this time for just the two of us. Izuku plugged in the drive and pulled up the file. Hasu, why there? And why just us? Hawks dropped his smile and took on a serious tone. There's been a big uptick in crime there. Not only that, but with the loss of Ingenium, the local heroes are struggling to deal with things there. Things have been pretty quiet here, so the sidekicks will keep an eye on things while we go help out there. And before you ask, I'm taking you because I promised hands-on teaching. Besides, if my hunch is right, you'll come in handy. Understood, Izuku nodded. Good, Hawks replied as he went back to his lunch. I'll give you some extra time for this one. We'll do some preliminary patrolling here for you to get a sense for it. We'll head to Hasu in 2 days. Izuku was deep in thought as the train sped across the countryside. He had heard about the loss of Ingenium but hadn't thought about the fact that it was Ida's brother. He and Ida weren't particularly close by any means, but he respected the somewhat formal boy. From what he knew about the other boy, this was the first major tragedy he had suffered. Izuku knew from experience that the first hardship a person encountered was always jarring. It often stuck with you. It was only when they pulled into the station that he realized Ida had chosen to do his internship in Hasu. No, he wouldn't be reckless enough to try and get revenge, would he? He was a stickler, a rule follower. Not only that, but he was smarter than that too. He'd gotten third on the midterms for God's sake. But trauma was a funny thing. Emotions often override logic in high-stress situations. Hey, focus up, kid, Hawks said as they got off the train. We're going to go straight into patrolling. Head for the middle of town and keep your comms on, got it? Izuku nodded. His patrol route had worked well in Fukuoka, but it was just theoretical for Hasu. He shook himself to clear his thoughts and headed towards the center of town. As he got close, a massive explosion shook a nearby building. He looked towards where it came from and saw that a huge fire had broken out a few streets over. He instinctively made his way in that direction, and paused when he noticed the multitude of Nomu flying away from the area. Shit. As he continued running, Hawk's voice crackled in his ear. Kid, change of plan. I gotta help with the crisis downtown. Don't engage. I need you to help the police with evacuation. Copy, Izuku replied. He started making his way into the damaged building and clearing people out. Suddenly, all of the hairs on the back of his neck stood up. Izuku had always seemed to have a sixth sense for when something was wrong, and right now, something was very wrong. He rushed out into the street, and then the rest of his senses caught up with him. He heard a familiar voice screaming out, "I'll kill you." He rushed towards the sound and found a gruesome sight. Ida, lying on the floor with Stain standing over him, sword at the ready. Izuku pulled out one of his batons and threw it as hard as he could, knocking the sword out of his hand. He whipped out his capture weapons immediately after, forcing Stain to jump back. Who? Stain stared. Little owl. My goodness, you've certainly grown up, haven't you? Izuku stood shaking, breath still heaving from his sprint. Long time no see, sensei. Long time no see, sensei. Izuku did his best to keep his voice even and calm. In truth, he was an emotional mess. This man was his sensei, his mentor. This man had taught him the most important lessons that made him a hero. How could he have fallen so far? He had always had strong opinions about corruption among heroes, but when Izuku had learned about the hero killer Stain, part of him had refused to accept that it could be his sensei. Looking at him now, Izuku knew that the man he had trained under was gone. They had had a significant falling out when he had found out that Izuku was going to enroll at UA. He had accused Izuku of being part of the problem, perpetuating a broken system. Izuku didn't realize that his choice would drive him down this path. Indeed, little owl, have you finally seen the light? Come to join the right side of things. You know I didn't. Izuku needed to keep him talking. Think. Who is in town that could help out? Hawks might be able to, but he's needed for dealing with the Nomus. It has to be someone who, like me, was asked to stay on the sidelines. He heard another explosion nearby and smelled the smoke rising. Endeavor was also in town to deal with the crisis, which meant that Izuku immediately pulled his phone out of his back pocket and sent his location. He couldn't send a detailed message without Stain figuring it out, but hopefully Todoroki would understand his vague message. Don't tell me you've formed attachments to these heroes, he sneered. This one sought me out to get revenge. Is this really the kind of hero that your precious UA is training? Damn it, Ida. Izuku had really hoped that hadn't been the case. Unless Izuku managed to stop Stain, Ida was going to die. That kind of behavior was the exact thing that he had always hated in heroes. The man he once knew would have beat Ida up and considered the lesson taught, but the man standing before him, who knew what he was capable of. What happened to you? Izuku needed to stall more. How is murder justice? Killing heroes, even flawed and corrupt ones, just creates a power vacuum that encourages villainy. Murder isn't change. Death can't create anything. The only way to get the change you want is to make it happen yourself. Ah, little owl. Stain held his swords loosely at his sides. Your idealism is sweet, really, but it's naive. For all the things you've endured, you still haven't learned how to make difficult choices. You haven't learned that sometimes you need to go all the way to get things done. Well, consider today your final lesson. I am going to kill this boy. There is only one way for you to stop me. You have to kill me. If you don't come at me with intent to kill, you will lose. Please don't make me do this, Izuku whispered. It is what needs to happen. Little owl, he stepped forward. He picked up Izuku's baton and tossed it back to him. Although, based on your choice of weapon, I think I know how this is going to go. You never did have the spine to go all the way, nor the stomach to draw blood. Izuku sighed, then twisted the handles of his batons. The hidden metal sleeves slid to the floor, revealing 2 short swords. He shifted them both to one hand and pulled out a syringe from his bag, injecting himself. He looked up and saw Stain smiling at him. It had been about a year, but Izuku had spent so much time training with Stain that he knew his moves well. Unlike Izuku, who didn't have a quirk, people like Stain and Aizawa who had quirks but still relied on hand-to-hand combat fought differently. Their fighting styles were more singular and inflexible, being tailored to work with their quirks. Stain needed to draw blood, so he favored wide, quick, but shallow slashing attacks against most foes. This would work, as 1 drop of blood ended the fight. But Izuku knew his tricks, and yet, as much as Izuku could use 1 for all to boost his strength and speed to match Stain, that didn't change the fact that Stain had more reach than he did. As much as he tried to avoid it, he still ended up getting nicked on the cheek. He tried his best to knock the offending sword out of Stain's hand, but it was too late. 1 drop made it, and Izuku collapsed. I'm sorry, little owl. Stain squatted in front of him. As your teacher, it's my duty to make sure you learn the important lessons, no matter how painful they may be. He turned towards Ida. 1 last lesson. Maybe watching this disgrace of a hero die will finally show you which side of things you should be on. He stabbed down, but Izuku's own short sword went through his forearm, forcing him to drop the blade. He twisted, and Izuku was forced to let go of his sword or be thrown around. How? Like you said, Izuku panted. It's your duty to make sure I learn. I know how your quirk works. I know my blood type gives you the weakest hold. And he took out the empty syringe. I know that an injection cocktail of a concentrated anticoagulant and epinephrine shortens the time. You always were too clever for your own good, little owl. Stain turned with a look that was both proud and frustrated. I was hoping to incapacitate you with minimal lasting damage. I hoped there was still a chance for you to join the right side. But I see now that I was the one that wasn't willing to go far enough. Goodbye, little owl. He dashed towards Izuku, only for a large wall of ice to form between the two of them. Izuku smiled as he looked down the alley to see Todoroki standing there, phone out. You really need to give more details, Nakamura. I was late in getting here. No, perfect timing, Izuku smiled at him. Izuku turned back towards Stain. Didn't you always tell me that I needed to remain aware of my surroundings? 2.5 years ago, Izuku was beating himself up much more than the guy actually hitting him. Stupid. How could he have been so stupid as to not realize he was being led into a trap? He'd been so sure of himself that he thought the would-be mugger was running from him. But no, instead he got led into an alley where a buddy was waiting for them. Izuku was a surprisingly adept fighter for a teenager, but his wins were usually a result of his opponents underestimating him due to his age and small stature. Against a relentless opponent, he had nothing. He threw some measly punches, but quickly found himself pinned against the wall of the alley and beaten relentlessly. And then he came. Izuku's savior. This imposing, intense man in a red mask flew down the alley, whacking both of the thugs with a lengthy baton and running them off. Once they were out of the alley, the man's demeanor immediately shifted. He squatted down before Izuku with a soft expression that looked out of place on his withered face. You all right, kid? He extended a hand to help him up. Yeah, Izuku groaned as he got up. I've had worse. I can tell, the man replied. I saw you try to fight back. No one ever taught you how to fight, did they? You fight like you're used to getting hit and don't even think to dodge. Isn't being able to take a hit part of fighting? Izuku spat a bit of blood out. The man chuckled. Yeah, but a good fighter knows how to avoid getting hit in the first place. You need to learn situational awareness, kid. And not just in a fight. You ran into a trap today. You should have seen the other guy as soon as you turned the corner and given up the chase. Yeah, Izuku took in a sharp breath as his side flared up in pain. I kind of got that during the beating. The man gently poked at his ribs. Izuku hissed. You should be all right, the man replied. Some bruising, but I don't think you broke anything. You got a first aid kit. Izuku nodded and pulled it out. Never go anywhere without it. Glad to see you have a basic sense of self-preservation at least. I still think you should learn to defend yourself a bit more if you're serious on continuing to try and do this. Are you offering to teach me? Because I can't exactly afford classes, Izuku said dismissively. The man scanned him up and down. He sighed. I'll probably regret this, but sure, why not? I'd hate to see a promising youth die prematurely because he didn't have the skills to match his courage. Present day. Another wannabe hero. Stain asked derisively. How far you have fallen, little owl. How many will I need to kill for you to realize how corrupt hero society is? Enough of this. Todoroki cut him off and sent another wave of ice towards him. Stain was forced to back off. Todoroki, no fire. Just use your ice to hold him off. Don't let him cut you. Izuku rushed to Ada's side. Stop, Nakamura. Ada grunted from the ground. You and Todoroki need to get out of here. Don't get involved. This is my fight. Izuku paused, syringe millimeters from Ada's neck. He looked down at the other boy. Are you fucking kidding me? I was really hoping you would be smarter than to try and track down a killer on your own, but are you seriously so lost in your rage that you can't see how horrendously outmatched you are? If you fight him, you will die. Is revenge worth your life? You don't get it, Ada seethed. He hurt my brother. I have to be the one to. He didn't manage to finish his sentence as Izuku slapped him across the face. Shut up, Izuku yelled in his face. I swear to God, if you don't get your head out of your ass, I am going to leave you here to bleed out. Now, here's what's going to happen. I am going to give you this antidote, and then you are going to get native out of here and get some pro heroes over here. Do you understand? No, I have to slap. Do you understand? Ada must have seen the look on Izuku's face, because he swallowed and nodded. Izuku gave him the injection. Good, go through the south end of the alley. Todoroki and I will stall him until the pros get here. Now, go. Without another word, Ida grabbed Native and sped away. Izuku finally looked up. Todoroki had been doing a good job of keeping Stain busy, but it was definitely a losing battle. As Izuku got up to enter the fray, he watched as Stain surprised Todoroki by throwing his dagger and hitting him in the arm. Todoroki stumbled and his ice wall crumbled. Stain approached with a look of victory on his face. So Izuku risked losing a weapon by throwing a short sword at him. Stain noticed and parried the offending weapon, but it gave Izuku enough time to approach, forcing Stain to back off. Izuku helped Todoroki up. Did he get any blood? No. Todoroki winced as he pulled the knife out before Izuku could stop him. I'm glad Ida got away, but without his help, I don't see how we are going to get out of here. We're not, Izuku said out of the corner of his mouth. I can stall him. What you need to do is throw up a wall of ice behind us, then escape out the other end of the alley, closing the other end behind you. What? Todoroki didn't take his eyes off Stain as the three of them had a stare down. I'm not leaving you alone with this psychopath. You have to, Izuku replied. Ida is already going to get reinforcements, so we just need to buy time. I can do that. What you need to do is make sure he doesn't have any escape routes. Nakamura, I have faith in your combat abilities, but this man is a cold-blooded killer that has taken out multiple pros. I know, Izuku snapped. This stare-down wasn't going to last much longer. Todoroki needed to stop arguing with him. He's not going to kill me. You trusted me during the sports festival. I need you to trust me again. I promise I will explain after we get out of here. Todoroki threw up a wall of ice behind them. You'd better. Without a verbal cue, the two of them rushed Stain together. Izuku was able to briefly wrap his arm in his capture weapon while Todoroki slipped past. Once both ends of the alley were closed off, Izuku released his hold and dropped his arms to his sides. It's over, sensei. Stain looked behind him and noticed his escape routes were cut off. Why, little owl, why fight so hard? We used to see eye to eye on this. You've seen yourself the way heroes ignore people like us. How many times did we have to save people because the pros didn't deem them worth saving? We stopped seeing eye to eye when you decided killing was an appropriate solution. Izuku shouted. I agree that the system is corrupt. The system needs to change. But killing is wrong. I'm trying to make a positive change. You hated that I went to UA, but I'm getting to learn from the one hero you've always respected. All Might himself has said he believes in me. Why can't you believe in me too? Stain dropped his swords in shock. He looked at Izuku with a look of sadness and shame. Little owl, you were the first person to believe in me. Izuku felt tears begin to fall. You taught me everything. It's because of your training I was even able to get into UA in the first place. I got first place in the sports festival because of you. But you gave up on me. Stain took an involuntary step back. No, little owl, you're wrong. His voice was strangely emotional. I always believed in you. I never stopped believing. But I saw the growing corruption and lost hope. I had to leave. If I had stayed, I would have ruined your faith too. I hoped one day we could work together again. But once I left, I found myself growing more and more disillusioned. I never realized how much your idealism influenced me. You call me your sensei, but you taught me a lot too. I'm sorry, I never meant to hurt you." The tears fell steadily now. "Then stop. Please, let me take you in. I can't let you go. And I don't want to fight you." Stay inside. And then did the one thing Izuku would never have expected. He dropped his weapons. "I was bluffing before. I could never kill you, little owl. You're the son I never had. If I have done one good thing in my life, it was teaching you." Izuku barely remembered what came after that. Stain let himself be tied up. And eventually the ice wall came down and the pros rushed in. Izuku was so wrung out that he honestly just didn't care anymore. He just wanted to go home. It was because he was so zoned out that he never saw the Nomu coming. As the authorities were taking Stain into custody, Izuku suddenly felt claws wrap around his torso and he was lifted off of the ground. He heard Todoroki call out after him, and the mental fog lifted. He started thrashing in its grip to try and get loose. He was prepared to flashbang himself again, but suddenly the Namu's wings locked up and they began to fall. He instinctively activated Durability 3 as they fell, but he never hit the ground. He felt himself cradled in a surprisingly gentle embrace. He looked up and saw Stain looking down at him. "Watch out for them, little owl. Shigaraki is growing more dangerous." Izuku didn't like hospitals. They reminded him too much of that fateful day when his life fell apart. He had to repress a gag at the smell of antiseptic. His entire childhood, he had never gone back to a hospital. His father had never taken him, and he had even avoided the nurse's office at school. Once he left school behind and turned to vigilantism, Stain had put him in touch with underground healing places so that he could avoid uncomfortable questions. It was hard to get proper medical care when you didn't exist. Izuku woke up from a restless sleep and took in his surroundings. He was in a well-lit room with 4 beds. He, Todoroki, and Ida took up 3 of them. The 4th was empty. The other 2 were already awake when he sat up. "Did you get any sleep last night, Nakamura?" Todoroki asked as soon as Izuku seemed awake. "Not really." "Yeah, me neither. Too much on my mind, I guess." Ida seemed uncomfortable and antsy. "You okay, Ida?" Nakamura. "Todoroki, I want to start by extending my sincere apologies for the situation I got us into last night. I was reckless and blinded by my need for revenge." He took a deep breath. "That being said, Nakamura, I have some serious questions about what happened." Izuku was preparing himself to answer his questions when suddenly a knock came on the door and the door slid open. Manuel and Hawks both came into the room. "Ah, there's my intern," Hawks said with a wry smile on his face. "Looks like you survived mostly unscathed." Izuku was going to respond when suddenly a third figure walked into the room. He was a very tall man with a dog's head. Izuku immediately recognized him from his time as a vigilante. This was the chief of police, Tsurugami Kenji. Izuku froze under his stern gaze. Todoroki and Ida stood to attention, but Izuku was interrupted as he was doing the same. "Oh, you can stay seated." He turned his attention to Manuel and Hawks. "So, these are the 3 that took down the hero killer, correct?" "Yes," Todoroki answered neutrally. Regarding the hero killer, he had fairly serious injuries, including lacerations and broken bones, and he is currently receiving treatment under strict guard. Since you are UA students, I'm sure you already know that when superpowers were still becoming the norm, the police attached high importance to leadership and standards and made sure quirks were not used as weapons. And then the profession of hero emerged to fill that gap. For an individual's use of force and power that can easily kill others, actions that normally would be appropriate to denounce, to be accepted officially as thanks to early heroes who followed the ethics and rules of the profession. Izuku knew what was coming next. This long preamble was all leading up to inevitable scolding. He immediately started planning his response. There had to be a way to minimize the repercussions. Even up against the hero killer, the chief continued. For uncertified individuals to cause injury with their quirks without specific instruction from their guardians or supervisors is a clear violation of the rules. Gotcha, Izuku thought. He had known there had to be a loophole. Once again, society's oversight created room for exploitation. The 3 of you, and the pro-hero's endeavor, Manuel, and Hawks must receive strict punishment. Wait a minute, Todoroki replied. If Ida hadn't showed up, Native would have been killed. If Nakamura hadn't come, the 2 of them would have been killed. Todoroki. Ida tried to intervene. The chief's face remained stoic. No one realized that the hero killer had appeared. Todoroki continued. Are you saying we should have followed the rules and watched people get killed? He began to step forward. Yui stopped when Izuku held his arm out. Stop, he said with as much presence as he could muster. Calm down, Todoroki. He's bluffing. He can't do anything to us. At this, the chief's ears perked up. Oh, and what exactly makes you think that, young man? Are you above the law? Are you saying that as long as it turns out all right, it's okay to bend the rules? No bending needed, Izuku shot back. You see, you overlooked something significant. You said that causing injury with quirks without instruction is a violation of the rules? That never happened. Nakamura, Todoroki breathed out. I was the only one that injured Stain. Izuku continued. The broken bones and lacerations were a direct result of my actions and my actions alone. So, there is nothing you can do to penalize Ada and Todoroki. Ada jolted at this. Nakamura, stop this, you can't just. Are you trying to fall on your sword, young man? The chief ignored Ada. You would take full responsibility. I would, because you can't do anything to me either. I don't have a quirk. Izuku gave a wry smile that mirrored Hawk's. The worst you could charge me with is assault, which you would never manage to convict me on because I can easily make the case that I was acting in self-defense and the defense of a minor. Besides, we both know you didn't come here to file any charges. He didn't, Todoroki asked. Izuku looked back at him. Filing charges would essentially be publicly admitting that the pro-heroes and police failed. There is too much attention on this issue for it not to make the news. The media would tear them apart for needing the help of high schoolers to take out a major threat. The court of public opinion would side with us. He didn't come here to punish us. He came to gather information so that he can figure out how best to cover this up. He turned back to face the chief. Isn't that right, chief? The chief's stoic facade began to give way. He looked uncomfortable at Izuku's analysis. You seem to know a lot about the legal system, young man. Comes with being quirkless, Izuku replied. Now, I believe I have the solution you came here for. There is a way to protect the police department without lying. All you need to do is credit the apprehension of the hero killer to the vigilante Night Owl. Hawk's smirk grew. I did receive intel that Night Owl was active in Hasu. Not only that, but the injuries that Stain sustained do match Night Owl's Mo. It's not that big of a stretch. The chief scratched his snout. It's a bit underhanded. If Night Owl were to be credited with the arrest, then it would end there. Thankfully, there are very few witnesses, all of which are pro-heroes with a vested interest in maintaining public relations. I am willing to accept this proposal. He bowed. You won't get the credit from the public, but as someone who protects the peace, I offer my sincere gratitude for your assistance in stopping a dangerous villain. With that, the three adults left the room, Hawks giving Izuku a wink as he turned to leave. Nakamura, Todoroki looked at him quizzically. How did you come up with a cover story like that? And who exactly is Night Owl? He's a vigilante, Ada replied. He was active in Hasu a few years ago, but he fell off the grid about a year ago, because he enrolled at UA. Izuku whispered as he turned towards them. You see, I didn't technically lie. Night Owl was the one who stopped Stain. You mean? Yes, Izuku closed his eyes and took a deep breath. I am Night Owl. Izuku ignored the silence in the room and made his way to the door, ensuring no one was waiting in the hallway. Locking the door, he turned back towards the others, who still had blank looks on their faces. Oh, for the love of God, just say something. Izuku snapped as he sat down. You were a vigilante, Todoroki asked. Yes, seeing the look of confusion on Ada's face. He turned towards him. You're missing some information, so I'll catch you up, but before I say anything, I will be clear that what I am going to tell you is not leaving this room. Understood? Ada nodded mutely, still deep in thought. When I was diagnosed as quirkless at 4, my father was furious. When he found out there was a slight chance I had a dormant quirk, he took it upon himself to activate it. He lifted up his shirt to show Ada his burn scar. Todoroki looked away. For 3 years, he beat and burned me on a semi-regular basis. When I was 7, my mother left. I don't know if she was afraid or ashamed or what. And at this point, I don't care to know anymore. Once it was just me and him, it became a daily thing. Izuku took a steadying breath. He didn't like delving into his past like this. About 4 years later, he got arrested for some kind of kidnapping, child endangerment charges. After that, it was just me. I learned how to fend for myself at that point. When I was around 13, I stopped seeing the point in going to school and I left. Eventually, I became the vigilante known as Night Owl. Izuku waited a while for one of them to reply. Todoroki looked pensive. But it was ultimately Ada that broke the silence. Why did you call Stain Sensei? Todoroki's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Wait, what? Izuku sighed. Yeah, I was going to get to that next. I just don't really know how to talk about it. You don't know how to talk about it, Ada said, growing angry. Or you don't want to admit that you were trained by the same villain that paralyzed my brother. Izuku took several steadying breaths. Losing his own temper wouldn't help this conversation go smoothly. The man that hurt your brother is not the same man that trained me. When I met him 2 years ago, he was a vigilante like me. He was intense, but he was never cruel. The man I knew taught me how to survive on my own, gave me the tools I needed to survive a society that frequently leaves people like me behind. He and I saved countless people that would ordinarily have not been given any time of day by the police or pro-heroes. Are you defending that man? Ada stood up. He almost killed my brother. I know, Izuku said emphatically. If you stop interrupting me, maybe you'll get an explanation. Sit down and listen. Ada walked towards him. Don't you tell me what to do. You're just like him. You're just another vill. His voice was cut off and his eyes widened in shock when the scalpel in Izuku's hands touched his neck. If I agreed with him, Izuku said with deadly calm, then I would have let him kill you in that alley. If I were really like him, I would have used this to slit your whining throat. I don't do well with self-righteous people talking down to me, so calm down, sit down, and shut up. Todoroki stood up slowly and walked towards the two of them. He placed a hand on Ada's frozen shoulder. Maybe you should let him explain. Ada stared at Izuku mutely and allowed himself to be pulled back by Todoroki. Once they were out of reach, Izuku tucked the scalpel away. I apologize. That's a rather unfortunate reflex of mine. I don't do well with threatening behavior. Where was I? Oh yes, I was telling you about the person he used to be. The person I met that night, the one who saved my life, was a harsh but good man. But he changed. He grew frustrated with the corruption he saw in hero society and didn't think that the work we were doing was enough. But what really changed things was when I told him I wanted to enroll at UA. I was of the mind that true change could only come from within. I wanted to become a pro-hero so that I could become an example to the world that they are wrong about the quirkless among us. I wanted to be an advocate for change. He believed that I was just becoming another part of the corrupt society, so we parted ways. I didn't realize how radicalized he had become since we parted ways. Ida watched Izuku warily, not saying anything. Todoroki did his best to mitigate the awkwardness between them. So, yesterday was the first time you had seen him since before you enrolled at UA. That's correct, Izuku said. I didn't even know that the man who trained me and the hero killer were the same person. Todoroki looked towards Ida, meaning that you were not in communication with him during the time that Ingenium was attacked. Ida broke eye contact with Izuku at that and looked at Todoroki. Of course not, Izuku replied. And if I had known about his plans, I would have stopped them. The man we fought yesterday was almost unrecognizable from the man who trained me. And before you say something else stupid, Ada, no, I don't support or endorse his way of doing things. No, I am not on his side. And no, I am not a fucking villain. That last part came out with a bit more bite than he intended it to. Ada flinched at Izuku's intensity. I apologize, he said. You are correct. I was being self-righteous. I let my anger get the better of me, both last night and just now. It shames me to admit it, but Stain had a point. I was not acting like a hero. I am sorry for questioning your motives, Nakamura. You are clearly more of a hero than I am. Izuku sighed. I forgive you. I'm sorry for the whole knife thing. I have some unfortunate instincts. Todoroki, bless him, did his best to steer the conversation to less tense topics. So, if you trained under him, then why do you use capture weapons? Did you know Aizawa before coming to UA? The classroom was abuzz with students chattering about their internship experiences when Izuku walked in. Izuku ignored most of the conversation and made his way to his new seat in the back corner, quietly sitting down next to Todoroki, who was in quiet conversation with Ida. Ida gave him a slight nod. The two of them weren't on great terms by any means, but Ida was at least no longer directing his anger at Izuku anymore, having accepted that while Izuku had been trained by Stain, that didn't make him a carbon copy. Nakamura. Todoroki shifted to include Izuku in their conversation. The class is bound to have questions about our encounter. We were just talking about how much we should share. What are your thoughts? Izuku looked up at Ida, who gave him a nod of agreement. Well, he said, the trick to a good cover story is to include as much of the truth as possible. A complete lie forces you to have to remember what you said, whereas spinning the truth makes the story easier to keep track of. I think we just say that we were accosted by him and did our best to defend ourselves until Night Owl saved us. Right as he finished saying that, several of the other groups of students finished their conversations and shifted their focus to the three of them. I'm so glad you guys are okay, Kirishima said. I was very worried. Yaoyorozu echoes. I heard that Night Owl saved you, Sato said as the rest congregated around Todoroki's desk. Yeah, Shiro exclaimed. I had never heard of him before until I heard the news story, but apparently he's a pretty infamous vigilante. What was he like? Intense, Ida mumbled. Skilled, Todoroki said simultaneously. The others looked at Izuku expectantly. He shrugged. Younger than I would have thought. Ajiro spoke up. I heard on the news that Stain was connected with the League of Villains. Were they in Hasu as well? Yeah, Todoroki replied. There are multiple of those Nomu creatures attacking the city. More, Kirishima asked. Damn, were they like the one at USJ? That's scary, bro. Their conversation was cut short when the door slid open and Aizawa walked in. All right, settle down. They quickly took their seats. Aizawa rifled through a stack of papers. Well, we now only have 2 weeks until finals. This year we will be doing things differently given the unique circumstances this class has faced. As always, there will be a written and a practical portion, but we will be changing both parts this year. The class shifted nervously, but Izuku felt excitement bubbling up inside him. Some of the changes will only be announced when we administer the tests, but I will tell you one of the changes now. This year, your practical test will be a fight against the UA staff. We will be challenging you to face the limitations and weaknesses that we have seen this semester. We will also be changing the curriculum leading up to the finals. For the next 2 weeks, we will not be having afternoon hero classes. Instead, you will have similar self-appointed time to what we set up in preparation for the sports festival. That is all." With that, he left the room. Once they were alone in the classroom, several conversation groups broke out surrounding the written final, with many people bemoaning their performance on the midterms. Izuku ignored them and pulled out his notebook, starting to scribble furiously. He paused when he noticed Todoroki watching him intently. "What?" he asked. "You've clearly figured something out," Todoroki replied. "I was hoping you would share." "The final has already begun," Izuku said as he went back to writing. "They're testing our ability to prepare for potential combat situations, as well as our ability to assess our own weaknesses." "Interesting," Todoroki said, waving Ada over. Izuku didn't notice as he kept writing. "We probably won't go against the teachers one-on-one, but we can be sure that we will be going against a teacher we would be poorly suited against. That means that the free time we have leading up to the final needs to be spent on figuring out who we will be paired with and who we will go up against. Being able to adequately prepare will be the key to success, and it makes sense to figure that out before spending time training. Otherwise, you could train for the wrong thing or with the wrong partner." Ada cleared his throat to announce his presence. "But how can you be sure of who you will be paired with or against?" "We can't," Izuku replied, unfazed. "Not completely at least, so that means we need to plan multiple contingencies." "Todoroki, my guess is that you will most likely be paired with Bakugo, going up against All Might." "Why do you say that?" Todoroki asked with a cocked eyebrow. "You two definitively have the most powerful combative quirks, but neither of you are particularly used to working with a partner. You would be forced to work together in order to beat someone that's strong." "Logical," Todoroki replied. "And yourself?" Izuku chuckled. "It's always harder to analyze yourself than it is someone else. But if I had to guess, I'd say Nezu." "And your partner?" Ada asked, much more engaged in the conversation now. "Well, we're an odd-numbered class, so someone won't have a partner. That's why I think it'll be just me against Nezu. I've always succeeded in fights by being able to outsmart my opponents. But Nezu is smarter than me, so I would be in a disadvantageous position." "Nakamura." He was interrupted from his thoughts by Yaoyorozu's voice. He looked up to see her standing next to Ashido and Kaminari. "We were just discussing potentially forming a study group to prepare for the finals. As the top-scoring student on the midterms, perhaps you would like to help me tutor some of our classmates." Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. I don't know if I can really be of much help. I have never really studied for classes before. I wouldn't know how to assist with tutoring." Some of the nearby chatter died down. He caught several people looking at him incredulously. Bakugo was conspicuously turned away from him. "What?" he asked, suddenly growing self-conscious at all the attention. "You've never studied for a test before?" Kaminari asked. "Like, ever?" Ashido echoed. "No." He looked at them oddly. "I just remembered what the teachers said. Is that really so odd?" "Dude," Kirishima half shouted. "That's downright terrifying, man. You're a beast." Izuku blushed and went back to his musings in his notebook, doing his best to drown out the others' chatter. Izuku sat down next to Todoroki with his lunch and pulled out his notebook to continue his musing. He vaguely heard Todoroki sharing his hunch about the matchups with whoever else was sitting at the table with them. Suddenly, the hairs on the back of his neck stood up and he instinctively ducked as an elbow was about to hit him in the back of his head. "Oh, my bad," Monoma said with a self-satisfied smile. "Your head was just so big I almost hit it by accident." Izuku glared up at him. "What do you want, Monoma?" "I heard you guys ran into the hero killer," he replied, looking down at him. "Just like USJ and the sports festival. Class just has to have all the attention, huh? And you, quirkless, the hero killer didn't put you out of your misery when he saw you. Did he pity you? Is that why someone as useless as you survived?" Izuku clenched his teeth and moved to stand up to face him when he felt a hand on his forearm. He looked over and saw Todoroki give a slight shake of his head. He looked up at Monoma. "Wasn't it you who lost in the second round to Nakamura?" "I can't really say that much since I lost too, but at least I managed to give him a decent contest and didn't just concede because I knew I was outmatched." "Why you?" Monoma's growl was cut off when Kendo delivered a swift chop to the back of his neck. "Leave them alone, Monoma." She held his tray as he crumpled to the floor. "They didn't ask to run into stain. And Nakamura is the last person you can accuse of taking all the spotlight when his speech at the festival specifically gave support to everyone else." "Kendo, why are you sorry about him?" she said as she ignored his outburst. "Were you guys talking about the practical? I heard some of the upperclassmen say that we'd be going up against robots like in the entrance exam." "Kendo, don't tell them that. That was our advantage." "It's not," Todoroki replied coolly. "Aizawa told us we'd be matched against the teachers, and Nakamura deduced that we will be going up against them in pairs, with matchups that are designed to address our shortcomings." "Oh," Kendo replied. Wow, thanks for the heads up, guys. And here I thought I was doing you guys a favor to make up for this guy's attitude. She dragged Monoma away as he grumbled. Shortly after, Shinso made his way to the table. Nakamura, can I join you? I'd like to finalize a training schedule. Sit, please, Izuku said as he closed his book. Looking up, he realized that Uraraka and Ida had joined him and Todoroki. Must have been who Todoroki had been talking to while he'd been writing. Perfect timing, actually. I was actually going to suggest that Todoroki and Ida join our sparring sessions. You were? Todoroki and Ida asked simultaneously. If you would be okay with it, Izuku shrugged. I've seen you two fight close up and I had some ideas of things that might help you. I also thought that maybe you two could help me train Shinso since I can't show him what it's like to go up against someone with a quirk. The two of them exchanged a look and turned towards him nodding. I welcome your combat expertise, Ida said. I can acknowledge that you are much more skilled than I am and your knowledge will help me be better. Uraraka cleared her throat. Nakamura, can I join you too? I got some combat training during my internship, but I still think I have some room to grow. Of course, Izuku replied. You would actually be a perfect partner for Todoroki. The things that the two of you need to work on individually actually work perfectly as sparring partners. Seeing their looks of confusion, he continued. Todoroki, with your quirk, you need to work on keeping your opponent at a distance, and then work on some close quarters combat as a last resort. Uraraka, your quirk is touch-based, so your primary concern should be getting in close. The two of you can help each other a lot. Todoroki, you try to keep her away, and Uraraka, you need to try and get in close. Wow, Uraraka replied. You didn't even have to try very hard to come up with a plan for us. Hizashi had been worried about his husband for a while now. Ever since the sports festival and the subsequent visit to Aldera Middle School, Shouta had been a mess. He wouldn't tell Hizashi the specifics out of respect for the kid's privacy. But Hizashi knew it had to do with Nakamura. Hizashi's worry grew when he came home to see Shouta sitting in the living room with a bottle of whiskey on the coffee table along with a wild array of papers. Sho, you okay? He looked up at him with tired eyes. No, Hizashi sat down next to him. Talk to me. It's about the green bean, isn't it? He chuckled when he saw the look on Shouta's face. Don't give me that. You can pretend to be apathetic as much as you want, but I know how much you care about your kids, and that one in particular has been on your mind for a while. Shouta gestured to the papers on the table in front of him. I just got a report from Hawks. I knew the official story from the police was a cover-up, but I never suspected this. Hizashi gathered up the papers. Zashi, Shouta said. The kid was a vigilante for 2 years. He's Night Owl. And not only that, but Stain was the one who trained him. Hizashi put the papers back down and quickly took a swig from Shouta's cup. He coughed slightly as the whiskey burned his throat. Jesus. Yeah, Shouta stared at the papers in front of him. I have no idea how to get through to the kid. The only positive adult influence on his life was from a man who turned into a homicidal extremist maniac. You're having second thoughts about your choice for him in the final, aren't you? Shouta sighed. Yeah, but I also don't know what else to do. This is going to be a coin toss. It's either going to break him out of his shell and get him to open up, or I'm going to end up pushing him away even more. I wish I didn't have to take a big swing like this. I just wish he'd talk to me. Hizashi took his hand and interlaced their fingers. Give him time. The kid has had a hard life. 1 semester isn't enough time to break through those walls. Just be patient. Shouta set the papers down and leaned back into the couch. I guess you're right. Maybe the camp will shake something loose. Show him that he can trust us. Hizashi leaned back into him. I have faith in you. If anyone can get through to that kid, it's you. Izuku shifted in his seat. He was anxious to see how many of his predictions for the practical portion of the final were correct. Some were more obvious than others. He felt particularly confident about Todoroki and Bakugo, knowing both of them fairly well now. He looked around the bus. Several people were discussing how they felt about the written finals, but Izuku mostly tuned that out. He hadn't found it to be any different from any test he remembered taking in school. Looking over at Todoroki, he noticed that he also didn't seem particularly keen to rehash specific questions. Izuku turned back to look out the window. Before long, the bus pulled to a stop at one of the practice fields and the students all got out. Izuku saw all the staff he expected they'd be matched up against. Looking at how many there were, he felt even more confident in his prediction that they would be going up against them in pairs. He felt a self-satisfied smile growing on his face as Aizawa explained how the final would work. So far, his predictions had been spot on. The smile vanished when Aizawa announced that he would be Izuku's opponent. What? He had been sure that Aizawa would be paired up against Yaoyorozu. Why Izuku? Nezu was the much more obvious opponent. He was pulled out of his musings as Aizawa continued. One additional change that we have made to the finals is the addition of an analytical portion. When you are not doing your practical exam, you will be in a viewing booth watching each other. You will be asked to write a 1-2-page paper per classmate. assessing why you think they were paired with their partner and why they were given their specific opponent. You will also give a brief analysis on their performance and give suggestions for areas of improvement. He saw Ashido and Kaminari's faces fall at this announcement. To incentivize you, doing well on your analysis will potentially get you out of a failing grade on the practical portion. They had been kind enough to set up chairs in the viewing room. Izuku quickly sat down and pulled out his pocket notebook. He trusted his memory, but he still wanted to take notes in the moment to ensure as accurate an analysis as possible. First up were Todoroki and Bakugo, as predicted. After 2 weeks of intensive training alongside Todoroki, as well as their harrowing experience against Stain, Izuku was confident that Todoroki would be able to overcome his previous weakness regarding teamwork. Bakugo, however, was a significant challenge for their team. His loss in the sports festival had punctured his ego, prompting him to become more outspoken and explosive. Izuku wasn't particularly bothered by this, understanding that this was essentially a self-defense mechanism. But in the heat of battle, his motivations were irrelevant. They were hindering his team. Todoroki was doing well dodging All Might and was using short bursts of fire to propel himself out of the way. He was also holding back on his massive bursts of ice, conserving his energy. Smart, Izuku thought to himself. He has really changed a lot since the beginning of the semester. If Izuku didn't know any better, he'd say they were almost becoming friends. Unfortunately, Bakugo's ego held them back too much and they were unable to eke out a victory. Todoroki had done very well. If the teachers were fair in their grading and didn't grade them as a team, then Todoroki would easily pass with the bonus from his analysis paper. Izuku and Todoroki would frequently review their sparring sessions. So Izuku knew that Todoroki, in addition to having a keen strategic mind, was very good at analyzing himself retrospectively. The rest of the battles went by relatively uneventfully. Izuku was proud when he saw just how much Ida's control had improved in combat. During their training, the emphasis had heavily been on improving reaction time and being able to assess his surroundings. With his speed, Ida needed to be extra careful in that area. He also tended to fight very linearly with his quirk, so he always needed to be on alert for counterattacks. Watching Ashido and Kaminari's final, Izuku realized why Nezu had been picked as their opponent. He still didn't know why Aizawa in particular would be his, but they why didn't particularly matter at this point. He wasn't required to write an analysis on himself. Before long, the rest of the finals were done, and it was his turn to make his way to the arena. Todoroki and Ida both wished him luck as he made his way out of the viewing area. Shouta took some time to steady himself. He would need to walk a fine line with this one. He couldn't coddle Midoriya, but he also knew that he wouldn't be able to be the stoic, cold-hearted teacher that he was known for being. The maze of city buildings would work well for this particular assessment. With the exit not being obvious, Midoriya would likely try to pin down his location before making any overt moves towards either capture or escape. That gave Shouta the opportunity to do what he had designed this test for. Midoriya was good, but 2 years of experience on the streets didn't compare to the experience of a seasoned pro hero. He managed to get the drop on him and suspend him by his capture weapon. Midoriya kept a straight face, clearly hard at work thinking his way out of the situation. Well, so far things were going as expected. Time to pull the rug out. Do you know why I was chosen as your opponent? He asked calmly. I was expecting Nezu in all honesty, Midoriya replied. Best guess. It's because I don't really have a combat style of my own, and using an imitation of your style puts me in a disadvantageous position against you since you invented that style. He walked up slowly. It's harder to analyze yourself than it is others, isn't it? No, Midoriya, that's not why. Midoriya gave him a long look, clearly waiting for him to continue. You are without question the brightest student I have ever taught. I'd wager only Nezu could match you intellectually. You use your intelligence well in combat, assessing and analyzing constantly to ensure positive outcomes. And your combat ability is far beyond what anyone would expect from a first-year student. No, your growth area has nothing to do with your ability or combat style. It's your heart. At that, Midoriya's stoic facade broke. He looked shocked and borderline heartbroken, as Shouta knew he would. He disliked doing this, but it needed to happen if this kid was going to be the hero that Shouta knew he could be. He took a deep breath before looking him in the eye. Kid, you're angry. I understand that. But you need to deal with that anger. You channel it into your fighting, and you're able to use it rather than losing control, but it makes you brutal and borderline cruel. You bloodied Monoma during the festival. And if your fight against Bakugo had gone on any longer, you would have hurt him in a way even Recovery Girl wouldn't have been able to heal. Midoriya was starting to grow defensive and angry at Shouta's words. As much as he hated it, this was the point. Now the final nail in the coffin, hopefully not his own. I know why you did it, I know he hurt you. But getting revenge and payback isn't heroism. You don't know anything, Midoriya growled. You're wrong. Shouta shifted himself so that no one in the viewing room would be able to read his lips. I visited Aldera, kid. I know what he did to you. I know why you dropped out. I know the teachers and staff didn't do anything to help you. I get it. I understand it all. But you'll never be able to move past it like this. Stain didn't do you any favors either. Using your anger may make you a better fighter, but it won't make you a better hero, and it's definitely not healthy. Midoriya stared at him. You know about the unspoken part was clear. Yeah, Shout sighed. I do. Nezu and I are in the process of filing a negligence suit against Aldera. But I can't do anything about the kids that hurt you. None of it was on camera, and it's been too long for a kit to be done. Midoriya growled. I never asked for that. Who the hell do you think you are? You had no right to go poking around in my life. And there it was, the tipping point. In this moment Shouta hated himself, but the gamble needed to happen. This would either drive Midoriya away, or it would break him out of his pattern and force him to face his past. If this went well, maybe he could finally start to heal. Shouta saw his eyes begin to flash green. All right, showtime. Shouta ducked around the corner. Midoriya would manage to get himself free pretty quickly and start to give chase. The other staff hadn't agreed with his assessment strategy, but this was the only way that Shouta knew to drive the point home. If Midoriya could calm himself down and not lose himself to his rage, he'd realize that there was nothing between him and the exit. If he continued pursuing Shouta in his anger, all Shouta needed to do was run out the clock and he would fail. In the end, neither of the outcomes Shouta foresaw came to pass. The kid definitely did not manage to tamp down his rage, but Shouta had underestimated just how much his speed and strength had developed. Stain had done a remarkable job teaching him how to track and pursue targets. His displeasure at Shouta was clear in the violent takedown and the way in which he stalked off as soon as the end of the final was announced. Shouta flinched slightly when he heard the exclamations from his class at his logical ruse. Ashido and Kaminari slumped back into their chairs in relief, and he saw several others in the room relax knowing that their friends would be able to come with them. He scanned the room and saw Bakugo's glowering face from his team's failure to pass, but that look paled in comparison to the stare he got from Midoriya. Was that how villains felt when they were on the receiving end of his quirk? He didn't fold under the intensity of his gaze and dismissed the class. They seemed to be making plans to go to the mall to purchase any final equipment for the camp. Good. It was good that they were being forward-thinking. He breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Midoriya accept Ida and Uraraka's invitation to join them. At least the kid wasn't completely isolated. He might never accept Shouta's help, but he wasn't completely alone anymore either. As the class went their separate ways, Izuku found himself wishing that Todoroki had decided to come with them after all. He was glad that Todoroki was on speaking terms with his mother again. But as much as he had grown more comfortable with Ida and Uraraka after 2 weeks of training, he still didn't feel as connected to them as he did to Todoroki. Standing out in the open of the mall, he pulled out his phone to text Shinso. He didn't really need to get any supplies for camp, so he needed to kill some time until 3 when the class reconvened. As he was putting his phone back into his pocket, he froze. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up straight and he felt a slight twinging in the back of his head. Danger. Years of abuse and intensive training and vigilantism had made him hyper-aware of potential threats. He closed his eyes and tried to let his intuition guide him to where he felt the threat coming from. He smelled the decay as he heard the footsteps coming up behind him. Hello, Shigaraki, he said as calmly as he could. He turned to see the man frozen in place, his hand inches from his neck. Impressive instincts, Shigaraki smiled. Sensei warned me that you would be formidable. But let's not make this difficult. Why don't we sit down and have a chat? I'd hate to have to do something drastic. Izuku looked around. So many innocent bystanders. Shigaraki clearly wasn't going to kill him, but this was still a hostage situation, even if all of the hostages were blissfully unaware. He relaxed his shoulders and motioned towards a nearby tea shop. Shigaraki nodded. Sitting across the table from the most wanted villain casually sipping tea was definitely not something that Izuku was expecting would happen to him today. But he wasn't naive. He knew that this was actually an intense negotiation, not a casual conversation. Stain had taught him about constantly collecting information, no matter the situation. This was an opportunity for him to learn more about the League's goals. He also needed to be careful not to piss Shigaraki off. If he did, people would die. So, Shigaraki took a sip of his tea. You knew the hero killer well. Help me understand. I attacked Yue, I devastated Hasu, but everyone is paying attention to him. Why? Why is he the one getting all of the attention? What's the difference between him and me? Conviction, Izuku said as he drank his own tea. He was an extremist, but he still had a strong set of beliefs that he stood by. Beliefs that some people might actually agree with. You don't stand for anything, you just want to destroy. And what's wrong with destroying? Shigaraki set his tea down. That's what he did too. He made a name for himself as a killer. He ranted about how he wanted to tear down hero society, just like I do. But he wasn't going to stop there, Izuku countered. His goals were clear. He wanted to tear it down so that he could rebuild it the right way. Izuku was surprised at how defensive he was getting of his old sensei. What will you do once you've torn down this world? What will you create, Shigaraki? No one will stand behind a destroyer. Shigaraki smiled. I knew it was a good idea to come here today. You've helped me clear things up. Now I know what I need to do. I need to go further. I hadn't thought beyond destroying, but I will build a better society for people like me. Sensei was right about you. What is All for One after? Izuku replied. That had to be who his sensei was. Why don't you come with me and find out for yourself? Shigaraki replied. I think sensei would love to meet you. Why don't I voluntarily go with the most wanted villain to meet the most dangerous person alive? Izuku couldn't help being sarcastic. Oh, I don't know, maybe because I value my own life. Shigaraki chuckled. I like you, kid. But maybe I wasn't being clear. That wasn't really a request. I'm taking you with me. You're the hero killer's successor. We should be on the same side. You will help me build a better society. Fear shot through him, but he did his best to cover it. He had brushed off the Nomu grabbing him and Hasu as coincidence, but was it intentional? Had they been trying to get Izuku specifically? What part of me arresting Stain was unclear. He covered his fear as best he could. I don't agree with him. I don't want to destroy anything. Yes, the world needs to change, but I won't burn it to the ground to make that change happen. And in no world will I ever join you. Oh, I wouldn't be so sure about that. The cup in Shigaraki's hands crumbled to dust. I think you're going to come with me. You won't kill me, Izuku replied. So, threatening me is pointless. And you can't threaten other people here either. I'll try to stop you from hurting them. And the only way you'd be able to stop me would be killing me. You're bluffing. I don't know what it is that you are really after, but it's not going to happen today. Shigaraki sighed and shrugged. That's okay. Sensei said you might not be amenable right now. But that's okay, there's still time. You'll see things our way soon enough. Nakamura. Izuku turned to see Shinso standing there. He'd felt his phone buzzing in his pocket, but never in his wildest imagination did he expect Shinso to come to the mall to meet him. Izuku sat frozen at the situation in front of him. Shigaraki could kill him in the blink of an eye, but Shigaraki simply stood up and began to walk away. He whispered softly enough that only Izuku could hear him, "See you soon, Night Owl." Izuku fidgeted in his seat as Detective Tsukachi finished taking witness statements from the tea shop owner. For some reason, he had decided to save Izuku's statement for last. It made no sense to Izuku. He was the one that interacted with Shigaraki. Why not take the most substantial statement first? His question was answered moments later when he saw Aizawa and an incognito All Might approaching the perimeter. He groaned. Tsukachi had been stalling. The three adults had a brief conversation before they made their way over. So, Nakamura, right. Tsukachi gave him a comforting smile. I'm sure you've had an eventful day, but I'm hoping you're up for coming down to the station to give us your statement. It would be of tremendous help. No, Izuku said curtly. He smiled internally as he saw Tsukachi's smile drop and Aizawa scowl. Kid, Aizawa growled softly. Like you said, it's been an eventful day. I can give you my statement here, but I'm not going down to the station. You're not in trouble, Nakamura. Tsukachi replied. We just want to record your statement to make sure that we don't miss any details. I'll give you my phone number so you can call me if you have follow-up questions, but you can take my statement here or not at all. He leaned back in his chair and crossed his arms, waiting. Tsukachi sighed and sat down in the seat previously vacated by Shigaraki. All Might and Aizawa pulled up 2 chairs and sat down as well. Before you start, All Might said, Tsukachi knows about me and All for One, so you don't need to worry about maintaining that secret. Please, just tell us everything that happened. I've also been briefed by the chief of police in Hasu, Tsukachi echoed. I know about Stain and the League of Villains. Wow, Izuku replied sarcastically. It sounds like you know everything then. Are you sure you need my statement? Aizawa groaned and shook his head. Kid, I know you've been through a lot, but please take this seriously. You might not like authority figures, but we need to be able to do our jobs. Izuku grit his teeth to hold back his comment. Not liking authority figures was putting a pretty kind spin on his feelings. But he relented. The sooner he got this over with, the sooner he could go home. He came up to me and started asking about Stain. He complained about the fact that he wasn't getting any media attention after Hasu and wanted to hear about the difference between him and Stain. I convinced him to sit down, hoping that by engaging with him I could prevent him from hurting innocent bystanders. Eventually, he came to some kind of epiphany about needing to do more than just destroy. Then Shinso came and Shigaraki left. Not much to it. Tsukachi nodded along as he took notes. Interesting. It seems like the League doesn't have a clear sense of direction then. That's good to know. Anything else? I managed to confirm that All for One is still alive and pulling the strings behind Shigaraki. All Might's eyes widened at his statement. He kept talking about someone he called Sensei, but when I specifically asked about All for One, he didn't deny it. I think it's a pretty safe assumption that they are one and the same. Tsukachi scribbled some more things down. Excellent information gathering. This will be very helpful in building our case. Now, any other details? No, that's about it. He narrowed his eyes as he saw Tsukachi flinch slightly at his statement. You probably don't know about my quirk, do you? Sukachi put his pen down. I can tell when people lie to me. Please don't withhold information about an important case. Izuku sighed. Damn it, he'd been hoping to avoid this part. He may have suggested that All for One wanted to talk to me personally. He held his breath as he waited for the adults to collectively lose their minds. Sure enough, All Might looked like he was going to be sick and Aizawa's eyes flashed red. Even Sukachi seemed affected by his statement. Did he threaten you? Aizawa spoke up. No, Izuku replied. He also gave up the point pretty quickly when I said no. I don't know why All for One would want to talk to me, but apparently he doesn't want it that badly. Still, Sukachi picked his pen up again. This is troubling. This makes the second time that Shigaraki has taken a close interest in you. Izuku shrugged, doing his best to appear unaffected. No need to correct him on the fact that it was actually the third time. All right, kid, Aizawa stood up. You're getting an escort back to your apartment. And no grumbling. You can ride with me, or you can ride with All Might. All Might. Izuku stood up and walked past him. The car ride back to UA was rather quiet, but when they stopped, Izuku didn't move to get out right away. All Might, he asked, do you think All for One knows that you gave me One for All? Is he after me because I'm your successor? All Might sighed. I don't know, my boy. One for All originally came from his brother, and I have long suspected he might have some kind of sense about it, but I've never confirmed that. You've done an excellent job of hiding the fact that you have it, which is especially fortuitous given that you are now on his radar. My suggestion is to not think about it too much. Let the professionals handle the League of Villains. You just continue focusing on your training. Training camp starts in 2 days. Izuku unbuckled his seatbelt and opened his door. I guess you're right. Good night. Good night, my boy. As Izuku lay in his bed, he thought back to his conversation with Shigaraki. Shigaraki hadn't suggested he go with him on a whim. All for One had apparently talked to Shigaraki about him, but Shigaraki had focused a lot on Stain as well. Did he want Izuku because of his connection to Stain, or his connection to All Might? Too many questions. The time is coming. He heard that same female voice from the sports festival. He sat up quickly and looked around the room. No one was here, so the voice definitely was in his head. You must prepare. Harness your power. The time to stop hiding is approaching. Wait, that wasn't the same voice. That was a male voice. All of a sudden a massive migraine hit him like a truck. What the hell was that? He groaned and held his head in his hands. He felt like his head was splitting in half. And then the headache was gone. He still felt a bit dizzy, but the pain was gone. Maybe he was losing it. Maybe the day's events had just proven too much. Maybe he was going insane. Izuku lay back down. Nah, if I was going to go insane, it would have happened a long time ago. Today was nothing compared to my childhood. He decided it wasn't worth thinking about. Insane people never thought they were insane either. Ultimately, his sanity wasn't important. What mattered was his capacity and ability. Those were still top-notch. You could still be the #1 hero if you heard voices, right? Izuku spent most of the bus ride staring out the window, watching the trees pass by. His headache had been pretty much gone when he woke up yesterday, but something still felt different ever since his encounter with Shigaraki. He hadn't heard the voices again, but he felt something. He felt a tap on his shoulder and turned to see Todoroki looking at him with concern. Are you okay? You seem distracted. I'm fine, he lied, just trying to anticipate what we're going to be doing. I wouldn't be surprised if Aizawa pulled another logical ruse. Todoroki laughed, exhaled slightly from his nose, but Izuku had learned to read the bi-haired boy's subtle expressions. That is probably true, but we have gotten pretty good at adapting, I think. Izuku nodded. True, and our teamwork has definitely improved quite a bit. He nodded across the aisle to where Ada and Uraraka were excitedly discussing something trivial with Isui and Yaoyorozu. With them too. Todoroki was about to reply when suddenly the bus pulled over and Aizawa announced that they would be making a rest stop. Izuku squinted in suspicion as he got off the bus. Something wasn't right. This was a bizarre place to take a rest stop. There was nothing around. He also noticed that the wild pussycats were here. Several of the students started getting excited at the sight of the pro heroes, but Izuku just busied himself with studying the surrounding. As he did, his suspicion grew. Class B wasn't here. As soon as Mandalay pointed out where they would be staying, Izuku pulled out his notebook and started sketching a rough map of the surroundings. As he predicted, this was definitely one of Aizawa's logical ruses. The ground beneath them rumbled as Pixie Bob threw everyone off of the cliff. Everyone except for Izuku. At least, he somehow knew what was going on before it happened and managed to catch the railing before he could fall off. He pulled himself back up. Kid, Aizawa said as he approached, you gotta go down with the rest. Kudos on figuring out what's going on, but the point is to make your way there on your own. Yeah, Izuku didn't look at him. He just kept writing in his notebook. I'm just mapping the terrain. He pulled up his sleeve and unrolled his capture weapon. He'd decided after his run-in with Shigaraki that it would probably be smart if he was always at least partially armed. He wrapped one end around the railing and quickly rappelled down the cliff face to join the rest of the class. He was significantly less disheveled than the rest of the class. They were all sprawled around on the floor and were slow to get up. He heard Mandalay calling down to them with instructions. Kirishima was surprisingly the first one up and ready to go. "It's no use complaining, guys. We just have to go." "Wait," Izuku called out before people could head into the forest. "I have a map. We should probably plan out the route we're going to take rather than heading out blindly." Yaoyorozu, Ida, and Todoroki all came over to look at his notebook. "Wow," Yaoyorozu exclaimed. "How did you get a map of the area? Did you know where we were going in advance?" Izuku shook his head. "I started drawing it as soon as we got off the bus. I knew something wasn't right with where we chose to stop." He heard some mutters of awe from some of the other classmates within earshot. He ignored them. This was just another example of them underestimating him. He hadn't done anything remarkable. Any reasonable person would have figured that out. He heard some blasts coming from the forest as they were planning out their route and shook his head. Of course, Bakugo would go ahead. He would never agree to follow a plan the Izuku came up with. He looked around to see that Kirishima, Kaminari, and Sero had all disappeared too. Oh well, they would get lost and miss lunch. Based on the blasts, there were probably several obstacles in the way. He tuned back into the conversation the others were having as they pored over the map. He looked at it and saw an optimal route based on the assumed obstacles. "We should probably cut east," he pointed at the map. "We can follow along this river here. The ground is bound to be smoother." "But that's pretty far out of the way," Yaoyorozu countered. "We should take the shortest route there." "Shortest doesn't mean fastest," Izuku replied. "The base of the mountain is probably about 10 kilometers from here. We'd only be adding about 1 to 2 kilometers by taking the river. When you factor in how much smoother it would be and the lack of hills in the way, we'll definitely cut about an hour off of our overall time." Ida nodded vigorously. "Fantastic work, Nakamura. All right, Class 1A, let's head out." They started to move out. As they did, Izuku approached Shoji and Jiro. "Could you guys be our lookouts? From the sounds of those explosions, the Pussycats probably have some kind of obstacles planned out. If possible, we should try and avoid them rather than engage with them to conserve energy." They both nodded without hesitation. They missed the 12:30 cutoff for lunch, but they still ended up arriving before Bakugo's group and were mostly unscathed. There had been a few of those strange rock monsters that they hadn't been able to avoid, but with solid teamwork, they had been able to eliminate them pretty quickly. "Well," Mandalay said excitedly, "that honestly took you much less time than I expected. You all have a future as wilderness rescue heroes." Pixie Bob pouted. "Pretty mean to keep avoiding my earth beasts. You were supposed to fight them." Izuku rolled his eyes and looked past Pixie Bob to the kid standing off to the side scowling at them. He knew that look all too well. He walked over and bent down to shake his hand. "Hey, I'm Nakamura Izuku. What's your name?" He caught the hand before it contacted his groin. The kid looked up at him with a mix of anger and shock. He dropped the hand quickly and squatted so that he was at eye level. "Pretty rude way of introducing yourself. What's your deal, kid?" The kid snorted and began to walk off. "I have no interest in hanging out with idiots who want to be heroes." Izuku watched him go. His heart inexplicably went out to the kid. He knew that anger all too well. Oh well, he had 2 weeks here. Maybe he'd get the kid to talk to them a bit by the end. "All right," Aizawa announced. "You've got about 2 hours to rest before dinner will be ready. Grab your stuff from the bus and settle in. After dinner you'll have a chance to bathe and then go to bed. The real training starts tomorrow and..." "Wait, where are the rest of you?" "Oh," Ida straightened up. Bakugo, Kirishima, Kaminari, and Sero decided to go a different route. Aizawa-sensei. They chose to take the most direct route and battle their way through Pixie Bob's beasts. Izuku huffed. He muttered under his breath. "More like Bakugo refused to go along with a plan that I had any part in." "Oh well," Aizawa replied. "They'll have 2 hours to get here, or they will miss dinner. In the meantime, get some rest. Don't wander off." Izuku packed his belongings in the corner of the room. He disliked the fact that all the boys would be in a large room together. As much as he had grown accustomed to his classmates and was even friends with a few of them now, he was still used to being on his own more often than not. He started to walk around the compound, making sure he knew where everything was. He had learned a long time ago that pleasant surprises are a naive fiction. It was always better to know more so that nothing could ever catch him off guard. Eventually, he found himself back in the field area where they had arrived. Pixie Bob was keeping her eyes on the forest, likely still making beasts for Bakugo's group. Mandalay and Aizawa were off to the side having some kind of conversation. He found a relatively remote corner and set himself down, enjoying a moment of silence in nature after all the chaos of the last few weeks. Todoroki eventually came out as well and settled down in the shade next to him. The two of them exchanged a quick nod and Izuku leaned back against the wall. They understood each other. Sometimes one didn't need to talk. Sometimes just sitting in silence was friendship enough. Eventually, explosions could be heard coming from the forest, and Bakugo's group stumbled out of the woods looking significantly more exhausted and disheveled than the rest of the class. Aizawa gave them the same speech and the class all convened for dinner. Hiroshima and Kaminari ate with ravenous hunger, clearly having exerted themselves pretty heavily. Across from them, Bakugo ate with determination but also with a scowl on his face. He clearly hated that his group had taken longer to arrive. Izuku didn't move when the class all excitedly got up from dinner to make their way to the baths. The class had mostly filed out, but he noticed Ida and Todoroki lingering in the doorway slightly. "Nakamura, are you coming?" Todoroki asked. He found his usual self-assuredness fading. Nakamura. Ida assumed his usual rigid posture. "This is an important opportunity for bonding as a class. You should be there." But Todoroki didn't say anything. He understood. "Go on ahead, Ida. We'll follow behind in a bit." Ida nodded and left the room. Todoroki came back in and sat down across the table from him. He respectfully waited for Izuku to talk first. "There's going to be too many questions that I don't want to deal with," he said softly. "You don't have to answer them," Todoroki replied softly. "People don't ask about my scar anymore because they know I won't say anything." Izuku sighed. "I have a lot more than one though." He didn't blame Ida for forgetting. He had only briefly shown him his side, and it had been part of a much larger conversation about Stain, so it quickly got overshadowed. "You don't need to go," Todoroki replied. "But keep in mind that will raise questions as well. We will be here for 2 weeks, so your absence will be noticed before long." Izuku gave another, deeper sigh. Todoroki was right. This was an eventuality he would have to face. So far, he had always avoided this issue in the locker room by wearing an undershirt and changing quickly. But that wasn't going to work here. "Fine, let's just get this over with." As expected, his classmates noticed immediately. As soon as he and Todoroki walked out into the bath area, their individual conversations died out as they stared at the two of them. Todoroki had made a valid point regarding his own scar, but by having a very visible scar, people often forgot about its significance, and the class had noticed it when they were all still getting to know each other. By hiding his scars for so long, Izuku was now revealing them to people who knew him well enough that they would ask about them. Maybe hiding them for this long had been a bad idea. Todoroki stepped between him and the others and placed his hands on Izuku's shoulders. They looked into each other's eyes and shared a look. Izuku took a breath and pushed past Todoroki to enter the water. He ignored the looks and moved to join Ida where he was. What was done, no turning back now. Ida gave him a nod as he sat down, accepting that Izuku didn't want to talk about it. Eventually the silence dissipated as the others accepted that he wasn't going to say anything. They would probably ask him about it later in a less public setting, but he had mastered the intimidating glare from his time as a vigilante, so he was confident that he could send the message pretty easily that he wasn't going to say anything about it. As they resumed their conversations, Izuku was able to sink back into the water and begin to relax. He was going to need his rest. Something told him that this camp would be more than anyone was expecting it to be. Izuku was probably the only person fully awake when they met for training the next morning. The other boys had stayed up pretty late talking and joking around, but Izuku had gone to bed at his usual time to avoid unpleasant conversations. "Bakugo," Aizawa tossed him a bowl. "Try throwing that. Your previous record, from right after you started school, was 705.2 meters. Let's see how much you've improved." The class was hushed with attention as Bakugo stepped up to the line. With a yell, Bakugo blasted the ball as far as he could. Izuku could feel the smugness rolling off him and had to bite back a smile when he saw him deflate as Aizawa announced, 709.6 meters. "It's been about 3 months since you started school," Aizawa continued. "Through various experiences, you all have definitely improved, but that improvement has mainly been at the mental and technical levels, with some increase in stamina. As you can see, your quirks themselves have not improved that much. That's why we will work on improving your quirks starting today." Izuku tensed. How was he supposed to develop his quirk? Only All Might knew that he had it, and he wasn't here. "Nakamura." Aizawa gestured for him to step to the side while the pussycats went around instructing the others. Izuku made his way off to the side, noticing that Aizawa was intentionally placing them out of earshot. "How much have you been working on your quirk?" Aizawa asked. Izuku froze and stared at him. He continued unfazed. "Yeah, All Might told me. Don't worry, Nezu and I are the only ones that know. Now, have you worked at it?" Izuku took a breath to steady himself. He was okay, his secret was safe. "I have a pretty good handle on it. All Might says I can use about 6% of my total power safely, but I need my costume to prevent the outward signs of it. Without that, I can't exceed 3 or 4%. I can also distribute the energy to either enhance my speed, strength or durability, although I can't push speed or strength past 2% without it being obvious that I am operating at superhuman capacity." Aizawa pulled out his notebook and started leafing through it. Okay, you mentioned distributing the power. How quickly are you able to do that? Can you modulate your output mid-combat? Yeah, not super easily. But anytime there is a lull in the fight, I can pretty quickly switch the power to where it needs to go. He jotted a few things down. Okay, and how long can you operate at that level? What are the drawbacks of using it? Endurance is an issue, Izuku conceded. I can push myself pretty hard, but as soon as I let the power go, I feel a massive wave of lethargy. The more power or the longer I use it, the worse it gets. He hummed thoughtfully. Understandable. Your body isn't used to having a quirk yet. Based on All Might's experience, I wager with enough consistent practice, you'll be able to overcome that. He snapped his book closed. Okay, here's what I want you to do. I want you to spar with Tiger. He doesn't know about One for All, so your task is to keep your output at 2%. What I want you to do is to work at rapidly shifting the energy around so that you don't need breaks in the fight. For example, boost speed to dodge, and then boost power at the moment of impact to improve your strikes. Understood? Izuku nodded. He hadn't really considered that. Most of the time he just kept all 3 attributes at 1%. I guess that's the difference between having a lot of experience. Alright, Tiger won't be able to spar with you all day, so after lunch I want you to work on your maximum output. He pointed off to the west. About 2 kilometers that way is a quarry at the base of the mountain. I want you to treat it like a training course and use as much power as you can. Lift rocks with strength, run around with speed, whatever you decide is best. Why? That one didn't make sense to him. I will never use either of those at that level. 2 things. Aizawa looked out towards the horizon. First, I suspect it will help your body adjust to the power, and it'll work on your endurance. But more importantly, I know you're keeping it secret because you're worried about All for One. That's smart, but it's also a gamble. He might already know, or he could figure out anyway. The time is going to come when you will be backed into a corner, and you will need to rely on One for All. When that time comes, you're going to want to be able to draw out as much power as possible. When they broke for lunch, Izuku could see the exhaustion on everyone's faces. He had to give props to the teachers. They really understood their students and tailored the training to help address their growth areas. If Izuku had to come up with trainings, he would likely do the same. He did think that Ida's training should have included more than just running, but also incorporated sharp corners to make sure he still had control at those higher speeds. During lunch, he noticed that the Pussycat's kid was not eating. He just sat off to the side and watched the class with a sneer on his face, and then eventually stalked off into the woods. Izuku didn't worry himself too much about it because it was obvious that the kid knew the area, and if his guardians weren't stressed about it, he didn't need to be the one to address it. After lunch, he made his way towards the quarry that Aizawa had mentioned. Once he was sure no one could see him, he boosted speed to 6% and started dashing, laughing as the wind whipped through his hair. He had a couple near misses with some trees, but it didn't bring his mood down. Man, Ada gets to experience this all the time. That's so cool. He arrived at the quarry and saw that there were several loose rocks and boulders lying around. Looking at the slants on the walls, he saw a lot of potential for Parker in rock climbing exercise. He was really curious to see how speed and strength changes would influence his rock climbing. He figured he'd start simple and see how much he could lift with Power 6. He picked a small rock that would ordinarily be his max without One for All. It practically weighed nothing. Not wanting to seriously injure himself, he was methodical in increasing the size of the rocks he was lifting. At Power 6, he was able to lift a fraction of a car-sized rock. Good to know. He wouldn't be able to hold a car over his head, but if someone was stuck under one, he'd be able to get them out. What else can I do with Power 6? He took the boulder he had just been lifting and punched it. A huge crack appeared in it, but Izuku barely noticed. His hand hurt so bad. His knuckles were bruised and bloody from a single punch, and he could tell if he had punched any harder, he would have broken every bone in his hand. Note to self, don't punch above Power 2 without durability. He would need to do a lot of trial and error to figure out the ratio between power and durability in his fighting. He activated Durability 1 and was surprised to realize that the pain in his hand instantly faded noticeably. Interesting. Apparently, in addition to increasing his body's physical durability, it also dampened his pain response. He also could have sworn he felt his exhaustion fading somewhat. Maybe I should keep durability at 1 all the time. It would help with his soreness from training. And as much as he could concede that Aizawa had a good point about his maximum output, constantly using One for All at 1% would also really help him adjust. He doubted he would be able to keep it going in his sleep, because it was a conscious decision to activate One for All. That meant he was going to crash really hard in the evenings. But he was honestly okay with that. He'd been having a hard time sleeping through the night since his conversation with Shigaraki, so this would help a lot. He got a bit lost in his training that the sun was starting to set while he was still training. He shrugged and ran back with speed 6 until he got close, at which point he slowed down to speed 1 for the rest, not wanting to risk anyone seeing him. He came back to see the rest of the class in the midst of eating dinner. His heart warmed and he bit back a smile when he saw the seat next to Todoroki conspicuously empty. After living so much of his life on his own, it was nice to finally have people he could call friends, people that he could count on, people that understood him. He felt the buzzing of One for All energizing him as he kept his power on durability 1. But it was good. He felt more solid, stable. He was greeted warmly by the others and quickly fell into a conversation where everyone was talking about how strenuous their specific training exercises were. He was able to provide satisfactory answers when people asked about his training for his lack of quirk. He was pulled out of his revelry when he saw the kid standing off to the side again. Granted, he'd been away from camp for several hours, so he didn't know if the kid had eaten in the meantime, but he wasn't even sitting with Aizawa and the Pussycats. He'd need to talk to Mandalay about that tomorrow. Izuku groaned as he woke up, feeling soreness in practically every bone and muscle fiber in his body. Immediately, he activated Durability 1 and noticed as it faded substantially. Wow, this is going to be so useful once I get a handle on it. As he had predicted, he had passed out almost immediately once he turned off the last vestige of One for All. But he wasn't exhausted when he woke up, just sore. So far so good. With that handled, he was excited to start up another day of practice. He had so many ideas of things he wanted to implement. He was fully intending to spend his free time in the afternoon figuring out the optimal ratio between durability and power when operating at higher levels. But first things first, time to get his butt handed to him by Tiger for 3 hours. As he entered the quarry, he equally distributed One for All throughout his body and pushed as hard as he could. His muscles screamed at him, but he pushed as hard as he could before it finally became too much. He collapsed onto his knees. If he had to guess, that had been almost 10%. He didn't know if he had been able to go above 6% before and just not known it, or maybe this training was paying dividends that quickly. He'd need to do this every day to see how much progress he was making. After about an hour of experimenting, Izuku figured out that somewhere between 1 to 4 and 1 to 3 was the optimal ratio for durability and power. 1 to 3 was a much safer way of doing things. He could do 1 to 4, but it would hurt pretty bad, even if it didn't cause lasting damage. That part done, Izuku decided to do the training he thought it should have been assigned. Making sure he could still make tight corners at high speeds, he activated Speed 6 divided by Durability 2, probably safer that way. He didn't want to slam into a wall and break something. Looking down at his arms, he noticed that at 8% power output, the sparks took on a much lighter green tint, almost a neon green. Weird. Izuku frowned when he saw the kid walk off after skipping dinner again. He'd talked to Mandalay about it at lunch, and she had seemed surprised. Not a great sign. Well, if the adults weren't going to do anything about it, then it just meant that Izuku needed to step up. He followed after him quietly, pausing when he took in the gorgeous view. Props to the kid. He had certainly found a great spot to go be alone. He sat on the edge of a cliff, staring out into the clear sky with no trees obstructing his view. Izuku walked up, making sure not to be too silent so he didn't jump scare the kid. Without saying anything, he set a plate of food down on the floor next to him and took a seat a few feet away, looking out over the sky. Wow, you don't get stars like this back home. He didn't say anything, just letting the kid have his space. The kid made no move to take the food, but he also wasn't getting up and going away, so, progress. Eventually the kid's patience wore out. What do you want? He yelled. Izuku shrugged. Just wanted to make sure you weren't starving yourself. I've gone days without eating before, and it sucks. The kid grabbed the plate and started eating. I told you, I have no interest in hanging out with idiotic hero wannabes. That's fine, Izuku said. I didn't come here because I need you to be my friend. I just wanted to make sure you didn't starve. It seemed like the Pussycats weren't really paying attention to you. Adults can be shitty like that? Huh, shut up. The kid yelled. My aunt is awesome. She cares about me. She's just busy. Izuku held his hands up in mock surrender. Okay kid, I'm sorry. Didn't mean to put her down. The kid huffed and went back to scarfing down the food. Why are you even here anyway? He eventually said between bites. Are you just another idiot hero? I haven't seen you show your quirk off like everyone else. I can't figure you out. Don't have one, Izuku said casually. He heard a clatter as the kid dropped the plate. What? I don't have one, Izuku repeated. I'm here to prove you don't need one to be a hero. People are more than their quirks. I know too many people that think they're better than other people because of their quirk. And I know others who feel forced into a legacy because they have the same quirk as their parents. He noticed the kid flinch when he said that. That's you, huh? Your parents were pros? Is that why you hate heroes so much? Shut up, he muttered. So, he didn't like heroes because of his parents. Was he like Todoroki? Did his parents have two faces as well? Or was it simpler? Did he resent them for not being home? If they were very active, it would make sense that they sent him to stay with his aunt. But who were they? Not a lot of pro heroes were married to other pros. There were tons of fan sites where idiotic fans shipped different heroes with each other, and sometimes heroes did date, but few if any had ever actually got married. The most notable married couple he could think of was, they were water hose, weren't they? He looked over. He did share a certain facial similarity with them. Izuku remembered that story. It had been shortly after he had met Stain. After their death, he and Stain had gone to look for the perpetrator. Ironic that Stain would end up killing heroes as well. Did Mandalay tell you? The kid turned on him angrily. But Izuku knew. He had seen that face in the mirror too many times. The kid wasn't actually angry. He was sad, and he was scared, and most of all, he was lonely. No, he sighed. I figured it out. Not a lot of married heroes. Certainly, none as well known as them. And you hate heroes for a reason, so. Shut up. He turned his face away. You're all just crazy. Calling each other names like hero and villain and killing each other. It was because they were showing off like that day. Izuku stood up and turned back towards camp. You don't know me, and you have no reason to trust me, but I understand more than you know. I understand in a way that the pussycats don't. If you decide that you do want to talk, you know where to find me. And in the meantime, don't skip meals if you don't want me to come after you. He walked away. It was well after dark by the time he made it back to the camp. He could hear the sounds of the guys messing around in the bath area. He sighed as he made his way across the clearing. Ever since that first night, he had done his best to be the first one in the water so he could avoid the scenario where people could stare at his scars. He might need to wait until they all left and then clean himself up then. He stopped suddenly when the hairs on the back of his neck stood up. He turned and saw Todoroki sitting off to the side. What are you doing here? You wandered off, Todoroki replied neutrally. Decided to keep watch to make sure you didn't go missing. He pulled out a pocket watch. In 20 minutes, I was going to get Aizawa. Izuku smiled. Someone who didn't know him well would find that off-putting. But this wasn't Todoroki being a weird stalker. This was him showing his care the best way he knew how. He also couldn't blame him. Todoroki had been there when the Nomu had swept him away. And he had heard about the mall incident. Todoroki wasn't an idiot. He knew that Izuku wasn't safe. You know the Pussycats kid? Izuku asked as he sat down. Koda, that's his name. Yeah, you didn't know that. Izuku shrugged. Didn't think to ask honestly. Anyway, I noticed him not eating the last couple days, and when he walked off again tonight, I went after him to make sure he didn't starve. Todoroki chuckled. How do you keep track of his eating habits but not bother to learn his name? Izuku laughed. Names are less important than people think. It's what people do that matters. You're just saying that because you've had several different names. Nakamura, Night Owl, Eclipse, what else? Izuku bumped him in the shoulder. At least I got my hero name on the first try. Shoto, really? You were going to use your first name? I admit that Frostburn is a suitable name, although I still want to punch Bakugo every time that he calls me Freezer Burn. Izuku laughed loudly. He has no ground to stand on. King Explosion Murder. So ridiculous. I'm glad he eventually took Midnight's advice and settled on Ground Zero. They shared another laugh. It was nice, being able to joke around with him like this. Away from the eyes of the class, the two of them were able to let down their serious facades and just be themselves. Anyway, Izuku pivoted. Apparently his parents were pro-heroes and they died. That's why he hates heroes so much. Todoroki's laughter died. Oh, yeah, he sighed. He hates superhuman society. Blames it for the death of his parents. I don't really know what to say to him to help, because it's not like I disagree with his points. I have problems with society too. What would you have said if you were me? Well, what did you say? Not much, Izuku shrugged. I don't know him, and I don't want to burden him with my issues. That's not a good way to help someone. So, I just told him that if he ever wanted to talk, I would listen. Todoroki gave a warm smile. I would have said the same. We're strangers to him, so it's not like he's going to take your advice. But sometimes people just need someone to listen. I certainly did. It wasn't your words during the sports festival that got through to me. It was mostly just the knowledge that there was someone who understood. So, I should just give him time. Yeah, Todoroki stood up. Let him come to you. Let him decide if he wants your help. Don't poke your nose somewhere it might not be welcome. Izuku groaned as he got up. Probably smart. Come on, Todoroki gestured towards the building. We both need to bathe. Don't worry, I'll freeze the water and kick out the stragglers, so you don't have to deal with the staring. Thanks. Izuku looked around the clearing nervously. Everyone was chattering in excitement about the test of courage, but Izuku's mind was elsewhere. As soon as the sun had set, his weird migraine had come back. It wasn't as strong as it had been previously, but he felt a low throbbing in the back of his mind. Any other night, and he would have just chalked it up to exhaustion from almost 2 weeks of intensive training. But he also felt a strange sense of foreboding. It was as if his body was somehow telling him that something bad was going to happen. Izuku cast his eyes over the pro-heroes littered around the clearing. They seemed completely unconcerned. He shook himself. He must be getting paranoid. Maybe he was just tired and therefore more concerned about the test of courage than he otherwise would have been. He felt his mood lighten when he heard the grumbles as Aizawa dragged the extra lessons group away. Izuku was mentally kicking himself when he smelled the smoke. He knew something had been off, but he had let his guard down anyway. He had convinced himself that his intuition was off, that he was just being paranoid. He had been afraid to tell Mandalay about his concerns because admitting it just feels wrong would make him look weak. Great job, Izuku, he berated himself. Now the fucking forest is on fire. How are you this evening, Yue? High school. A lizard man in a faux stain costume walked out of the bushes. We are the Vanguard Action Squad of the League of Villains. The person behind him had Pixie Bob on the floor with a big post pressing against her head. Should I crush this girl's head? What do you think? Like I'd let you, Tiger growled. You, wait up, Big Sis Mac. The lizard stepped between them. Don't be hasty. You too, Tiger, calm down. It all depends on whether having power over life and death follows Stain's tenets or not. Great, one of the fanatics that had risen up in the aftermath of Stain's arrest. Izuku had tried his best to take down the video that had gone up after his arrest, but it had simply spread too quickly. He was incredibly angry with himself for showing Stain how to code. It had seemed like a good idea at the time, but now, it was only halfway through getting back to the main camp area that he remembered something. He paused in his running when his headache intensified. It felt like something was tugging at the back of his head. And then he realized, Koda. He had wandered off after dinner, and he hadn't been back when they had gone out to do the test of courage. Without hesitation, he split off from the group. He was in the back anyway, so no one would notice until they got back. And hopefully by then he'd be back with Koda. As soon as he split off, he charged speed to 12% and dashed as fast as he could. Once he emerged from the woods, he slowed down to 2%. He was still in a hurry, but rushing into things blindly was never a good idea. And if Koda was in trouble, he'd want to have the element of surprise. Something at odds with him glowing like a Christmas tree. He sprinted up the hill as fast as his speed 2 feet could carry him. As he turned the corner to where Koda's lookout was, he thanked whatever higher power decided that he should have a headache today. He grabbed Koda just as the figure standing over him brought his fist down, barely pulling him out of the way in time. He was going too fast to manage a soft landing. Instead, the two of them tumbled along the rocky surface of the cliff. Izuku got up immediately and placed himself between Koda and the presumed member of the Vanguard. The figure stood up and shrugged off his cloak. Well, this is just my lucky day. I came up here to get a good lookout position, and our target just brings himself to me. I'm supposed to bring you alive, but nobody said anything about unharmed, so how about we have a bit of fun first? Izuku's instinct and quick reflexes were the only thing that kept him alive. The ground vibrated as the figure blasted himself forward, and Izuku immediately brought his arms up and shifted to durability 3. He still felt the pain of the blow and violently slammed into the cliff face behind him. He groaned and stood up. One of the biggest limitations he'd discovered over the last week of training was his body composition. One for all could make him stronger, faster, and more durable, but it couldn't make him bigger or heavier. So, when hit by the force of this villain's blow, he was knocked off his feet as if he weighed nothing. He shifted to speed 2 and managed to dodge the next blow, silently thanking Aizawa for insisting he train with Tiger. Whatever Izuku's personal feelings about the man, he had to admit he was a skilled instructor that knew how to help his students improve. He shook himself as he stood up. He didn't have time for this. He needed to stay focused on the fight. The man was clearly toying with him, so he wasn't chasing him down just yet, giving him time to assess the situation. Focus, take in all the variables, shut everything down except for the facts. Facts. He recognized this face. This was Muscular, a villain from a few years ago who had gone on a violent rampage in rural Japan. He was sadistic, living for violence and slaughter. He disappeared for a little while after he killed. Water hose. Nope, no time for emotions. Only logic. As the name implied, Muscular had a muscle augmentation quirk, allowing him to increase his power, speed, and durability, just like One for All. If it worked under similar principles to One for All, then it likely had the same drawbacks. It also didn't look like he could selectively enhance one attribute like Izuku could. Okay, so this would be a war of attrition. If Izuku focused on evasion and defense by empowering his speed and durability, he could conserve his energy and tire Muscular out. His endurance had increased significantly from his training here. He could do this, and he would have been able to too if he'd been alone. But he wasn't. Muscular eventually got frustrated with trying and failing to hit Izuku, so he turned away from him and swung towards Koda. Izuku wasn't going to be fast enough to get them both out of the way, so he had to get hit. He managed to get between the two of them and take the blow instead, slamming him back against the cliff face. Fortunately, his training with Tiger had paid dividends and he took the blow at durability 3. He coughed as he stood up, placing himself back between the two. Without turning around, he said, "Kota, run. Now." "But now, get out of here. Get back to the camp." Muscular laughed. "Oh no, it's not going to be that simple, kids. After denying me my blood for this long, don't think I'm just going to settle for one of you." He dashed forward and blew Izuku to the side, and then launched another attack towards Kota. Kota hit the wall and collapsed, and Izuku saw red. He launched himself at Muscular. As he flew through the air, he felt his mental dam break. All of the power of One for All flowed through his body. He saw red lines crisscrossing over his entire body, and he felt his bones and muscles creaking. He wasn't going to be able to stop this flood, but hopefully he could at least redirect it somewhat. Durability 20, power 80. A 1-to-4 ratio was risky at this level, but he needed to make sure that Muscular stayed down. His aim was true, and he landed a blow right on Muscular's jaw where he had no ability to amplify himself. But his mental calculations were wrong in a different way. He distributed the power correctly, but he didn't anticipate what that power would do. The force of his leap and punch took both him and Muscular flying off the edge of the cliff. He looked at the sheer drop and knew that this was it. He was going to die. He tried to put as much power into durability to cushion his fall, but he felt himself blacking out from the pain of his clearly shattered bones. "Oh well, at least I'll die in my sleep," was his final thought as he blacked out. He jolted up from the floor. He was sitting on a rough stone floor, surrounded by a circle of plush red chairs. He glanced around, taking in his surroundings, and found that the sky was just wrong. There was no sky, no clouds, no horizon, just a vast expanse of darkness with strange rainbow-colored streaks shooting by. "I guess I'm dead," he thought to himself. This definitely wasn't what he was expecting the afterlife to look like. What was with the chairs? Was this some kind of judgment for the afterlife? "Not quite, kid." The voice wasn't coming from anywhere in particular, but rather, everywhere. He knew this voice. He'd heard it before. A tall, muscular woman with black hair pulled up into a messy ponytail stepped out of the black expanse and made her way towards one of the chairs. "Nice to finally be able to meet you face to face. I was beginning to wonder if maybe you couldn't hear me after all." He'd never seen this woman before. Okay, he definitely wasn't dreaming. He knew that the faces people see in their dreams were always faces they had seen when awake. "I'm definitely dead," he thought. The woman chuckled. "No, kid, you're not dead. And before you freak out, yes, I can hear your thoughts. Not surprising, since this is all happening in your head. I'm not quite sure that's helpful." 7. Another voice rang through his mind, and with it, a stab of pain in the back of his mind. From the opposite direction, an imposing man with white hair and a large scar across his face walked out of the gloom as well, taking his seat right next to the woman. "Oh, come on forth," the woman's voice rang out. "I'm just trying to keep the mood light. Kid's been through enough." "Unfortunately," the man's voice replied. "We're a bit short on time. He's going to wake up soon." "Fair point." The woman leaned forward, resting her elbows on her knees and placing her chin on her wrists. "All right, kid, time to get down to business. We tried to warn you that the time was coming," the man said. "It is here. Your approach to learning how to use One for All has worked, but by mentally damming up the power, you've also prevented us from communicating with you," the woman said. "Your mental defenses are tough, so we were only able to commune with you during times when they were lowered. And with you being unconscious," the man continued, "we finally have a chance to speak properly." "What is this?" Izuku asked in his head. "Who are you?" "We are the previous wielders of One for All." The woman gave him a kind, motherly smile. "I was the 7th wielder of One for All, Shimura Nana. This is the 4th, Shinomori Hikage. Toshi mentioned me at some point, I hope." "Nana, you're Nana." Izuku was reeling. "All Might Sensei." "That's right, I was his predecessor and mentor just as he was yours. As much as I would love to tell you all about it, 4th is right, I'm afraid. We don't have time." "I'll make it short." The man leaned back with his arms crossed. One for All is a quirk like no other. Its stockpiling capabilities were not fully understood until recently. Because each wielder has been a devout hero and dedicated civil servant, our spirits left an imprint and were passed on to each next wielder. We call these vestiges. But something happened that none of us could have foreseen, Nana said. The stockpiling of power wasn't just raw quirk energy. It was also our original quirks. The power within One for All has evolved beyond raw potential energy. Just as our spirits linger within One for All, so do our abilities. And they have begun to manifest in you. That headache that you've been feeling since meeting Shigaraki. That's not you losing it, that's my quirk, Danger Sense. When a threat is near, you will be able to tell, the man said. And like with everything else about One for All, it has developed and been enhanced by the raw cache of energy. Your senses are much more acute than mine ever were. And mine is the latest addition, Nana smiled. Apparently I couldn't get more than my voice through to you until today. But when you broke the dam holding back One for All, my power was able to get to you. Good thing too, or you would have actually died falling off of that cliff. Izuku was about to ask what her quirk was when the gloom around them started to fade somewhat. Damn it. Izuku could swear he heard a sigh in his head somehow. We're out of time, you're waking up. Listen, she grabbed his hands and pulled his face close to look him in the eyes. Things are only going to get darker. You're wise to hide your true power, but don't damn us away again. Keep developing one for all like you have been here at camp. You will likely meet all for one much sooner than any of us ever did, so you don't have time to waste. Be safe, kid, the man said. Before Izuku could reply, the swirling gloom parted and light peeked through. Izuku coughed as he felt smoke tickling his throat. With a jolt, he sat up, his mind still swimming from everything that had just happened. He looked around and saw that the fire he'd seen from the top of the cliff was spreading rapidly. He didn't have time to process everything. He needed to check on Koda and get back to everyone else. He looked around himself to see that he had somehow landed unharmed. Muscular's prone body was off a couple meters away in a huge crater. But strangely, Izuku didn't have a crater around him, so he hadn't survived because of a durability boost. Then how? No, not the time. He looked down at his right arm and saw that it was swollen and purple, with plenty of subcutaneous bruising. He couldn't climb a cliff like this, so he had no choice but to run around towards the gentle incline. Not taking any time to overthink things, he activated Speed 12 and dashed towards where he had fallen from. Thank goodness, Koda was alive. The blow from Muscular had just knocked him unconscious. He had some mild bleeding from his scalp, and would likely have a massive headache when he woke up, but he should be fine. Scooping him up with his one good arm, Izuku sprinted towards the camp. Shouta had just finished subduing the strange scarred man when he suddenly melted into mud. He was about to get up to go look for something else when a figure burst into the clearing. Shouta's critical mind was able to instantly piece together what had happened. He had known about Koda's tendency to wander off, but Midoriya had apparently decided to get him all on his own and run into trouble on the way. A lot of trouble, based on the state of that arm. Problem child? Shouta asked. What is? No time, he said as he pushed Koda into his arms. He needs medical attention. I don't think he fractured his skull, but he may have a concussion and possible internal bleeding. Vlad, take him. Shouta passed him off and turned his attention towards the other injured child. Sit down, kid. You look like hell. What happened to your arm? You asked me to unlock my full power. Well, this is apparently what happens when I use it, Izuku replied dryly, pointing at his injured arm. It's fine. I'm running durability at 3% right now and it does a very good job of numbing pain. There will be others in more need than me. Did the others make it back? About 5 minutes ago, Shouta responded. Now get inside. I need to go help the pussycats with Midoriya Izuku. Mandalay's voice rang in his head. From the way Midoriya straightened, this was clearly a mass broadcast to everyone. This is the League of Villains. We have 3 of your classmates and 1 of your beloved pro-heroes. Surrender yourself to us, and we will let them go, free and clear. Resist, and we will be forced to resort to drastic measures. Shouta slowly turned to look at Midoriya, and he knew what was going to happen the moment he saw the look on his face. His eyes flashed and his capture weapon flew out, but Midoriya was too fast, even without his quirk. He ducked under the weapon, grabbed the end of it, and tied it around his head long enough to break his line of sight. He unwrapped himself, but the kid was already gone. Damn it, problem child, Shouta growled. But deep down, he understood. If he'd been given the ultimatum, he'd have sacrificed himself too. Izuku followed the instructions Mandalay had relayed and made his way into another clearing in the woods, where he saw Bakugo, Todoroki, Kirishima, and Mandalay on their knees, bound and gagged, before a group of villains. Standing behind them, clearly the leader of this outfit, was a tall man with burn scars and blue flames licking his body. Ah, the man sighed. I'm so glad you saw reason. He leaned down and pulled the 3 boys to their feet. He let them go with a shove. All right, he said. As soon as you get over here, I'll let the pro go too. Not making eye contact with the 3, Izuku accepted his fate and walked forward. Before long he found himself gagged with his wrists tied together behind his back. And then the same portal he'd seen at USJ opened up in the middle of the clearing and he was pushed through. He came out the other side in a dingy, run-down bar. And there, sitting on one of the stools, was the one person he was hoping to not have to run into. Ah, Shigaraki smiled. It's nice to finally have you here. Welcome to the family, Midoriya Izuku. Welcome to the family, Midoriya Izuku. Izuku instantly took in his surroundings. He was in a dingy-looking bar, with a door right behind him, presumably to the outside. Unfortunately, he had no idea what city he had been transported to, and he doubted that the people standing near him were just going to let him out. He wasn't restrained now, but he was under no illusions. He was a prisoner. Since he could do nothing else, he decided to do what he did best, talk. What do you want, Shigaraki? I already made it clear that there is no universe in which I will ever join you. And kidnapping me isn't exactly a great way to change my mind. Kidnapping, the lizard man said. You misunderstand us, we rescued you. You're the one, Stain's chosen disciple. You are meant to carry on his legacy. You had to be taken away from those would-be heroes before they could brainwash you any further. Great, this guy really was an insane fanatic. But maybe he could use that. If you really believe that, why are you here? He asked the lizard. Why work with these people? Stain would never have stood for this, and he definitely would not have condoned kidnapping. Maybe not, Shigaraki replied. Maybe your sensei wouldn't have joined us. But you're not him, are you? I think once we're done, you'll see why you should side with us. Let me make this absolutely fucking clear, Izuku growled. You can do whatever you want to me. You can tear me apart limb by limb. But I will never, and I mean never, join you and your little family. Why not? Shigaraki smiled. After all, your dad did. Time seemed to freeze. A chill ran down his back. It felt like Izuku was in the middle of a block of ice, unable to move, unable to breathe. What? You'll have to forgive Shigaraki. A voice rang out from the back of the room. Izuku looked over and saw that a TV had lit up and the silhouette of a man was on the screen. He still needs to work on his tact. Then again, that was never supposed to be his role. All for one, Izuku breathed. Indeed, the voice replied. I see my reputation precedes me. I would be there in person to explain everything fully. But I'm afraid other things demand my attention. My apologies. I would like nothing better than to be there to finally welcome you home, young Izuku. You're lying, Izuku growled. My father was never one of you. He might have been a bad person, but he would never. Shigaraki cut him off with a harsh laugh. Oh really? Who do you think gave the doctor the idea to start experimenting on quirkless kids? No one laid a finger on him, and yet the air was knocked out of his lungs. He couldn't breathe, he couldn't move. No, and no. They were lying, they had to be. Shigaraki, all for one, snapped. Enough of this. Don't torture the boy. He has been through a great deal. This will be a serious adjustment for him. Shigaraki scowled and sat down on a stool, cowed. Apologies, sensei. Good, all for one said. Remember your place. Now, my dear Izuku, please take a seat. There is much you need to know, to understand. There was a wooden chair in the middle of the room, right across from the TV. Izuku prided himself on his intelligence. The message was clear: sit down voluntarily or be restrained. He sat. Now, all for one said, our story begins 8 years ago, not long after your mother left you and your father. Losing his wife was a blow to Hizashi, and he was still struggling to help you unlock your potential. In the end, he came to me. As I'm sure you've heard, I am known as the Merchant of Quirks, Izuku interrupted. So, what? My dad couldn't torture a quirk out of me, so he came to you to get one implanted. Give me a break. How stupid do you think I am? You're not too far off. All for one's tone didn't betray any emotion in response to Izuku's anger. He found me and asked for just that. In exchange for his loyalty to my organization, I offered to give you a quirk. However, Hizashi didn't just want any quirk. He wanted you to inherit his legacy. He wanted you to have a fire quirk like his own, something which, unfortunately, I did not have at the time. Which is where the doctor came in. Unfortunately for Izuku, the pieces were actually starting to make sense. Yes, all for one admitted. Shigaraki was correct in that regard, although he might have said it more tactfully. Your father's desire for a fire-based quirk for you led to the good doctor's work on artificial quirks. Your father agreed to work with me and my organization to help find quirkless children for the doctor, in exchange for you getting a fire quirk like his once the doctor had worked out the kinks. Izuku's blood ran cold. He had known that his father had been arrested for kidnapping, but never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that his father had been complicit in the illegal experimentation of innocent children. Unfortunately, he was caught and arrested before our labors bore any fruit. Once he was gone, I did my best to try and find you. You see, your father's deal with me was not just for his loyalty, it was for you. You were meant to grow up here, trained and raised by my side. Shigaraki is the one I have chosen to be my successor, to lead the league in my stead. But you were always meant to be at his side. His right hand. Shigaraki's smile was frightening. But we couldn't find you. After a few years, we thought that you had died. But then, I saw a familiar face during the sports festival. You were clever, changing your name. But that fire in you is unmistakable. That fire, that rage, I see your father so clearly in you. Whether or not you will admit it, you are your father's son. And now, it is time for you to come home. Rise, take your place at Shigaraki's side, as you were always meant to. No, Izuku yelled involuntarily. You're wrong. I'm not him. I will never be him. And I don't care what he promised you, I will never join you. Oh my dear boy, all for one side. You don't even know what you are saying no to. I saw the whole festival, remember? I heard your speech. You don't believe in this society. You see the flaws in having society rest on the pillar that is the symbol of peace. What you want is what we want. We want to tear this flawed and crumbling society to the ground, so that we can build a better world in its place. And with you by Shigaraki's side, we can make that vision a reality. Shigaraki is the one to kill All Might, but every destroyer needs a creator too. He will be my sword, but you will be so much more. Join me, Izuku. Together we can do so much more than you could ever imagine. No. Izuku felt tears pricking his eyes. You're wrong about me. I'm not him. I'm not. I would never. He descended into incoherent mumbles. I can see I have given you much to think about. All for One said, I suppose it would be inconsiderate of me to demand an answer from you in this moment. I have waited almost a decade for you to finally be here. I can wait a little longer. Shigaraki. Yes, sensei. Shigaraki straightened. Make sure young Izuku is seen to and comfortable. He is not a prisoner. He is our family. If Kurogiri tells me that you are treating him less than exemplary, there will be severe consequences. Do you understand? Sensei, Shigaraki replied. What if he tries to run? He won't. All for One seemed confident for some reason. I knew Hisashi well, and his son would never run. Besides, Kurogiri can make sure he doesn't leave. Izuku, take some time, get some rest. We will speak again in the morning. The screen shut off. Izuku was shown to an austere room. Nothing but concrete walls, but at least there was an actual mattress in the corner, complete with pillow and blanket. He'd had worse sleep conditions. As he lay down on his mattress, he began to plan. All for One wasn't going to let him go easily. That much had been made abundantly clear. With Kurogiri's, Izuku assumed All for One had been referring to the smoke guy ability to conjure portals. Escape was futile, so that meant that his best bet was to wait for rescue. Even though he fought with Aizawa more often than not, he knew that his teacher wasn't just going to let him stay in captivity. That much had been made clear after the incident at the mall. All Might definitely wouldn't let him stay here either, if for no other reason than wanting to get One for All out of the League's hands before All for One figured it out. So, that meant that he needed to be tactical, gather as much information as he could. If possible, try to create tension within the group and divide them. From some of the interactions he had perceived, some of the members were relatively new. With the way that the lizard guy Spinner talked, he was clearly a Stain fanatic. So, Shigaraki had clearly tried to capitalize on Stain's popularity in the underground to try and boost recruitment. He could use that. He had been trained and basically raised by the man. If Spinner saw him as the second coming of Stain, maybe he could manipulate him against Shigaraki. Some of the others were less outspoken, but only Kurogiri seemed completely devoted to Shigaraki. It might take a while for Aizawa and All Might to find him, so that meant he had time to plan. First step, gather information. Figure out where people's loyalties were and how they ticked. Find the weak points. As soon as Izuku woke up, he instinctively activated Durability 1 to numb the pain of his broken arm. Surprisingly, it looked significantly better than he expected. He had no way of knowing this definitively without testing it, but as far as he could tell, enhanced durability also increased his body's healing. When he felt a throb in the back of his head, he realized that he was not alone in his room. He had expected to be under guard, no matter what All for One had said about him being family. But he had definitely expected those guards to wait outside, not in the room. He looked over to see a girl that would have looked completely out of place in this group if it weren't for the knife she was spinning around in her hand. A girl, roughly his age, with a pair of messy blonde buns and a faint blush on her cheeks as she watched him. If it weren't for the fangs and the overall situation, he might have been flattered by the smile she was giving him. Hello, he finally asked. She giggled. He sighed. What do you want? You don't need to guard me. I understand my situation well enough. I'm not going to run. She giggled again. You're cute. I'm Himiko, she said. You look great like this, all beat up and bruised. It makes you look tough. You'd be cuter if you bled more though. Great. Another lunatic. Was everyone here some level of insane? She pouted. Awa, you're no fun, Izuku. That's okay, I can wait. I know you'll realize how great this can be. Do you need something? She sighed dreamily. Yes, boss man wants to talk to you. I volunteered to wake you. You look so peaceful in your sleep. He stood up without another word. This was a level of crazy he just didn't have the mental bandwidth to deal with right now. Good morning, my boy. All for One's voice rang through the speakers. You are just in time. Yue is about to attempt a futile defense for their failures. His attention turned to the screen. There, he saw Nezu, Aizawa, and Vlad before a crowd of reporters. It looked like they had just started. Himiko grabbed the remote and turned up the volume. We apologize for the incident that allowed harm to come to 27 first years of the hero course because of our lack of preparation. Aizawa was saying, we apologize for causing unease in society due to our negligence in properly defending ourselves as a place of learning. The three of them bowed. We are truly sorry. A reporter stood up. Since the beginning of the year, Yue, students have had no less than 4 encounters with villains. This time, there were even students injured. How did you explain to their families? And what are the countermeasures you are taking? Nezu spoke up. We will increase policing in the surrounding area and review the security within the school, ensuring the students' safety with a strong position. Shigaraki laughed. See how pathetically they try to hold on to their dignity. They failed, and they know it. Heroes are weak and ineffective. That's why they will lose. Spinner stood close to him. That's why Stain wanted to tear it all down. You know this. You spoke about the students' safety, Eraserhead. Another reporter was saying. But is it not true that during the incident, you urged them to fight? What was your intention behind this? Aizawa leaned forward. I concluded that because we were unable to fully grasp the situation, it had to be done in order to avoid the worst possible outcome. What do you mean by the worst possible outcome? The reporter countered. You don't call 26 victims and 1 abducted the worst possible outcome. The worst outcome I assumed in that situation was the death of my students. The gas attack accounts for most of the victims, Nezu said. We have determined that it was a sleeping gas from one of the enemy's quirks. Thanks to the quick response of Ms. Kendo and Mr. Tetsu, there were no serious injuries from that attack. In addition, we are providing counseling to the students, but at the moment, we do not see any signs of serious psychological trauma. Are you trying to say that it was a bright spot in this tragedy? The reporter seemed to be growing angry. Or maybe he was deliberately trying to provoke the teachers. We believe that the worst outcome is one that would have infringed on the future. Can you say the same thing for the kidnapped Nakamura? The reporter asked. Izuku's breath caught when he heard that. He should have known that he would be a focal point of this press conference. This wasn't going to go well. He enrolled at UA High with top marks and won the sports festival, the reporter continued. And yet the violence and brutality he showed throughout the final round of the festival bring to question his mental state. And his speech at the festival indicated a desire to dismantle the structure of hero society. Is it possible that the villains kidnapped him because they were watching? Did they assume him to be sympathetic to their cause? What evidence do you have that you are not training the next generation of villains? Shigaraki smiled. You see, the reports understand what we're trying to say. They know you will see things our way eventually. Himiko skipped up to him and clung to his good arm. You're going to make a great villain, Izuku-kun. We're going to have so much fun together. Izuku didn't pay them any attention as he saw Aizawa stand up and bow deeply to the cameras. As an educator, I take full responsibility for Nakamura Izuku's violent outburst. However, his actions at the sports festival originated from the failures of previous educators and authority figures from preventing the rampant abuse and stigma that quirkless individuals face every day. As for his speech during the festival, I might have phrased things differently, but I cannot deny I understand and empathize with his perspective. Anyone who has been lucky enough to have the privilege of teaching Nakamura can attest that his ability and capacity are remarkable. With or without a quirk, he is striving more than anyone to become a top hero so that he can overturn the wildly incorrect assumptions society has been making about quirkless people for generations. If the villains saw his actions and thought that they had the opportunity to convert him towards villainy, then I believe that they are being short-sighted. I have no doubt that Nakamura will become a hero like no other. The room was silent. Izuku sat there, stunned. Aizawa, who had always been gruff and cold, believed that about him. No teacher had ever said things like that about him. His entire life he had been disregarded and discarded. Stain had been the only one to believe in him. But now, did Aizawa really mean all that? Was he just trying to save face? We are not standing around idly, Nezu was saying as he refocused on the broadcast. We are currently investigating along with the police. We will definitely get our student back. Shigaraki turned off the broadcast in anger. Izuku gave a wry smile. You see, they understand. I will never join you. I don't care what my father promised you. I will be a hero. They said that about Nakamura Izuku. All for one said. But I can't help but wonder if they would say the same if they knew the truth about you. My family doesn't matter, Izuku retorted. I am not my father. That was not the truth I was referring to, All for One replied. I mean the truth about you. Would you stand behind a killer? What? Izuku gasped. What are you talking about? Shigaraki laughed. Oh, you really don't know. You're a killer, Midoriya Izuku. Muscular is dead by your hands. You're no better than the rest of us. Izuku paled. No, that couldn't be. He hadn't done that. Muscular was even more durable than Izuku. There was no way that a fall like that could have killed him. He was pulled out of his musings by a knock on the door. The whole room turned towards the sound. Hello, this is Pizza La Camino store. A voice said. Izuku frowned. No one had ordered pizza. And then he felt danger sense activate and ducked on instinct. Smash. The wall behind Spinner blew and his All Might busted through. Shigaraki recovered quickly. Kurogiri, gate. Preemptive binding. Lacquered chain prison. Kamui Woods burst through the opening behind All Might and in an instant managed to secure all of the villains. You can't run anymore, League of Villains. All Might growled. Why? Because we are here. All Might turned to Izuku, and his expression softened somewhat. Are you all right, my boy? You did an excellent job holding out for us. I'm sorry it took us so long. Tell me, Shigaraki, a short old man in yellow said. Where is your boss right now? Closer than you think. All for One's voice rang out through the speakers. Izuku coughed, and black sludge began to pour out of his mouth. Izuku looked around and saw that sludge was beginning to envelop the league where they were. For a brief moment he felt like he was drowning, and then the next he felt a gasp of air. But he wasn't in the bar anymore. Instead he was standing in the middle of a crater. "Sorry, my boy." Izuku jolted as he looked up to see a tall, masked figure. That voice, he'd heard it coming from the speakers a moment ago. All for one. Izuku heard a number of splashes behind him and turned to find that the others from the bar had also appeared suddenly. "Sensei," Shigaraki bowed. "You failed again, huh, Tamura?" All for one said. "I suppose you shouldn't be blamed. You were never meant to lead on your own after all. Izuku here was meant to stand beside you. But at long last, our family is finally whole. We have suffered a blow today, but we will rebuild." He turned towards Izuku. "I'm glad I am finally able to meet with you face to face, my boy. Now that you are here, I can finally fulfill my promise to your father. It took some time, but I have the quirk that I promised him. Join me, Izuku, and I will make you stronger than ever before. You don't need to suffer at the hands of a corrupt society anymore." He held his hand out towards him, and Izuku flinched, pulling back instinctively. All for one paused. "Ah, but I don't need to, do I? You already have a quirk." "He did it, didn't he? All Might gave you one for all." Izuku felt a chill go down his spine. No, this was the last thing he wanted. He was meant to keep this secret. All for one wasn't supposed to know. All for one laughed. "Oh, this is perfect. After all this time, it has finally come home. How poetic. Come home," Izuku whispered. "Oh," All for one seemed surprised. "Did All Might truly not tell you?" "Oh, my dear boy, I created one for all." Izuku's stomach dropped. No, that couldn't be true. Being the son of a villain was bad enough. Finding out he was a killer was worse. But having a quirk made by All for One, the most notorious villain in all of human history, Izuku couldn't take this anymore. All for One turned away and looked towards the distance. "Ah, but this conversation will need to wait. He's coming." The nearby smoke was suddenly parted as All Might flew towards All for One at top speed, slamming into him. Izuku and the League were blasted back by the shockwave of the impact. "You've slowed, All Might," All for One said. "I suppose passing the baton left you with only the dregs of power, didn't it? Have you come to try and kill me again? I will take young Midoriya back." All Might growled. "And this time, I will throw you in prison for sure. And all the League of Villains you control with you." He launched himself forward. "There's so much to do. It'll be tough for both of us." He met All Might's punch with equal force. And to Izuku's surprise, All Might was sent flying. "All Might," Izuku exclaimed. "Do not trouble yourself, my boy," All for One said. "He won't die from something like that. Tamura, it is time to withdraw. Take Izuku and the rest of your companions." Black and red spikes shot from his fingers and stabbed into the unconscious Kurogiri. "Kurogiri, get everyone away from here." "Hey, wait." One of the villains stepped forward. He was defeated and is now unconscious. "I'm not sure what's going on, but if you can use warp, then you should get us away." Magni, All for One shook his head. "My warp is recent. On top of only being able to transport short distances, unlike his coordinate transport, I can only bring people to me or away from me. And I can only send them away to someone I am very familiar with. So I'll have Kurogiri do it." With a burst of energy, Kurogiri's warp gate suddenly opened. Izuku gaped. Apparently All for One had the ability to force quirks to activate. All for One turned towards Izuku. "I am sorry I was not able to give you my undivided attention, my boy. But rest assured, once I have dealt with All Might, I will be sure to properly welcome you home. Now go." "Sensei," Shigaraki said. "What about you?" All for One began to float away, clearly waiting for All Might to return. "Shigaraki, make sure Izuku is well taken care of. From now on, he is going to be your right hand, as he was always meant to." All Might slammed into All for One, and another shockwave threatened to blow them all away. Izuku turned away to see the League watching him expectantly. This was his chance to get away. He was outside, and he had a convenient distraction in the battle happening around them. But he also knew Shigaraki wouldn't let that happen easily. This would be a battle. Dabai and Kurogiri were unconscious, so that left Izuku in a 6-against-1 position. Not great odds. The one thing in his favor was that he knew they wouldn't kill him. They still had it in their delusional minds that he was going to join them. But that didn't mean they wouldn't injure him. Himiko rushed forward, swinging her knife rapidly. He slammed a fist into her stomach, throwing her backwards. Based on the wreckage around them, a fight had taken place here before they had warped. That meant there were likely witnesses around, so that limited him to a maximum output of 3%. Fortunately, he was sure he could get away with increasing strength and speed beyond their usual 2%. His right arm was still bruised, but he was able to move it without too much pain. As far as fights went, things could probably be worse. His biggest concern was the guy in the mask. He had watched him turn Dabai into a marble and tuck him in his pocket. If he got a hand on Izuku, he was a goner. Danger sense activating. He ducked under a swing by Spinner and rushed forward, moving faster than they were anticipating. He slid past Himiko and drop-kicked the masked guy at strength 3. He crumpled like a tin can. "Okay, 5 to go." With the masked guy down, Izuku didn't have to worry about sudden capture. He needed to keep an eye on Shigaraki though. There was a chance he would lose his composure and ignore All For One's orders. Another shockwave ripped through the clearing, threatening to knock him off his feet. All Might and All For One's battle was still raging. He needed to get away. He could tell that All Might was holding back out of concern for collateral damage, specifically Izuku. But maybe he could be persuaded. Making some space between himself and the others, Izuku yelled, "All Might, don't hold back. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine." Another more powerful shockwave blasted through the clearing. Hopefully that meant that All Might had heard him. Now he just needed to find an opening to get away. If he could keep his feet during a shockwave, he might be able to slip away while the others were off balance. They would chase him down, but at speed 3. He was confident he could free run past the rubble faster than they could keep up. But then the last thing he expected happened. A nearby wall burst asunder, and he saw Kirishima being propelled forward by Ida and Bakugo. Immediately afterwards, a giant wall of ice separated him from the League. As soon as he saw it, he understood what was happening. He was running towards the wall before Todoroki had a chance to say anything. He jumped up to grab his hand right as he was passing by, and Todoroki shot a gout of fire that propelled them along the ice wall, catching up to the other 3. "You idiots!" Izuku yelled as soon as he caught up to them. "What are you doing here? Making things right." Bakugo yelled back. "Brace yourselves," Kirishima yelled as they began to fall, hardening himself to try and absorb the impact. He saw Bakugo shooting blasts to slow their momentum, as he felt Todoroki wrap an arm around his waist and do the same with another burst of fire. Danger sense activated, and he turned to see that Spinner was flying through the air after them. But before anything could happen, Mount Lady sprung up from below and blocked him. "Go, you stupid kids," she yelled as she collapsed to the ground. They ended up regrouping with Yaoyorozu as they joined the evacuation. "Not that I'm not grateful for the assist," Izuku said as soon as they were all together. "But what the hell were you all thinking? You came to a war zone to try and save me. What did you think you could do that scores of pro heroes couldn't? Not to mention, you broke the law to do so." "No, we didn't," Todoroki replied. "We learned from you. We found the loophole." "What are you talking about?" Ida smiled reassuringly. "It's only illegal to use our quirks in combat. Our rescue did not cause any harm to the League of Villains. As a result, we should be able to get by on the technicality." Izuku smiled slightly at that. He was such a good influence. "I guess that's true, but I still don't understand why. Why put yourselves at risk?" "Because we couldn't leave you there," Todoroki said. "Yeah," Kirishima echoed. "You gave yourself up to save us. It would have been super unmanly if we had just left you there." He looked towards Ida and Yaoyorozu. He hadn't done anything for them. The unspoken question was clear. "You helped me when I was at my lowest," Ida replied. "You showed me what true heroism was. It was the least I could do. I was the one who put a tracker on the Nomu during the attack," Yaoyorozu said. "And I needed to make sure that cool heads prevailed during our endeavor." He looked at Bakugo with a raised eyebrow. Of everyone here, he made the least sense. "Shut up, nerd." Bakugo crossed his arms and looked away. "You traded yourself for me. I don't like owing people, okay?" Kirishima threw his arm around Bakugo's shoulders. "Don't let him fool you. This whole thing was practically his idea. He was all like, oh, I owe it to him after treating him like shit. I have to prove that I was worth saving. Get off me, shitty hair." Bakugo yelled as shrugged the arm off his shoulders. "And don't look at me like that, Deku." He was pulled out of his surprise at Kirishima's revelation when the crowd gasped at the monitors. He turned. There, broadcasting to the whole world, was All Might's weakened form. The secret was out. Before he had a chance to fully process the ramifications of what had just happened, he felt one for all give out. As soon as it did, he felt the exhaustion of running durability for days catch up to him. That, combined with the pain of his still injured arm, was enough. He promptly passed out. Shouta showed the receptionist his license and she gestured him to pass. He didn't wait for a staff person to guide him. He practically sprinted to get to Midoriya's room. As he pushed his way into the hospital room, he saw Midoriya sitting up, arm in a full cast, staring out the window. He took a deep breath. He was alive. He had needed to see it for himself. These last 3 days had been awful. He had felt like such a failure as a teacher. He had put his students in danger. Not only that, but the circumstances he had put them in led to one of his students voluntarily sacrificing themselves. But now his students were all safe. He knocked on the doorframe. When Midoriya didn't turn to face him, he frowned. Something wasn't right. He knew the kid wasn't going to be okay after being in captivity for 3 days, but he wasn't expecting complete unresponsiveness. He made his way into the room. Putting himself in Midoriya's field of vision, he finally broke the silence. "Hey kid." Midoriya finally turned to look at him and Shouta's heart lurched. That look in the kid's eyes. Something was seriously wrong. No child should look that haunted, even after a kidnapping. He took a seat in one of the available chairs. "Hey," he said softly. "You're safe now, Midoriya. You can breathe." Midoriya took a gasping breath in. Oh boy, this kid was barely holding it together. As best as Shouta could tell, he was trying his hardest to repress his emotions, and it wasn't working. Midoriya took another gasping breath, and Shouta could see the tears forming in the corners of his eyes. Oh no, the kid was having a panic attack. Hey, he brought himself down into Midoriya's field of vision. He took Midoriya's hands in his own. Breathe, kid. I need you to try and focus, okay? Look me in the eyes. He did. Okay, good. Now, I need you to tell me what you can hear, anything you can hear. If you don't feel like you can say it, it's okay if you think it. What do you hear? He heard a few more gasping breaths, and then a halting heart monitor. Okay, good. Now I want you to squeeze my hands. Squeeze as hard as you can. He felt a slight pressure as Midoriya squeezed. Good. The kid's breaths were starting to even out. All right, final thing, what color are my eyes? Dark blue. There you go. It looked like he was back. Midoriya quickly let go of his hands. Can you tell me what triggered that? He asked. Midoriya broke eye contact and looked back out the window. That name, he said with disgust. I don't ever want to hear that name again. The name Midoriya. Shouta kicked himself mentally. Of course, that was stupid of him. Okay, sorry, what would you like? Should I call you Nakamura? Kid is fine, he mumbled. Shouta smiled. All right, kid. Now, Detective Tsukachi is going to want to talk to you to get your statement, but I wanted to check in with you unofficially first. Do you want to talk about what happened? Did you know? He whispered. Did I know what? Shouta asked. Did you know who my dad was working with when you arrested him? Shouta felt a chill go down his spine. He really hoped this wasn't going where he thought it was. No, he said. When I arrested him, he denied that he had any partners. Said he was working alone. So, you didn't know he was working for All for One. Shit, that was exactly what Shouta was hoping not to hear. You didn't know that being quirkless drove my father to kidnap innocent children and subject them to horrific experiments. His voice was starting to grow louder and angrier. You didn't know that I was chosen to be Shigaraki's right hand. Well, anger was better than repression. Shouta would much rather have the kid yelling at him than remaining unresponsive. No, he said as calmly as he could. Losing his own composure wouldn't help anything. I didn't, and that wasn't your fault. What your father did to you was horrific. And what he did to those children is on him, not you. Your family doesn't dictate your path. Did anyone tell you about the press conference? He nodded. They showed it to me. They thought seeing the heroes scramble to explain things away would convince me. Shouta gave him a soft smile. So, that means you heard what I said. He nodded again. Good, because let me tell you something, I meant it. He looked up at him in shock. Yeah, I really did. And that wasn't just my opinion. That was the collective opinion of every teacher at UA. You are more than just a hero student, you are already a hero. He broke eye contact. No, I'm not. I'm a killer. I'm a villain. Who told you that? All for One, he whispered. He told me that I killed Muscular. He said I was just like them. He lied, Shouta replied easily. Muscular isn't dead. Your punch knocked him out. And the fall off the cliff broke a number of bones, but he's still very much alive. All for One lied to you. He just said that to try and sway you, to make you give up hope. He reached into his pocket. But speaking of Muscular, I have something you should see. He handed the kid a folded piece of paper. He unfolded it, revealing the sloppily scrawled message from Kota, thanking him for his rescue. You see, like I said, you're already a hero. You saved that kid's life. He saw tears beginning to form in the kid's eyes again. But when the kid looked at him, he saw a blinding smile, which faded as soon as he heard a knock on the door behind him. He turned around to see a bandaged All Might limp into the room. Ah, my boy, I am glad to see that you're okay. Okay, that was not the look Shouta would have expected to see on the kid when looking at his childhood idol and mentor. Why didn't you tell me? The kid growled, staring daggers at All Might. He glared with such an intensity that All Might took a step back. My boy, I don't. What are you talking about? One for all. Why didn't you tell me it came from him? Why didn't you tell me that I have been running around with a villain's quirk? Shouta's glare matched Midoriya's. They had agreed. Nezu and All Might had both agreed that Shouta was entitled to know everything concerning Midoriya. How dare he keep this a secret? My boy, All Might put his hands up placatingly. It's not what you think. It's a long and complicated story. You were also dealing with enough. I didn't want you to have to concern yourself with All for One. He was always meant to be my responsibility. You were never supposed to encounter him. Well, that didn't work, he replied derisively. And now I think you'd better tell me that long and complicated story. Shouta grit his teeth as he knocked on the door. The kid had been discharged the day prior. And though he seemed to be doing better, Shouta knew that this conversation wasn't going to well. He opened the door and Shouta took in his appearance. His forehead was covered in sweat, and his arms were wrapped up. Kid, Shouta sighed. Were you training? The day after your discharge? Did you even look at your discharge paperwork? I have to be ready, the kid replied hoarsely. He'd been crying again, Shouta realized. Probably had another panic attack too. All for One is after me. I don't have time to sit around. Shouta sighed again. This kid was going to make him go gray. Can I come in? The door opened wider, and he was led to a chair in the living room. I don't know if you heard the announcement, Shouta said as he sat down, but UA is instituting a dorm system after the disaster at the training camp. I am here to help you move. There was no easy way to say it, and the kid was going to take it badly no matter what. Might as well rip the band-aid off now. No, he unsurprisingly replied. I'm not going anywhere. I'm afraid you don't really have a choice, kid. What? He replied angrily. Shouta took a steadying breath. You got a lot of attention with the abduction. Not to mention you are now in 3 official police reports. The government knows you don't have anyone looking after you. So, in order to prevent you from being placed in an orphanage or the foster care system, Nezu made you a ward of UA. I am now your official legal guardian. You had no right, he snarled. So what? You're going to force me to move now? I don't want to, Shouta admitted. I'm hoping you will realize the logic behind this decision. Kid, you've been explicitly targeted by the League of Villains. You're on All for One's radar. You need to be safe, and the safest place we can think of for you is behind UA's walls. Nezu is working on strengthening our security system as we speak. Not only that, but I'll be moving on to campus as well. All the teachers are. We just want you to be safe. And if I say no, you're just going to use your new authority to make me do it anyways, aren't you? Shouta sighed. Yes, I'm not playing around with your safety anymore. I've failed to protect you twice now. I'm not doing that again. He was silent for a while. Fine, he slumped back into his chair. You're helping me pack up my stuff though. You can start with my gym stuff. I'll be in my bedroom. Shouta breathed a deep sigh of relief as the kid walked away. That was one difficult conversation down. The next one would probably not go as well, but at least now he knew the kid would be safe no matter what. Kid, he stopped him as they were about to leave. There's something else we need to talk about. He shrugged and sat down. What now? I want you to start seeing someone professionally. Shouta braced himself for the impending outburst. Fuck no, he yelled. I don't care if you're my guardian or whatever, but there is no way in hell I am doing that. I am not crazy. Shouta waited a beat for him to calm down a bit. It doesn't make you crazy to see a therapist. In fact, most pros do. And this has nothing to do with being your guardian. Even if I wasn't, I would insist on it as your teacher. You have just been through a major trauma. You need to talk about it. Hound Dog would be the most logical choice. He is the counselor on staff for UA. But if you don't feel comfortable with that, you can talk to me. I'm not a licensed therapist, but I do have a master's degree in child psychology. He glared at Shouta. Just because I opened up to you once doesn't mean you have a right to my life. I'm still mad at you for digging into my past after the sports festival. And you can stay mad at me, Shouta replied easily. I don't need you to like me, kid. I just need you to be safe and healthy. Fine, whatever. He looked away. I'll meet with you, but don't expect me to spill my guts. Shouta gave him his best comforting smile. That's okay, we can go at your own pace. Now come on, this is a lot of stuff we gotta move. I hope you're not planning on bringing all of it. We do have a storage unit. Izuku frowned as he stared at his computer. Tsukachi's firewall was surprisingly robust, and he was out of practice. He'd promised Nezu he wouldn't hack UA. He said nothing about hacking in general. Finally, he got through. He immediately checked for any potential alarms he could trigger. Finding none, he hacked into the files on the League of Villains. He'd made his observations as best as he could. But there were too many unknowns for him to feel comfortable. Toga Himiko, the file read. Quirk, transform. By ingesting someone's blood, she is able to transform herself into a perfect replica of that person. Currently limitations unclear, but preliminary evidence suggests that duration is based on amount of blood ingested. Click here to see full background. Great, Izuku thought to himself. Now I have to worry about anyone being a potential threat. He thought he had a pretty good sense of her personality and behavioral indicators, but he didn't know how much she became the person whose blood she ingested. Dabai assumed to be alias, real name unknown. Quirk, blue flame, ability to produce intense flames. Though injuries suggest serious backlash. Well, that told him almost nothing. He'd known all of that already from his limited interactions with him. In fact, that information was probably only there thanks to his testimony. Hikishi Kenji alias, Magni Quirk, magnetism. Allows wielder to create magnetizing effect in people around them. Full range, unknown. More info here. Izuku stopped reading. That was all he really needed to know. Not knowing that name had really bothered him. He could check the files on the others later, but he had a pretty good sense for most of them. Hopefully it wouldn't really matter. He hoped that danger sense would be enough to alert him if they were nearby. He was pulled out of his musings by a knock on his door. He was surprised when he opened it to see a significant portion of the class. Nakamura, Ashido excitedly said. We're going around checking out each other's rooms. Can we come in? Oh, I'm sure, I guess. He opened the door wider to let them in. Wow, several of them exclaimed. So many books, Ashido exclaimed. It was true. Both of his full walls were lined with bookshelves. The wall furthest from the door had a small space carved out for his desk, which held his computer. A significant portion of the bookshelves nearest his desk were filled with his various notebooks he'd filled out over the years. Wow, it's like a mix of Ida and Kirishima's rooms, Uraraka exclaimed as she checked out the weights and punching bag that he had stored in his closet alongside his clothes. Nakamura, Kirishima spoke up. What's with the dartboard? I mean, that's not that weird, but why aren't there any darts? Oh, Izuku smiled as he made his way over to his desk. He grabbed one of his pencils and chucked it at the dartboard, using strength 1 to make sure it stuck. Darts make it too easy. I use it to make sure my hand-eye coordination stays sharp. Todoroki nodded along thoughtfully as if it made complete sense. He paused when he looked at the ceiling. What about that one? He noticed several shocked expressions when they took in the dartboard that he had attached to the ceiling. He smiled as he grabbed another pencil, making sure he aimed correctly. He threw the pencil again. This time, the eraser hit the wall, bouncing the pencil up so that it hit the dartboard. Like I said, hand-eye coordination. He got a couple expressions of awe, but he noticed mostly the laughter coming from Kirishima. That's so cool, bro. Nakamura, Ada asked tentatively. Where's your bed? The others looked around the room, catching up to Ada. Izuku shrugged as he walked over to the closet, pulling out his pillow and throwing it onto the tatami flooring. You don't have a bed? Ashido asked tentatively. No, he didn't understand. I never needed one. This does the job just fine. Is that really so strange? Not to me, Todoroki replied neutrally. I have a similar layout in my room, though you may want to consider getting a futon for nighttime. Izuku shrugged. I had one before, but it got really annoying to put it away in the morning and take it out at night. This seemed easier. So intense, Kaminari exclaimed. Just what you'd expect from the top of the class. Anyway, Izuku said. That's my room. Now, if you don't mind, I have a couple things I need to finish. They all eventually made their way out, though Todoroki lingered in the doorway, seemingly trying to decide if he wanted to say something else. Finally, he closed the door, stepping back into the room. Izuku looked over his shoulder from where he was sitting at his desk to see Todoroki looking at him from the entryway. Yes. Why didn't you tell me who your father was? Todoroki asked quietly, being more vulnerable without an audience. Izuku turned around in his chair to look at him directly. What are you talking about? At camp, when the League made Mandalay send out that message, they addressed it to Midoriya Izuku, not Nakamura Izuku. Why did you lie? He looked genuinely betrayed and hurt. I told you about my family, and you lied to me. Izuku took a sharp breath in. With all the chaos that had happened in the past week, he had completely forgotten about that. Oh no, that message got sent to everyone. That meant that everyone had heard that name. They all knew. I hate that name, he said bitingly. I stopped being a Midoriya at 11 when I erased every trace of myself. I want nothing to do with that man. You erased every trace? Todoroki asked. Izuku sighed. Well, in for a penny, in for a pound. If I tell you, do you promise not to tell anyone else? He nodded. I'm Daylight. He figured directness was his best bet. I taught myself how to code and hack, and I hacked into the government servers, deleting everything about myself. Nakamura Izuku is the identity I created when I enrolled at UA. You're Daylight? Todoroki asked. So then, you were the one that hacked Endeavor. Did you already know everything before I told you? Todoroki looked like he was starting to grow angry. No, he said quickly. The stuff I found was just about him as a hero. There was nothing on there about his family. I promise, I didn't know. And I haven't told anyone either. I respected your trust. Todoroki took a deep breath in, clearly trying to calm himself down. I believe you, and I apologize for overreacting. I just dislike being caught off guard. I thought I knew you, and finding out that you had a whole other name made me question that. Izuku stood and walked over to him. You do know me, probably better than almost anyone. Aizawa doesn't count, because he just won't stop fucking prying. Todoroki laughed at that. He then shuffled back and forth a bit restlessly. So, what should I call you then? Calling you Nakamura feels weird now that I know it's not your real name. Izuku shrugged. You can call me Izuku if you want. Todoroki met his eyes with a surprised look on his face. Really? Yeah, Izuku shrugged again. I never really understood why people made a big deal about first names. Maybe that makes me weird. Well, in that case, I don't mind if you call me Shoto. I don't really like being associated with my dad all that much either. Okay, Shoto. Izuku smiled slightly. That was going to take some getting used to. You hungry? I was going to go downstairs and make some dinner. Sure, that sounds good. I hope you know how to cook. I can't. Please, Izuku snorted. I've been living on my own for almost 5 years now. Of course I know how to cook. What? Did you think Stain made my dinners? Shoto laughed. No, I suppose not. As Izuku was just about start washing dishes, Uraraka came downstairs. Oh, Todoroki, there you are. Would you mind coming with me? There's something important that needs to be discussed. She started to walk towards the front door, and soon after, Kirishima, Bakugo, Yaoyorozu, and Ida came downstairs as well. Oi, where's Round Face? Bakugo growled. She told us to come down. She just stepped outside, Shoto supplied. Did she say what this was about? No, Bakugo grunted. It's pissing me off too. I was about to go fall asleep. With that, they all filed out. Shoto took a steadying breath as he stared up at the imposing building before him. Are you sure you're ready for this? Shoto asked the man with him. Are you? All Might replied. This isn't going to be easy for either of us. True, Shoto conceded. Just make sure you don't lose your composure. You as well, All Might answered. Together the two of them walked in, checking in with the guards. They saluted when they saw the two of them approaching. All Might, one of them exclaimed, awestruck. Relax, All Might replied. I'm retired now, no need for that. Is everything ready? Yes, sir, the other guard said. You will need to come with me. There are some extra security measures. Eraserhead, the first guard said. You can come with me. Your request was much easier to accommodate. Very well, Shoto said. Lead the way. As they walked, the guard explained the security procedures in place. He will be wearing a mask over his face. He'll be able to speak normally, but it should prevent his quirk from causing any trouble. Although if it fails, you can always eliminate his quirk. Understood. With that, he made his way into the interview room. There, sitting in the chair across the table, was a face he had hoped never to see again. Ah, Eraserhead, he said as he looked up to face him. What brings you to my humble abode? Shoto sat down heavily. Your son, Hizashi. More importantly, you're going to tell me everything about the deal you made with All for One regarding him. Though, he shivered. So intimidating. Tell me, Eraserhead, what exactly do you think you can do to me? I have been in a cell for 5 years. You know the name of this place. Tartarus, the deepest pit of hell in Greek mythology. Do you really think you can make things worse than literal hell? Shout aside. Well, I suppose I can throw you into a cell with Stain. I'm sure he would be happy to make your life miserable. Stain. Hizashi tensed. The hero killer. I heard the commotion when he was brought here, but what does he have to do with anything? Shoto shrugged casually. Well, he essentially raised your son since your arrest. As I understand it, he actually surrendered and allowed himself to be captured because he couldn't bring himself to fight him. He saw Hizashi's eyes widen. What? Shoto gave him his best intimidating smile. Exactly. So, rest assured, things can definitely still get worse. Now, tell me about All for One. Hizashi leaned back, cowed. What do you want to know? Everything, Shoto replied. But let's start with some easy questions. Where did you meet with the League? I don't know. Wrong answer. I don't. I just went to predetermined locations and was portaled to wherever All for One was. And you never tried to figure out where the locations were. Once, Hizashi winced. It didn't go well. Let me just say, he is a very dangerous man. Probably the most dangerous man in the world. He doesn't take too well to people with questionable loyalty. And what exactly made you decide to sell your son to the most dangerous man in the world? Shoto raised an eyebrow. I didn't know what else to do. Hizashi replied. I was desperate, and he preyed on my desperation. It's what he does. He finds your vulnerabilities and exploits them. Yes, desperate. Shoto was struggling to keep his composure. Torturing a quirk out of your son didn't work, so you went to the merchant of quirks. I didn't torture him. I was preparing him. This world is not kind to quirkless people. I needed to make him strong. The doctor said that if he had a dormant quirk, only extreme conditions would cause it to manifest. Don't punch him, Aizawa thought to himself. You need him to cooperate. Okay, tell me about the doctor and the experiments. I don't know what you're talking about. Yes, you do. You worked with All for One and the doctor to try and implant artificial quirks into quirkless children. Don't play dumb, Hizashi. I caught you kidnapping children. Hizashi looked at him with wild eyes. You don't understand. I can't tell you that. He'll kill me. These walls won't stop him. He'll get in. He already is, Shoto replied. He's in a cell on the bottom floor of this building. And let me tell you, if you don't tell me what I want to hear, I will throw you down there with him. Since you fear him so much, let's see how well you do when I tell him that you sold him out. No, you can't do that. Yes, I can, Shoto growled. And it would be no less than you deserve. You're a monster, Hizashi. You tortured your own son. You can hide behind whatever rationalization you want, but you weren't protecting him from a cruel world. You were his induction into it. You are a symptom of a quirkist society. And you are very lucky that your son is nothing like you. Start talking. Hizashi slumped down, defeated. The doctor you're looking for went by the name Yujiko Daruma. Izuku paused in the doorway behind Aizawa. Hey there, little listener, President Mike said from the kitchen. Welcome to our humble little abode. A smile grew on his face. What's that about? Aizawa asked. Bakugo owes me 2,000 yen. President Mike chuckled. So you figured it out? Huh, pretty impressive. It takes most people until at least their second year. Do you guys own cats, too? Izuku looked around the apartment. If you have more than 2, then he owes me 5,000. I wanted cats, but Hizashi is allergic. Aizawa answered, and shouted doesn't like dogs. It was one of our first fights as a couple. We almost broke up over it. Mike winked at him. Aizawa just rolled his eyes. Anyway, Aizawa gestured towards the living room. Given your reticence to talking to someone, I figured you probably wouldn't want to meet in my office. I was hoping this would make you feel more comfortable. Izuku looked towards the kitchen. Mike walked out into the living room, setting 2 cups and a pot of tea on the coffee table. I'll be in my office. Don't worry, it's soundproof, Aizawa added. Very soundproof. It can contain his quirk. Izuku felt himself relax when he heard that. Okay, so how does this work? Mostly, you just tell me what's on your mind, Aizawa grunted. When we are meeting like this, don't think of me as your teacher. Think of me as just a random person that cares. That also wants to dig into my past for all my dirty secrets, Izuku replied. No, Aizawa didn't react to his aggression. Not unless you want to talk about it. What I want is for you to have someone that you can talk to. It doesn't matter to me what it is, just as long as you don't continue keeping things to yourself. So, I can really talk about whatever. Aizawa nodded. Well, Izuku tapped his chin as he thought. I'm mostly thinking about how I can continue developing one for all now that I'm back. I was able to do it at camp because I went out into the woods, but I can't really do that during hero training. Everyone is going to be working on their super moves, but I can't really do that. We can find you some space to practice, Aizawa answered. We have a number of dojos and training rooms spread across campus. Can you help me practice too? Izuku perked up. I want to work on something, but I can't really do it by myself. Potentially, can you elaborate? Well, it turns out that as a part of One for All, I can access the quirks of previous wielders. Aizawa didn't react to that. Did All Might already tell him? One of them is called Danger Sense. When there is a potential threat, I get like this migraine in the back of my head. I want to see what else it can do, but I can't really do that by myself. What did you have in mind? I was thinking you could throw things at me while I'm blindfolded. I want to see if I can get a sense of direction to the warnings. I think I should be able to accommodate that. All Might and Cementos will be on hand in Gym Gamma with the rest of the class. I don't necessarily need to be there. Izuku was surprised at how accommodating Aizawa was being about this. He really was going all out on trying to prove adults are trustworthy, huh? So, how has it been living in the dorms? Aizawa changed the subject. Izuku shrugged. It's nice to have a larger kitchen to work with, but it's a lot louder too. It's a little weird when I come downstairs and there's people in the common area. Have you spent any time with them? Some, mostly Ada and Todoroki. Why them? They know about me. Plus, they accept that I don't want to talk about the League of Villains, so they don't ask about it. So, you haven't talked to anyone about the League? Aizawa raised his eyebrows. Izuku squirmed. Does Tsukachi count? Aizawa snorted. No, giving your statement to the police does not count. That's a conversation about the facts. I meant, have you talked to anyone about your personal experience? How you felt? No, I can't really do that without telling them about my father, and I don't want anyone to know about that. I'm still hoping they'll forget about Mandalay calling me Midoriya. Aizawa hummed. I understand. However, I do think you should talk about it with someone. It can be me if you want, since I already know about it. Or it could be All Might. It doesn't matter who it is, as long as you don't keep holding it in. Izuku groaned. What good will that do? It's not like it will change anything. All for One has this crazy notion that I am going to just become a villain and join his evil League of Evil. What does it matter how I feel about it? It's never going to happen. True. But I imagine there is a certain amount of stress involved in knowing that the League is interested in you. Having someone to talk to can help reduce the burden. I know you have gotten used to keeping secrets, but that can also be an unnecessary burden. Izuku glared. I'm no stranger to stress. You should know from digging into my life. I have been under stress my entire life. Why would this be different? I don't know, Aizawa answered. Is it different? Does it feel different? Izuku paused at that. Was it? It's creepy. Meaning, All for One has this delusion that I'm a part of his family. And Toga was acting obsessive, like she liked me or something. And she can be anyone. They don't want me because of One for All, they just want me. And how do you feel about that? I guess maybe you were right about the dorms. I do feel better knowing that I'm behind an intense security system. Good, Aizawa replied. That is all I want for you. For all of you. Izuku squirmed. Okay, are we done now? That's enough personal shit for me. Of course, Aizawa replied. Thank you for trusting me. I'll let Hizashi know we're done. While he got up to knock on their office door, Izuku decided to indulge his curiosity. He made his way over to the mantel, looking at the framed photos. If Aizawa was going to pry into his life, turnabout was fair play, right? That one is from our wedding. He jolted when he heard Aizawa's voice from behind him. Wow, the man was stealthy. Having him help with his training was definitely a good idea. Oh, hey there, little listener, Mike said excitedly. I was just going to get started on dinner. You want to stick around? No, thank you. I told some of the others that I would make dinner for them, Izuku lied. Bummer, Mike didn't seem to catch on. Well, maybe next time, huh? Sure, Izuku replied neutrally as he made his way towards the door. Alright kid, Aizawa said as he walked him out. I'll look into available practice rooms. And then on Monday we can do some one-on-one training. Sound good? Thanks. And then he left. That hadn't been too bad, had it? Aizawa had made good on his promise of not digging too much, and he hadn't forced Izuku to stay when he wanted to leave. Maybe talking to him wouldn't be that bad. Really? Bouncy balls? Izuku asked as Aizawa walked into the room. Aizawa just gave him a look. As both your teacher and legal guardian, I am definitively vetoing the idea of throwing knives at you for training. It's called danger sense, Izuku replied. It won't work unless I'm actually in danger. Well, let's just try this out. If this doesn't work, then you'll need to work on something else. I'm not going to throw things that can actually hurt you. Izuku groaned. Fine, have it your way. He put on the blindfold and tried to focus his senses. He felt danger sense activate. And then immediately he got hit in the back of the head by a ball. TCH, guess it works. Good, Aizawa said. Now focus. Izuku felt danger sense activate and ducked on instinct. Unfortunately, Aizawa had aimed low, so he ended up ducking into the path of the next ball. Gah. Hey, Aizawa said placatingly. This is your first time trying this. Don't expect too much of yourself. If you need, use one for all to increase your speed. Maybe that way you can dodge faster. Not a bad idea, Izuku thought to himself. Trying to be more intentional, he reached within himself and accessed one for all. As he began to release the power, he noticed something. There was another channel along which he could direct the power. As he did, he took a sharp breath in as his senses suddenly heightened. He could now feel the fabric of the blindfold rubbing against his skin. He could hear Aizawa's previously soft footsteps as he walked across the padded floors. This time, he was able to easily avoid the ball, not only getting a sense of direction from danger sense, but also hearing it fly through the air. Whoa, Izuku pulled off the blindfold and squinted at the now overly bright lights. What's going on, kid? Aizawa asked. I'm not sure, Izuku answered. But then, floating in the air over Aizawa's shoulder, he saw a ghostly image of Fourth. What the hell? He thought to himself. Hey there, Ninth. The figure's voice rang in his head. Glad to see you using my power more intentionally. Okay, well, I think I'm going to need a bit of alone time. Izuku didn't turn his head towards Fourth. Everything okay? Aizawa asked. Yeah, he said quickly. I just think I discovered something that I want to workshop on my own. As soon as Aizawa closed the door behind him, Izuku rounded on Fourth. Okay, what the hell is going on? He heard Fourth's chuckle in his head. How much of our conversation from before do you remember? All of it, Izuku replied. What's your point? Seventh told you that because of the dam that you built in your mind to hold back One for All's power, we were unable to communicate with you. It seems that because you are no longer passively using my quirk but are instead actively developing it, I can communicate with you like this. Okay. Izuku looked around the room expecting Seventh to appear. I don't fully understand though. What was that new power I just felt? All Might never mentioned One for All could do that. One for All is a quirk like no other, Fourth replied. As such, it has manifested itself differently in every user. All Might was able to use all of its power immediately with no backlash, but he never had the level of fine control that you have developed with it. It appears that One for All adapts to its wielder. And the new power. Before, you were using the power to enhance your body in different way. In trying to access danger sense, it seems that you enhanced your mind. That's why your senses heightened. Cool. Enough on that for now though, Fourth continued. I didn't come here to praise you for your recent successes. I came here with a warning. What's that? We are all running out of time. You need to unlock more of your power. What do you think I'm doing? Izuku gestured to the room around him. I am referring to the other powers. You are still constraining yourself. Your desire to hide your powers has only allowed my power to fully take root within you, as it is invisible. Even now, you have only used Seventh's power once, and that was unconsciously. You need to start developing all of the quirks available to you. Shigaraki will be coming. The time is approaching for you to stop hiding. Izuku growled. He had known that, deep down. But he also hadn't wanted to face that reality. He knew that the moment he did, people would doubt him. All of the things he did to try and prove the value of quirkless people would be dismissed when they found out he had one. His friends, yes, he was willing to call them that now, would be angry at him for lying to them. It wasn't fair. No, it isn't fair, Fourth said, but such is the burden of being a wielder of One for All. Sacrifices are required of us. Now, you've used Seventh's quirk before, you should work on that. The others will come in time. Just don't shut us away. With that, the ghostly image of Fourth faded away. Izuku sat down in the middle of the room. Fourth was right, he was running out of time. Sooner or later, Shigaraki would come for him. When he did, Izuku would need to draw on all of his power to be able to hold him off. But how? How exactly was he supposed to figure out how to use these powers? It's not like One for All came with an instruction manual, and there is no point in going to All Might about it. If All Might knew how to use the other powers, he would have done so. The ability to access the powers of previous wielders was clearly a new development. He could try to ask the individual vestiges, but he had no idea how to contact them. Based on what Fourth had just told him, they were able to talk to him when he intentionally used their powers. But that was a catch-22. He needed to talk to them to learn to use their power, but he needed to use their power to talk to them. It made most sense to start with Seven's power. He had apparently used it before, though he had no idea what it was. He had used it once before apparently, but according to Fourth it hadn't been on purpose. What was it? He had probably used it when he met with Nana, which would have been when he fell off the cliff. Izuku moved to stand up, only to realize that he wasn't touching the floor. Levitation, he thought to himself. Of course, that's why there wasn't a crater when I landed. There he was, floating in the middle of the room. Now the question was, what could he do with this? Was it just a matter of simple levitation? Or was this a flight quirk? He mentally willed himself to move across the room, but nothing happened. Well, it would be naive to expect it to be that easy. This would definitely take some trial and error. Up, he thought to himself. Nothing happened. Down, he drifted down towards the floor. Well, that didn't really tell him much. He might have just unintentionally turned it off and floated down naturally. Now firmly on the floor, Izuku stood up and cracked his knuckles. Good thing he had asked Aizawa to find a room with padded walls and floor mats. He was probably going to fall a lot. Oh, Nakamura-kun, he heard Uraraka exclaim. He looked up to see her and Ida walking down the hallway towards him. Oh, hello Uraraka, he said. He then felt danger sense activate and immediately pulled her out of the doorway as an explosion blew the door off its hinges where they had been a moment before. With his other hand, he managed to catch Mei before she hit the wall. Gah, Ida exclaimed in response to the explosion. Damn it Hatsum, Power Loader exclaimed from the doorway. I told you to stop blowing things up. Experimentation is the key to success. Power Loader. Mei brushed herself off as she stood up, Izuku releasing her as she did. Oh, hey there Green Bean, come to help me with some more of my projects. Hey Mei, he smiled at her antics. I'll have to make some time to come help you later. Right now I want to make some more changes to my suit. Nakamura, Ida said. You are friends with this support student. Mei looked at him. Do I know you? Ida looked affronted. We fought during the sports festival. You used me as a walking advertisement and then forfeited the match. Oh, right, Mei replied. I thought you looked familiar. Anyway, what can I do for you all? Izuku stood aside while Ida talked through design changes with Mei. Nakamura, Uraraka came up to him. I was wondering where you had been. You haven't been in training with us these last few days. Oh, yeah, he rubbed the back of his neck. I can't really make a super move without a quirk, so I've been just doing some physical training. You know, running, weightlifting, all that kind of stuff. I figured it'd be best to just stay out of the way of everyone. Oh, well that's too bad, she replied. I've missed having you around. You always give such great advice, and you always have a unique perspective. Do you mind if I talk some things through with you? I could use some advice on how to develop my idea. Sure, Izuku shrugged. We've got some time while Ida is talking with Mei. So, Mei said once Ida and Uraraka had left. What can I do for you, Green Bean? Izuku smiled as he pulled his notebook out. Well, I was hoping we could add some additional padding and support in the legs. I've been doing a lot of parkour recently, and some of my landings are still a little rough. Any ideas? Ooh, Mei perked up. I have just the thing. I have some boots I've been working on. They're also reinforced with metal, so they'll maintain the grounding effect of the suit. Actually, Izuku replied, I had a chance to practice that, and I was wondering if it would be possible to also add something to redirect the electricity a bit more. Maybe some kind of arm brace so I can electrify my hands rather than needing to use a stun baton. Oh, Mei exclaimed. That's brilliant. Come here, sit down. You have your usual diagrams. Izuku smiled. Mei was great. She genuinely didn't care about who a person was or what quirk they had. She just loved her ideas and wanted to talk about them with someone. Yeah, I've got some preliminary sketches right here, he said as he sat down. Izuku came back to the dorm to find the lounge full of his classmates, all bemoaning how sore they were from training. Ah, Nakamura, Ida exclaimed from the dining area. You're right on time. There's still some food left. He sat down across from Shoto, who gave him a smile and a nod. Izuku smiled back. So, Ida sat down next to them and slid him a bowl. Nakamura, what have you been doing for training? We haven't seen you these last few days. Oh, just some normal strength and endurance training, Izuku replied with a nod of thanks for the food. It's really the only area left for me to develop. I can't really practice tactics and strategy by myself. I did a bit of sparring with Aizawa too, but that wasn't really about learning anything new so much as just maintaining my skills. Do you feel prepared for the exam? Shoto asked. Yeah, Izuku shrugged. My main advantage is experience anyway. What about you? Have you come up with a super move? Shoto smiled. Guess you'll just have to wait and see, won't you? Izuku laughed. As he looked around the room, his smile grew. Friends. He had actual friends now. People he could let his guard down with. People with whom he could laugh and joke around. Something is bothering you. Izuku turned from the window to look at Shoto. Is there? He shrugged. You being quiet isn't unusual, but you seem restless. Your leg hasn't stopped bouncing since we got on the bus. Izuku looked down to notice his leg was indeed bouncing. He laid a hand on it to try and get it to stop. Shoto was right. Something was bothering him. As soon as the bus had left the campus, he had felt the low buzz of danger sense lurking in the back of his mind. I'm fine, he lied. I guess I'm just nervous about the exam. Shoto broke eye contact, clearly catching him on the lie. He shook it off, looking back at him with a fake smile. I'm surprised. You're usually more confident about things like this. Izuku felt a strange pang of guilt settle in at Shoto's clear attempt to brush past his lie. He sighed. I guess I'm also a bit nervous about leaving campus. It really hasn't been that long since everything. You know, how did Shoto simultaneously soften his expression while hardening his gaze? Izuku had gotten better at reading him ever since Hasu, but sometimes the boy's emotions confused him. You think they're going to come after you again? Why would they? Izuku looked around to make sure no one could overhear. The only people nearby were Ada and Uraraka had headphones on. My father was a member of the league, he whispered. Shoto's eyes widened at that, but he didn't say anything, so Izuku continued. Apparently because of that the head of the league has some weird idea that I'm meant to join them or something. I made it pretty clear that I was never going to, but he doesn't seem like the kind of person to take no for an answer. Wow, Shoto exhaled. That's a lot. Do the teachers know? Aizawa does. Izuku looked towards where the man was lying down in a sleeping bag in the front row. It's why me moving into the dorms wasn't really optional. Shoto looked like he was about to say something when suddenly the bus pulled off the road towards a large arena. Izuku looked out the window towards the building, starting to do some basic recon. He turned back to Shoto quickly. I can tell you more some other time, maybe back at UA when there are less people around. Shoto nodded. Izuku barely paid attention to the speech Aizawa was giving. He was too busy studying his surroundings. He saw various other buses pulling up and students from other schools getting off. One group was approached. Plus, Ultra, one of the new arrivals, joined in on the silly chant that Kirishima and Kaminari were doing. You shouldn't just barge in on other people's conversations, Inasa, said a kid behind him. The taller boy Inasa, Izuku presumed was very Ida-like in his over-the-top apology. His classmates were muttering about the students from the other school. Izuku didn't really know or care which one it was. Meanwhile, Izuku's attention was inexplicably drawn towards one student in particular. The girl at the front of the group was looking directly at him. It was subtle. Izuku doubted anyone other than himself would have noticed. Izuku also noticed a faint blush on her cheeks as she did. That's weird, Izuku thought to himself. Oh, come on now, Nines, he heard Fourth speaking to him. Even I wasn't that paranoid when I was alive. She probably just thinks her good looking. Shut up, Fourth, Izuku thought. I didn't ask you. He had been doing this recently. Ever since Izuku had started practicing with Danger Sense and his new way of using One for All, Fourth had been much more present. Izuku was just glad he could think his replies to the man. Otherwise people would think he was crazy for talking to himself. Oh, Eraser. A jovial voice broke him out of his musings. As he turned towards the source, he was surprised. That was Ms. Joke. He almost burst out laughing when she joked about getting married. He couldn't fully suppress it and let out a little snort, only to quickly school his expression when Aizawa glared at him. The way that the two of them were bantering with each other, they clearly had history. Anyone who didn't know about Mike would be surprised, but not Izuku. Her personality was just as bubbly as Mike's. If he married Mike, it didn't surprise Izuku that he'd be friends with Ms. Joke. Unless that they used to date. Izuku thought to himself. Izuku knew that just because Aizawa was in a same-sex marriage didn't mean that he couldn't be interested in women too. The way that she acted towards him indicated that they had known each other for a long time. I'll have to find a way to ask him about that later, maybe during their next meeting. Izuku liked to prod Aizawa with personal questions whenever he was getting a little too nosy. Just a subtle back off, see how it feels, kind of a thing. Strangely, Aizawa had answered several of them in the past. Another group of students, clearly Joke's class, walked up to them. Izuku suddenly found his hand aggressively being shaken by the student at the front of the group. I'm Shindo, Yue. This year's had trouble after trouble, so it must have been tough. But even so, you all are still aiming to be heroes like this? Huh, that's wonderful. Izuku pulled his hand back with a scoff. Drop the act, dude. His smile slowly became more sinister as Izuku heard the exclamations of surprise from his classmate. He leaned in close so only Izuku could really hear him. So, you saw through that? Huh. Not hard to, Izuku said as he crossed his arms. You're not as good of an actor as you think. Hey, Nakamura, Ada said from behind him. There's no need to be rude. Shindo merely smiled as he turned towards Ada. Don't worry about it. No harm done. With that, Joke started escorting her class away as Aizawa called them to follow him. He felt a swat on his shoulder. What was that? Ada said. Izuku rolled his eyes. This is a competition as well as an exam. Not everyone is going to get a license, since people won't turn on their own classes. That means it's going to be a competition between schools. And which school do you think has the biggest target on their backs? He waited a moment. Maybe the only school here that has publicly displayed their abilities and fighting styles on national television and thereby given their opponents an insight into their abilities and time to come up with counter strategies. He saw the rest of the class slowly catch on. Wait, you don't mean? Jiru started. As soon as the first whistle blows, everyone will come after us, Izuku finished. The class turned towards Aizawa, who just shrugged. SENSEI. Various students started clamoring, why didn't you tell us? No fair. Quiet, Aizawa answered firmly. It wouldn't have made any difference. As future heroes, you're expected to overcome unfair situations. I'm just preparing all of you for the future. He's right, Izuku echoed as he walked after him. We just have to deal with it. True to Izuku's expectations, he watched as several dozen students descended on his classmate. Much like Todoroki, Izuku had split off from the class as soon as the competition began. He'd already given them the heads up, and his talents were not suited to group fighting or direct confrontation. He had a clear plan: sneak up and ambush 3 opponents and get out fast. He used 1 for all to boost his senses to 1%. Immediately, he was able to see in greater detail who all was attacking his class. To his surprise, he was also able to somewhat hear them. He hadn't had much opportunity to practice his new sensory boost, so he hadn't realized just how acute his hearing and eyesight would become. He heard a rustling behind him and immediately used Speed 2 to dodge the person attempting to sneak up on him. Why didn't Danger Sense activate? Izuku demanded of Fourth. I don't know, Fourth replied. Maybe it's because she truly doesn't mean you any harm or feels any animosity towards you. He looked at his attacker and realized that it was the girl from before, the one that had been looking at him oddly. Wow, she said as she stood straight. You're so cool. You know, in tests like this, people tend to go after people that they already have a lot of intel on. That's why I came to see you. I didn't want to miss this chance to interact with a prestigious school, and I wanted to know more about you all. You sure are talking a lot, Izuku replied. Okay then, she giggled. I guess I'll stop. And with that she rushed him. He maintained speed, durability, and mind all at level 1 to be as agile and defensive as possible. He'd learned that against unfamiliar opponents, fighting defensively gave him time to analyze and counter. She was faster than he gave her credit for. She managed to use the surroundings in a way to force him to dodge in such a way for her to escape his eyeline. Suddenly he felt himself getting tackled from behind. Arm pinned behind him. Why wasn't Danger Sense activating? She clearly had hostile intentions. She pressed her entire weight down onto him, effectively pinning him to the floor. With his arms pinned, it was hard to get the leverage needed to escape, even if he boosted strength to 2. He suppressed a shiver as he felt her breath as she leaned down to whisper in his ear. Why do you want to become a hero? For honor, pride, for someone else's sake. I want to know more about you. He decided to take a risk, boosting strength to 3 and flinging her off of him. He got up to catch his breath, being sure to keep a closer eye on her movements. But unfortunately, some other students stumbled upon their face-off and tried to take advantage of their situation. Suddenly, he found himself having to duck and weave as numerous balls flew towards him. Are you okay? He suddenly heard directed towards him. He looked up to see Uraraka kneeling on a nearby building. Uraraka, over here. She held out her hand. Hurry. She jumped down from the roof and he followed her, ducking and weaving through various alleys. He bent over, hands on his knees, trying to catch his breath. Uraraka was behind him doing the same. Are you okay? Uraraka asked again. He grunted as he got up, checking the area for anyone following them. Tell me, he said without turning around. The syringe you have up your sleeve, is it to take my blood or to knock me out? Having said that, he turned around to see the imposter with her hand outstretched. You can drop the disguise, he said. I know it's you, Toga. She giggled as she stood up straighter, dropping the disguise. Wow, you really are so cool, Izuku. I can see why Sensei wants you so bad. I still think you'd look cuter with a bit more blood though. She pulled out a knife with her other hand. You were the girl from before, weren't you? Izuku asked. She just giggled as she nodded. Of course, it explained the intense staring and the blushes. Are you here to take me back to him? She giggled again. Is that really so bad? You could finally have a family that cares about you, and we can be together. He gave her a blank look. So that's why you asked about why I wanted to be a hero. You all still have it in your minds that I'm going to become a villain. Danger Sense finally spiked as a portal opened behind her and Dabai and Kurogiri stepped out of it. You, he snarled. Come now, Kurogiri replied in his cordial tone. You didn't really think Master was going to just let go so quickly, did you? Now, please come quietly. I would hate to have to make a scene. He quickly reached behind his back and grabbed one of his flashbangs. He activated Power 6 and threw it as high as he could. He immediately added a flare gun to his mental list of future support gear. Emmy, Shouter rubbed his temples. Can you please just focus on the test? Oh, come on. She punched him in the shoulder. It's been ages since we've seen each other. I want to know what's been going on. You and Zashi haven't come over to our place in ages. We've been busy, he grumbled. Have you not been watching the news? Emmy grew serious at that. That's why I'm asking. Are you okay? Zashi told me about USJ and your students. I saw the press conference too. I'm fine, Shouter replied. So are my students. They're more resilient than people realize. What about that kid? Nakamura, right. He doing okay after the kidnapping. He's probably the most resilient one of the lot. I'm not worried about what he's been through. I'm worried about what's going to happen next. She gasped slightly. You think they're going to come for him again? I don't know, he lied. It's possible. Why would they? She cut herself off when a bright flash erupted over the stadium. What the hell is that? Shouta stood up suddenly. Stop the exam. He shouted at the proctor. Emmy, call the police. Without waiting for a reply, he jumped over the railing and dropped into the arena. He only knew one student who carried flashbangs, and there was only one reason why he would throw one. His blood ran cold. Problem child. What have you gotten yourself into now? Shouter rushed across rubble, shouting at students to evacuate. As he ran, his mind was spinning with all the potential circumstances that could have forced Izuku to call for help. Clearly, it had to be something outside of the general exam. As he got closer, he saw the massive bursts of blue and red flames, and his worst fears came true. It was him, that fire user from the League of Villains. As he rounded the corner, his blood ran cold. There, in the middle of a ruined plaza, his two students were facing off against the League of Villains. Izuku was fighting against the shapeshifter and the teleporter simultaneously. Meanwhile, Todoroki was on the other end of the clearing, facing off against the blue flame user. As he approached, he activated his quirk just in time to prevent the teleporter from opening up a portal behind Izuku. Phew, just in the nick of time. As soon as his quirk deactivated, the teleporter immediately turned towards him and gestured towards him. Shouta couldn't hear what was being said over the roaring flames behind him. But as soon as the teleporter was done speaking, the shapeshifter immediately abandoned her pursuit of Izuku and turned to run towards him. Shouta pulled out his knife and prepared to face off against her. Kid, go help Todoroki. I'll handle them. Thankfully, the kid finally listened to him for once. With a nod, he ran towards Todoroki. Izuku leaned down to help Shoto up. It was over. With Aizawa's arrival, the tide had turned in their favor. Seeing the writing on the wall, the villains made a quick exit as soon as Kurogiri had his powers back. Thank you, Shoto said as he stood up. I feel like I should be the one saying that to you, Izuku replied. Thanks for coming. Anytime. How did you know? Shoto shrugged. Who else would use his flashbang grenades? I knew if you saw the need to throw one, something awful had happened. Kid, Aizawa interrupted them as he walked over. Are you okay? What happened? It was Toga, Izuku replied. You need to talk to whoever came here with Shiketsu High. She got in disguised as one of the students. She what? Aizawa exclaimed. Yeah, they tried to take me again, Izuku said nonchalantly. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose. Okay, we will deal with that later. Right now, I need you to go talk to Tsukachi. Give him your statement. But what about the priorities? Kid, Aizawa cut him off. I'll talk to the proctors into giving you a buy into the second round. But giving your statement to the police is more important than getting your license. Todoroki, you go report to the main building with the rest of the students. They're going to restart the exam in a bit. Shoto nodded and began to walk away. Shoto, Izuku stopped him. I mean it, thank you. Shoto smiled at him over his shoulder. Now you owe me one. Izuku laughed at that. And then a portal appeared and Kurogiri and Dabai walked through. Izuku told Tsukachi. Obviously I refused to go willingly, so I threw the flashbang to alert Aizawa that something was wrong. Tsukachi scribbled in his notebook. Tell me more about the fight itself. Did it seem like they were trying to just subdue you, or were they looking to actually injure you? Izuku tapped his chin in thought. Well, the fact that they sent Dabai shows that they were willing to risk me getting at least somewhat injured. Although Toga was doing most of the fighting, it seemed like Dabai was more there just to maintain a perimeter and keep others away. And what about you, Eraser? What's your take? Aizawa grunted. Well, I shut down Kurogiri as soon as I got there, and the moment I did that, Toga shifted her focus onto me. They made their escape as soon as they could, rather than continue pressing to try and grab him. Tsukachi flipped through his notes. That tracks with Toga choosing to stay undercover for that long as well. It seems that the League definitely wants Midoriya alive and relatively unharmed. From both of your statements, it seems that there isn't a sense of desperation to their attempts. They're willing to play the long game to get him. That's particularly worrying. Are we really surprised? Izuku replied. All for one is ancient. Of course he's got patience. And based on what he said to me the first time I met him, he still wants me to join willingly. Toga initially tried convincing me, only resorting to fighting once I flat out refused. We really need to do something about Kurogiri, Aizawa said to Tsukachi. The fact that they can teleport in at any time is a problem. What's to stop them from just teleporting into UA and grabbing him in his sleep? Izuku thought back to the fight. You know, now that I've seen his quirk more closely in action, I may be able to come up with a sort of countermeasure. Aizawa raised an eyebrow at that. Really, I'll need to touch base with Nezu, Izuku admitted reluctantly. He has more of a mind for engineering than I do, but it seems like his quirk operates via quantum entanglement. If Nezu can rig up some quantum field disruptors, it won't necessarily prevent him from portaling it, but it may trap him once he gets there. Then, it's just a matter of taking him down. Well, Tsukachi said thoughtfully, that's definitely something we should explore, and we will definitely try to set a trap for him if you are able to get it done, but it doesn't necessarily address the main issue. Nothing would prevent him from opening a portal and just sending someone through. It would only trap him inside. There's just too much that we don't know about how his powers work. But that's our issue to worry about, Aizawa added. I'll get you a meeting with Nezu for when we get back. In the meantime, you should focus on getting ready for round 2 of the exam. Leave the investigation to the police. Round 2 passed with relatively little issue. Without a quirk, Izuku wasn't able to do much of the rescuing, but his first aid skills allowed him to provide medical assistance to the evacuee. Looking at his report, he realized that his bedside manner could probably use some work. Oh well, he still ended up with 95 points, the highest of everyone in the class. And personally, he didn't really get why they made such a big deal about bedside manner. He got the people patched up, he wasn't there to be their friend. Intellectually, he knew that part of his job as a hero was to promote public confidence in the system, but he didn't think he would ever be able to do that. This was the same system that had pushed him down for his entire life. The same system that he and Stain had worked on trying to overturn for almost 2 years. While Stain had become an extremist in the end, Izuku still didn't disagree with his foundational philosophy. He looked back up at the monitor and realized that Shoto's name wasn't up there. He turned around to see Shoto looking over his paper with a slight scowl on his face. What happened? He asked as he walked up. My pride got the better of me, Shoto replied softly. I was so determined to prove my worth independently of my father, I somehow ended up acting just like him. I guess there are some things we just can't escape. I wouldn't go that far, Izuku patted him on the shoulder. I think maybe you're just not used to not passing something. You've always been on top of everything. But the truth is, we all have our areas in which we need to grow. You don't, Shoto replied. You got the highest score. Izuku shrugged. That's because my growth areas are not something that they assessed. Besides, this was only because of round 2. If I hadn't gotten a bye for the first round, I think I would have been eliminated. That's ridiculous, Shoto snorted. Of course you would have made it. Would I? Izuku had given this some thought. I broke off from everyone else in our class, unwilling to work with them. If I had been found by another school, I wouldn't have lasted a minute. I'm not a team player, never have been. The only reason I passed was because they didn't put me into a situation where I struggle. He put his hand on Shoto's shoulder again. Don't beat yourself up. Brush yourself off and keep going. That's all any of us can do. Shoto smiled at him. I guess you're right. Izuku fully zoned out when the supposed Big Three walked into the class. He didn't need to be told about the benefits of practical experience. In fact, he wagered he probably had more experience than all of the Big Three. Sure, they were third years, but he had spent 2 years on the streets as a full-time vigilante. That definitely trumped whatever experience they got as an extracurricular. He pulled out his phone under his desk. Unknown number. Any chance you're taking work-study students? Hawks, this is my personal cell. How the hell did you get this number? Who is this? Unknown number. Your firewall kinda sucks, Hawks. You should really consider get a new tech consultant. Hawks, this is you, isn't it, Junior? Unknown number. Got it in one. Anyway, you accepting work-study students? Asking for a friend. Hawks, sorry Junior, I can't this time. I got a long-term special assignment, and it's going to have me away from my agency. Otherwise I definitely would. Unknown number. Bummer. Well, thanks for considering me. Hawks, actually, I may not have the ability to oversee you, but I could use your help on something. I need a liaison at the Night Eye agency. Think that's something you can do? Unknown number. Sure. What do you need me to do? Hawks, I'll send you a briefing packet via email by end of day. Short answer, I think his current investigation may be connected to mine. Unknown number. Thanks, Hawks. Hawks, no problem, Junior. Birds of a feather, remember. Izuku put his phone away quickly when he felt Aizawa's eyes on him. He looked up to the Big Three in time to hear the blonde one say, "Why don't you all fight me at once?" Izuku was doing some stretches while everyone else was still changing. He used that time to try and get a read on his opponent. This guy, Tagata apparently, looked to be in peak physical shape. He clearly didn't have a heteromorphic quirk, but that really didn't narrow things down at all. Eventually everyone else gathered up and got ready to fight, with the exception of Shoto, who stood off to the side. Unsurprisingly, Bakugo was the first one to blast forward, only for his right swing to completely go through Tagata and him to almost faceplant on the concrete behind him. Permeation. Izuku realized. He can selectively rearrange the molecules in his body to allow things to slip through them. Molecules are mostly empty space anyway, but to have complete control over the entire molecular structure of his body was impressive. That must take an insane amount of concentration and control. But what's the downside? Every quirk has one. Maybe there were serious issues with quirk exhaustion. It must take an enormous amount of energy to continually shift his molecular structure around. He was suddenly brought out of his musings when he felt danger sense activate. He jumped on instinct, and just barely managed to avoid Tagata's attempted leg sweep. Of course, if he had the ability to make his entire body permeable, he could slip into the floor and pop up anywhere for a surprise attack. He popped back below ground and ended up taking out most of the other classmates. Before long, Izuku was the only one left standing. Tagata looked at him with a smile. "You did a good job dodging my attack, but was it luck or skill? Let's find out." He slipped back below ground, popping up right behind Izuku again. This time, Izuku chose not to dodge, but instead sent a kick right at his head when he popped up. It didn't surprise Izuku when his foot went straight through, so instead of being shocked, he immediately did a back handspring to get out of the way of Tagata's punch. "Not bad," Tagata said with an unwavering smile. "No one has been able to predict my movements like that before, let alone that quickly." Izuku returned the smile, though his was much more sinister. "You're going to need to land a hit pretty quickly," he goaded. "Those flashy moves are bound to sap your energy pretty quickly. In war of attrition, I'll win." He ignored his class groaning on the floor behind him. They didn't matter. Right now, there were only two people in the world, him and his opponent. This time, Tagata tried to do a double feint. He popped up from the floor, did a quick swing, and then immediately popped back under to try and grab his ankles from below. None of them connected. He said a silent thank you to Fourth for insisting that he develop his other skills. Between danger sense and float, he was able to jump out of the reach of attacks without even needing to tap into one for all. That gave him an edge. He just needed to wait for. There it is. Tagata popped up, but he miscalculated. He left a blind spot. Just as he was emerging from the ground, Izuku used speed 2 to get in close, and then delivered a full power 2 kick to the back of his head. His timing was impeccable. Tagata had to make himself solid in order to take a breath, so there was a breath of time after emerging where he couldn't make himself permeable. Tagata slid across the concrete from the force of Izuku's kick. As he got up, Izuku noticed that his plastered-on smile flickered. He could read it in his eyes. He was genuinely shocked and angry at being bested. Clearly, his recent successes had led him to believe that he was well and truly invincible. Oh well, Izuku was always ready to humble people who thought that their quirks made them better than the people around them. He dropped back down into a ready stance and readied danger sense. He knew the counterattack was imminent. "That's enough," Aizawa called from across the room. "Demonstration over. You proved your point, Tagata. 17 out of 18 opponents down. I won't have the two of you wear yourselves to the bone trying to one-up each other." "Yes, sensei," Tagata said. He gave Izuku an appraising look. "Not bad, kid." Tagata walked up to him while the rest of his classmates slowly got up. "Hey, come sit with me and the others at lunch, okay? I have some things I want to ask you." Izuku shrugged. "Sure." Lunchtime found him awkwardly sitting at a table with the big three. He got a number of confused looks from his classmates when he moved to sit at a different table, and now he was getting some pretty obvious gawking from them. As soon as they sat down, Izuku immediately felt himself liking Amajiki. He knew full well how overwhelming it could be to have to engage with other people. Hado wasn't as bad as she had been in class, having toned down her enthusiasm, but his focus was also on Tagata. He'd asked him here for a reason. "So, what did you want to talk to me about?" Izuku finally broke the uncomfortable silence. "Do you have a work-study set up already?" Tagata answered enthusiastically. "Unfortunately, no." Izuku frowned. "Hawks is too busy to take on a student right now, but he said he was going to try to get me connected with Sir Nightai. Apparently the two of them are working on cases that Hawks thinks overlap, and so he wants me to be a liaison." "That's perfect," Tagata exclaimed. "I was just going to suggest that you meet with Sir. I've been doing my work-study with him for a full year now. I can totally introduce you." Well, that was easy, Izuku thought to himself. Hawks hadn't even sent him the briefing yet, and he already had an introduction scheduled with the person in question. The paranoid part of Izuku wondered if maybe it wasn't too easy, but ultimately, he decided that he shouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth. He spent the rest of lunch amicably chatting with the big three. They asked him about the Hasu incident, and he asked them about their own experiences doing internships and work studies. Tagata was the only one who didn't talk about his work study, saying he didn't want to ruin the first impression that Izuku would get of Nightai. Izuku took a steadying breath as he stood in front of the imposing double doors. Izuku had gotten much better at controlling his anger since the last time he was in that office, so he figured this should go okay. As he reached up to knock, the doors opened automatically. "Ah, Midoriya, right on time." Nezu looked up from his desk. "Come in, please." Izuku rolled his eyes at the needless dramatic flare of automatic doors, but he went in and took a seat. Nezu turned away from his screen. "So, Aizawa tells me that you have a potential solution to Kurogiri's teleportation." "Yes," Izuku replied. "I believe his portals work via quantum entanglement. I think what he is doing is forming quantum bridges by linking different points of matter on a subatomic level. If we can get a series of quantum field disruptors that generate a low-level wave that creates a constant state of fluctuation on a quantum level, then he wouldn't have the ability to form a link. Hypothetically, we could even trap him." Nezu took some notes thoughtfully. "Tell me, how did you become so well-versed in the area of quantum physics?" Izuku shrugged. "I don't like not understanding something. Before coming here, I would just find topics of interest and learn whatever I could about them. So, when All for One managed to teleport me out of that bar in the blink of an eye, I started researching different theories on teleportation quirks. Ultimately, quirks are physical things. I'm still researching quirk nullification like Aizawa's to see if it's possible to selectively deactivate quirks. But that's a passion project that will probably take years." Nezu smiled. "You really are remarkable, young Midoriya." Izuku knew that tone. "Please don't tell me you're about to suggest I have a mental enhancement quirk again. I would appreciate it if you stopped discounting the abilities of everyday people by trying to force a quirk on them." Nezu held his hands up in mock surrender. "I wasn't going to. But I am left to wonder if maybe One for All has enhanced your cognitive abilities along with your physical ones." Izuku felt his anger deflate. "Oh, well, I guess that might actually be the case." Nevertheless, Nezu moved past that bump. "I think your theory on quantum disruption is one worth exploring. I have a lab on campus. I would like to suggest that you be exempt from your practical heroics classes to meet with me in my lab to work on it. As I have been led to believe, those classes aren't really teaching you much, are they?" Tension sufficiently broken, Izuku laughed. "No, not really. Also, I should say one thing. If we think we have a solid idea on the theory behind how they could work, we should definitely bring Mei from the support department in. She and I have been working together for a while now, and she's a brilliant engineer." Nezu climbed off of his chair. "Understood. Here, let me show you to my lab." Izuku took a deep breath as he looked up at the Night-Eye Agency building. It wasn't as tall as Hawk's looming skyscraper, but it was definitely imposing in its own right. Tagada clapped him on the back. "Don't worry, you'll be fine. Sir can be pretty intimidating, but you're coming with the recommendation of the number 2 hero." Izuku nodded. "Right. Try to make him laugh," Tagada said as they walked into the building. "Sir really likes humor. He thinks that heroes need to be able to make people smile no matter what." Well, that explained why he worked well with All Might, and it explained Tagada's whole vibe. But ultimately, Izuku didn't really think he would be able to do that. That just wasn't who he was as a person. And frankly, it wasn't who he wanted to be either. Before long, Izuku found himself sitting opposite the man in question. For someone who said they valued humor, Night-Eye was certainly pretty stoic and serious. So, he steepled his fingers. "Hawks wants me to take you on as a work-study student so that you can be a liaison between our 2 agencies. I'm assuming that means you have a contract from the school." "That's correct." Izuku reached into his bag and pulled out a manila folder. "So, Night-Eye reviewed the paperwork. You want me to take you on for at least a month." He lifted up his stamp and dramatically brought it down. Next to the paper, Izuku bit back a sigh. He was posturing. "Sir." Izuku played along. "You haven't given me a compelling reason to work with you." Night-Eye looked up at him over his glasses. "Convince me." Izuku straightened up. "Well, based on the information shared with me by Hawks, you are currently running a major investigation. If this case is as big as it seems, you will inevitably be bringing in other pro-heroes anyway. Working alongside a major agency like Hawks will only make that coordination easier. And if Hawks' theory about your cases being connected is true, then it will be an even more effective partnership than just assembling a task force of random pros." "That's a sales pitch for working with Hawks," Night-Eye deadpan. "I want to know why I should take you on. I already have an experienced work-study student, one that I have worked with for a year now. This agency runs smoothly and efficiently. What do you possibly bring to the table?" He stood up and walked around the table to stand in front of him. "Prove your value, not through your words, through your actions." He held his stamp in front of him. "You have 3 minutes to take this seal away from me. If you really are as good as you and Hawks seem to think you are, then take this seal and stamp the form yourself." He turned towards the others. "Mirio, Bubble Girl, go outside. Don't come in no matter what you may hear." "Yes, sir." The 2 saluted and walked out. Izuku stared down Night-Eye. He had read up on him, so he knew what he was up against. With foresight, Night-Eye would be able to anticipate and react to all of his moves before he made them. But how exactly did that work? Izuku didn't want to accept that the future was immutable. That meant that it was much more likely that he was only seeing the most likely future. So Izuku just had to put him in a position where seeing the future didn't matter. It was a bit like chess. Even if one could see 20 moves ahead, once a player hit Zug's, it didn't matter the other player's level of foresight. You haven't moved yet, Night Eye said. It's already been 30 seconds. Are you just going to stand there? Go on, show me what you can do with One for All. So, he knew about it. That made sense. Of course, All Might would tell his former sidekick about who he chose as his successor. Speed 10. Line 3. His body began to flicker with sparks as the energy coursed throughout his body. As his senses heightened, time almost seemed to slow down. In theory, having a fast enough reaction time would enable him to work around foresight. If he could react to Night Eye's reaction, he would create a new future and hopefully throw him off. Additionally, foresight allowed Night Eye to see things early, but it didn't give him superhuman speed, so his reaction times would still be limited to those of a normal human. He was just reacting early. Izuku sprang forward, narrowly missing the outstretched hand as Night Eye shifted. Using float to lighten his body, Izuku pushed off the wall and back towards Night Eye even faster than before. Miss again. A shame, Night Eye sighed. I held out some hope for you. I wanted to believe in what All Might saw in you, especially after he talked about your determination during the USJ incident. But looking at you now, I see nothing but an ordinary child. Not only that, but your stubborn insistence on maintaining your status as quirkless has removed the possibility of becoming the powerful symbol that One for All has enabled previous wielders to be. I knew All Might should have given One for All to Mirio as intended. Izuku paused. Tagada had been All Might's first choice. All Might had never intended to give it to Izuku. But for some reason, Izuku's actions during USJ and after changed his mind. Why? He could see the reasoning behind Tagada. He acted just like All Might. You are an insult to All Might's legacy. He continued. He was a profound symbol of hope and peace. He saved people with a smile. You are a petty child. We'll see, Izuku replied. Pushing his body to its limit, he amplified himself to speed 15, mind 5. With his amplified senses, he could feel the creaking in his bones and his muscles threatening to tear, but he needed the speed and precision. He leapt towards Night Eye, but this time he saw the reaction. This time, Izuku was the one with foresight. He saw as Night Eye began to move his body to the side and used float to change his momentum midair and sweep Night Eye's legs out from under him. Before he even hit the ground, Izuku had grabbed the seal and stamped the page. He skidded to a halt, paper in one hand, seal in the other. He looked up at the clock, 10 seconds to spare. Night Eye stood up aghast. How? I saw what was going to happen. You weren't supposed to grab it. Looks like you can be wrong. Izuku gave him a sinister grin. He slammed the paper down on his desk. Look, you don't like me. You don't think I deserve this power. So what? I don't care. I'm only here because Hawks sent me. If you think I'm not worth your time, then just come out and say it. But don't play games with me. Night Eye looked at him with an inscrutable look. You can stay. You're right, I don't like you. I don't agree with All Might's decision, but maybe I was hasty in my judgment. I will keep you long enough to learn who you really are. The moment I don't like what I see, you're gone. Understood, Izuku replied. Frankly, Izuku didn't really want to be here either. He was just doing this as a favor to Hawks, the hero he actually liked and respected. Izuku and Tagada ended up patrolling together. As they did, Izuku took the time to study the older boy. He could see why Night Eye wanted him to be the successor, in almost every way. He was a carbon copy of All Might. But why was All Might the only standard for what a hero should be? He and Stain had had the same conversation many times. While Izuku agreed that All Might was a powerful and vital symbol, that didn't mean he was the only kind of hero. Frankly, Izuku thought that underground heroes like Aizawa were just as important, if not more. Not all villains could be fought in the light of day. Even All Might knew that. It wasn't like his first fight against All for One had made the news. Hell, All for One still lived in the shadows. Being a daylight hero just put a target on people's backs and invited larger conflicts. Daylight heroes were responsible for more destruction of property as collateral damage than their underground counterparts. Their very strength invited challenge, which only made villains bolder and more destructive. You're quiet, Tagada said. Are you nervous? No, Izuku replied. Just thinking. Cool, Tagada said. I was thinking too. I realized we haven't told each other our hero names. What's yours? Eclipse, Izuku said. Interesting choice. Any particular reason why? Because I want my actions to overshadow people's misplaced understanding of what quirkless people are capable. People are blinded by their misconceptions and prejudices. I want to overturn that, like how the moon blocks out the blinding light of the sun during an eclipse. Clever, Tagada smiled at him. Mine isn't as complex. I'm Lemillion. I may not be able to save everyone, but I want to save at least 1 million people. Izuku smiled. I like it. He really did. The more he got to know Tagada, the more Izuku found himself liking the older boy. After meeting Night Eye, Izuku had been wary around him, but he realized now that he was just projecting his own dislike of Night Eye onto Tagada. Tagada was just too friendly to dislike. Danger sense pinged, and he turned just in time to catch a young girl before she slammed into him. He immediately set her back down and knelt down in front of her. "Are you okay?" And then he took in her appearance. She was small and dirty. Her arms and legs were wrapped in bandages, and she wore a flimsy smock. It clicked immediately. She's just like me. He had seen the look on her face before. It stared at him every day in his mirror when he was a child. That dead-eyed look of fear and resignation. She was trembling. "Eri," a voice drawled from the shadows of the alley. "Are you causing trouble for these heroes?" And then Izuku felt danger sense intensify to a painful level. This was who he had felt earlier, not the girl. The man stepped into the light and Izuku's blood ran cold. Overhaul, the man that Night Eye was currently investigating. The one that they were supposed to be surveilling from a distance. "I apologize for my daughter, Hero," Overhaul said. "She likes to play around a lot and keeps getting hurt. I don't know what to do with her." Bullshit. Izuku knew those bandages. He knew that look. Looking up at him from his position on the ground, Izuku saw his father's eyes looking back at him past that stupid mask on his face. This man was a monster. Tagada stepped forward. "We apologize for interrupting your playtime, sir." Izuku tuned out the conversation the two of them were having, focusing all of his attention on the girl in front of him. She didn't look malnourished, so whatever else this monster was doing to her, he was still keeping her fed. If it hadn't been for the look in her eyes and the visible bandages, Izuku could see how a person might be fooled into believing this monster's explanation of getting hurt while playing. He felt the girl's hands tighten on his outfit. There were tears in her eyes. "Your daughter seems scared." Izuku looked at Overhaul with cold eyes. "Disciplining a child is difficult," the man replied. "Basic discipline and scolding can cause some children to be scared. It is something I wouldn't expect a student to understand." He placed a hand on the back of her head and gave her as comforting of a hug as possible, hiding his grim expression from her eyes while he stared daggers at Overhaul. "These bandages don't seem like they came from play. Are they from your discipline? You aren't a parent." Overhaul's eyes darkened. "You don't know what children are like." Izuku vaguely heard Tagada trying to defuse the situation. But Izuku tuned him out completely. His eyes were locked with Overhaul's. He knew what was going on here. How could he possibly let her go? "Why don't we step away from prying eyes?" Overhaul's voice was chilling. "Perhaps I can explain the situation. Would that set your mind at ease?" Izuku stood up with the girl in his arms, hugging her tightly. He followed slowly, with everything in him screaming to run and get this girl away from this monster. "I've had a lot of issues with Eri recently," Overhaul said. "She is very defiant. Sounds like parenting is very challenging," Tagada said placatingly. Clearly, he still thought this situation needed diffusing. Conceptually, Izuku understood his position. It would be better for the larger objective if they were to let Overhaul go now. But while Izuku understood that intellectually, everything else within him screamed against that notion. A primal part of his brain was telling him to just hold this girl tight and run to safety. Danger sense spiked as Izuku caught Overhaul begin to take his glove off. The girl must have noticed it too, because she suddenly pushed against him and struggled to get out of his grasp. Not wanting to cause her any harm, Izuku immediately set her down. "You don't have to," he whispered to her. "I can't." He hugged her one more time. "Then wait for me. I will find a way to help you." She pulled out of his hug and ran towards Overhaul. He moved to follow them but felt Tagada's arm across his chest. "We have our orders." Izuku clenched his fists and did his best to not grind his teeth as the briefing took place around him. The way that everyone was talking so matter-of-factly about this case pissed him off. Eri was an innocent child. How could they just talk about her so neutrally? Wouldn't this situation have been resolved already if those two had just taken the child? Rocklock said. Izuku was about to stand up and defend himself when Aizawa's voice snapped him out of it. "Watch it, Rocklock," he said. "They are students. They followed orders given to them by their superior." He glared at Night Eye, who is seemingly willing to allow them to be thrown under the bus for his lack of judgment. "You are correct," Night Eye conceded. "Nakamura did attempt to save the girl, but Mirio, being a loyal intern, insisted on following my orders to maintain distance for the sake of surveillance. At the time, no one knew that Chisaki was experimenting on his daughter. So how do we find her?" Rocklock replied. "If he got spotted by heroes, he's going to pull back to keep her hidden. That is the current issue," Night Eye said. "He has gone dark since his encounter with my interns. That is why we are convening this meeting now. I am humbly asking for your assistance in finding Chisaki." "Hawks, I believe you have a lead." Hawks stood. "Yes, I have been conducting an investigation into the activities of the League of Villains, and one of their inner circle, twice, has been spotted in the area. I believe the League has partnered up with Shai Hasekai. If you find any of their members, follow them. The priority is extracting the girl." Night Eye stood. Taking down the organization is of secondary importance. Odds are, we will only have one chance at this, so it is imperative that we gather information and act strategically. That is all, Nakamura, Tagata said as the students sat in the lounge. I wanted to extend my apologies. You tried to save Eri, and I stopped you. It's fine, Izuku said numbly. You were following Night Eye's orders. You didn't know. But you did, he said immediately. I should have trusted your instincts. It wouldn't have mattered. It's not like he would have let us just take her. He would have stopped us, given the intensity of Danger Sense's response. Chisaki was incredibly powerful. I don't think we would have stood a chance against him. Kid, Izuku's head snapped up when he heard Aizawa come in. A word. Izuku nodded and stepped aside to talk in private. I want you to check in with me every week until this case is over, Aizawa said once they were alone. Why? Izuku said defensively. Once a month has been working fine. I'm fine. Kid, Aizawa gave him a blank look. Do you really think I haven't noticed how you've been different these past 2 weeks? I'm your teacher. I tend to notice when my students are distracted. But not only that, Aizawa interrupted him. But the League is involved in this case. They're still after you, remember? As your legal guardian, you are my responsibility. Until this case is solved, I am not letting you out of my sight. I tried to have you removed from the case entirely. But Hawks and Night Eye overrode my appeal. He leaned over to looking him in the eye, ruffling a hand through his hair. Chin up, kid. We're going to get her back. You're not gonna eat. Izuku snapped out of his musings to see Ida and Shoto looking at him with concern. He must have zoned out. He immediately started shoveling food into his mouth. Are you okay? Ida asked. You've been different ever since you started your work study, Shoto added. Have I? Izuku tried to brush the question aside. A bit, Ida shrugged. But we understand that there are things you cannot tell us. Just know that we are here to support you. Thank you, Izuku replied softly. Izuku, you're crying. Am I? Izuku touched a hand to his cheek. Shoto was right, he was. He wiped his tears away quickly. How embarrassing. Heroes aren't supposed to cry. Sorry, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. No, Shoto answered. I think heroes cry when they need to as well. They're human too. Izuku wiped the rest of his tears. Thanks, Pop. Pop. Izuku had taped a picture of Chisaki's face to his punching bag. For the last hour, he had been wailing on the imaginary monster in front of him. His hand wraps lay discarded on his desk. He could have wrapped his knuckles to protect them. He could have used durability to numb the pain, but he wanted to feel that pain right now. Eri was in pain right now because he ignored his instincts. He wanted to feel this pain every day until he saved her. Boom. The punching bag snapped off its ring and slammed into the wall. What? He looked down at his hands. He was sure he hadn't used one for all. Had he lost control of his quirk? If so, why were the sparks red instead of green? About time, a voice rang through his head. He turned around to see an imposing man in a military-looking uniform floating behind him. I've been meaning to talk to you for a while. What is this? Izuku replied. My quirk, he answered. Hello, Knight. I am Bruce, but you can call me Third if you'd prefer. I know that you call the others by their numbers. Izuku understood immediately. He'd unlocked a new quirk. So, what's the deal with this one? My quirk's name is Fajin. Third answered. It allows your body to store kinetic energy from repetitive movement. You can then release the stored-up energy in a burst of immense power. So, it stored my arm's movement from my punches, correct, and then released it in a single, powerful punch. It will take some time to get used to it. But unlike One for All, it will not tire your body in the same way. And you can concentrate the energy in a single part of your body without risking injury. Convenient. Izuku could already see the possible applications. He would need to tweak his suit to hide the visible signs of the quirk usage, though. Third vanished when Izuku heard a knock on his door. He opened it to see Shoto standing in the hallway. Yes, are you okay? Shoto asked. I heard something fall. I'm fine, Izuku answered. I just broke the ring holding up my punching bag. Sorry for bothering you. Shoto shook his head. You weren't bothering me. I had been meaning to check in with you anyway. His eyes flicked down. You're bleeding. I am. Izuku looked down at his busted knuckles. Maybe he had gone a little overboard. Shoto took one of his hands into his own, studying the injury. Wordlessly, he pushed past Izuku and made his way directly towards where he kept his first aid kit. Wow, he really was starting to open up more. The old Shoto would never have been this bold. Sit down, Shoto said as he opened up the kit. Let me clean that for you. Stunned by how direct he was being, Izuku obeyed. He held back a wince as Shoto took out an antiseptic wipe and started cleaning his wounds. So, what's going on with you? Shoto asked as he toiled away. And don't say you're fine. I know you well enough now to know that's a lie. Izuku sat in silence while he studied his face. His brow was furrowed in concentration. Yet he was surprisingly gentle with his ministrations. Could he tell him? He wasn't supposed to. Then again, when had Izuku ever really cared for the rules? Besides, he trusted Shoto. There's a girl, Izuku said softly. She's just like us. I had a chance to save her, and I failed. Now she's in pain, and I can't do anything to help her. Shoto didn't say anything as he grabbed the bandages from the desk. With the same level of care, he started wrapping Izuku's hands. The bandages were surprisingly cool. He must have used his quirk on them. How old? He asked softly. Around 6, Izuku whispered. She was covered in bandages. I should have gotten her out of there. You didn't know, Shoto consoled him. You did the best you could. You don't know that. I could have done more. I should have trusted my gut. I do know that. Shoto cut him off. He knelt down to look him in the eye. I know you. You made the right decision in the moment. Izuku didn't know why he did it, but he leaned forward, capturing Shoto's lips in his own. As soon as he realized what he had done, his head snapped back. He looked at Shoto's dumbfounded face with wide eyes. I'm sorry, Izuku blurted out. I shouldn't have done that. That was completely inappropriate. He tried to pull his hands back, but Shoto held on. He smiled as he shook his head. I didn't mind, he said softly. I can't lie and say I haven't thought about doing the same. Izuku's heart skipped a beat. Really? Shoto loosened his grip. Really? But I think maybe now isn't the right time. You have a lot of emotions going on right now. I think you really only did that because you were feeling emotionally overwhelmed. Before Izuku could respond, Shoto continued, do not misunderstand. I do feel the same. And this is definitely something I want to explore with you. However, if this is something we want to explore, then I want to make sure we do this right. Izuku nodded mutely. Shoto was right. The timing wasn't right. It can wait until after you've saved her. Shoto gave him a soft smile. You seem pretty confident. Shoto gave his hands a squeeze before letting go. I am. Like I said, I know you. Once you set your mind to something, you see it through. Izuku felt tears pricking at his eyes again as Shoto excused himself. But unlike during lunch, Izuku was pretty sure these weren't tears of sadness. When Izuku yawned for the third time, Aizawa immediately stopped what they were talking about. Okay, when's the last time you slept? Last night, Izuku deflected. And for how long? Izuku shrugged. Probably a solid 2 hours. His stomach grumbled. Okay, and when's the last time you ate? Izuku averted his eyes. What day is it? Aizawa sighed. Okay, I can't force you to sleep, but you're staying for dinner this time. Hizashi won't mind. You bet I won't. Yamada called from the kitchen. I've been hoping to get you to stay for dinner for a while, little listener. Izuku was about to protest when he smelled the food cooking in the kitchen and his stomach grumbled even louder than before. He sighed. I guess I can stay. Good. Aizawa stood up. Because I wasn't asking. Come on, you can help me set the table. Izuku dug into the udon that Yamada had made with a ravenous hunger. Easy there, listener. Yamada laughed. It's not going anywhere. And there's plenty. No need to rush. Aizawa studied him from across the table. So, what's been keeping you from sleeping? Izuku studied him for a moment before subtly flicking his eyes towards Yamada. Aizawa got the message. You can talk about the case. Hizashi is a hero with access to the HN. Even though he isn't a part of the operation, he knows most of the details. Izuku nodded. I've been scouring through security camera footage in the area around where we found Eri. The alley we were in had several camera blind spots. So I lost Chisaki afterwards. I've been trying to find earlier footage to see where Eri came from, but she's so small that she is hard to track in the crowd of people on the street. Aizawa narrowed his eyes at him. And how exactly did you get access to secure camera footage? I thought we agreed that Daylight had retired. What, you think I hacked into the HN? Please, I may be good, but no one is that good. Yamada perked up. Izuku shook his head. The Hero Network is the Mount Everest of the hacking community. Actually, that's not even the right comparison, seeing as people have actually climbed Everest. It's a hacker rite of passage to try and get in, but no one has ever managed. I'm pretty good, but the best I managed to do was create a fake account. Izuku immediately slapped a hand over his mouth. He hadn't meant to say that part. Maybe he really did need to get more sleep, but Aizawa just brushed past it. So, how did you get access to secure camera footage then? Hawks sent it to me. Izuku was more than happy to change the subject. He saw my skills with a computer up close when I interned with him, and he knows how important this case is to me. That may be true, Aizawa answered. But let's say you do manage to crack the case. The task force would move out immediately, and you would be dead on your feet. You gotta rest, kid. Yeah, Yamada chimed in. Although Sho isn't really one to talk, I've had to hide the coffee machine more than once. I even stole his laptop one time because he was grading papers at 2 o'clock in the morning. Hizashi, he really didn't need to know that, Aizawa grumbled. But my own sleep habits aside, you are still a growing kid. You need to get regular sleep. I'll try, Izuku conceded. I just feel like I need to be doing something, you know. Aizawa softened. I know, kid. I know how much this means to you. But as a hero, you also need to emotionally separate yourself from these kinds of cases. Emotional investment can cause you to make mistakes. My emotions are fine, Izuku snapped. Aizawa raised his eyebrows. Really? You want to look me in the eye and try that again? Izuku sighed. He couldn't hide this. I hate Night Eye right now. None of this would have happened if I had just gotten Eri out of there. But instead I followed orders, like a good little soldier. Aizawa set his chopsticks down. Being a hero comes with restrictions. It sucks, but it's just the way it works. I know that you got to do whatever you wanted as Night Owl, but you also broke the law a lot. As a hero, things need to be done by the book. Izuku picked at his food. Yeah, well, the book is stupid. It gets in the way of doing what's right. Maybe, but... Okay, Yamada cut Aizawa off. I think that's enough heavy stuff for tonight, you two. The listener needs to take his mind off of everything. Let's talk about something else. Anything else? You got something else that's on your mind, listener? Izuku shifted in his seat a bit. There was something that had been weighing on him, and it wasn't really like he could talk to anyone else about it. He muttered, growing a bit embarrassed. I guess there is one thing that I am a bit confused about, and I can't really talk to anyone about it. And I tend to verbally process things, but I can't really do that with anyone because my classmates would just make a big deal about it. But it's also really embarrassing and, well, slow down. Yamada laughed. You're moving too fast for me to keep up. Why don't you take a breath and just ask whatever you want? Safe space? All right, listener. Izuku took a couple steadying breaths before looking up a bit, very much avoiding eye contact with Aizawa. How do you know if you like someone? Actually like someone. A grin flashed across Yamada's face while Aizawa paled. Oh, my goodness, I am here for this kind of conversation. Yamada practically squealed. Okay, I gotta know who this is. I'm assuming it's someone from your class. Aizawa dropped his chopsticks and pushed his chair back. I can't be here for this conversation. He put his dishes away and walked away without another word. Did I say something to upset him? Izuku asked. Oh, don't mind Sho. Yamada waved his hand. He's just embarrassed. He knows that I'm gonna start talking about how the two of us got together and doesn't want to be there when you find out how much of a sap he actually is underneath that gruff exterior. I wasn't going to ask about you. Izuku was fully confused now. I just needed to process my own situation. I guess this is more of a me thing then, Yamada answered as he stood up. He grabbed their plates and went into the kitchen. He immediately started pulling some stuff out while he continued. I tend to communicate best by relating topics to my own personal experiences. It allows me to give the other person a different perspective while also showing that I understand where they are coming from and am not just some random person that they are talking to. Oh, Izuku nodded. I guess that makes sense. Yamada came back with 2 mugs of hot chocolate. So, he said eagerly as he sat down. Who's the lucky person that caught the eye of the enigmatic Midoriya Izuku? Not Midoriya, Izuku said on instinct. But to answer your question, Todoroki. Yamada smiled knowingly at him. I should have guessed. You two certainly have been growing a lot closer lately. Well, let me ask you this then. What made you think that you might have feelings for him? Izuku shuffled in his seat a bit. I might have kissed him. Yamada was clearly trying to hold back a squeal based on his expression, but he continued as if nothing was amiss. Okay, so when did this happen? Last week. He came over when he heard me break my punching bag, and he decided to treat my busted knuckles. And then, I don't know, I didn't even think before leaning forward, and I just got so flustered. And I'm not usually like this. I'm always in control of my actions and emotions. Yamada chuckled. It sounds like you're finally getting to be a normal teenager. A normal kid. Don't feel bad about this, kiddo. This is good. To be frank, your life has been far from normal. You're overdue for a problem as simple as liking a boy. But that's the thing. Izuku buried his head in his hands. Do I really like him? I just feel so confused. I didn't grow up with friends, so am I just confusing friendship with something more? I have so many emotions going on that I don't really know what to do with. My emotions were all over the place in the moment and I just... Ugh. This is the part where I talk about my own experience, Yamada said. Sho was right to walk away. He'd be really embarrassed to hear this story. Izuku sat up attentively. Please, anything to help me figure this out. Okay, Yamada grew serious. Sho and I had a classmate, Oboro. When we were students, the 3 of us were inseparable. So inseparable that we planned to form our own agency after we graduated from UA. And then, in our second year, Oboro died while we were on our work study. There was a villain attack. And Oboro was hurrying to get all of the civilians out of the building, but the villain smashed one of the support beams and rubble fell on Oboro. We tried to get him out, but by the time we did, he was gone. I'm so sorry. Izuku didn't really know what else to say. Yamada swallowed. It's fine. Anyway, the point of this story. After that, Sho and I grew a lot closer as we helped each other grieve the death of our friend. At the time, I was in a similar situation to you. I wasn't sure what I felt for Sho. And even once I was pretty sure I had those kinds of feelings for him, I was pretty sure he didn't feel the same. Was he just as stoic back then? Izuku chuckled. Oh yeah, Yamada laughed. That's what made it so tricky at the time. And then, during our 3rd year at UA, Sho and I were on our work study again when we were in a similar situation to how we lost Oboro. There was an earthquake and a collapsing building. The building started to crumble, and I pushed Sho out of the way of falling rubble, but I got hit by some of it. As you can imagine, seeing another close friend in a similar situation brought back a lot of memories for Sho. After I got out of there, he started yelling at me for risking my own life by saving him. And he told me, do you have any idea what would happen to me if I lost you too? With all the adrenaline in my system, I was kinda yelling at him too. And before I knew it, he grabbed me and just planted one on me right then and there. Izuku choked on his hot chocolate. Really? His teacher, the stoic eraserhead, kissed his partner in broad daylight. Really, Yamada answered. You see, while you may think that you don't know how you feel because you kissed him in a heightened state, I say the opposite is true. When your emotions are that heightened, that's also when your inhibitions tend to be lowered and your true thoughts and feelings come out. The fear that Sho felt at almost losing me was the push he needed to stop burying his emotions and admit how he felt. I think you're second-guessing yourself now, but the you that kissed Todoroki was probably the truest you. Trust that part of yourself. Don't ruin something special by retreating into that brilliant head of yours. Izuku took another sip of his hot chocolate. Yamada made some good points. So, you're saying I should just stop thinking? Yamada reached forward and ruffled his hair. Maybe don't stop thinking completely, but definitely stop overthinking. Izuku heard a door open from somewhere else in the apartment. Izuku averted his eyes as Aizawa walked back into the room. Izuku didn't think he'd ever look at the man the same way after what he learned. Are you done being embarrassing? Aizawa drawled. 'Cause the kid needs to go back to his room. And kid, Izuku looked up and met his eyes. Sleep. No more camera footage tonight. You're going to need to be rested if you're going to save Eri. Izuku stood up and bowed to both of them, reclaiming the comfortable formality that he had had before that awkward heart-to-heart with Yamada. You're right, sensei. Good night. Thank you for dinner. Anytime, little listener, Yamada replied with a smile. You're more than welcome to come over here if you need to talk things through. I'll remember that, Izuku said. He got out of there pretty fast after that. Gotcha, you son of a beach, Izuku muttered at his computer. It had taken almost 2 weeks of late-night camera footage scouring, but he finally tracked down where Chisaki had taken Eri after he got away from them in the alley. He leaned back in his chair and cracked his back. Now there was only one thing left to do. He needed the floor plan of the building, but that should be pretty easy. After 2 weeks, the rust was firmly shaken off. Daylight was back in business. It only took him about 2 hours. It was just a matter of hacking into municipal records to find the construction plans for the building, breaking into the files for the building's service provider and piggybacking his way into the building's internet. Of course, an organization like Chisaki's would have security cameras inside their compound too. Stupid. Now Izuku knew all about the secret underground area and how to get in. Unfortunately, the layout of the underground section had clearly been done off the books. He spent a full 30 minutes looking around, and there was nothing. No blueprints, no cameras, no windows, nothing. Oh well, this would have to be enough. Bang, bang, bang. Izuku pounded on Aizawa's door, and he answered surprisingly quickly. Izuku. He rubbed his eyes. What the hell are you doing here? It's 2 a.m. Is it? Shit, he thought it was closer to midnight and that Aizawa would still be awake. Sorry, lost track of time, I guess. Anyway, I had to come tell you right away. I found her. You what? Aizawa straightened up immediately, tiredness completely forgotten. Where? How? Izuku held up his laptop bag. I can show you. 10 minutes later, Aizawa leaned back, exhaling heavily. Okay, we're going to need to have a talk about your hacking, but that can wait. Right now, you're going to go to bed. What? Izuku exclaimed. We don't have time for that. We need to go get her. Kid, Aizawa placed a hand on his shoulder. You are dead on your feet, and I said you're going to go to bed. Not me. I am going to take this to Night-Eye immediately so that we can start gathering the task force. But that is going to take time, so you have time to catch up on sleep. You won't be able to do anything if you don't rest. Izuku opened his mouth to protest, but Aizawa cut him off. I will wrap you up in my scarf if you try and resist, he threatened, then softened. If you are worried that you're going to be left out of the loop, you are welcome to crash on our couch. He gave his shoulder a squeeze. You did great work, kid. I'm proud of you, but you can't do it all on your own. This next part is for me to handle. Get some sleep. Izuku passed out as soon as his head hit the couch cushion. Izuku woke up to the smell of bacon. The smell confused him, so it took him a couple seconds to get his bearings. And then he felt a shudder go through his body. Had he really just done that? Slept in his teacher's apartment? Why did he do that? Also, why the hell did he feel so conflicted about it? It was just sleep, wasn't it? It shouldn't be that big of a deal. His stomach growled at the smell of bacon, and he slowly sat up. He looked over to see President Mike swaying back and forth in front of the stove, humming some random song to himself. Izuku slowly stood up and started to make his way towards the door as quietly as he could. Morning, listener. Mike was clearly a morning person. Where are you going? Don't you want some breakfast? Izuku paused and turned to face him. Oh, I was just going to go back to the dorms to get ready. Big day today. Mike waved a hand dismissively. Sho isn't back yet, so I'd say you've got some time to sit down and eat a proper meal. Sho told me that you barely slept, so you're definitely going to need some food if you're going to save that little girl. Sit down. He said it in a jovial tone, but the look in his eyes made it pretty clear that he wasn't asking. He might be nicer about it than Aizawa, but he was clearly still a teacher at heart. Knowing resistance was futile, Izuku moved to sit at the table. Mike set a large plate of eggs and bacon in front of him. You a coffee drinker, kid? Izuku snorted. I'm a former hacker in Vigilante. I live off of coffee. Mike chuckled at that, setting a mug of coffee and a cup of orange juice in front of him. Fair enough. Izuku said thanks and began to dig in. Mike settled in across from him and started to eat too. A couple bites in, Izuku couldn't help but hold back his question, so what's with the American food? Mike smiled. Sho and I had our honeymoon in Hawaii, at this super cute bed and breakfast. I guess after having American-style breakfast for 2 weeks made an impression. We don't do it all the time, but when it's my turn to make breakfast, I like to throw it in from time to time. I figured today was a good day for it. You're definitely going to need the calories if you're going to make it through the day. Izuku took a swig of orange juice. So, it's definitely going to happen today then. Of course, Mike replied seriously. There may be a lot of annoying bureaucracy that comes with being a hero, but task forces like this get to cut through a lot of red tape, and heroes are pretty much on the clock 24/7, so with you finding the location at 2 in the morning, I guarantee you that girl will be safe by dinner. Now, eat up. True enough, Aizawa came back less than an hour later and told him to go change into his hero costume and gather the other interns. Now they were all making their way into the Night-Eye agency with Aizawa. With a nod from Aizawa, they each split apart to go to their respective heroes. So kid, Hawks gave him a nod as he approached. I hear you had a pretty busy night. Good work. Thanks, Izuku replied. Any news on the league? Things are mostly quiet right now. Hawks glanced around. It's starting to look like this investigation is going to be a slow burn. Although I wouldn't be surprised if we ran into some of their members today. We got some chatter that the two groups were contemplating a merger of sorts. Chatter? Huh. Anything I can help with? You've seen how good I am with computers. He felt a hand ruffle through his hair. Sorry, Junior. Your teacher was pretty clear about keeping you away from the league. He brushed the hand off. He's wrong. He's just being overprotective. Think about it logically. I could be the bait that lures them out of hiding. I'm not some liability to be locked away. I can be an asset. I'll think about it, Hawks replied. But focus up. The league isn't our priority today. Good morning, Night-Eye said to the gathered task force. Thank you for your prompt arrival. We have had a new development in the Hasekai case. Aizawa, if you will. Shouta stepped forward and pulled up the presentation. Last night, Eclipse was able to track down security camera footage of the route Chisaki took after he retrieved. He was able to track them back to the residence of the head of the Hasekai. After further investigation, he was able to discover the existence of an underground tunnel system beneath the residence. We do not know how extensive the tunnels are or what their layout is, but we do know about an entrance. It took us a few hours. Night-Eye took over, but through collaboration with the police, we were able to acquire a warrant. We will be heading out within the hour. Heroes, please review the information packets regarding the registered quirks of Hasekai members. Our priority is rescuing Eri, but we will likely need to fight our way into the compound. Shouta noticed Hawks making his way over to Midoriya. Hey kid, he said. Sorry about this, but I'm not going on this raid. I just got a notification about league activity, and I'm being pulled away. Before you freak out, don't worry, I'm not taking you off this case. Your insight is going to be needed. Stick with Night-Eye, and you should be fine. Shouta took the opportunity to make his way over. Hey, he interrupted their conversation. I'm going to be moving with the Night-Eye agency. Stay close, kid, and I mean it this time. This isn't going to be like USJ or Hasu. You are going to follow orders and stay with the group. No running off on your own unless ordered. Got it. Yes, sir. Midoriya nodded. Hawks, he nodded. Eraser, Hawks nodded back. Good luck out there. When you get back, you and I should talk about next steps. Some new things have come to light regarding the league investigation that may be of interest to you. He nodded. By 10 a.m., they were all gathered before the Hasekai compound and ready to go. All right, the head of the police task force said. Once I've read the warrant, charge in. Be prepared for resistance. Before he could press the intercom to announce the warrant, the doors of the compound exploded outward as a giant barreled towards them. And with that, the raid had begun. It's here, Izuku said as they pulled to a stop in the hallway. Wordlessly, he pulled the plant to the side and began to inspect the wooden boards. Well, Rocklock said impatiently. Just a second, he replied. The camera angle didn't show the actual sequence being punched in. He racked his brain, trying to parse out which board had been pressed based on the arm movements that he had managed to see. It took him about 30 seconds, but he managed to punch in the sequence and open the hidden door. Well done, Night Eye said as the door opened. But then danger sense activated as the door began to open. Watch out. Immediately, Izuku pulled out a flashbang and threw it through the slight slit in the wall before the door managed to open all the way. As the door opened, they saw 3 figures stumbling around disoriented. Bubble Girl, Centipter, Night Eye announced. Secure these 3. We're moving ahead. Good job, kid, Aizawa said as they pressed on. They rushed down the stairs and emerged into a tunnel that split in 2 directions. Eclipse, Night Eye shouted. Which direction? Izuku checked both directions. He remembered going back to check earlier footage once he had narrowed down the location, and Eri hadn't escaped through the main compound. That meant that there were other entrances and exits, based on where she had escaped from. South, he announced. He pointed ahead. That's a fake wall. Without hesitation, Kirishima ran forward and punched a hole through the wall. Good job, kid, Fat Gum announced. Fat Gum managed to broaden the hole as the rest of the group pushed their way forward, but it didn't take long for them to run into their next obstacle. As they were rushing forward, the hallways started to suddenly undulate and change. It's Mimic, Rocklock exclaimed. He must be using Trigger to boost his power. Eraser, can you stop him? Not without seeing his main body. He replied. It doesn't matter, Tagata shouted. I can get through. Time is of the essence. Following that exclamation, he immediately rushed forward, phasing through the obstacles that began to appear in his way. Lemillion, Night Eye shouted. Don't rush off alone. I'll get the girl. He shouted back at them. Before Izuku could say anything, he felt danger sense activate and the floor open beneath them. He whipped his capture weapon around Aizawa and used float to keep them both from falling through it. As the rest of the group fell, he floated over to the side of the opening and pulled them both up. Thanks, Aizawa said as the hole suddenly closed behind them. You said not to go off on my own right. He snarked. Well, I was thinking Tagata probably shouldn't be alone either. Besides, now that we're alone, I can use my power without fear of discovery. Smart, Aizawa nodded. What's your plan? He was deferring to him. What the hell? Where was the whole spiel about leaving decisions to the pros? I can punch through the walls, he replied, catching his breath. Danger sense should alert me to the changes in the hallway so Mimic shouldn't be able to slow us down. He's got to be on this level, otherwise he wouldn't have dropped everyone. Aizawa was silent for a moment, clearly digesting the information. Then he nodded. Do it. I trust you. Together, the two of them rushed forward, with a combination of durability 5 and power 10. Punching through the walls was child's play. Rather than using his speed to rush ahead, he instead used float to nullify the undulation of the floor. Aizawa, with his extensive experience of parkour, was unbothered by the shifting terrain. They ran through the shifting terrain for a while, when suddenly danger sense activated again. But something felt different this time. There was a strange directionality to it, almost as if Aizawa. He pivoted and tackled his teacher just in time to avoid a pillar that was going to push him into an opening in the floor. Ugh, Aizawa grunted from the impact. Izuku winced at the sight. Unable to modulate his power output during his reaction, he had basically just slammed his teacher into the wall at near full power. That was bound to bruise some ribs. Sorry, Izuku said as he held out a hand to help him up. I reacted on instinct. Aizawa stood up and rubbed his chest. No need, you saved me. How though? Izuku shrugged. Best guess. Danger sense is evolving. I can sense danger to people near me. Useful, Aizawa said as he straightened up. Come on, if he's trying this hard to get rid of me, his main body is bound to be close. They continued moving through the undulating hallways as fast as they could. Izuku made sure to stay close to Aizawa in case Mimic tried a trick like that again. As they passed an intersection of hallways, they were greeted to the sight of Rocklock approaching. Rocklock, Aizawa paused as they caught their breath. Where are the others? We got separated, Rocklock replied. Mimic threw up walls to divide us and then shifted the hallways, so we ended up running in opposite directions. I'm just glad I managed to catch up with someone. Rocklock, Izuku nodded. Izuku, Rocklock nodded back. Wait, Izuku. In an instant, Izuku put the pieces together. The chatter about who was working with Overhaul, calling him Izuku. Immediately, he pushed Aizawa to the side and knocked the knife out of Rocklock's hand. Toga, Izuku exhaled. The disguise dropped immediately, and the form of Toga Himiko rushed towards him. You remember, she pulled another knife out and swung at him. Awa, Izuku. You always know it's me no matter what I look like. Don't you see? We're meant to be together. Izuku pulled out his baton and parried her swing. How many times do I need to tell you? It's never going to happen. Toga's waist was suddenly wrapped up in Aizawa's capture weapon and she was pulled away from Izuku. But with the skills of an acrobat, she was able to use the extended bit of the capture weapon as a slack line and propel herself behind Aizawa, stabbing him in the shoulder. Aizawa. He threw his baton at Toga, and she giggled as she backed off, a wall suddenly descending from above, blocking her from sight. I'm fine, Aizawa grunted as he stood up. She didn't hit anything important. She was after your blood. Izuku paled. That's bad. A problem for another day. Aizawa rolled his shoulder. We still need to find and shut down Mimic. They continued running forward when suddenly they heard an inhuman roar echo through the compound. Suddenly, the movement of the walls increased tenfold, spikes bursting from every direction trying to impale them. If it hadn't been for Danger Sense and his supernatural speed, Izuku would be dead 3 times over. Something must have made Mimic lose his composure. Aizawa shouted as he dodged spikes. He's got to be close. Continuing to dodge the spikes, Izuku heard another roar. Only this one wasn't an echo, it was nearby. Scanning his surroundings, he saw it. A slight divot in the ceiling where the surrounding stone wasn't shifting. Boosting One for All to its limit, Izuku burst forward and blasted the rock apart, exposing the main body of Mimic. A moment later, the body slumped over and began to fall as Aizawa shut down his ability. Izuku caught him as he fell and promptly knocked him out with a chop to the back of his neck. Taking out his own capture weapon, Izuku wrapped Mimic up and set him against the wall. Good enough for now, Aizawa grunted. The others will take him into custody once they catch up. Come on, Lemillion is on his own. Izuku nodded, and the two of them began running forward through the now still hallways. Izuku knew they were close when he started feeling a rumble and hearing explosive sounds coming from up ahead. Once he got close enough, he felt Danger Sense telling him something was on the other side of the wall, so he punched through it without hesitation. He burst through to see a completely bloodied and haggard Tagada standing between Overhaul and Eri. Overhaul had his hand raised with killing intent. Pushing speed to its limit, he rushed forward and punched Chisaki in the face hard enough to knock him back several meters. Nakamura, Tagada wheezed from behind him. How? No time, Izuku stared down Overhaul. Get Eri out of here, you've done enough. Nakamura, Tagada wheezed. The bullets are done, my quirk is gone. Izuku felt a chill go down his back. No, not Tagada. He shook himself, compartmentalizing it for later. You're still a hero without it, he reassured. You've done great, now it's my turn. Get her out of here. He's right, Aizawa said as he moved next to Izuku. We've got it from here. You can rest now. Izuku cracked his knuckles. He had been looking forward to this part for 3 weeks. Time to finish this. You, Overhaul growled. Me, Izuku gave his most sinister smile as he rushed forward. Before Izuku and Aizawa managed to close the distance, Overhaul screamed, Get up, Chrono. Danger Sense activated again, but this time Izuku was too slow. The prone figure of one of Overhaul's underlings shot something out at Aizawa and he began to fall. Izuku increased his speed to painful levels, dreading what was going to happen next. He had to get to Overhaul before Aizawa blinked. He didn't. Just as he was about to punch Overhaul's lights out, his hand slammed into the floor and the spikes erupted, nearly skewering Izuku. But it did more than almost kill Izuku. It finally succeeded in doing what Mimic had failed to do. It isolated Izuku. Izuku now stood alone in a spiky arena, facing down the man that had plagued his nightmares for weeks. Just as now, Overhaul snarled. You caused me a lot of problems, you know. After she ran into you, Eri stopped listening to me. You got it in her head that you were going to come save her. And I did, Izuku growled. You are a monster. You don't deserve to be a father. No father should treat their child like that. Oh, Overhaul raised his eyebrows. Well, I guess you're right, since I'm not a father. Eri isn't mine. Izuku's blood ran cold. He kidnapped her. Abusing his own daughter was bad enough, but taking an innocent child, experimenting on her. Izuku felt his one for all suffusing his body at higher and higher levels. It was time to stop holding back. Fajin also had a significant amount of energy stored from all of his running earlier. He straightened up. Time to finish this. The spike behind him cracked as he pushed off of it, rocketing towards Overhaul. Ducking underneath the extended arm, he slammed his fist into Overhaul's stomach and blasted him into the opposite wall, denting the stone. Overhaul groaned as he got back up. I saw you at the sports festival. You're supposed to be quirkless. Izuku's smile was sinister. He shrugged. I lied. Overhaul straightened, using his quirk to repair the damage to his ribs. This was bad. He couldn't afford to whittle him down. He had to take him out in a single, unrecoverable hit. He channeled the rest of Fajin's stored-up energy into his right fist. One hit. His quirk wouldn't work if he managed to knock him out. Or kill him. At this point, Izuku didn't care which. He took a step forward, preparing himself to launch his next attack, when suddenly a spike burst through the floor, stabbing him in the calf. He staggered forward, and before Danger Sense could adequately warn him, another spike burst from the floor and stabbed him in the opposite thigh. How is this possible? He knew that Danger Sense wasn't flawless. Attacks that were fast enough could make it past his heightened senses. But he had watched Overhaul's hands closely. And then he noticed Overhaul's lack of boots. Overhaul was still wearing his mask. But Izuku could swear he saw his smirk. I guess the intel on my quirk wasn't comprehensive. I can use my feet too. Izuku staggered forward and just managed to shift his body so that the next spike only grazed his side rather than impaling him. He amplified durability, but quirk fatigue was starting to catch up with him. He had been pushing one for all hard all morning. More than that, Izuku realized Aizawa had been right. He had been pushing himself for weeks now. Ari, Overhaul yelled out. I will kill this so-called hero of yours. The one you thought would save you is about to die. Come back to me and I will let him live. A moment later, Izuku saw the frail form of Eri stumbling through a hole in the wall. No, he screamed. Stay with Lemillion. Eri, Overhaul's voice softened. Come now, it's time for this rebellious phase to end. Come with me and I will put him back together. As Eri began to step forward, Izuku felt his rage spike. He knew all too well what was going through that kid's head. His father had been just like Overhaul. He had been beaten down so long that the few times his father offered kindness, he would have done anything the man wanted. Ignoring the screaming in his legs, he dashed forward and scooped Eri up in his arms. He held her close to his body, counting on Overhaul's desire to keep Eri to prevent him from attack momentarily. Eri, he whispered, I have been where you are. I know what you are feeling, but you don't have to live like this anymore. There are people out there who will take care of you and protect you. I will care about you and protect you. As long as I am alive, he will never lay a hand on you again. Overhaul started laughing. Oh, you naive boy. You don't get it, do you? You're not keeping her safe. You're endangering her. I am not a threat to Eri's safety. Her quirk is. Eri's quirk is powerful and perfect, but she has no control. He stood up straight, fixing his remaining injuries. Eri rewinds humans. She reverts them to previous forms. If used properly, she could even turn a person into a monkey. If you hold her like that, you will cease to exist. She will rewind you into dust, just like she did to her parents. Isn't that right, Eri? Eri tightened her grip on his shirt as tears began to flow. She knows, Overhaul continued. She knows the curse that is her quirk. She will never have a normal life like that. Now hand her over. I am the only one who can stop Eri when her quirk gets out of control. I am not a monster who abuses her. I am the one who keeps her safe. Izuku set Eri down and took off his jacket, leaving him in just his under armor. He knelt down and draped the jacket over her shaking shoulders. He then cupped her face in his hand and tilted her head up to look him in the eye. He's wrong. Izuku felt tears pricking at his own eyes. You're not cursed. He's a liar and a monster. I promised you I would come back. Do you remember? Eri looked at him with reverence in her eyes and nodded. And I asked you to wait for me. His thumb wiped the tears from her cheek. Well, I'm back. I promise you, you will never be alone again. He will never lay a hand on you again. Izuku stood up and turned around. His legs and sides screamed in pain, but he couldn't afford to put more of one for all into durability. He needed as much speed and power as he could muster. This was guaranteed to break every bone in his arms, but Chisaki was not walking away from this. Overhaul paused slightly at the aura of anger coming off Izuku, but he shook himself and held his arms out. Very well, Overhaul said. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a syringe. If you insist on standing in the way and filling her ears with your poison, then I rescind my earlier promise. Izuku paled. That was trigger. Today, Overhaul grunted, you die. Maybe he would, but today, Izuku was okay with that. If it meant that this little girl never had to suffer at this monster's hands again, he would gladly lay his life down. He burst forward as Overhaul made more spikes erupt from the ground. Most grazed him, but one managed to stab him in his left arm. Izuku continued rushing forward as the spikes sliced all along his forearm. He leapt to the side as the next burst of spikes came towards him. And on it went, Izuku ducking and weaving past waves upon waves of spikes, slowly inching his way forward. But Izuku wasn't just rushing forward blindly. With every leap, he felt Fajin's stockpile increase. All he needed was a single opening. There was none. There was no way for Izuku to make it through Overhaul's relentless assault. And then the answer came to him. Overhaul was right. Today would be the day Izuku died. He was so focused on evasion, he would never make it to Overhaul. Shoto had been right after their match. This kind of move only worked in training exercises. In a real fight, it was guaranteed to kill him. He dropped his defense and leapt forward. He felt the spike skewer him through the stomach, but his momentum was enough to carry him through. Just like Aizawa had taught him, right at the moment of impact, he switched all of one for all into power. Not only that, but he called upon all of the stored-up energy from Fajin. He felt every bone in his hand break, but his hand blasted through the stone pillar and made direct contact with Overhaul's face. His head snapped back, and he slammed into the wall behind him, only to drop to the floor, unmoving. Izuku didn't know if he was unconscious or dead, but right now he didn't care. He had a little girl to get back to. He broke off the spike that was stuck in his stomach and stumbled back towards her. He fell to his knees before her as she looked at him in horror. Disregarding all of the pain, he smiled. Like I said, he will never lay a hand on you again. And then he fell to the floor. As soon as the others caught up and subdued Chrono, Shoto was out of there. Rushing back towards where they had come from, he heard Tagata calling out, Eri, come back. Lemillion. He slid to a stop in front of him. What happened? Nakamura is going up against Overhaul on his own. He grunted. It sounded really bad, but Overhaul called out and promised that if she surrendered herself, he would let Nakamura live. Shouta's blood ran cold. What way did she go? As soon as Lemillion pointed, Shouta was off. He arrived at a war zone. The room was littered with rubble and spikes of stone. Blood was on practically every wall. Before he could take it all in, his teacher instincts kicked in and he heard the soft sobs of a child in danger. He rushed towards the sound to see Eri wrapped up in Izuku's jacket. She was on her knees before the prone figure of his problem child. She was shaking him gently by the shoulder, crying, wake up, she cried over and over. You promised I wouldn't be alone. Shouta rushed forward to grab his kid. He flipped him over to see that he was impaled on a massive spike of stone, one that certainly ruptured several organs. Based on the blood flow and the size of the pool around him, his heart was still intact, and no arteries were damaged. He checked for a pulse. It was there, but it was erratic and weak. Save him, Eri cried. He promised. Shouta shared her panic. Medic, he screamed. We need a medic, now. They didn't need to wait long before the rest of the heroes caught up and a medic immediately pushed Shouta aside to start treating Izuku. As soon as he knew the kid was being treated, he turned his attention to the crying child before him. She was still shaking Izuku by the shoulder and begging for him to wake up. He squatted down before her and gently laid a hand on hers, only to immediately pull back when she recoiled. It's okay, he said in his softest voice. They're going to heal him up and he is going to be just fine. The tears continued to flow. He promised, she hiccuped. He promised I would never be alone again. He held his arms out towards her as slowly as he could. And you won't be. I know that boy. And nothing is going to keep him from keeping that promise. He's going to be okay. She let out a wail and collapsed into his arms. He held her tightly as the medics maneuvered Izuku onto a litter and maneuvered him towards the hole Ryukyu had just opened in the floor. He's going to be okay, he whispered in her ear over and over again. Although, Shouta wasn't sure if he was trying to convince her or himself. Beep, beep, beep. Izuku groaned as he woke up. He had never been much of a morning person. If his alarm clock didn't shut off soon, he was going to break it. Beep, beep. Wait a minute. That didn't sound like his alarm clock. He opened his eyes, only to immediately squint as his vision was flooded by bright fluorescent lights. He was in a hospital. Slowly, his mind caught up to his situation. He had been in a fight. He'd thrown caution to the wind and taken a serious blow in order to take out Overhaul. He had to. It was the only way to save Eri. He sat up immediately, ignoring the pounding in his head. He took in his situation and surroundings. He was in a hospital gown, but there was a bag on a nearby chair. Maybe that had some clothes in it. If not, he might need to make his way to the nurse locker room and steal some scrubs. He ripped the IV out of his arm and swung his legs over the side of the bed. His legs were unexpectedly shaky, but he managed to get onto his feet and stumble his way over to the chair. You know, I really shouldn't be surprised, a dry voice said behind him. He turned to see Aizawa standing in the doorway. I leave the room for 5 minutes to get a cup of coffee. And of course that's when you decide to wake up and immediately try to run. Where's Eri? Izuku croaked. He was relieved to see Aizawa, but his thoughts were still on the little girl. She's safe, Aizawa replied. Sit down, kid, and I'll explain. As Izuku sat back down with a groan, his legs were jelly. He had been so desperate to get out that he hadn't even taken stock of his tiredness. He was pretty sure he couldn't activate one for all if he tried. Aizawa sat down with a chuckle. Yeah, you really wouldn't have gotten far, kid. Izuku rolled his eyes at him. So, what happened? Well, Aizawa rolled his shoulder. We got Overhaul. Or you did rather. By the time I got there, Overhaul was knocked out and you were unconscious. Based on the reports Ryukyu gave, we think Toga used my blood to impersonate me and direct her to punch a hole through to the cavern where you two fought. We wouldn't have gotten you help in time otherwise. So, All for One didn't want me to die, Izuku replied. Or Toga didn't. Yes and no, Aizawa continued. We think they also wanted to guarantee that Overhaul didn't get away. The convoy that was bringing him to Tartarus was attacked by Shigaraki. They managed to get away with the Quirk erasing bullets. They didn't free Overhaul. No, in fact, they took off his arms to nullify his quirk. Aizawa rubbed his forehead. They clearly weren't working together as much as we thought. It seems that Shigaraki was just using Overhaul to get the bullets. What about everyone else? Did anyone else get hurt? Kirishima had bruises and lacerations over his entire body, but he got patched up and out of the hospital pretty quick. Amajiki had a bone cracked in his face. Fat Gum had some broken bones. Toga stabbed Rocklock to get his blood when she ambushed us, but the stab wound didn't hit anything serious. He's fine. Aizawa sighed and looked at him with a frown on his face. You were the only that was seriously injured. You were in surgery for almost 12 hours and were so exhausted that Recovery Girl knocked you out for 3 days healing up your stomach. I've been unconscious for 3 days, Izuku exclaimed. Yeah, Aizawa sighed. It was touch and go for a while there. Hizashi and I have been taking it in shifts watching over you. And of course, you had to wake up during the 5 minutes I left the room. What about Eri? Izuku inquired. Is she okay? She's fine, Aizawa replied. We couldn't track down her parents, so she's been staying with me and Hizashi since we saved her. Hizashi and I both have our foster licenses. I was also the best candidate for dealing with her quirk. It's a complete mystery and I can erase it in case it turns out to be dangerous. We're assuming it's powerful since Chisaki went to such lengths to exploit it. It is, Izuku whispered. Chisaki explained it to me. Eri can rewind people. Rewind. Yeah, she reverts people to earlier states of being. And she has no control over her powers. Apparently, she rewound her parents into dust on accident. Aizawa nodded. That explains how the bullets work, I suppose. They revert people to a pre-quirk form. The bullets. Izuku paled. Tagata. Is his quirk really? It looks like it, Aizawa sighed. But he doesn't seem too upset about it. Can I see him? Izuku asked. And Night-Eye. Sure, kid, Aizawa replied. I'll let them know. But you've got a much more important visitor to greet first. Izuku was about to ask who when the door slid open to reveal President Mike holding hands with a little girl. Izuku-kun, Eri exclaimed. She ran towards him and jumped onto the bed. You're okay. She started shaking him by the shoulders. You're okay. You're okay. You're okay. Izuku laughed and pulled her into a hug. Of course I am. I made you a promise, remember? AI-san said you would be. She started tearing up. I was so scared. But now you're okay and you can stay with me forever. Okay, tiny listener, Mike laughed. Let Izuku breath. Okay. You two will have plenty of time together. She let go of him but made no move to get off the bed. Mike came forward and ruffled Izuku's hair. Good to see you up, kid. You had all of us worried there for a moment. He gestured towards Eri. This one has been at your side practically every moment she wasn't sleeping. She even tried sleeping in here. Izuku cupped her chin gently. I'm sorry for scaring you, Eri. But you were very brave. She gave him a blinding smile and leapt into his arms again. Izuku was starting to get seriously bored. He was fine. Why couldn't they let him leave? Aizawa said something about him needing to get the all-clear from Recovery Girl, which was stupid. He told him over and over again that he felt fine, but he just wouldn't budge. He was shaken out of his brooding by a knock on the door. Come in. The door slid open to reveal Tagata, with both Night-Eye and All Might in tow. Nakamura, Night-Eye said. It is good to see you are awake. Thank you, sir, Izuku nodded. Nakamura, Tagata gave him a deep bow. I am so sorry. I failed to stop Overhaul. And you were severely injured due to my shortcomings. It's fine, Izuku reassured him. I didn't call you here for you to apologize. I have an offer for you. All Might and Night-Eye's eyes widened at that. Clearly, they had figured out what he was about to say. Does he know? He asked them. No, Night-Eye replied. But I trust him to keep the secret. My boy, All Might was slightly pale. Are you sure about this? Izuku nodded while Tagata looked between the three of them in confusion. What are you talking about? Tagata, Izuku drew his attention to him. You must have noticed that when I showed up, I was glowing. Tagata nodded. I thought I was seeing things from blood loss. You weren't, Izuku replied. You saw me using my quirk. Yes, I have one. Yes, I have been lying to everyone. Somewhat, at least. I was born quirkless, Izuku continued. I didn't have a quirk until All Might came to me following the USJ incident. It turns out his quirk is unique amongst quirks. It is not a quirk one is born with, but rather one that is passed from wielder to wielder, growing stronger with each user. Tagata's eyes widened at that revelation. Night-Eye knows about this. Izuku cut him off from interrupting. That's why he took you on as his student. He was training you to be the next wielder. I know Overhaul stole your quirk from you. I can give you a new one. Tagata gulped. You're saying? Yes, Izuku nodded. I can pass the quirk along to you. You are going to be the successor before All Might met me. I've been quirkless most of my life. I don't need this quirk to continue being a hero. And you can be a symbol much better than I can. All Might was about to interject when Izuku cut him off with a look. This wasn't his decision anymore. One for all was Izuku's now, and he got to decide what he did with it. Tagata was silent for quite a while. Finally, he whispered, no. Izuku raised an eyebrow at that. No, Tagata said more firmly. It's not right. You are a greater hero than me, I can admit that. You tried to save Eri the first time and I held you back. And in the end, you stopped Overhaul, not me. You deserve to keep that power. Are you sure? Izuku asked. You don't know what it's like to be quirkless. Your life is about to get much more difficult. Tagata stood up straight and smiled. I'll be fine. I am more than my quirk. Besides, I know about Eri's quirk now. I have faith that once she learns how to use it, she can give me mine back. I can't take your quirk from you after all of the hard work you have put in. Night-Eye placed a hand on Tagata's shoulder. Don't worry, Mirio. I will continue training you until that day comes. You are correct. You can be a hero even without your quirk. Who you are is what matters. Tagata bowed to Izuku. I am honored you considered me Nakamura. I am honored you think so highly of me and trust me with such a big secret. It was dark by the time Aizawa pulled into UA. Izuku got out of the car with Eri in tow. They started walking towards the dorms together. When Izuku started walking towards his dorm building, Eri looked at him in confusion. Huh, she said. You're not coming home with us. Izuku squatted down to look her in the eye. Sorry, Yuri, but I don't actually live with Aizawa and Yamada. He pointed towards his dorm building. I live in that building over there. So don't worry, I'm still close. I will make sure to spend lots of time with you. But right now I need to go see my classmates. They've been really worried about me too. Don't worry, tiny listener, Mike said as he walked over to them. We'll have Izuku over for dinner very soon. Okay. She nodded up at him before giving Izuku another hug. I'm not going anywhere, Izuku whispered in her ear. I promised, remember? Okay, she whispered. She reached up to hold Mike's hand as the three of them started walking towards their apartment. Bye, Izuku-kun. Bye, Yuri. He waved at them. I'll see you soon. He hadn't even closed the door behind him before he was mobbed by his classmates. You're back. We were so worried. We saw the news. Are you okay? Everyone. Ada cut through the chatter. I know that you were worried, but please calm down. Let Nakamura rest. Thank you, Ada, Izuku said once they had all quieted down. I appreciate the concern. I am healthy but also very tired. It has been a long couple of days. I know you have all been worried, but if it's okay, I would prefer to just go to sleep. I can answer your questions tomorrow. He got a smattering of assent from his classmates as they slowly started to disperse. The other interns who had been involved in the raid lingered a bit though. Dude, Hiroshima unexpectedly pulled him into a hug. I'm glad you're okay. Yeah, Uraraka said as she patted him on the back. I saw you being loaded into the ambulance. I was really worried. Thanks guys, Izuku replied. Like I said, it's been a long couple of days. But I'm better now. Clean bill of health. That night found Izuku sitting at his desk reading over the official report from the raid. Even though his body was tired from Recovery Girl's healing, his brain just wouldn't shut down. Part of his issue was that he still couldn't piece together why Toga had come after him. Why did the League work with Overhaul? If they were really just after the bullets, they could have gotten them without teaming up. What were they missing? Knock, knock, knock. He got up from his desk and walked towards the door, only to find Shoto in the hallway. Shoto, Izuku whispered. What are you doing up? Don't you have your provisional training in the morning? Shoto shrugged. Couldn't sleep. I'm guessing you couldn't either. Nope, Izuku answered. Too wound up, I guess. I don't know about you, but I could use a cup of tea. Want to go to the kitchen with me? Sure. So, are you really okay? Shoto asked as they sat down in the dining area with their tea. I know that this case has been on your mind for weeks. Yeah, Izuku replied. He took a sip of his tea and let out a big sigh. It's finally over. We saved her. Shoto smirked at him from across the table. Called it. You did, Izuku smiled back. So, Shoto's smirk dropped. I don't really know how to say this, but do you remember what we talked about a couple weeks ago? Was he blushing? You mean when I kissed you? Izuku felt his own cheeks warming at that confession. Yeah, Shoto replied. And I said we should wait until this whole mess is over. Well, it's over now, so I guess I was just wondering if I still feel the same. Izuku answered. Shoto nodded. Yes, I do, Izuku answered. And if your feelings haven't changed, then I would love to explore this with you. Shoto tried his best to regain his composure, but his blush didn't fade. He nodded. Good, that's good. Izuku laughed at his sudden awkwardness. Hey, relax. It's like you said, there's no need to rush into this. Let's just take it one day at a time, okay? Shoto smiled back at him again, but then he couldn't hold back a yawn. Izuku felt a yawn coming on as well. But for now, I think maybe we should both go to bed. I think you're right. Shoto stood up and nodded at him. Good night, Izuku. Good night, Shoto. Izuku leaned back and finished off the last of his tea, chuckling to himself about just how awkward Shoto had been. But it was a very cute awkwardness. Maybe Mike was right. Izuku really shouldn't overthink this. Izuku almost had whiplash from the revelation that they would be having a school festival. After weeks and weeks of stress and anxiety dealing with the Overhaul case, doing something so normal almost felt wrong. That's why Izuku was just sitting back while the rest of the class was brainstorming different things they could do to contribute. He had absolutely no ideas. Maybe I should try harder to connect with my classmates, Izuku thought to himself. Besides Ida, Shinso, and Todoroki, I've never really spent a significant amount of time with anyone. He had trained with Uraraka somewhat, and she seemed nice enough. Maybe he should start there. Not a bad idea, 9th. He looked to his left to see 7th floating in the air beside him. This one-man army thing isn't really doing you any favors. You've handled lots of things on your own so far, but the time is coming when you will need to rely on your allies. Izuku nodded to her. She was right. His classmates were all capable people. And besides Bakugo, no one had ever really showed any animosity towards him. Even when they found out he was quirkless, they didn't judge him for it. With that, he stood up and walked into the living room to join the discussion. If he was going to start to get to befriend them, he really should start with contributing to the group effort. What about this? Shoto moved towards Yaoyorozu's laptop, pulling up a video of a rock concert. Izuku had a hard time tracking the conversation from there as everyone started chiming in with ideas on how to pitch in. He did catch Shoto say something about his supplemental exam. What kind of stuff were you doing in the supplemental classes that made you think about this? He whispered to Shoto. He blushed. We had to try and placate a bunch of rowdy elementary school kids. Izuku raised an eyebrow at him. Did it work? He shrugged. I guess so. I'd like to think we inspired them. Huh, he replied. Maybe you should come spend some time with Eri and me then, seeing as you're apparently good with kids. Shoto huffed. I don't know if I would go that far. Ooh, Izuku heard Mina exclaim. We should do some really cool lighting effects as well. I can do that. The whole group turned towards him in surprise when he chimed in. He flushed a bit at all the attention. I'm pretty handy with a computer, and that way I can help out without having to go on stage. They all cheered their support and went back to planning, but Kirishima broke off from the group and came over towards them. Hey, Nakamura, hearing you mention being good with computers reminded me of something I never got a chance to talk to you about. How the hell did you track down Overhaul? The way Aizawa talked about it, it sounded like you did it all on your own. Oh, he looked to Shoto who nodded at him encouragingly. Keep this quiet, all right. But I used to be a hacker before I came to UA. Holy shit, Kirishima exclaimed. Now way. Who? Daylight. Izuku replied. Seventh was right. He really should start leaning on his classmates. He didn't necessarily need to be their friends, and honestly doubted he could, but he should at least start trusting them. No way. That's so cool, Kirishima replied. I always looked up to him. You? Wait. He looked at Shoto quizzically. Daylight didn't expose on Endeavor. Are you cool with that? Shoto nodded. It's not like he said anything untrue. Besides, it's not like the expose was about our family life. Wow, Kirishima looked utterly shocked. That's so cool, Nakamura. I never knew that about you. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah, I guess I haven't really been the best at talking about myself. Maybe that should change. Shoto gave him an encouraging smile. Izuku-kun, Eri exclaimed as she opened the door. You came. He laughed as he squatted down to give her a hug. Of course I did. I wouldn't pass up a chance to come hang out with you. Mike laughed as he approached the front door. You know, if I had known that this was all it took to have you actually come over for dinner, I would have started fostering a kid a lot sooner. Izuku snorted as he took off his shoes and stepped into the apartment. He nodded to Aizawa in the kitchen, who nodded back. Problem child, he said. Old man, Izuku couldn't help but bring out a bit of sass. Apparently, it wasn't too much seeing as Aizawa huffed and Mike started laughing. He felt a tug at his hand and looked down to see Eri dragging him towards the hallway. Izuku-kun, come look at my room. Go on, kid, Mike said. Dinner will be another couple of minutes. He couldn't help but smile at Eri's enthusiasm as he followed her to her room. He was so happy to see her in clean clothes with a smile on her face. Her hair was pulled back into a ponytail, tied with an adorable red ribbon. She looked almost indistinguishable from the girl he'd met with messy hair, dirty rags, and bandage-covered arms. His smile grew as he stepped into her room to see her bed completely littered with stuffed animals. Mike and Aizawa had clearly gone all out in trying to make her feel at home. So kid, Mike spoke up. Did your class end up making a decision on your contribution to the festival? Izuku finished his bite before answering. Oh yeah, we're all collaborating to do a big concert for the school. Juru is a really accomplished musician and Ashido is a great dancer, so they're taking the lead on putting together a band dance team. That's great, Mike answered. It's great to see that kind of unity from a class. We normally don't see that until the second or third years. It's only logical, Aizawa answered. They've been through a lot as a class. Adversity brings people together. True, Mike nodded. So, what are you doing for it then? Oh, I'm going to be doing the lights and sound from the back. I really didn't want to be on stage. Smart, Aizawa replied. That would be my choice as well. Ooh, Izuku turned to Eri. Eri, did you want to come hang out with me in the sound booth? I'm assuming you're going to be going to the festival. Yeah, Eri smiled. Zawa and Zashi said I could go. There's going to be a lot of people, but I'm really excited. That's awesome, Izuku replied. Well, Shoto and I would love to hang out with you during the festival. We can check out some of the stalls together. He heard a cough and looked over to see Aizawa looking at him with a raised eyebrow. Shoto and I, huh? When did that happen? Izuku flushed as Yamada started laughing. Well, you would know if you hadn't walked off last time, Sho. Yamada turned towards him. So, I take it things have progressed then. We're taking it slow, Izuku replied. But now that things are quieter, I guess yeah. Yamada's smile was blinding. Good. You deserve to have some normal teenage experiences. Aizawa huffed. He's not exactly wrong. And yeah, I think it would be a good idea if Eri goes to the festival with you. Hizashi and I are going to be busy behind the scenes. Plus, it will give you a bit of practice for a favor we need to ask of you, Yamada echoed. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Oh, yeah, Aizawa grew serious. The week after the festival, Hizashi and I need to go to Tartarus. There have been developments regarding the league, and we need someone to babysit, Yamada added. Happy to, Izuku said without hesitation. He looked over to Eri. You okay with hanging out with me, Eri? Yeah, so, Izuku said as he helped Yamada wash the dishes. Fostering is going well then. Based on the state of Eri's room, it looks like you guys are pretty set for the long term. Oh yeah, Yamada answered. Keep this under your hat. But we're actually in the process of adopting. Eri feels like she's always been a part of this family, you know. Not really, Izuku answered. But then I don't have any practical experience on what families are supposed to look like. But I'm happy for you guys, and her. She deserves to be protected and cared for. All kids do, Yamada said. And I know you talk about this stuff more with Sho than with me. But I just wanted to say I'm really sorry that your parents treated you like that. I appreciate that. And I also wanted to say that my door is always open. You can talk to me too, even if it is about something as simple as liking a boy. Thanks, Yamada. Oh please, Yamada put a plate away. You've been at our place for dinner more than once now and you are literally going to be babysitting our soon-to-be daughter. I think we're past the point of last names, don't you think? Fortunately, that was the last of the dishes, because Izuku was suddenly very uncomfortable being here. Oh, I nearly forgot that I was going to help Uraraka with some study. I really should be going. Yamada clearly saw through him based on his sigh. Sorry kid, didn't mean to make you feel uncomfortable. I was hoping for it to do the opposite. It's fine, Izuku replied. Just caught me off guard is all. Well, you obviously don't need to. Yamada gave him a warm smile. But the offer is out there, okay. I want you to feel like you can trust us. Oddly enough, Izuku did. He hadn't really thought about it until this point, but he actually, genuinely trusted them. That was a new feeling for him. His whole life, adults had always been out to get him. Even Stain, the one person who took him under their wing, had ended up betraying his trust. Thank you, Hizashi, Izuku whispered. Hizashi smiled as he ruffled his hair. Anytime, Izuku. Anytime. After saying his goodbyes to Eri and Aizawa, Izuku found himself walking back to the dorms with a strange sense of contentment. Maybe Seventh was right, and relying on people wasn't a bad idea. Izuku-kun. Hi Eri. Izuku smiled as the door burst open to reveal the smiling girl in question. Are you excited for the festival? Yeah, she grinned as she hugged him. Zashi said there was going to be all kinds of yummy food. And there's gonna be games too. Wow, I'm excited, Izuku replied. But first, are you ready for a super awesome concert? Yeah, here. He put her down onto the chair next to him and grabbed a pair of headphones. He chuckled a bit as the two large headphones slipped a little. She giggled. Okay, these should help keep the music from being too loud and maybe you can even help me with some of these buttons. Does that sound fun? Yeah, she yelled a bit too loudly past the noise cancellation. Okay, sound check. He turned back to the buttons in front of him. Let's start with drums. Bakugo didn't hold back in his drumming, so Izuku dialed his volume back pretty significantly. Okay, that's good. Takoyami, let's have you play something. Okay, good. Now Yaoyorozu. I told you to call me Momo. He got back through the headset. Sorry, Momo, let's have you play something. On it went as they went through the final sound check. It went pretty smoothly, with the exception of Eri excitedly pressing a button and the feedback leading to a classic Bakugo yelling session. Sorry about that, Izuku replied. I think sound is all good if you guys want to take a break before the audience gets here. I'm just going to be running through the final lighting and effects checks. He took the opportunity to have Eri press some of the buttons, turning various lights on and off. He pointed her towards specific buttons, and she gasped as she saw the different lighting effects happen. Okay, do you want to do something during the concert? She nodded enthusiastically. Okay, you see this button here. When I tell you to, press that one. And then you get to see the really cool part. This is so cool. Her volume dropped as she took the headphones off. Right, Izuku smiled at her. So, when we're done with the concert, what do you want to do first? Food, Eri said excitedly. Lemillion told me about matcha and dango. He said they're super yummy. They are, Izuku laughed. Well, we will make sure to get you some. Okay. But we also need to make sure to get you some normal food too. I don't think Hizashi would be too happy if you only eat sweets. She gave the cutest pout at that, but giggled as soon as he poked her in the cheek. Don't worry, you'll get sweets too. Okay, are you ready? He turned to Eri as the concert raged. She nodded excitedly. Okay, now. She slammed her hand down onto button, and then smiled as mist began to descend onto the crowd. Izuku gave Shoto the signal, and he and Kirishima started showering the audience with ice flakes. Izuku was really proud of his idea. By having fog machines instead of smoke machines, he was able to have a cloud of mist slowly descend on the audience. Because the fog was cold, it allowed it to interact with Shoto's ice crystals, hovering in the air a bit longer than normal, allowing Aoyama's lasers to refract off the crystals. Eri gasped as the lighting effects happened. Wow, so cool. Before long, the concert was over and everyone began filing out. Izuku saw Tagata walking out with the rest of the audience and waved him over. Oh, hi Nakamura, he said as he walked into the sound booth. Hi Eri, Lemillion. Eri jumped off the seat and ran over to hug him. Hey Tagata, Izuku nodded to him. I was wondering if you wouldn't mind taking Eri to go get some food. I need to help clean up all the equipment from the performance. Sure, he smiled. Are you hungry, Eri? Yeah, she smiled, but the smile dropped as she turned back to Izuku. Are you not coming, Izuku? He gave her a reassuring smile. I need to do some really boring stuff for a little bit, but I will find you when I'm done, okay? She smiled and nodded as the two of them made their way out. Okay, Jiru called out. Great job, everybody. We put on a hell of a show. The class cheered a bit too loudly for Izuku's taste, but he understood the sentiment. A throat cleared behind him, grabbing his attention. Hey, Shoto said with a faint blush. Do you want to go check out some stalls? Izuku stood up, smirking at the clear implication behind his words. Only if you're okay with a 6-year-old joining us. He smiled and gestured towards the door. Not at all. As Izuku walked up, Shoto paused and looked at him quizzically. What? Something on my face? Izuku looked at him. Yes, actually. He reached out and brushed some dirt off his cheek. How did you get so dirty this early in the day? Izuku pulled back at the very intimate contact, blushing. Oh, I may or may not have run into a villain on the way to pick up some supplies before the concert. Shoto's eyes widened, but Izuku cut him off before he could say anything. Not the League or anything. Just a low-level villain that was trying to break into UA. It's really not a big deal. Shoto snorted. Of course you did. I think you've set a record for the number of villain encounters for any UA student. Izuku elbowed him in the side. Shut up. It's not my fault. Izuku. Eri peeled off from Tagata and ran up to him. She slowed down when she saw Shoto. Oh, hi. Izuku dropped down to give her a quick hug. Hi, Eri. Did you have fun with Tagata-senpai? She gave him a much more restrained nod, clearly shy around Shoto. Oh, this is Shoto. He gestured up towards him. He's my best friend, and he's super nice. Hi, she gave him a small wave. Hi, Eri, Shoto said as he dropped down to meet her eyeline. He held out a hand. It's very nice to meet you. I've heard really good things from Izuku about you. She seemed reluctant to shake his hand. Shoto is in Aizawa's class with me. He added. Her eyes widened. You know Zawa and Zashi too? She asked. Shoto's eyebrow rose at the nicknames but nodded. Hearing that, she reached out and gently shook his hand. You live with them, right? Shoto asked. She nodded with a smile. They're my dad's. Shoto's eyes widened. They are. Izuku stood up. Yeah, the adoption went through a week ago. Wow, Shoto said. That's really cool, Eri. Izuku smiled at their interaction. Shoto really was pretty good with kids. Hey Nakamura, Tagata said as he approached them. Hey Tagata, Izuku replied. Everything go okay? Yeah, she's a sweetheart. Do you mind if I keep hanging out with you guys? Izuku looked over to Shoto, who shook his head. Not at all. Great. With that, they all gathered up and started checking out different activities. So, how's training with Night Eye going? Izuku asked as they walked. It's pretty good, Tagata replied. He tends to fight mostly without his quirk anyway, so he's been really great for helping me get used to it. And I've been doing some training with Aizawa-sensei here too. Yeah, he knows his stuff, Izuku replied. But just so you know, if you ever change your mind about the other thing, the offer is still on the table. Tagata shook his head with a smile. No, I meant what I said. I'm fine. Fair enough. When Eri dragged Tagata ahead to check out something she saw, Shoto dropped back to walk with him. Zawa and Zashi. Yeah, Izuku replied. I believe that means you owe me 2,000 yen. He chuckled as he pulled out his wallet. How'd you know? Izuku shrugged. I pay attention. She's pretty great, Shoto said, nodding at Eri. Yeah, Izuku smiled. You're really good with her. You mentioned working with kids for the remedial class, but I wasn't expecting this. Shoto shrugged but couldn't hide the blush dusting his cheeks. I don't know about that. I do, Izuku said firmly. She likes you, I can tell. I'm babysitting next week. Do you want to come help out? Shoto looked at him with a strange look. Why? Izuku smiled warmly. Like I said, you're great with her. Plus, as nice as this is, I wouldn't mind getting to spend some time with you in a quieter setting. Shoto's blush grew. Are you asking me on a date? Izuku chuckled as he rubbed the back of his neck. I mean, we're kinda on a date right now, aren't we? Festivals and carnivals are pretty classic date settings. Shoto gaped at him. Great. He broke him. Oh well, might as well go all the way. Looking around, Izuku noticed that no one they knew was around, and those nearby weren't really paying much attention to them. Moving quickly, he leaned in and gave him a kiss on the cheek. If he used speed 2 to hide the action, well, that was no one's business. And he broke him completely, based on the shocked look on his face and the blush rapidly covering his entire face. Don't overthink it, Izuku ribbed him. Hey Eri, wait up. He dashed forward, giving Shoto some space to compose himself. Hey tiny listener. Hizashi smiled as he opened the door. Did you have fun with Izuku today? Yeah, Eri hugged his legs. We ate so much yummy food. And then we threw some rings. And Izuku got me an owl, and we got face paint, and then... Slow down listener. Hizashi laughed. How about you tell us all of it over dinner, okay? Aizawa grunted from the kitchen. Go put your prizes away and wash your hands, please. Okay, she replied and rushed towards her room. Everything went okay? Aizawa asked as soon as she rushed away. Yeah, Izuku smiled. I wouldn't expect her to eat too much dinner tonight though. Tagata went a bit far with treating her to food. Aizawa sighed. I knew this was going to happen. Oh, shush you, Hizashi chuckled. It was her first ever festival. She's supposed to go a little crazy. Anyway, you staying for dinner, Izuku? Not tonight, Izuku replied. I'm pretty wiped out from the festival. I think I'm just going to turn in early tonight. Fair enough, Hizashi replied. Good night, kiddo. Night. You ready? Izuku turned to Shoto. He nodded. All right, here goes. He opened the door and was greeted with a flying mop of silver hair. Izuku-kun. Izuku chuckled as he caught her in his arms. Hi, Eri. Hey, Izuku, Hizashi said as he approached. Thanks for doing this. Of course, he said as he stepped into the apartment. I'm always happy to hang out with Eri. And you said that you had a really important thing to do. Izuku set Eri down. She excitedly grabbed onto Shoto's hand and started pulling him towards her room. It warmed Izuku's heart to see how quickly she had grown to trust him. And despite his own reluctance, Shoto was great with kids. We do, Hizashi said with a sigh. But it's not going to be pleasant. You said you were going to Tartarus, right? Something about the league. Yeah. Hizashi looked around to make sure Eri wasn't within earshot. I can't really say too much about it now, though. I get it, Izuku replied. Well, good luck. And don't worry, Shoto and I will have everything under control here. Good, Aizawa said as he walked up. She had a bath this morning, so there's no need to worry about that. Feel free to raid our fridge and pantry for anything you think you'll need. And make sure she's in bed by 8:30. We should be back by 10, but we'll give you a call if we get delayed. Understood, sensei, Izuku replied. God, you two are stiff, Hizashi groaned. Oh well, guess we'll have to work on that later. Come on, show. Shaking his head at the playful bickering as they walked out, Izuku turned back to where the others had gone. So, Izuku said as he clapped his hands together. What movie do you want to watch, Eri? Oh, she perked up. Sashi was telling me about old Disney movies. Can we watch Tangled? Izuku stalled. Was it really a good idea to watch a movie that hit so close to home for Eri's own story? What about Frozen? What's that one about? Eri asked excitedly. It's about a beautiful princess with an ice quirk, Izuku replied. Like Shokan. Eri's eyes widened. Yes, that one. What have you gotten me into? Shoto whispered as they moved towards the living room. Izuku chuckled as he bumped his shoulder. As excited as she was, Eri did not last all the way through the movie. Before the final act, Eri was completely passed out with her head in Izuku's lap. He smiled at the peaceful look on her face, stroking her hair softly as she nuzzled into him. So, Izuku said softly as the credits rolled. Is she a relative of yours? Shoto looked at him flabbergasted for a moment, before chuckling and pushing him lightly. Shut up. I'm just saying, Izuku teased. She had a problem with not being able to melt her ice. You had a hard time using your fire. You both needed to get some sense knocked into you to realize that your abilities were gifts, not curses. I'm seeing the similarities. Shut up. Shoto was beet red. I am not a Disney princess. Izuku started, but stopped when a frozen hand was placed over his mouth. Not another word, Shoto whispered. Izuku shrugged. All right, he said as soon as Shoto took his hand off. Consider it dropped. It's too bad really, I thought it was cute. Leaving Shoto gaping at him, Izuku gently picked Eri up and took her to the bathroom. She grumbled when he woke her up to brush her teeth but went back to sleep almost as soon as her head hit the pillow. His heart melted as she clung to the owl he got her in her sleep. All right, she's down, he whispered as he made his way back into the living room. Shoto's blush had faded. Too bad, it looked pretty good on him. Good, Shoto replied. Now what? Well, Izuku hummed. There is a sequel. No, Shoto's blush started growing again. I'm not giving you more ammunition. Oh, come on, Izuku replied. You have to admit it's funny. Shoto's glare was only half serious, but Izuku held up his hands in surrender. All right, no Frozen 2. Message received. Did you have any ideas? I didn't really grow up watching movies. Neither did I, Shoto replied. My father didn't allow things that interfered with my training. Izuku sat down next to him and took his hand in his own. How's that going, by the way? I know you said he's trying to do better. Yeah, he shrugged. I think he can tell that he messed some things up. And he's definitely not as harsh as he used to be. And you were right, he is still a great hero, even if not a great father. You said he was coming to your trainings, right? Izuku asked. Shoto nodded. I saw him talking to All Might at the last one. I think now that he's number one, a lot of his aggression has faded. I think he's realizing that being number one isn't all that people make it out to be. Izuku nodded thoughtfully. So, he made it to the top of the mountain and now he doesn't like the view. I guess, Shoto shrugged. I think he is a person that defines themselves by their aspirations. Now that he's attained his life's goal, he is reevaluating what he wants. Will you go back to him once you have your license? Izuku asked. I think so. I need to get better at using my fire. And whatever else I might think of him, he is an expert at using his quirk. What about you? Is Hawks taking you on again? I honestly don't know, Izuku sighed. He sent me to liaise with Night Eye for the Overhaul case because it overlapped with his. But that investigation is over now. I think he's still on his assignment. Izuku stood up and started pacing, suddenly restless. I think Hawks is open to the idea of continuing to work with me. The problem is Aizawa. Aizawa-sensei. Shoto looked at him quizzically. Izuku flopped back onto the couch. Yeah, he's legally my guardian now that the secret is out that I don't have parents. That means he has the ability to determine if I am allowed to work with Hawks or not. And he's being really protective. Like, overprotective. He's worried about the league. Shoto turned towards him. Yeah, Izuku sighed. But he really shouldn't be. Besides, it's not like me working on a case regarding them would change the fact that All for One wants me. And it's not like I'm defenseless. Besides, I think we should use that relationship to lure All for One out. Have you tried explaining that to him? I will. Shoto reached out and took his hand. Aizawa-sensei is very logical. If you explain your position to him calmly and rationally, I think he could see things your way. Thanks, Izuku replied. He leaned in and kissed Shoto on the cheek. You're the best. Before Shoto could say anything, they heard the key turning in the lock and the door open. Hey kiddos, Hizashi said excitedly. How was everything? Fake. Completely fake. Izuku was no stranger to smiling to hide the pain. He had done it many times to forestall questions. He wasn't great at it, but even he was more convincing than Hizashi was right now. Not only that, but Aizawa wasn't even bothering to hide his emotions. Shoto was clearly picking up on something as well. Izuku turned to him quickly. Maybe you should take off. I'm going to stick around for a bit. Shoto met his eyes and nodded, clearly understanding what Izuku was really trying to say. What happened? Izuku asked as soon as the door closed behind Shoto. We can't talk about it. Aizawa snapped, though not aggressively. Hizashi hissed. It's Izuku, he deserves to know. It's need to know, Aizawa replied. You're my legal guardian, Izuku answered. And my teacher. You can decide that I need to know. And seeing as it's about the league, I would argue that I do need to know. He's got a point, Hizashi moved to the kitchen to prep some tea. Aizawa, Izuku cut him off. I know you want to protect me, but keeping me in the dark does the opposite. You know I can be trusted to keep a secret. All Might trusted me with the biggest state secret ever and I haven't told anyone. He's right, Hizashi said as he came back. He poured Izuku a cup too as if it was already a done deal. Fine, Aizawa grunted. Hawks captured Kurogiri. That's who Hizashi and I went to Tartarus to see. Do you remember what I told you about Oboro? Hizashi asked. Izuku nodded as Aizawa balked. When did you tell him about Oboro? The first time he stayed for dinner, Hizashi brushed past the question. Anyway, Tsukachi reached out to us. We knew that All for One was making nomas out of corpses, but we didn't know that Kurogiri was technically a Nomu. Izuku put the pieces together. Oh no. Yeah. Hizashi took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes. Kurogiri is Oboro. Izuku put his cup down. Fuck. Nice job. Izuku dropped down next to Shoto as the hero took away the thieves. Izuku. Shoto turned suddenly. What the hell are you doing here, nerd? Bakugo yelled at him. Izuku shrugged nonchalantly. I was in the area and saw the commotion. Bullshit. Bakugo answered. You're supposed to be at UA. Young Midoriya. All Might approached. I must say it is a pleasant surprise to see you here. All Might. Izuku nodded at him. I apologize for interrupting, but I heard that Shoto had gotten his license today and wanted to congratulate him. I see. All Might smiled. Well, I was going to take these two young men out for a bite to eat in celebration. Since you are here, why don't you join us? Hell no. Bakugo yelled. I don't want this nerd eating with us. Why don't you two go? Izuku asked. I was hoping to take Shoto out to eat in celebration. Wonderful idea. All Might laughed. Come young Bakugo. Let us celebrate your success today. What are you really doing here? Shoto asked as soon as they were out of earshot. I meant what I said, Izuku smiled. I wanted to celebrate with you. But in all honesty, that was mostly just the pretext. I was really thinking it might be nice to be able to go on a date off campus for once. Shoto smiled and took his hand. I don't mind that idea. How did you get off campus though? Izuku laughed. Shoto, you do know who I used to be, right? Do you really think a former hacker and vigilante doesn't know how to get around security systems? Shoto shook his head with a chuckle. I suppose not. But aren't you worried about getting in trouble? Izuku shrugged. All Might is surprisingly cool. And though he won't admit it, Bakugo is more than happy to enjoy some time where there's no one else to compete for All Might's attention. Fair enough, Shoto smiled. Well then, what did you have in mind? There's a place that serves really great soba nearby. Izuku smiled knowingly. Sounds good to me. They started to walk hand in hand. So, what did you think of the battle training? Izuku asked as they walked. I think you're the second coming of Aizawa-sensei, Shoto chuckled. Your stealth skills are incredible. Thanks. Izuku felt his cheeks warm despite the snow. I think we may end up having 20 students again. You think Shinso is going to make it? Shoto asked. I do, Izuku nodded. I've trained with him a lot. He's also been developing his quirk usage quite a bit. I think Aizawa sees enough of himself in Shinso to let him in. They do seem remarkably alike, Shoto nodded. The eye bags, the wild hair. They're not father and son. Izuku cut him off. Not every pro hero has a secret child. It was a logical deduction. Shoto refuted. Izuku couldn't hold back his laughter. One of our first conversations was you accusing me of being All Might's son. All Might, Shoto chuckled. Okay, maybe sometimes I make connections that aren't there. Sometimes. Shut up. Merry Christmas. The common room erupted in cheers. Izuku sat back as the class started devolving into lots of small conversations. He didn't join into any, choosing instead to just sit back and enjoy this moment of peace. In this moment, he allowed the infectious carefree attitudes of his classmates to quiet his paranoid thoughts about the league. Glad to see you enjoying yourself. 9th. 7th started floating in the air next to him. But you should go and engage with the rest of your class. Don't just make allies, make friends. Thanks 7th. Come on kid, it's Christmas, drop the formality. It's Nana. He shut the mental door on one for all and tuned into his classmates' conversation. Oi Nakamura, Kirishima called him over. We were just talking about work studies. Are you going back to Night-Eye? I don't know. He sat down next to Ida. I was never really his work study student. I was only there because Hawks referred me. I would like to go back to work with Hawks. But he is working a solo mission and can't really take on any interns or sidekicks right now. Bummer. Kirishima turned. Hey Bakugo, are you going back to Genist? Huh? He grunted. Oh, I haven't decided yet. As the conversation continued, Izuku became aware that Bakugo had walked over. Oi nerd, I need to talk to you. Izuku looked up at him and saw him in a rare serious expression, devoid of any anger. He gestured over his shoulder towards the patio. He shrugged and got up to follow. What did you want to talk about? He said as soon as the door closed. He watched as Bakugo took several breaths, clearly trying to collect his thoughts. Why did you give yourself up? Huh? Izuku got caught completely off guard. What are you talking about? At camp, Bakugo couldn't look him in the eye. You gave yourself up. I get you wanting to help Icy Hot, but Kirishima wasn't your friend back then. And me, why would you give yourself up for me? Where is this coming from? Izuku asked. Bakugo sighed. After the sports festival, Aizawa forced me to start seeing Hound Dog. Apparently, I have something called borderline blah blah blah. Hound Dog made me deal with all my anger and shit, and he made me think about my childhood. I realized I was a little shit to you our whole childhoods. I made your life hell. Why would you save me? Izuku studied him for a moment. Why did you come to Kamino? He countered. Bakugo looked up and met his eyes. I owed you. Like I said, I was a little shit. The news that Bakugo had been going to therapy was the final piece to a puzzle he had forced to the back of his mind. He had noticed that Bakugo had been mellowing out these last few months. He was still brash, but he had stopped threatening people and had even stopped cussing people out as much. Izuku sighed. It was the right thing to do. And honestly, I'm tired of being angry. Huh? Bakugo's eyebrows shot up. Aizawa made me start talking to someone too. Izuku replied. He didn't want to mention that it had been Aizawa himself. I beat the hell out of you during the sports festival. You didn't. I did. Izuku cut him off. I saw red, and my anger got the better of me. My anger isn't explosive like yours, but it's still there. Izuku remembered Aizawa's words during the final. If I want to be a good hero, I gotta let go of a lot of my shit. I can't hold on to the past anymore. And I guess I just realized that there are bigger things going on that need my focus. I can't waste my energy focusing on all the shit that went down in my childhood. Bakugo studied him for a moment. So, we're good. Izuku took a moment before extending his hand. It's not like we're ever going to be best friends. But I don't hate you if that's what you're asking. We've got a lot of shit between us, but it sounds like both of us want to leave it in the past. Bakugo shook his hand. Fair enough. They let go and stood in silence for a moment. Why Nakamura? Huh, your last name, Bakugo continued. It was Midoriya when we were kids. What happened? Izuku exhaled. Oh boy, that is a much longer story for another day. Shoto approached them as they walked back into the room. Hey, what was that all about? He asked as Bakugo walked away. Just clearing the air, Izuku shrugged. Okay. Well, I'm glad I caught you, Shoto said. There was something I wanted to talk to you about. Oh yeah, he shifted a little. Do you want to go to the Endeavor Agency with me? Huh? Izuku studied him. What do you mean? I overheard you saying you can't go to Hawks, Shoto said. I'm doing my work study with my father. Do you want to go too? Is this just a work study thing? Or is this a meet your boyfriend's parents kind of thing? No, Shoto said. I just thought you would want to train under a top 10 hero and wait, boyfriend. Izuku felt his cheeks warm up as he realized what he had just said. I mean, we have gone on 3 dates now. And I know we said we were going to take it slow, but it just kind of feels like maybe we HMPH. Shoto cut him off with a kiss, completely disregarding the fact that they were in the common room with all of their classmates. Izuku momentarily forgot about that fact too, until he heard a number of gasps and heard Ishito's exclamation. No way. About time. He heard Hagakure exclaim. What? Came from several of the boys. Izuku pulled away from Shoto and turned to see his classmates' stunned looks. He rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. Surprise! He was saved from the girls mobbing him when the front door opened to reveal Aizawa with Eri in tow, dressed in the most adorable Santa outfit. Izuku-kun. She rushed over to meet him. Eri. He dropped to his knees and enveloped her in a hug. Trick or treat, she exclaimed. Izuku chucked. Wrong holiday, Eri. All of the work-study students who had been on the Overhaul raid immediately rushed to greet her and rave about how adorable her outfit was. She was quickly swept away to be pampered by all of the other students. Izuku felt only a tiny bit smug as he saw Shoto flounder at being given a Christmas present. They had agreed not to give each other any gifts, but Izuku had never been one to follow the rules. You wear it on your right forearm. He strapped the wristband to his arm. It only works when it's kept cold. I know we said no gifts, but it would really mean a lot to me if you wore it. He showed the corresponding wristband that he had. See, now we match. Shoto smiled. What is it? Izuku smirked at him. Don't you want to be surprised? Let's just say that if you wear it, you'll never truly be on your own. Cryptic. Izuku shrugged. I gotta have my fun somewhere. He felt a tug at his sleeve and looked down to see Eri standing there shyly. Izuku-kun, she whispered. Can I give you my present now? Of course, he allowed her to pull him over to where Aizawa was standing with a small package. Okay, he squatted down and handed it over to her. Just like we practiced. Okay. He looked over to Izuku. A lot of thought and discussion went into this one. You'll want to open the letter first. He looked over the package in his hand and noticed that there was an envelope stuck to the top of it. Eri was practically vibrating with nervous energy as he opened up the envelope to pull out a handmade card. There was an adorable picture of the two of them holding hands on the cover. He flipped it open to see written in messy crayon, "Will you be my brother?" He froze, and then immediately tore into the package. Inside was a manila envelope. He pulled out the stack of papers inside to see, printed in large, bold font, "Petition for adoption." Izuku short-circuited completely, and then immediately found himself lunging forward to pull Eri into a hug. Yes, he felt her squeeze him as tightly as she could as he felt the front of his shirt start to get wet. He looked up from his hug to see Aizawa looking at the two of them with an uncharacteristic look of warmth. Thank you. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.